You're really something. I'm truly impressed with you. So third best in the world. Are you serious? Guaranteed. Got it, I know talking a bit. Okay. After sending the message, Gu Chun hummed a tune, locked his phone screen, and put it away, feeling considerably lighter. In a while, Sister Lu from next door would come over, and they could finally have a proper discussion about the long-standing and vexing neighborly dispute. The thought of finding a reliable solution to the trouble put him in an exceptionally pleasant mood. The woman he was chatting with was Lu Ruyan from next door, who had just finished her month of postpartum confinement. Their arranged meeting was not for any private matter, but purely to deal with Lu Ruyan's utterly unreasonable husband. Gu Chun had just graduated from university, and after securing a job, he rented this compact apartment in an old residential complex nearby. When he moved in, Lu Ruyan had just given birth. Originally, someone else's childbearing had nothing to do with him, but Lu Ruyan's husband was truly too petty and critical about everything. One moment claiming Gu Chen's home Wi-Fi radiation affected the mother and infant, ordering him to turn off the router. The next moment, whenever Gu Chun made even the slightest noise walking home from work or cooking, the neighbor would bang on the wall in protest, or even come to the door shouting warnings demanding complete silence, at all times not a single sound allowed. This residential complex was quite old with extremely poor wall soundproofing. It was a compact resettlement, housing type 4 units per floor, each apartment only around 50 square meters. Back then, the developer cut costs with shoddy construction. Now this place had become a gathering spot for migrant workers. 90% of residents were tenants, only a handful of original locals remained. The complex environment was messy, and few people bothered to maintain it. Lu Ruyan and her husband were also migrant workers from out of town. After an unplanned pregnancy, they chose to stay and have the baby. During early pregnancy, Lu Ruyan could still squeeze in odd jobs to supplement the household income, but after giving birth, she had to take care of the baby full-time and quit her job. The entire family's income now depended solely on her husband. The 50 square meter small studio rented for 1,000 yuan a month was practically a steal in the ever-expensive Magic City, Shanghai. The reason this apartment had such low rent and remained vacant for so long was because Lu Ruyan's husband had habitually harassed previous tenants for no reason. Several tenants had rather forfeit their security deposits and move out, which was how Gu Chun finally got to move in. During the month of renting here, Gu Chun had endured constant harassment from the other party. Even just lightly moving a chair or washing up normally at night, the man next door would either bang forcefully on the wall or come directly to the door to argue. The two had erupted into fierce quarrels over this, and it was only after community police came to mediate that things temporarily quieted down. But the other party still refused to behave, looking for various petty issues every couple of days. Gu Chun was short on cash, couldn't afford to rent a new place, and could only keep enduring. With severe workplace internal competition and exhausting high-intensity work daily, both body and mind were already drained. Returning home only to face endless neighborly disputes was simply too much for Gu Chun to bear. Arguing head-on would only add to the exhaustion. Brute force treated symptoms, but not root causes. So he decided to calm down, planning to properly communicate with Lu Ruyan and together find a solution that worked for both sides. To communicate peacefully and avoid her hot-tempered husband, Gu Chun put in considerable thought. By chance, he discovered Lu Ruyan's social media account, sharing daily baby care moments, confirmed her identity by cross-referencing photos, and only then politely reached out via private message. Throughout the entire chat, he kept proper boundaries, only discussing baby care difficulties and neighborly troubles, not a single word out of line. In just 3 days, the two became familiar. Lu Ruyan was willing to confide in him about her husband's obsessive, overbearing, and unreasonable grievances. So the two agreed that once the baby was down for an afternoon nap, she would come over to briefly discuss countermeasures. Objectively speaking, Lu Ruyan had delicate, pleasing features and outstanding looks. She would have been a striking girl, even on a college campus, grounded and gentle. Gu Chun only felt it was a pity she had married poorly and ended up with such an unreasonable husband. Common folk today, truly happy today. Gu Chun hummed a tune as he walked into the bathroom to shower. After washing up, he stood before the mirror examining himself and chuckled lightly. Looks fairly decent, I suppose. He had inherited his father's outstanding looks. His natural appearance was already not bad. Just as he lay on the bed waiting for Lu Ruyan to arrive, a mechanical sound suddenly rang out in his mind, startling him so much he sprang up from the bed. What sound? Who's speaking? Sorry, host, let me reintroduce myself. I am the exclusive system bound to you, not a physical object. Gu Chun's sudden counter-question almost caused the system program to briefly stall. Not bothering with definitional issues, immediately completing system activation for the host. Ding's Super Invincible Tycoon System activating 100. System activation successful. Basic information displayed. Host Gu Chun System Level 1 Exclusive Consumption Quota 1 billion Upgrade Condition Accumulate Compliant Consumption of 1 billion Upgrade Experience 0 1 billion System Notice. Each level upgrade comes with an exclusive special reward. This upgrade completion rewards Supreme Twin Engine. Level 2 unlocks 10 billion Consumption Quota. Rule note: consumption targets limited to women with appearance score 80 and above. All funds from compliant expenditures will be fully returned to the host upon completion of consumption, freely available for daily expenses. After reading the complete system introduction, Gu Chen's breathing suddenly quickened. He raised his hand and pinched his arm hard. The clear pain told him this was not a dream. A golden finger that only appeared in online novels had actually landed on him. Although consumption targets had clear restrictions, the spent money could be fully returned, meaning free spending. What a tremendous blessing. Just as he was planning how to reasonably use the quota, the system's cold prompt sounded again. Reminder to host: all consumption behaviors must be reasonable and conform to public order and good morals. Deliberate transfers, large malicious point scoring, and other violations will trigger severe punishment. Please plan consumption reasonably. Gu Chun hurriedly asked, then what counts as compliant consumption? Isn't there any hint at all? Reasonableness of consumption is to be explored by the host independently. The system provides no detailed rules. Final interpretation rights belong to the system. Just as Gu Chun was helplessly pondering the rules, a light knocking came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly got out of bed to open the door. Standing outside was Lu Rian, dressed in a simple, elegant black home dress, paired with thin black stockings, her attire neat and understated. Her features were gentle, her figure slender, her face full of fatigue, clearly worn down by long-term baby care and the conflicts with her husband. What are you staring at? Let me in quickly. Don't let the neighbors see us. If my husband sees this, he'll make wild accusations and cause another scene. Gu Chan came to his senses, stepped aside to let her pass, and replied warmly, come in and sit down. The two had barely sat down and exchanged a few words when Lu Rian's phone suddenly rang, the screen flashing. Husband. She picked up the call with a perfunctory, weary tone. Hello? Wife, I'm still working overtime. The boss just threw some work at me last minute. Won't be home until late. Is the baby behaving? Has he been fussy? Has that kid next door made any noise bothering you today? Lu Rian's fingertips tightened on her clothing hem, casually replying, the baby just fell asleep. Next door is quiet today, no movement at all. Quiet is best. If he dares make even the slightest sound, I'll definitely come teach him a lesson when I get back. Lu Rian, listening to these words, was filled with utter exhaustion, wanting only to end it quickly. I'm so tired from soothing the baby, I can't even keep my eyes open. I'll stop talking now. Come home early when you get off work. All right, go to sleep first, honey. Gu Chun heard every word of the phone call clearly. After it ended, he gave a faint smile, exchanged a few words with Lu Rian, and the two went their separate ways. Back home, Lu Rian freshened up briefly and went to bed. Not long after, a man in a cheap suit returned to the house. Honey, are you asleep? He called out 3 times with no response. The man walked into the bedroom, saw his wife sleeping soundly, and for a moment felt utterly content. With such a gentle and virtuous wife, what more could a man ask for? He had wanted to unwind after a long day, but seeing her sleeping so soundly, he abandoned the thought. The next morning, Gu Chen rose from bed feeling refreshed and energized. For some reason, the sunlight today was especially brilliant. A phone ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Seeing the caller ID, he curled his lip and answered, hello, what's going on? What's going on? Do you know what time it is? Get to work now, or don't bother showing up. In the past, he would have swallowed his pride. But now he wouldn't indulge anyone. Forget it, watch how you talk to me. Keep the paycheck, spend it yourself. He had long been fed up with that supervisor. Before, he had held his tongue because he needed the job to eat. But now that he had the system, why should he keep tolerating him? Whatever the other side said, in the end, Gu Chun didn't bother listening. It was certainly nothing pleasant, and he had no desire to ruin his mood. The immediate priority now was to quickly earn money and improve his quality of life. Acting on his decision, he picked out a fairly presentable outfit, washed up, and headed out. He sent Lu Rian a message along the way. She was the only one around who fit the requirements, so she'd have to do for now. The money was like it came from nowhere anyway. Might as well spend it on her. He then called his landlord. Hello, Aunt Zhang, I'm not renting anymore. Go ahead and list it. On the other end, Aunt Zhang's heart sank upon receiving the call. Honestly, she felt troubled too. With that family living next door for so long, her apartment had become nearly impossible to rent out. The rent had dropped again and again, yet there was nothing she could do. Even the police wouldn't step in for these kinds of neighborly disputes. Every time, they only mediated. Nothing could really be done to the family. To be precise, to that family's male head. She had tried to confront them several times, but always got pushed back. In a harmonious society, meeting such people, one could only consider themselves unlucky. After all, illegal methods were out of the question. Xiaochen, has that family been bothering you again? Gu Chen replied, no, Aunt Zhang, I just don't want to rent anymore. I know the rules, you can keep the deposit. He chatted with the landlord Annie for a while before hanging up. Just as he ended the call, he saw Lu Rian's reply pop up. Was just putting the baby to sleep and didn't check my phone. What are you up to? I'm out. Did you miss me? Truth be told, Lu Rian was absolutely stunning. She wasn't an outsider either, so flirting like this was no big deal. Hadn't he won her over in the first place with that smooth mouth of his? Of course, Lu Rian wasn't only beautiful. Other aspects of her were pretty excellent too. Well, stop it. If I said I missed you, would you actually come find me? Of course I would. I'm right outside our neighborhood right now. Whatever you need, I'll be there. You didn't go to work. I quit. Why'd you quit? Going home. Inside the rental apartment, Lu Ruyan fed the baby while her fingers flew across the phone keyboard. Not going home. Modu is so great. Why would I go back to that small county town? The main reason is having such a beautiful woman like you here with me. How could I bear to leave? Seeing that Guchen wasn't going home, Lu Ruyan breathed a sigh of relief. Though she was no longer an innocent young girl, being with Guchen gave her a strange feeling. Simply put, it was addictive. So what kind of work are you going to look for? Lu Ruyan continued chatting casually. Not working. Want to lie flat. Lie flat. Then where's the money coming from? Actually, there's something I haven't told you. What thing? I'm actually a super rich second-generation heir. The reason I was renting was to experience life. Now that the experience is over, it's time to return to reality. Stop messing around, say something serious. I am being serious. I'm really a rich second-generation heir. Then how do you prove it? Of course, Lu Ruyan didn't believe it, assuming Gu Chun was joking with her. After all, even if it was experiencing life, no one would live in such a cheap rental and endure her husband's daily unreasonable behavior. Hold on a moment. After saying that, Gu Chun transferred 100,000 yuan to her directly. Just as Lu Ruyan was bewildered, she suddenly saw a 100,000 yuan transfer pop up in the chat box. She covered her mouth in shock, so startled that she didn't even notice the baby in her arms rolling onto the bed. She didn't come back to her senses until the baby's cry rang out. Holding the baby back in her arms, Lu Ruyan said with heavy breathing, "You're really a rich second-generation heir." Staring at the 100,000 yuan transfer notification on the phone screen, her heart trembled. She didn't know whether to accept it. Meanwhile, though Guchen couldn't see Lu Ruyan's expression, he could imagine how shocked she must be. "By the way, do you have time?" "For what?" "To take you shopping." "You? You said you're taking me shopping." "Yes. What's wrong? You don't have time." I do. Wait for me. Chun Sheng's sister happens to be in Modu. I'll ask her to come watch the baby, then I'll find you." "Alright, I'll wait for you." After closing his phone, he walked into a nearby breakfast shop, ordered a few buns and milk, and ate while waiting. About half an hour later, a graceful figure emerged from the previously rented residential complex across from the breakfast shop. Though her face was covered by a mask, her figure unmistakably belonged to Lu Ruyan. As for why he could be so certain it was Lu Ruyan, because he knew her too well. Even though she was dressed up today, given how well he knew her, he could recognize her at a glance. As if he hadn't done anything last night at all. In truth, he'd seen everything he needed to see, and he'd looked with the lights on. Over here. Guchen stood across the street and called out to Lu Ruyan. As she drew near, perhaps because of the mask, she didn't have to worry about being seen by anyone familiar and completely let herself go. Right there in public, she naturally took his arm. "Where are we going?" Guchen asked. "Do you have any good mall recommendations?" "I do know quite a few malls. IFC Mall, Hunglong Plaza, Global Harbor, Taikuli." Lu Ruyan counted on her fingers, listing each one for Guchen. "Alright, let's go to IFC Mall then. Heard it's pretty nice." Hearing Guchen decisively choose IFC Mall, Lu Ruyan felt a small thrill of excitement. Everything sold, there was international luxury brands. She had just been too poor to dare go. "Let's go buy a phone first. I see you're still using that Fruit 13. That thing's practically an old folks phone by now. Time for an upgrade." "Okay, whatever you say," Lu Ruyan said in a docile tone like a gentle wife. They found a relatively large phone shop nearby and walked in. As soon as they stepped into the store, a young clerk hurried over to greet them. "Welcome. Would you like to take a look at some phones, sir and madam?" Guchen gave a slight nod. "Give me the full Fruit Ecosystem bundle." The full ecosystem bundle. The young clerk's expression shifted to one of stunned disbelief. The Fruit Ecosystem bundle was far from cheap. A complete set included phones, watches, computers, tablets, earphones, and more. Yes, top-tier configurations for everything. Top tier for all of it. The young clerk could find no words. This was truly encountering a wealthy patron, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. If only this handsome man were her boyfriend. Though maintaining her professional and courteous demeanor after recovering from her shock, she immediately busied herself with the transaction. Each item from the ecosystem bundle was neatly arranged on the counter by the clerk, who carefully processed each receipt. The final total came to 53,000 yuan. Phone 17,000, computer 32,000, watch and earphones just over 10,000. The grand total amounted to 53,000 yuan. "Here, take these. They're all for you." After paying, Guchen stuffed all the packaging boxes into Lu Ruyan's arms. Staring at the Fruit Ecosystem bundle, Lu Ruyan felt as though she were dreaming. "These are all for me." Guchen nodded. "Yes, for you. Why? Don't you like them?" "I like them. It's just so sudden I can't quite accept it." "Don't worry, there will be even more surprises to come. You'll get used to it." "More surprises?" Lu Ruyan swallowed hard, wanting desperately to ask what other sudden events awaited her, but ultimately swallowed her words back down. Her emotional intelligence told her such presumptuous questions were better left unasked. Whatever Guchen gave her, she would simply accept. "Get me another Huawei trifold." After finishing his conversation with Lu Rian, Gu Chun turned back to the young clerk. Of course, sir. This phone is priced at 19,900. Ring it up. The clerk hesitated, not at all processing the transaction as quickly as possible. After transferring his SIM card to the new phone, Gu Chun beckoned for Lu Rian to follow him out of the store. The reason he hadn't bought both phones together was that his rebate hadn't arrived yet. He simply couldn't afford it. He could only purchase Lu Rian's items first, then wait for the rebate to arrive before buying what he wanted. As for why he hadn't chosen a fruit phone, he felt the trifold carried more prestige. It wasn't that the trifold was necessarily better than fruit, but fruit was too common and didn't attract as much attention as the trifold did. Are we going to the mall now? Clutching the fruit ecosystem bundle and holding the brand new 2 terabytes Fruit 17, Lu Rian asked with a beaming smile. Wait a moment. With those words, Gu Chun pulled out his phone and searched for information about car dealerships online. Since spending on women was what triggered rebates, of course, he wanted to spend as much as possible. He wished he could spend his entire billion yuan limit right now and convert it all into personal funds he could use freely. There's a car exhibition today. After searching for information on the largest car dealership in Shanghai, he discovered news about an auto show. Are you going to buy a car? Lu Rian asked curiously. Gu Chun nodded. More precisely, I'm going to buy a car for you. If there's something suitable for me, I might buy one too. Buy a car for me. Lu Rian was completely bewildered. This happiness had arrived too quickly. She hadn't even had time to prepare. Before today, she was still a mother living in a rental apartment, scraping by on a tight budget. Unexpectedly, just one day later, she not only had the latest fruit phone worth nearly 20,000 yuan, but also possessed the entire fruit ecosystem bundle. And now she was about to have a car of her own. She hailed a taxi, and the two settled into the back seat, heading directly toward the car dealership. Once in the car, Lu Rian removed her mask. She hadn't actually enjoyed wearing it, as she simply hadn't wanted any complications before getting divorced. Now she didn't care at all. Divorce was fine. She wasn't afraid. Husband, if you want to get back at Chun Sheng even harder, I actually have an idea. Lu Rian nestled into Gu Chun's arms and whispered. Hearing that there was an even more devastating way to retaliate against Chun Sheng, Gu Chun grew intrigued. What idea? Lu Rian picked up her phone, scrolled through her photo album, and found a picture of a woman to show Gu Chun. Oh, this woman is quite attractive. Who is she? Lu Rian said. That's Chun Sheng's biological sister. The one I asked to help look after my child when I came out just now. Gu Chun nodded. This woman is quite pretty. Hard to tell from Chun Sheng's rough appearance that he has such an attractive sister. Her looks are definitely not low. She's even more beautiful in person than in photos. She doesn't photograph well. If you see her in real life, you'll like her even more. Do you have a way? Oi? Gu Chun nodded. I do have an idea. How about this? I'll find an opportunity to invite her out and let you two meet. Then we can work out the specifics. Chun Wen may seem cold and aloof on the surface, but actually she's extremely materialistic. As long as you're willing to spend money, getting close to her is just a matter of time. Alright then, money isn't an issue. Let's do it. You make the arrangements. The two chatted as the taxi soon arrived at the dealership. This was the largest automobile dealership in Modu, and the current Modu Auto Show was also being held within its exhibition hall. After paying the fare, the two stepped out of the taxi and walked toward the exhibition hall. Due to the auto show, numerous people were coming and going from in front of the dealership. Some were there to see the auto show, while others were marketing accounts seeking exposure. Some had come with friends, others with their girlfriends or boyfriends, and there were also automotive bloggers recording videos on their phones. As soon as the two entered the exhibition hall, they saw many joint brand automobiles alongside some domestically produced new energy vehicles. Gu Chun had no interest whatsoever in the domestic new energy cars. It was not that he refused to support domestic products. It was merely that domestic manufacturers were still on their path of innovation, with numerous technical challenges that remained unsolved. Only when the technology matured sufficiently, when he would no longer need to be a guinea pig, would he surely give them his support. Bypassing the domestic and budget vehicle sections, the two headed directly toward the luxury car exhibition area. Porsche, Lamborghini, Ferrari, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, just to name a few. Spotting an auto show staff member passing by, Gu Chun reached out to stop her. Good day, sir. May I assist you with anything? Gu Chun said, my girlfriend and I would like to store these items with you. We will pick them up when we leave. Certainly, sir. Let me register them for you, and you may hand them over to me. After collecting the registration form, Gu Chun led Lu Rian as they began touring the various exhibition areas. Have you found anything you like? After visiting several luxury car sections, Gu Chun asked. I like them all. It's rather difficult to choose. No worries. If you like them all, I will buy them all for you, and you can drive a different one each day. Darling, stop teasing me. How could I ever drive so many cars? I truly do not know what to choose. Why don't you help me pick one? Alright, how about the Bentley Continental GT? I feel this Bentley perfectly suits your temperament, noble and elegant. Driving it would certainly make you look stunning. You're buying me a Bentley. That seems rather expensive. Not at all. If it makes my wife appear even more beautiful, every penny spent is worth it. Lu Rian was thoroughly impressed by Gu Chun's eloquence. Without such a silver tongue, how could she ever have been won over so easily? All right, whatever you say, husband, we will buy it. The two having reached an agreement, they headed straight for the Bentley exhibition area. Having to admit it, luxury cars truly lived up to their reputation. The models standing beside them were all exceptionally beautiful. Earlier, when the two had passed through here, their attention had not been on the models, nor had they stopped for a closer look. They had merely cast a cursory glance. But now, taking a more careful look at the model, Guchen suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Uncertain at first, he looked again more deliberately, and after that single glance he was able to confirm he had not mistaken her. This model was indeed Fong Yuqing, the campus beauty from his high school days. However, he remembered that Fong Yuqing's family seemed to be in comfortable circumstances, so why had she taken up car modeling? Moreover, given Fong Yuqing's proud disposition, how could she possibly engage in such a profession that required appearing in public? At that moment, Fong Yuqing also noticed Guchen. A flash of surprise appeared on her face, followed quickly by a hint of embarrassment. Back in high school, the two had been hailed as the golden couple of the campus. Fong Yuqing as the school beauty, Guchen as the school heartthrob. Many people had harbored hopes that something might develop between them, but by graduation, not a single rumor had surfaced. Fong Yuqing, Guchen, they spoke in unison. Husband, who is she? Lu Rian, standing nearby, could not help but ask curiously upon hearing their exchange. She's a classmate from my high school. I never expected to run into her here by such chance. Oh, I see. Go ahead and chat, dear. I will go look at the cars. Lu Rian sensibly gave the two some private space. Moving aside, Fong Yuqing asked softly, so is that your girlfriend? Yes. Guchen acknowledged with a nod. She's quite lovely, really beautiful. Are you two married? Not yet. Whether we will marry remains uncertain. Well, cherish her then. Finding such a beautiful girlfriend is no easy task. Are you here to buy a car? Sensing that Guchen was not keen on continuing the topic, Fong Yuqing deftly changed the subject. Yes, it happens to be an auto show, so we might as well pick up a car. Have you set your sights on this Bentley? Guchen replied. I think it would suit my girlfriend well, so I will get it for her. You're quite wealthy now, aren't you? My congratulations. Though her words sounded like a congratulation, Guchen could clearly see the trace of disappointment on Fong Yuqing's face. What happened? Why did you end up in the car modeling industry? I remember your family's circumstances were quite good, and from what I know about you, you would never have taken such a job, would you? Hearing Guchen's words, a bitter smile appeared on Fong Yuqing's face. It is a long story. After graduation, something unfortunate happened at home. We eventually went bankrupt, and to make a living I had to find some kind of work. Then why didn't you find a more respectable profession? You should know that car modeling carries far too many negative connotations. Even if you have done nothing wrong, you may still fall prey to misunderstandings. Guchen asked with puzzlement. Other jobs pay far less. The appearance fees and various commercial events can earn somewhat more, helping my family alleviate some difficulties. As Fong Yuqing spoke these words, her face was filled with the helplessness of life. I see. Then there truly is no other way. Some things in life simply cannot be avoided, no matter how hard one tries to escape them. Guchen nodded in agreement. By the way, I just remembered. Why did you delete me on WeChat? Fong Yuqing's expression suddenly turned sorrowful as she gazed into Guchen's eyes and asked. Hearing this, Guchen gave an awkward smile. After graduation, I felt that we belonged to two different worlds and would have little to do with each other going forward, so I deleted you. How heartless of you. We were at least classmates once. No sentiment whatsoever, you just deleted me on the spot, is that it? I am sorry about that. Guchen said awkwardly. Since you feel bad about it, why not add me back right away? Alright, I am adding you now. Give me your contact information. Guchen hurriedly replied. Never mind, I will add you instead. Fong Yuqing took out her phone, located Guchen's chat in her contacts, and sent him a message. Then, following the prompt that they were no longer friends, she re-added him. I deleted you, yet you still kept my WeChat. Mind your own business. I chose to keep it. Hurry up and add me back. Okay. Guchen dared not say more and quickly accepted the friend request. Remember this, you are not allowed to delete me again. If you do, I will bite you to death. Alright, let us talk later. I need to get back to work now. With that, Fong Yuqing returned to the exhibition platform. Husband, I have finished looking at the cars. Everything looks good. Lu Rian walked back at that moment, speaking in her soft voice. Alright then, let us buy it. Guchen waved his hand decisively. After finalizing the vehicle he intended to purchase, Guchen summoned the Bentley sales representative and confirmed his intent to buy. He then accompanied Lu Rian through the vehicle registration procedures, completed the transfer payment, and awaited delivery. The convertible top-tier model purchased for Lu Rian cost 400 more than the hardtop equivalent. Including optional extras and taxes, the final price approached 6 million. Although luxury cars like Bentley rarely have ready stock, Guchen and Lu Rian were fortunate. A custom-ordered vehicle was available due to the client's breach of contract. While the buyer forfeited the deposit, the car was difficult to sell. Despite its quality, few could afford such a sum, and those who could often opted for other models. For instance, Rolls-Royce Cullinan or Maybach. The Bentley Continental GT offered mediocre value in its class, its only merit being prestige with little else to commend it. Unsuitable for business or daily use, it had yet to find a buyer. Today, encountering Gu Chun and Lu Ruyan as major clients, the Bentley salesperson was overjoyed. Although the full payment meant a lower commission than financing, the profit was still substantial, a 5.8 million yuan rebate secured. Gu Chun then turned his attention to his own vehicle. He could have waited spending more on Lu Ruyan to accumulate rewards before buying a better car, but his impatience got the better of him. He needed something to drive now. I'll take this Mercedes G-Class. The top-tier Mercedes G63 had a final price of nearly 4 million. After purchasing the car, he had Lu Ruyan drive him to the International Finance Center. Frankly, buying a car for cash accumulation was slow, but the IFC would allow a substantial spend. Sometimes luxury goods surpass cars in price. A limited edition women's handbag could cost over 1 million, and watches too could significantly boost spending velocity. Of course, there was also the luxury mansion. That was where money flowed fastest. But the IFC was a must, as he needed to upgrade his own attire. On the way to the IFC, Lu Ruyan received a call from Chen Sheng. Hello. This time she dispensed with any formal address, replying with a single word. Honey, where are you? I heard from your sister you went out. I'm out running errands. Chinga invited me to go shopping. Shopping? Alright honey, come home early if you can. I might have to work overtime tonight. The boss treats us like beasts of burden. It's fine, you're doing it for our happy life, right? Overtime pays more. Yeah honey, as long as you're here, I'm willing to work as hard as I need to. After hanging up, Lu Ruyan curled her lip in disdain, earning a few thousand a month, thinking he's so capable. Loser. Hearing her muttering, Gu Chun smiled faintly. Come on, you're rich now, driving a 6 million luxury car. Why bother with him? You're right, darling. That loser is disgusting me. By the way, can I ask you something? While waiting at a red light, Lu Ruyan spoke. Go ahead. What is it? Gu Chun replied with a smile. Could I invite my bestie along? I told Chen Sheng I was with Chinga shopping. I'm afraid he'll call Chinga and expose the lie. Sure, go ahead. You're the best, darling. With that, Lu Ruyan picked up her phone and called her best friend Song Chinga. Lu Ruyan had few friends, but Song Chinga was definitely one of them, and her closest confidant. Hey Chinga, did Chen Sheng call you? No, why? Are you busy? Nothing much, just finished trying on wedding dresses at the bridal shop. Congratulations. You're about to be a bride. I'll give you a big red envelope, sis. Lu Ruyan said with a smile. You'd better. After all these years, if you don't give me a big one, I'll come to your house and demand it. But will Chen Sheng agree? His salary is barely enough for your daily expenses, right? Song Chinga said with a pout. Thinking of Lu Ruyan's husband, she harbored many grievances. But she had tried to dissuade her back then. Lu Ruyan insisted on marrying Chen Sheng, and there was nothing she could do. Oh, don't get me started. I regret it too. If only I had listened to you back then. I thought he was decent, but he turned out so useless. Yeah, what a waste of your potential. If you hadn't married Chen Sheng, you might be a wealthy madam by now, Song Chinga said, defending her friend. It's not too late. Who says you can't become a wealthy madam after marriage? Lu Ruyan glanced at Gu Chun, her eyes full of love. What do you mean? Song Chinga on the other and didn't catch her meaning. Nothing. If you're free now, come meet me. I'm heading to the IFC. We'll gather there, and I'll tell you when I see you. The IFC? Ruyan, why are you going there? Can Chen Sheng's monthly salary of a few thousand afford anything inside? I said I'll tell you when you get here. I'm driving now. Bye. Without giving her friend a chance to ask more, Lu Ruyan hung up. Lu Ruyan's driving skills were mediocre. She drove very slowly the entire way. Many drivers behind her were annoyed, but upon seeing her luxury car, they simply changed lanes and overtook, not daring to honk. City streets had speed limits anyway, so driving slowly was not a problem. Despite her average skills, she managed to reach the IFC's underground parking smoothly. After parking, Lu Ruyan called her best friend. Chinga, have you arrived? Yeah, where are you? I'm in the underground parking. Wait for me at the mall entrance. I'll be right there, Lu Ruyan said. Hurry up. Chen Sheng just called me. I said you were in the restroom. He'll probably call again soon. If he video calls, it'll be tricky. Got it. I'll be there soon. Following the location Song Chinga sent, they headed over. From a distance, Gu Chun spotted a beautiful woman standing at the mall entrance. Tall with delicate features and a slender figure, she was a match for Lu Ruyan. Truly birds of a feather flock together. Lu Ruyan was beautiful and her best friend was equally stunning. Just as I stepped into the mall, I spotted Song Chinga standing by the entrance. Chinga, over here. Lu Ruyan waved to call her over. Song Chinga turned toward the voice and not only saw Lu Ruyan, but also Gu Chun standing beside her. She couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. At this moment, she had already guessed part of the truth. No wonder Lu Ruyan had asked her to cover. So it turns out she's here dating some pretty boy. Looking at Gu Chun's attire, Song Chinga felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Gu Chun hadn't even bothered to dress up, still wearing those cheap clothes. As someone from a prominent family, Song Chinga could naturally see through his true worth. Beyond being handsome, she couldn't find anything that made him superior to Chen Sheng. Could there be something exceptional about him? Otherwise, how could he have convinced Lu Ruyan to sneak away from her husband, leaving their child at home just to go shopping with him? Ruyan, what's going on here? Who is he? Approaching them, Song Chinga asked with a frown. Hearing Song Chinga's question about Gu Chun, a hint of awkwardness flickered across Lu Ruyan's face. He's. Oh, it's exactly what you're thinking. You should understand what I mean, right? It can't be that you're. Song Chinga confirmed her suspicions, speaking with disbelief. Yes, exactly like that. Come on, don't ask too many questions. Let's go shopping. Without further explanation, Lu Ruyan grabbed Song Chinga's arm and led her into the mall. As they walked forward, she didn't forget to cold shoulder Gu Chun. Sorry about that. My bestie is just being like this. I'll explain things to her. Gu Chun didn't really mind such treatment. If it weren't for the fact that spending money on women was the only way to get rebates, he wouldn't have been so indulgent with Lu Ruyan. Originally, he had approached Lu Ruyan with just a casual, playful attitude. Now the system rebates came with limitations, so he could only bear with Lu Ruyan a bit more. After all, finding a beautiful woman was difficult. Throughout his journey, besides Lu Ruyan and Fang Yuqing and the newly met Song Chinga, he hadn't encountered anyone who met the system's spending requirements. So he could only make do for now. Seeing that Gu Chun hadn't said anything, Lu Ruyan and Song Chinga walked ahead, whispering to each other. After understanding the full story, a look of amazement appeared on Song Chinga's face. He's that rich. Lu Ruyan nodded. Super rich. Look, these are the car keys. I'm not lying to you, right? The registration documents are all in the car, and they're all under my name, so there's absolutely no risk of being scammed. Looking at the Bentley key that belonged exclusively to her, Song Chinga was utterly stunned in her heart. She never expected Lu Ruyan to actually encounter such a wealthy second generation. He casually gave away a luxury car worth nearly 6 million. At this moment, she felt her own boyfriend was nothing special anymore. Her boyfriend was considered fairly well off too. His family had assets worth tens of millions, and he usually received 100,000 in pocket money each month. She had thought she had found a golden turtle shell of a catch, but comparing him to Gu Chun was like comparing heaven and earth. They weren't even in the same league. Someone who could casually give away a car worth several million must have a family net worth far exceeding tens of millions. Over 100 million was almost certain. At this moment, Song Chinga's attitude toward Gu Chun had changed somewhat, and she spoke to him with much more courtesy. Does he know about your situation? Song Chinga was worried that Gu Chun didn't know Lu Ruyan was married, and that something might happen as a result. He knows, of course. You wouldn't believe how the two of us met. Just thinking about it makes me want to laugh. You know what Chun Sheng is like. Lu Ruyan recounted once more how she met Gu Chun and how Chun Sheng had offended him. Chun Sheng really isn't much of a person. How did I not see it back then? He seemed like such an honest man, never expected he'd turn out like this after getting married. Someone so petty-minded deserves exactly what he got. Hearing Lu Ruyan's words, Song Chinga didn't say anything. She had never thought highly of Chun Sheng, but since it was her best friend's choice, she hadn't tried to dissuade her, didn't want to hurt their friendship. After finishing speaking, Lu Ruyan turned around and said, "Husband, there's something I want to tell you." Go ahead." Gu Chun smiled and replied. "Chinga was just telling me that if Chun Sheng wants that, what should we do?" Gu Chun had actually been thinking about this problem for a while. He certainly wouldn't like such an arrangement, but he also didn't know how to prevent it. If he didn't seek that revenge through cuckolding, he could just have Lu Ruyan divorce Chun Sheng instead. "I haven't figured it out either. What if you just get divorced?" Lu Ruyan nodded. "Alright, I guess that's the only way. Actually, I might have a solution that could satisfy both sides." At this moment, Song Chinga spoke up hesitantly. Both Gu Chun and Lu Ruyan perked up. "What solution?" "I know a doctor who has a drug. They say after taking it, it greatly affects men in that department. The most obvious effect is decreased libido, and after one treatment course, it completely eliminates function. However, this drug is a controlled substance, and getting it would probably be very expensive. There's actually such a drug." Gu Chun couldn't help but exclaim. Immediately, he felt a chill down below. This drug was nothing if not vicious. If it could be easily obtained, who knows how many men would fall victim to it. Never underestimate a woman's capacity for ruthlessness. Sometimes women can be far more merciless than men. Money isn't an issue, but we need to make sure this drug won't cause any deaths. If someone dies, it would be a disaster," Gu Chun said in a low, serious voice. Song Chinga shook her head. "I can guarantee no one will die. This drug isn't actually toxic. It could even be considered a tonic. The thing is, it's extremely potent. When combined with certain other herbs, it produces the opposite effect. After men take it, their energy increases, but they become physically incapable of responding." Although Song Chinga spoke quite euphemistically, both Gu Chun and Lu Ruyan understood perfectly. "Husband, should we try it?" While Gu Chun was still worried about possible consequences, Lu Ruyan had already become tempted. Are women really that ruthless? Didn't Lu Ruyan hesitate, even for a moment? "If we can confirm it won't cause harm, we could give it a try. Can you get in touch with that doctor?" Song Chinga nodded. "I can contact him. I heard about this from those socialites I used to hang out with. Later I got that doctor's contact information, thinking it might come in handy someday." "Then contact him. Tell him money isn't a problem, but the drug must be genuine." "Alright, let me make a call to check." With that, Song Chinga walked off to a distance and started making a phone call. "Husband, if we can get the drug today, I'll put it in his dinner tonight. Then you won't have to worry anymore, okay?" If you're worried, I can video call you the whole time. Don't worry, I won't let him find out. Though Gu Chen's expression remained calm in his heart, he couldn't help but marvel at how ruthless Lu Ruyan could be. The system, you're alive. Ever since obtaining the system, aside from issuing tasks and introducing its functions, it had never spoken again. Never did I expect it would take the initiative to speak today. Sorry, I never died. The system also felt somewhat speechless. If it weren't for Gu Chen being its host, it would have cursed long ago. System, I always have to confirm with you about my spending targets. Do you have another method so I can check by myself? Yes, I am now enabling the function to view whether spending targets meet the conditions. Ding. Upon host authorization, the True Eyes ability has been successfully activated. The host may freely select one member of the opposite sex to view identity information. Check Lu Ruyan. Ding, detecting now. Please wait a moment, host. After a few seconds, a virtual large screen appeared before his eyes displaying Lu Ruyan's identity information. Name Lu Ruyan, age 25, education technical secondary school, appearance 83, affection 90. Note, when affection reaches 100, the devoted until death trait will trigger, ensuring eternal loyalty. Purity 217. After viewing Lu Ruyan's information, Gu Chen was somewhat surprised, but he seemed to have noticed something and didn't delve deeper, asking casually instead. Ruyan, let me ask you something. Go ahead, say it, husband. I'm listening. How long have you and Chen Xing been together? Lu Ruyan thought for a moment and said, 3 years, dating, married for over a year. Why husband? Then you two had so little contact. Gu Chen continued asking. He thought this question might make Lu Ruyan uncomfortable, but unexpectedly she remained calm and said, after thinking, not much. I can't remember the exact details, but it should be about the same as with you. We only confirmed our relationship after getting married and shortly after I became pregnant. Then we had no contact until before I gave birth. Then there was the confinement, and I just got out a couple of days ago, and then I met you. Only after saying this did Lu Ruyan finally show a hint of shyness. After listening to Lu Ruyan's words, Gu Chen finally understood. He had thought that with her and Chen Sheng being together for so long, there should have been many contacts, never expecting it to be only these few times. Alright, I understand. Then he really lost out finding such a beautiful wife, but barely enjoying any of it. He lost out. Who told him he had no ability? He won't have the chance anymore. Just as the two were chatting, Song Qinga, who had finished her phone call, walked back. It's arranged. I found 2 friends to vouch for me, and that doctor agreed to sell me the medicine. However, the price is quite expensive, 5,000 for 1 dose. He said he also has to bear the risk in these matters. If something goes wrong, he'll be implicated too. Selling it so expensive is the risk premium he's charging. Gu Chen nodded. That's reasonable, not expensive. We'll go over after we finish shopping. Seeing Gu Chen not even blink at spending 5,000, Song Qinga became even more convinced that Gu Chen truly had real means. Check Song Qinga's information. Name Song Qinga, age 25, education technical secondary school, appearance 85, purity 0. After viewing Song Qinga's information, Gu Chen was somewhat surprised. According to Lu Ruyan's introduction, this Song Qinga was also a rare gem, someone who liked to chase money, worshiped the wealthy, and often mingled in rich people's circles. But he never expected her to maintain a purity level of 0. Truly impressive. Being able to preserve one's innocence was no simple feat. Moreover, from what Lu Ruyan said, this Song Qinga seemed to be getting married. Her marriage was already set, yet she hadn't done anything with her boyfriend, and her boyfriend was also a wealthy second generation with some fortune. Her methods were truly extraordinary. Seeing everything was arranged, Lu Ruyan became even more cheerful. Her whole heart was set on Gu Chen, pulling him to look at this and that. And Gu Chen, having no more worries, directly started his spending mode. For every brand store Lu Ruyan visited, he would buy something. At the Hermes boutique, he even bought her a limited edition, White House, bag worth over 2 million. Hermes sits at the top of the luxury pyramid. No cheap items exist there. Even without being limited editions, ordinary bags start at over 100,000. Those of slightly higher grade can reach hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Holding a 2 million limited edition bag, Lu Ruyan felt she had reached the pinnacle of her life. Miss Song, look and see if there's anything you like. I can give you one as thanks for helping us. Mine too. Song Qinga was somewhat surprised. She had been envying Lu Ruyan for finding such a wealthy catch, and now hearing she would also receive a gift, she couldn't help but feel excited and shocked. Pick one. Choose freely. Take whatever you like. Song Qinga didn't rush to agree, but looked toward Lu Ruyan instead. Although she wanted to very much, she still knew she should ask Lu Ruyan first. If Lu Ruyan was unwilling, she would have to refuse. Pick one. You helped us so much, we must show our gratitude. After obtaining Lu Ruyan's consent, Song Qinga began browsing the shelves. Wife, let me take you to the jewelry store later. If you see something you like, I'll buy you more. Then tonight you handle your important business first. Tomorrow I'll take you to buy a house. Buy a house too. Lu Ruyan thought getting this much was already satisfying enough, never expecting Gu Chen would also buy her a house. In this inch of gold city of Shanghai, even slightly decent houses weren't cheap. And judging from Gu Chen's generous display, the house he would buy for her wouldn't be cheap either. Of course, You don't expect me to let you live in a rental place, do you? Having your own house will be more convenient in the future. Okay, husband. Whatever you say goes. Ding. Lu Rian's affection has increased by 5 points. Current affection, 95. Hearing that her affection had reached 95, only 5 points away from unlocking the devoted until death achievement, Gu Qin couldn't help but curve his lips slightly upward. On the other side, Song Qinga didn't pick any limited edition bag. She still knew her boundaries. Although Gu Qin said any price was fine, she needed to have some self-awareness. The bag wasn't expensive, just 2,000, and the style was completely to her taste. This one. Song Qinga walked back holding a pink Hermes mini bag. Checking out. After Song Qinga finished selecting, Gu Qin casually waved his hand, asking the cashier to prepare the receipt. Looking at Gu Qin's generous demeanor, the cashier's face blossomed with joy. Today she had truly encountered a big spender. 2 bags totaling over 2,500,000. Her monthly performance target was completed ahead of schedule. Although luxury goods sales never lack customers, such generous patrons are indeed rare to encounter. Normally, being able to run into 1 or 2 customers spending a few $100,000 on bags would be considered excellent. Most purchases were entry-level, ranging from $100,000 to $200,000 at most. Someone like Gu Qin, who spent over $1 million in one go, was truly uncommon. After collecting all the receipts, the three walked out of the boutique. Let's go look at watches. With a beckoning gesture, the three walked toward the Patek Philippe store in the distance. System, how much have I spent? Following Gu Qin's command, a virtual electronic screen materialized before his eyes. Host Gu Qin. System level 1. Spending quota 1,9913207511100. Upgrade condition 1 billion. Upgrade experience 8679249 billion. After reviewing the system's upgrade panel, he felt a headache coming on. It was the first time he had lost interest in numbers. What's the point of having so much money? It's completely useless. Now spending money had become a difficult task. However, for the rewards after upgrading, he had to push forward. The system rewards alone, he could not give up. If possible, he wanted to distribute this money to the readers and let them help him spend it. Setting aside those thoughts, spending money was the real priority. Upon arriving at the Patek Philippe mansion, before the salesperson could speak, he took the initiative and said, "Bring out your best watches." The salesperson first hesitated briefly, then smiled and said, "Sir, if you wish to purchase our King of Watches, capital verification is required first. Otherwise, viewing is not permitted." "No problem." After speaking, Gu Qin directly displayed the system account. When the salesperson saw the string of numbers in the account, she felt dizzy. This was the most money she had ever seen in her entire life. Fortunately, they weren't all zeros, otherwise she would have thought she was in some fantasy realm. After witnessing Gu Qin's financial prowess, her attitude became even more respectful. "Very well, sir. This way, please follow me to the VIP room for a detailed discussion." After settling Gu Qin and the other two in the VIP room, the salesperson hurried off to find the manager. The King of Watches would not be displayed outside, but was kept in the manager's office safe. Customers wishing to purchase the King of Watches must be personally received by the manager. After the salesperson left, Lu Rian and the other woman exchanged bewildered glances. "Did you see it clearly?" Lu Rian said, swallowing hard. Song Qinga nodded. "I saw it clearly." When Gu Qin displayed his bank balance, just now they had glimpsed it from the side. It was merely a glance, yet it made their gaze impossible to look away. There was far too much money, exactly 9 figures. Even some publicly listed companies didn't have this much in liquid funds. They had actually encountered an A9 level man in real life. Moreover, judging from the bank balance, it should have just dropped after spending. In other words, Gu Qin's net worth moments ago was A10. Thinking of this, both women's hearts raced and breath quickened. From this, they also pondered a question: someone with this much cash, how much must his total assets be? Wouldn't it start at least in the billions? Lu Rian's fists clenched involuntarily, secretly vowing that no matter what, she would seize this opportunity. Even if it meant death, she would not leave Gu Qin's side. Such an extraordinary man, she might never encounter a second one in her lifetime. Miss this opportunity, and it would be gone forever. Meanwhile, Song Qinga felt somewhat resentful inside. How did such a man end up with Lu Rian? In every aspect, she was no worse than Lu Rian. And Lu Rian was even a divorced woman, while she herself was still pure. Why was she so fortunate? She had always been teaching Lu Rian that when finding a man, one must find a good one. But in the end, she herself got undercut by Lu Rian. Instantly, she felt her boyfriend was unappealing, absolutely unworthy of even carrying Gu Qin's shoes. Gu Qin's spare change alone exceeded all the assets of her boyfriend's family. Whatever the two women were thinking, Gu Qin naturally had no idea. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man walking in. "Sir, hello. I am the manager here, Chun. I heard from my staff that you wish to purchase our King of Watches, is that correct?" Gu Qin extended his hand for a light handshake with the manager, then nodded. "Yes, Manager Chun." "Very well, sir. Let me first show you the styles, then you can decide which one to purchase." After the pleasantries, Manager Chun placed the watch box flat on the tea table and carefully opened it. There were 5 watches inside, each with exquisite craftsmanship, clearly not ordinary items. Although he knew nothing about watches, the mere external elegance of these brand-name timepieces made them feel extraordinary. This watch. Before the manager could begin introducing them, Gu Chen frowned and asked, "Are these all men's watches?" He didn't want to avoid men's watches, but he couldn't buy them. The money from the system could only be spent on women of high appearance. Although he had spent a considerable amount on Lu Rian earlier, buying this king of watches simply wasn't enough. Ladies' watches. The moment these 2 words left his mouth, all 4 people present, except Gu Chen, were stunned. The 3 wore different expressions. Lu Rian was thrilled, Song Qinga was jealous, and the manager was somewhat surprised. "Yes sir, we have them. I'll fetch the ladies' watches for you now." Although men's watch purchasing power was higher, Patek Philippe also had a rich line of ladies' watches, and the prices were not cheap either. From entry-level watches costing tens of thousands to 1 or 200,000, several hundred thousand, even over $1 million, all were available. Soon the manager returned carrying another watch box. "Sir, these are all our ladies' limited edition watches." As he spoke, the manager opened the watch box, preparing to begin the introduction. But before the manager could speak, Gu Chen directly said, "No need for introduction. I find it troublesome. How many ladies' watches do you have here? Pack them all up. I want them all. All of them." Although these ladies' watches weren't as expensive as men's watches, they still cost tens of millions. And he was just going to buy them all with a casual wave of his hand. "Yes, I'll take them all. Just issue the invoice. Let me calculate the total, and I'll transfer the money to you now." Gu Chen nodded and said. After composing himself, the manager finally spoke. "Very well, sir. I will issue the invoice right away. 7 watches in total, with a grand total of 32 million yuan. After seeing the system's rebate, Gu Chen continued, "All right, I've sent the money. Let me take a look at the men's watches." Yes, sir." The manager quickly nodded and said. The watch box containing the men's watches was opened, revealing 5 watches inside. Although fewer than the women's collection, it was evident that these watches were equally valuable. Although he had no expertise in watches, the aura and exquisite craftsmanship on display made their nobility unmistakable. "No need for introductions. Just tell me the price of each watch." "Very well, sir. This watch is a 3-trime tourbillon priced at 38 million. This one is a 3-trime perpetual calendar priced at 31.5 million. This watch." After hearing the prices of all 5 watches, Gu Chen said, "I'll take the perpetual calendar one." "All right, sir. I will issue the invoice for you." A total of less than 70 million yuan was spent at this store, yet Gu Chen felt somewhat tired. It seemed money could not be spent in a single day. He would have to wait until tomorrow to buy a mansion instead. He could have gone today as well, but he did not want to go through the trouble. "Let us go handle our business first." The business he referred to was naturally buying medicine for Chen Sheng. The thought of revenge made him feel invigorated throughout his body. If this were a cultivation world, he might have ascended right there. Arriving at the parking lot, Song Qinga looked at the brand new Bentley convertible with only a temporary plate, feeling even more envious and jealous. Fate really does determine everything in life. Who would have thought that Lu Ruyan would one day encounter a super wealthy second-generation heir like Gu Chen? She had worked so hard, yet she had only barely found a rich young master whose family was worth tens of millions. Although the Bentley Continental GT was a convertible, it was a 4-seater sedan comfortably seating 3 people. Following Song Qinga's directions, the 3 of them arrived at a cafe. As soon as they walked in, they saw a bespectacled, refined-looking man waving at them. "Hello, Dr. Wu. I am Song Qinga. Ziran sent me." The refined-looking Dr. Wu did not waste words and directly took out an unpackaged box of medicine. "This is what you wanted. 500,000 non-negotiable. Money first, goods second." Gu Chen directly transferred 500,000. After receiving the payment, Dr. Wu did not linger and immediately stood up and left. As for why cash was not used for the transaction. First, it was troublesome. Second, even with cash, if something went wrong, he could still not escape. So there was no point in going through the effort. After Dr. Wu left, Gu Chen handed the medicine box to Lu Rian. "All right, it is up to you tonight. Don't worry, husband. I will definitely get the job done." Song Qinga watched the 2 of them and couldn't help but feel sorry for Chen Sheng. Why didn't you just keep a low profile? They say leave a way out for others, and the path will remain open. Why provoke Gu Chen? Now, not only did he lose his wife to someone else, but he was also destined to suffer lifelong disability. "Let's go eat, then head back to rest." They found a 5-star Western restaurant, and Gu Chen directly ordered a feast costing tens of thousands of yuan. Although expensive, the actual amount of food was not much. 5,000 yuan per person plus a service charge. This was the rule at high-end restaurants. Guests who came here rarely skimped on the service fee. After finishing the meal, Lu Rian first dropped Song Qinga off, then found a nearby hotel and booked a presidential suite for 70,000 yuan per night, which was actually quite reasonable. Compared to those costing 200,000 or 300,000 per night, it was quite affordable. Of course, since they had already booked the hotel, Gu Chen and Lu Rian should make use of it right. It was not until after 4 in the afternoon that Lu Rian reluctantly returned home. After a short nap, Gu Chen woke up to find it already past 9 o'clock at night. He asked the room service to bring some food and ate casually in the room. Looking at the messages from Lu Ruyan on his phone, Gu Chen smiled faintly. From the moment the drug was administered to the entire process of Chen Shang consuming it, everything was recorded. According to Lu Ruyan's explanation, after Chen Shang took the medicine, he only felt a surge of heat throughout his body, full of vigor and vitality enough to plow 2 acres of land himself. Yet he had the desire but lacked the ability. He seemed to have lost his masculine function. Sitting on the sofa, he smoked one cigarette after another, finishing an entire pack in an hour. His expression suggested he was wondering why he could no longer perform. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who was coaxing the child in the room, nearly burst out laughing. Chen Sheng's expression was simply too amusing. After a brief chat with Lu Ruyan, he did not continue talking, and instead idly scrolled through his moments. He did not have many contacts on his phone, mostly family members, with only 3 or 5 close friends he could chat with. At that moment, while scrolling through his moments, he stopped and liked a post. Not long after liking the post, a WeChat message arrived. Still not asleep this late. The person who sent the message was Fang Yuqing, the former beautiful campus queen. I just woke up. Why are you still awake so late? Gu Chen typed his reply. I can't sleep. Too many worries on my mind. What's wrong? Family matters, work issues, one problem after another. I'm barely holding on. Looking at Fang Yuqing's reply, Gu Chen said, if you're troubled, just talk it out. What exactly happened to your family after the college entrance exam? How did things turn out like this? Is it convenient? If so, I'll send you a voice message. Typing won't explain it in a few sentences. It's convenient. Not only voice messages, even video calls would be fine. Gu Chen joked as he typed his reply. Keep dreaming. I'm not even dressed. Didn't you already see everything via video? On the other end of the phone, Fang Yuqing lay curled up under her blanket, her face showing less distress. Looking won't cost me a single bite. At worst, I'll let you see it back. Gu Chen lay on the bed and continued teasing. You're crazy. Who wants to exchange views with you? You're so shameless. Then you say it's unfair. I'm just letting you return the favor. Isn't that fair? I won't do it. You're a bad guy. I'm not trading with you. Through Gu Chen's playful banter, Fang Yuqing's mood improved considerably. Finally, they connected a voice call and began talking. Where is your girlfriend? She went back home. Doesn't she live with you? No, she has her own home. Fang Yuqing. Can you be serious for once? I'm talking about something important. Fang Yuqing said, speechless for a moment. I'm telling the truth. She really does have a family. Are you serious? Of course I'm serious, truer than gold and silver. Then aren't you destroying someone else's family? It's not my fault. Her husband forced me into this. What happened? Is there some juicy gossip? Fang Yuqing's gossip instincts awakened, sensing she was about to get the full scoop. Gu Chen said, want to hear it? Open the video, otherwise I won't say another word. You? Fang Yuqing gritted her teeth, but her curiosity was simply too strong, too desperate for this juicy tidbit. Finally she relented. After a series of rustling sounds on the phone as clothes were being put on, the video finally connected. Fang Yuqing's side had no lights on. Only faint outlines could be made out in the moonlight, but this hazy, ethereal beauty made Gu Chen feel even more intrigued. I have to say, Campus Belle Fang, after all these years you're still as captivating as ever. TCH, if I'm so captivating, why didn't you so much as glance at me when we were in school? Fang Yuqing said with a pout. That was because I felt the gap between our statuses was too wide. I was insecure. And now you're not insecure anymore. Of course not. I feel like I can now provide for you. Really now? You're so capable these days. Look, you don't believe me even when I tell you. You saw my ability at the auto show yourself. I could afford a 6 million yuan car. Can't I afford to keep you? Oh, speaking of that, I just remembered. What do you do for work now? How did you suddenly become so rich? The two of them were actually very well acquainted. After all, they were classmates back in high school, and their families were from the same hometown. Me? I just got back from Fengchenggang. You're really the death of me. You haven't said a single serious word. You just got back from Fengchenggang. If you really went there, could you even come back? Alright, I know you don't want to talk about that. Then tell me about the gossip. What's the deal between you and your girlfriend's husband? Gu Chen couldn't help but laugh. How messy was Fang Yuqing's way of speaking? This story, it all started a while ago. I originally wanted to interact with them as an ordinary person, but I never expected her husband to think I was a pushover. A few minutes later, Gu Chen recounted the entire grudge between the two parties. Ha ha ha, you're killing me. How ruthless of you. When you couldn't do anything to the husband, you went after his wife. But damn, it does feel satisfying. This low-quality scumbag really needed to be taught a lesson this way. Only when he feels the pain will he learn to behave. So what are you going to do from now on? What do you mean what to do? About you and Lu Ruyan, obviously. You can't just keep things like this forever, can you? Gu Chen said, simple. She wants to continue like this, I'll keep her like a golden canary. If she doesn't, she can leave. It's not like I can't live without her. Impressive. You really did get rich. Sugar baby arrangements sound so confident coming from you now. Fang Yuqing gave him a thumbs up. Just a small favor. You're not envious, are you? If you are, I could also be your sugar daddy. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow. TCH, I'm afraid you couldn't afford to. Fang Yuqing curled her lips. Don't you dare try to test me. Go ahead, tell me your conditions. Let's see if I can meet them. Oh, you want to be serious? Then let this young lady shatter your daydreams. My conditions for being kept are simple. Only 3. 1. Pay off all my family's debts. 2. Give me 100,000 yuan allowance every month. 3. Buy me a 10 million yuan mansion and a car worth over $1 million. If you agree, I'll come find you right now. How much debt does your family have? Gu Chun was practically bursting with laughter inside. He'd thought Fang Yuqing might ask him to pluck stars from the sky. Turns out it was all just money. Things that could be solved with cash. For anyone else, these 3 conditions would definitely be incredibly difficult to meet. Let's not even talk about how much debt her family was in. Just the 100,000 monthly allowance alone meant 1.2 million a year. No family fortune in the hundreds of millions could sustain that. Not to mention the mansion and the car. 10 million in cash all at once. Few people could even come up with that kind of money. Not much. Just over 30 million. 30 million. Gu Chun couldn't help but fall silent. He thought it would be some astronomical figure. Turns out it was only 30 million. All his excitement for nothing. He thought he might complete the mission in one shot. What's wrong? Got scared. Seeing Gu Chun not respond, Fang Yuqing assumed he was stunned. Give me your bank account number. Why? To transfer you the money. You're serious? Can you stop the nonsense? And don't forget the things you promised me. Complete these 3 conditions, then come find me. Just keep up the act. Let's see if you actually have that kind of money. If you pull it off, I'll come find you right away. Fang Yuqing never expected Gu Chun could actually produce that kind of money. She thought he was just joking around. After all, they knew each other too well. They always spoke in a joking manner. They'd been at the same school since middle school, just in different classes. Later in high school, they became classmates. Counting it up, they'd known each other for over 10 years. Middle school, high school, and 4 years of university. Though they'd lost touch after starting college, that still counted as part of their acquaintance. The moment her bank account number was sent over, Fang Yuqing saw the transfer notification. When she saw that string of zeros, her entire body went rigid. Your ICBC account ending in 1313 received a transfer of 300 at XXXXX. Current balance 300629740. After reading the notification, Fang Yuqing sat up in shock. She was wearing pajamas, which gave Gu Chun quite the eyeful. To be honest, Fang Yuqing's figure really was something else. Definitely more well-endowed than either Lu Ruyan or Song Qinga. After enjoying the view, Gu Chun didn't stop there. He transferred another 1.2 million. This 1.2 million is your allowance for the whole year. The house and car, I'll buy those for you tomorrow. Now you can come over. I'll be waiting for you. Gu Chun, I was just kidding around. I thought I was just teasing you. I never expected you to actually have the means to back it up. When Fang Yuqing came to her senses, she said with a bitter smile. Cut the crap. I've completed all 3 of your conditions. We're all adults here. Don't we need to keep our word? But I'm not mentally prepared for this. No worries, I'm prepared. I'll send you the address. Awaiting your good news. With that, Gu Chun didn't give Fang Yuqing a chance to respond. He hung up the video directly. He wasn't worried about Fang Yuqing running off with the money. They knew each other too well, and their families were from the same place. Besides, Fang Yuqing wasn't that kind of person. Though she was struggling now, the pride in her bones remained. She would never stoop to such despicable behavior. For now, he just needed to give Fang Yuqing time to make her choice. In truth, Gu Chun felt this matter was 80% likely to work out. Because when a person is at the end of their rope, many things are no longer within their own control. Option 1, carry the burden of massive debts, work oneself to death paying them off, and have to play along with others' moods. Option 2, only need to cater to one person's moods, no real effort required, just lie in bed each month for 10,000 yuan and all debts cleared. What would an ordinary person choose? After hanging up the phone, he didn't dwell on the matter of Fang Yuqing. Whether he chose her or not wouldn't make much difference to him. Women came second, while making money took first place. Once he had enough money, what kind of woman would he be unable to find? Simply throw around some money, and countless women would queue up vying for his attention. System, how much have I spent? The moment he finished speaking, a virtual panel materialized before his eyes. Host, Gu Chun system level 1 spending quota 1,928,107,510 upgrade condition 1 billion upgrade experience 718792491 1 billion. After reviewing the spending data, Gu Chun sighed. The rate of expenditure was still somewhat slow, merely over 70 million per day. Purchasing real estate would certainly accelerate the process. Tomorrow he absolutely had to take Lu Ruyan to buy a house directly, spending the remaining 900 million and more. While he was contemplating how to splurge, his phone chimed with a message notification. Has Ruyan gone home? Seeing who had sent the message, Gu Chun couldn't help but display a peculiar expression. During their afternoon shopping trip, because he had purchased a bag for Song Qinga, they had subsequently exchanged contact information. He hadn't expected Song Qinga to message him at such a late hour. She's home. Why? Gu Chun replied casually. Nothing, just asking casually. Afraid that if she went home too late, Chen Sheng would come to bother me again. Oh, she's back. After saying this, Gu Chen simply closed his eyes to rest, awaiting Fang Yuqing's final decision. On the other end, Song Qinga noticed that after Gu Chen sent his message, there was no further communication. A sense of discomfort stirred within her. What was going on with Gu Chen? A stunning beauty like herself had taken the initiative to speak to him, yet he showed absolutely no reaction. Shouldn't he be seizing the opportunity to actively chat with her to build rapport? Gu Chen's behavior had disrupted her plans. She had navigated the social circles of high-end dating, having also studied courses on manipulating men's psychology. A woman as beautiful as her merely needed to offer a slight opportunity, and men would swarm around her like flies scenting blood. Yet Gu Chen showed no reaction whatsoever. Was she not beautiful enough? Not attractive enough? But that was impossible. She had complete confidence in her appearance. Thinking of this, she felt a spark of anger. What right did he have? He liked Lu Rian, a divorced second-hand woman, yet he had no interest in her. A beautiful unmarried virgin. Did you fall asleep, eh? Unable to resist any longer, Song Qinga sent another message. Gu Chen was conserving his energy, preparing for Fang Yuqing's potential late-night visit. Though he couldn't be entirely certain that Fang Yuqing would agree, he still needed to prepare for every possibility. He had intended to quietly adjust his state, but the sudden phone notification irritated him. Seeing it was another message from Song Qinga, he typed with impatience. If you keep sending messages like this, who could possibly sleep? Song Qinga nearly exploded upon reading his reply. This man had absolutely no romantic sensitivity. A great beauty like herself had taken the initiative to chat with him, yet he had the audacity to lose patience first. However, thinking of Gu Chen's status as a super wealthy second generation, she forcibly suppressed her displeasure. If Gu Chen were merely a loser, she would have already unleashed a torrent of abuse. No, not even that. She would have deleted and blocked him in one swift motion. Having such a person in her contacts would be beneath her dignity. I'm sorry, I won't bother you then. Song Qinga typed, deleted, and retyped several times before finally sending this message. Stop doing things you need to apologize for. If you can't sleep, find something to occupy yourself. Dark lines appeared on Song Qinga's forehead. This man was truly crude. What sort of suggestive language was that? Occupy yourself, my foot. On his end, Gu Chen had been completely driven awake by Song Qinga's harassment. Since sleep was no longer possible, he decided to vent his frustration on the root cause. By the way, I heard you're getting married. Song Qinga was feeling annoyed anyway, so she replied without mincing her words. Yes, what about it? Nothing special. I thought we were friends, so I was considering giving you a generous red envelope for your wedding. But seeing your attitude, maybe I should forget about the gift. Sorry. I was just thinking about something that was bothering me earlier, so my tone was a bit off. Don't take it to heart. Song Qinga quickly sent a playful expression along with these words. You're getting married. What troubles could you possibly have? If it's convenient, tell me about it. I could help you work through it. Gu Chen said, barely containing his amusement. It was truly wonderful to be wealthy. Even a top-tier beauty like Song Qinga had to cater to him. Money really was omnipotent. If he were still the poor loser he used to be, Song Qinga probably wouldn't have given him a second glance. Nothing specific. I just suddenly felt like it might be a moment of impulse. I don't know if he's really the best choice for me. Your boyfriend's family isn't exactly short on money, is he? How could he not be the best choice? Gu Chen chatted with Song Qinga in a desultory manner. I don't know. It's just this sudden feeling that we're not quite compatible. I can't explain why. What kind of person would you want then? Me? I actually want someone who can make time to accompany me. Someone whose job isn't too demanding. Living like that would be meaningless. Is your boyfriend very busy? Yes, extremely. His family's company is now under his management. We rarely see each other. We're getting married soon, and even when I went to try on wedding dresses today, he couldn't make time. I had to go alone. Alright, it's not a big deal really. Being busy at work isn't just for making more money. It's so he can give you a better life, right? Look, if you ever feel bored, feel free to chat with me. Whenever I have time, I'm at your service. Really? You'd actually chat with me when you have time? Song Qinga said happily. Of course it's true. If it weren't so late, I'd want to come find you for a drink. We could sit down and talk properly. Can you hold your drink? Song Qinga typed, asking. Haha, can I hold it? I'm practically a professional. Haven't met anyone yet who can outdrink me. Oh wow, that impressive. Absolutely. Then let's have a drink. It's not that late anyway. Nightlife is just getting started. I'm feeling quite restless and could use a drink to help me sleep. Whenever you're ready. You pick the place, and if nothing comes up on my end, I'll head over. Okay, I'll send you the location in a bit. After concluding the chat with Song Qinga, Gu Chen immediately called Fang Yuqing. Hey, my beautiful schoolmate, have you made up your mind? If you're not willing, then forget about it. On the other end, Fang Yuqing stood by the window, having agonized for quite some time. Seeing Gu Chen's incoming call, she softly said, could you give me one more night to think about it? I promise I'll give you an answer tomorrow. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for your message tomorrow. After confirming that Fang Yuqing wouldn't be coming tonight, Gu Chen sent Song Qinga a message. I'm free now. You can arrange the location. Okay. Song Qinga replied with 2 quick words. Not long after, Song Qinga sent over a location pin. Royal KTV. Got it. Gu Chen rose, got dressed, and had the hotel concierge arrange a guest vehicle. He headed straight for Royal KTV. 20 minutes later, Gu Chen arrived at Royal KTV. In Shanghai, it was considered quite an excellent establishment. Opulent and magnificent, and decorations so grand that stepping inside felt like entering a royal palace. Song Qinga had arrived a bit earlier than Gu Chen. Spotting him walk in, she waved and called out, "Gu Chen, over here. You got here pretty early. Come sit," Gu Chen said with a smile as he approached. "My place is close to here, so I came early. Wait for me while I book the room." "No need, I don't like having women pay. Let me handle it. Get us the largest private room you have." "Sir, our top-tier VIP suite has a minimum charge of 100,000 yuan. "No problem, go ahead." After receiving Gu Chen's consent, the young attendant booked the VIP suite for the pair. "Just the two of us, and we hardly need such a large space." In the elevator, Song Qinga watched Gu Chen spend money like water, a faint unease stirring within her. Gu Chen, of course, knew they didn't need such a grand room, but he had to make purchases. Otherwise, how would his system level up? How would he earn rewards? And how could he possess endless wealth? "Never mind. I simply prefer larger rooms. They feel more comfortable." "Fine, I suppose we'll never understand the world of the wealthy." Reaching the top-floor VIP section, they located their room and stepped inside. "Well, just look at this." The suite was truly enormous, easily accommodating 2 or 3 dozen people without any trouble. Such rooms were typically reserved for grand displays or large-scale gatherings. Ordinary patrons would never book a room like this. They'd opt for discounted rooms instead, where the setup was essentially the same. Karaoke, drinks, the works, at a far more reasonable price. The VIP suite featured not only a karaoke station, but also plush sofas and a private rest area. It rivaled the presidential suites Gu Chen often booked at hotels, if not surpassing them in luxury. The outer area served as the entertainment space for singing and drinking, while the inner chamber housed a king-size bed for guest relaxation. No wonder the minimum charge was 100,000 yuan. It was genuinely worth it. The entertainment industry indeed was precisely where the wealthy got thoroughly played. "Can you sing? Give me a track." Sitting casually on the lavish sofa, Gu Chen smiled at Song Qinga. "What would you like to hear?" Song Qinga didn't decline. Instead, she stood by the karaoke console and asked, "Anything you're comfortable with will do. I'm not particularly picky about music." "All right, then let me sing you a popular track from the internet." As the instrumental introduction began, the electronic screen mounted on the center wall illuminated with the song title, "Weak Water 3000. With the prelude coming to an end, it was finally time for the verses. "Pear blossoms drift down before your window. The painted beauty laments within her chambers. Who dares to brush aside these longing thoughts, only wishing to hold back time and journey through for you?" The moment the first notes rang out, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Well, now this young lady certainly knows how to sing. Her vocal performance was every bit as impressive as any cover artist online. During her song, Song Qinga complemented the melody with a graceful classical dance. At the end, she stepped right up to Gu Chen, gently lifting his chin with a delicate finger. Her sultry gaze sent a momentary tremor through him. "Excellent. You sang beautifully. This calls for a reward." Gu Chen was swept up in the mood. The feeling gave him a sense that he had stepped into the life of an emperor. Though the song was originally performed by a male vocalist, Song Qinga's female rendition carried absolutely no sense of dissonance. Unlocking his phone, he immediately transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Seeing the transfer notification on her phone, Song Qinga grew visibly animated, singing with even greater enthusiasm. Her gestures grew bolder still, and before long, she was sitting playfully right on Gu Chen's lap. Moreover, she was quite adept at the art of seduction, deliberately provocative in her movements, yet whenever Gu Chen made a move to take advantage, she'd deftly sidestep without missing a beat. "Fascinating. You've successfully piqued my interest. Come claim your reward." Gu Chen asked her to present her bank account details and proceeded to shower her with money. WeChat transfers came with limits, and even with the all-powerful bank card bound to his system, the platform restrictions still applied. Seeing Gu Chen ask for her bank card, Song Qinga's heart raced. Today had been an excellent choice. Coming out with Gu Chen truly paid off. As a born temptress, she naturally harbored no fear of excessive wealth. Her relentless effort was plainly motivated by the desire for silver. Upon receiving Song Qinga's bank account information, Gu Chen directly transferred 500,000 yuan. "Keep going. As long as you can keep me pleased tonight, this money is nothing but pocket change." "Yes, sir." Receiving the money, Song Qinga instantly fell into full performance mode. "Just a moment, sir. Let me prepare something." Setting down the microphone, she thoughtfully selected a romantic ballad for Gu Chen to enjoy, then slipped out of the room with the door closing behind her. Gu Chen had no idea what she was up to, but he wasn't in a hurry. The reveal would come in due time. While waiting, staff members arrived, pushing a service cart laden with drinks, fruit platters, and snacks. "Please enjoy yourself, sir. Press the bell if you need anything," the last attendant offered with a respectful bow before departing. Guests who could afford such private rooms were invariably wealthy and influential, so the staff maintained constant deference, never daring to offend. "Very well, carry on with your duties." I'll call you if anything's needed. Shortly after the staff departed, the door opened again, and Song Chinga entered pulling a suitcase behind her with an enigmatic air. Where did you go? Seeing her mysterious demeanor, Gu Chen asked curiously. You'll find out soon enough. With that, she shot him a flirtatious glance and pulled her suitcase into the rest area. Though Gu Chen had no idea what Song Chinga was plotting, he knew she wouldn't disappoint him, so he suppressed his curiosity and calmly sipped his drink. The wine was certainly no ordinary selection, all bottles priced above 10,000 yuan, and they had already been properly decanted upon delivery. Swirling the crimson liquid in his glass, Gu Chen offered a faint smile. Before long, Song Chinga emerged from the rest area. The moment she appeared, Gu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Song Chinga possessed genuinely exceptional features, nearly 1.70 meters in height, slim, yet curvaceous, flawless in every aspect. She was stunningly beautiful and dressed in traditional costume. She looked like a modern embodiment of the legendary concubines whose beauty could make fish sink and geese fall from the sky. The costume was undeniably sensual, deliberately revealing in all the right places while maintaining tasteful coverage. Her straight legs glimpsed through the slits in the flowing skirt. Barefoot, with delicate bells adorning her ankles and ornate bracelets winding between her fingers, every gesture and expression radiated captivating allure. Splendid. Exquisite taste, exactly what pleases me. You deserve a reward, truly you do. Gu Chen was in excellent spirits. Seeing the talented Song Chinga before him, he decisively transferred 1 million yuan to her account. Upon receiving this substantial reward, Song Chinga's entire demeanor instantly relaxed, her state of mind completely put at ease. She opened the accompaniment track, and a melody titled The Girl of Chang'an began to play softly. To the melodious ancient style music, Song Chinga gracefully stretched and began to dance. Delicate silver bells attached to her ankles tinkled softly, with each movement, their clear chimes pleasant to the ear. Her dance was elegant and spirited, her bearing refined and generous, a delight to behold. Mr. Gu, I would like to make a toast to you. Song Chinga lifted her glass, her demeanor gentle and appropriate, her attitude sincere and respectful. Haha, not bad at all. Your ambience is excellent, very pleasing to the eyes. Gu Chen laughed and drained his glass. He had to admit, girls with professional training in the arts truly possessed remarkable temperament and emotional presence. Gentle, generous, talented, and highly emotionally intelligent. Such an outstanding woman. No wonder one would be willing to fully support her. When you were dating before, were you always this talented and attentive to others, eh? Gu Chen inquired casually. Song Chinga smiled elegantly and answered candidly. When I was younger and more naive, I had many admirers, but I always focused on my studies and artistic development with no inclination to attend to anything else. Those people simply didn't understand how to appreciate and respect my efforts. They certainly weren't worthy of witnessing my performances. Gu Chen nodded in agreement, a faint smile crossing his face. Then today will be my special performance dedicated solely to appreciating you. As he spoke, Gu Chen casually transferred another 5 million yuan. With 2 consecutive large deposits hitting her account and bank notifications chiming continuously, Song Chinga's eyes instantly sparkled with light, her heart overflowing with shock and gratitude. From the moment she entered until now, Gu Chen had already generously rewarded her with nearly 10 million yuan. She had been diligently showcasing her talents, treating people courteously, and presenting her absolute best. At this moment, she truly understood that genuine effort and solid excellence would inevitably be recognized. Thank you so much for your appreciation, Mr. Gu. Song Chinga expressed her sincere gratitude, her demeanor becoming increasingly respectful and humble. Gu Chen leaned back into the luxurious soft sofa, appearing calm and composed. With the system's support, he could lavishly spend on quality individuals while receiving full refunds, supporting hardworking and ambitious outstanding girls without any personal loss, while enjoying exquisite audiovisual experiences. This was truly the pinnacle of a fulfilling life. He understood the profound truth the system wanted him to grasp. It was never about extravagant indulgence, but about recognizing people, being generous in moderation, cherishing outstanding individuals, and living with clarity and ease. After gaining wealth, he could now empower ordinary people's dreams and ensure that those who worked hard received their due rewards. This was the greatest value of money. Did you professionally study music and dance? Gu Chen inquired casually. Song Chinga nodded obediently and responded, yes, I specialized in vocal training and classical dance. I taught myself the musical instruments in private, so I'm not particularly proficient. Only able to play some simple pieces. Then show me what you can do. Soon the staff brought over a violin, guitar, and several traditional Chinese instruments. Song Chinga didn't shy away from the challenge and demonstrated each one. The violin piece was melodious with solid technique, precise and steady pitch. The guitar singing was light and natural. While her Chinese folk music wasn't at a top professional level, it still flowed smoothly. Clearly the result of hard work and private practice. Her overall standard was impressive enough with both temperament and talent present. That's enough. Very excellent. Gu Chen nodded slightly, quite satisfied with her performance, and beckoned her closer. He quietly gave her advice on formal packaging, resource support, and future artistic development planning. Song Qingga's eyes brightened upon hearing this, her face full of delighted surprise. Really? Mr. Gu is willing to help me plan my development. Of course. Gu Chen's tone was calm. I admire people who are hardworking, self-disciplined, talented, and have correct values. If you're willing to steadily develop in this industry and focus on improving yourself, I can cover all your future resources, packaging, and development expenses. If you decide to dedicate yourself to this path, I'll additionally give you another 5 million as startup funds for your artistic development. If you're unwilling, that's fine too. I never force anyone. Everything follows your heart. Song Qingga's heart surged with emotion. This wasn't some transaction at all, but an opportunity for recognition and mentorship from a top-tier benefactor. This was the kind of rare opportunity that ordinary people would never encounter in their entire lives, now presented right before her. She didn't hesitate for a moment, nodding decisively. I'm willing. I will work extremely hard and never disappoint your support. Gu Chen smiled faintly. The world didn't mock poverty while praising impropriety, but rather respected hard work, excellence, and those who steadily strived for self-improvement. People willing to struggle and refine themselves truly deserved to be generously supported. Perform well. Future rewards and resources will only be more abundant. That evening, Song Qingga gave her absolute all, showcasing talents, speaking appropriately, conducting herself with dignity, leaving Gu Chen thoroughly satisfied. The entire night's expenses exceeded 50,000 yuan, but for Gu Chen at this point, it was merely a trifle. The next morning, after a simple breakfast together, his phone buzzed. It was a message from Lu Ruyan. Honey, where are you? Have you eaten breakfast? I haven't eaten yet. Could you bring me something, with a cute endearing emoji at the end? Gu Chen replied via voice message. I'm eating outside. If you haven't eaten, I'll bring some to you. The child and I are home and can't leave. Thanks so much. Alright, wait for me. Gu Chen turned to Song Qingga and spoke gently. I have something to handle. I'll head over first. If you're tired, go rest. Song Qingga nodded obediently. Okay, I'll head back then. They waved goodbye and parted ways. Just then a call came from the car dealership. Mr. Gu, your Mercedes G63's protective film and full coverage formats are complete. Shall we deliver it to you, or will you pick it up? Deliver it to my residential entrance. Gu Chen provided his address. The top-spec G-Wagon he'd casually purchased at yesterday's auto show had been undergoing meticulous detailing. For wealthy people, life always prioritized refinement and comfort. After hanging up, Gu Chen ordered a lavish breakfast spread and took a taxi straight to the residential complex. He navigated familiar pathways to Lu Ruyan's home. The door opened, revealing Lu Ruyan in simple home attire, gentle and elegant. Upon seeing Gu Chen, she rushed forward to greet him. Thanks for the trouble of bringing me breakfast specifically. No worries, eat while it's hot. Gu Chen handed over the meal. The small older apartment remained cramped, and with a child in the house, clutter was abundant, appearing somewhat messy, yet radiating domestic warmth. After eating, Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly spoke. By the way, honey, there's a small matter I wanted to ask for your help with. I've been feeling unwell lately with some uncomfortable bloating and pain. Gu Chen replied via voice message. I'm eating outside right now. If you haven't eaten, I'll bring some to you. The child and I are home and can't leave. Thanks so much. Alright, wait for me. Gu Chen turned to Song Qingga. I have something to handle. I'll head over first. If you're tired, go rest. Song Qingga nodded obediently. Okay, I'll head back then. They waved goodbye and departed. Lu Ruyan had been physically weak since childbirth, often experiencing discomfort and bloating. Gu Chen, out of kindness, patiently helped her recuperate and soothe her, spending nearly half an hour to finally ease her body considerably. In the cramped rental room, the wedding photo of Lu Ruyan and Shun Sheng hung on the wall above her head, glaringly conspicuous. This miserable marriage and oppressive living environment explained why Lu Ruyan felt exhausted both physically and mentally every day. After resting properly, Lu Ruyan whispered, when we go out to see the houses, can we bring the child along? Shun Sheng's sister doesn't have time to come help look after her today, and I really don't feel at ease leaving the child alone at home. Gu Chen nodded calmly upon hearing this. No problem, bring her along. The grudges between adults are adults' affairs, the child is innocent. Leaving the child alone at home is indeed worrisome. And coincidentally, my new car has just been delivered. It's spacious and more suitable for taking the child out than your Bentley. Let's take the new car. Okay, thank you so much. Lu Ruyan was full of gratitude. Moments later, she packed the baby essentials, pushed the stroller, and went downstairs with Gu Chen, one after the other setting off. Inside the car, Gu Chen focused on driving, while Lu Ruyan sat quietly in the back seat, holding the sleeping child. While waiting at a traffic light, Gu Chen dialed the real estate agent. Mr. Gu, hello. I have compiled all the high-end luxury properties you requested, and I can take you to see them at any time. The agent's respectful voice came through. Alright, we're on our way. I'll contact you when we arrive. Gu Chen hung up and accelerated toward the agency. Most quality properties in the prime area of Modu are second-hand, as the golden plots have long been developed. To move into a top-tier luxury mansion, one can only select from high-end second-hand listings. After arriving at the destination, the agent was already waiting by the roadside. Guchen rolled down the window. "Get in. Take me to see the properties." The salesperson nodded hurriedly, carefully dusted off his shoes, and sat in the front passenger seat with restraint. He first respectfully greeted Guchen, then politely addressed Lu Rian in the back seat. "Hello, sister-in-law." Lu Rian responded with a gentle smile. "Brother, this is the brochure of all the top luxury properties I have. They are all top-tier single-family villas and penthouses in Modu. Whichever one you like, I'll take you to see it on site immediately." Guchen took the materials and flipped through them casually, his gaze settling on the most premium property, this Hua Zhou Junting mansion, the crown jewel of the complex. "What's the asking price?" The salesperson quickly replied, "Brother, you have an excellent eye. This is the crown jewel single-family villa of the entire complex. The standard units were sold out long ago. This one cost a total of 900 million, the top-tier luxury in the area. The price is acceptable. No need to look at others. Let's go directly to see this one. If it's suitable, I'll decide right away," Guchen said calmly. The salesperson was stunned for a moment, then quickly added, "Brother, it's like this. This crown jewel has a high threshold. To view the property, you need to pre-verify assets of 500 million. Please cooperate with the procedure." Afraid that Guchen might misunderstand, he quickly explained that this was the standard procedure for high-end luxury properties, not a lack of trust in the client. "No big deal, go ahead and verify." Guchen didn't care at all. He directly called up the system-exclusive universal bank card. The system's funds were pure and compliant, traceable and verifiable, without any risk control issues or hidden dangers. Absolutely clean, top-tier assets. When the nearly 1 billion liquid balance appeared on the screen, the agent's pupils dilated instantly, and his mind was blown. At just over 20 years old, holding a cash flow of 1 billion. He was no ordinary entrepreneur, he was definitely the young master of a reclusive top-tier noble family. The asset verification process was quickly completed, and the group immediately drove to Huazhou Junting. The community's access control was strict. The agent presented his professional credentials and property viewing registration information, and after rigorous security checks, the vehicle was allowed to enter the estate. Lu Rian, seated in the back the whole time, was already in turmoil. She had originally thought Guchen was only planning to help her exchange for an ordinary large house, but she never expected him to directly go for a top-tier crown jewel villa worth 900 million. An unbelievable thought sprouted in her heart. Could this sky-high luxury mansion be for her? The car pulled up steadily in front of the single-family crown jewel villa, and the three got out one by one. The agent swiped the exclusive access card and pushed open the heavy custom-made armored gate. A panoramic hollow living room with a ceiling height of nearly 10 meters came into view. The entire house was delivered with top-tier smart luxury decoration, motion sensing, ambient lighting, smart constant temperature water supply, 24-hour whole house constant temperature and humidity system, and full house smart home coverage, maximizing both technology and luxury. The entire house required no tedious manual upkeep. All basic living and home environment functions were automatically handled by the smart system. Brother, the decoration alone for this villa cost over 100 million, and all the top international luxury furniture and appliances are included for free. Truly move-in ready with extremely high cost performance. Buying it is a steal. Guchen turned to look at Lu Rian, who was holding the child, and said gently, "Take a look around. If you like it, we'll settle on this one." Lu Rian was completely stunned. After a few seconds, she softly replied, Okay. Carrying the sleeping baby, she walked through the entire villa. A huge private courtyard, panoramic lawn, landscaped fish pond, rockery, with waterfall, independent leisure terrace, 2-story underground garage, private home theater, and a maid's suite. Everything was available. This ultra-luxurious living environment was a life she had never dared to imagine before. After touring the entire place, Lu Rian was still incredulous. She whispered, "The house is truly perfect, but it's too big. I can't manage it all by myself. It's too wasteful. Maybe we should choose a smaller one." Guchen smiled faintly and said calmly, "Living in such a mansion, naturally, you don't have to do the cleaning yourself. Later, I will sign a contract with a dedicated private butler team, including full-time maids, cleaners, and gardeners. All daily chores will be handled by them. You just need to live peacefully, take good care of the child, and enjoy life." Lu Rian was still worried about the expenses. The annual maintenance costs are too high. Guchen directly interrupted her concern. "Just tell me if you like it here." Faced with this world-class luxury mansion, no one could resist. Lu Rian's eyes welled up slightly, and she nodded gently. "If you like it, we'll buy it." Guchen didn't hesitate. He immediately instructed the agent, "Proceed with the full payment transfer process. Settle the property price and agency fee right away." With a single click, the huge sum was transferred, and the transaction was completed instantly. In that instant, when the villa transaction was finalized, a crisp system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Compliance task for helping the opposite sex consumption completed. Super Invincible Tycoon System upgrading. System level upgraded to level 2. Current host information updated. Host Guchun. System level 2. Exclusive consumption limit 10,010 billion. Upgrade condition cumulative compliant consumption of 10 billion. Upgrade experience 10 billion. Ultimate upgrade reward unlock time rewind skill can be used 3 times per day, restores the body of oneself or a designated target to its peak optimal state. Level bonus extra exclusive reward can permanently amplify any body part by 3 centimeters. After reading the new system panel, Guchun was overjoyed. Time rewind could be called a divine life-saving and health preservation skill. After the joy, Guchun couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. The previous limit of 1 billion had already required careful planning of consumption, and now it had directly increased tenfold, unlocking a 10 billion consumption limit. Looking at the 10 billion cash quietly sitting in his card, Guchun was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Even spending 1 billion was a hassle, and this 10 billion was truly a sweet burden, too much of a test. With the system's prompt tone falling, Guchun felt his spirit become immensely invigorated. System, you're something else. Huh, now am I still nothing? No, I'm not a thing, that's not right either. As soon as he said a sentence, the system fell into self-isolation again. Ignoring the Chinibu-stricken system, Guchun shook off his dejection, feeling motivated to spend money again. Dang, I forgot to remind the host of one thing. After each qualified opposite-sex individual reaches max affinity, they will no longer enjoy the system's consumption benefits. Please remember this, host. What? Once affinity is maxed out, I can't use the spending money anymore. That meant after his woman's affinity was full, he could only spend his own money. He had thought about hitting a certain spending amount and then lying flat, but it seemed he'd have to set more spending targets. Then he stopped dwelling on it and began handling the matter of buying a house for Lu Rian. Before coming, the real estate agent had already prepared the property purchase contract. He only needed to fill in the community and unit number of the house for sale, then sign and press his fingerprint, and the transaction would be complete. The rest would be handled by the agent for the property transfer. After seeing off the agent, Lu Rian sat on the luxurious couch, worth over 7 million yuan, feeling dazed, as if in a dream. After all, it was too unreal. A day ago, she was still a full-time mom staying at home with her child, scraping by to save money. Yet in the blink of an eye, she had become the mistress of a villa worth 900 million yuan. Even in her wildest dreams, she wouldn't have dared to think of such a thing. Should she call home and ask if the ancestral graves were billowing black smoke? Yes, black smoke. Green smoke was no longer enough. With such a huge pie falling on her head, the ancestral graves would basically have to be on fire for it to work. Husband, pinch me, see if I'm dreaming. Guchun smiled gently. Darling, how could I bear to pinch you? That would hurt. How about another way to make you feel it? Seeing Guchun's mischievous smile, Lu Rian couldn't help blushing. Honey, I'm feeling a bit engorged again. Not until after 3 in the afternoon did Lu Rian wearily get up to tidy herself. Honey, I have to go back first. I'll come out to accompany you again tomorrow. You stay in this house, or I'll come find you then. Alright, go ahead. I'll have the property management send someone to drive you. Okay, honey, bye-bye. Outside the villa, a female property staff member waited respectfully. Seeing Lu Rian come out, the female staff member said politely, Madam, hello? I am Zhang Ling from Huazhou Property. I just received a message to drive you home. Lu Rian nodded. Here are the car keys. The car is over there. After you drop me off, just drive the car back. Yes, madam. Let me open the door for you. After Lu Rian was seated, the female staff member started the car smoothly and headed toward the rental community. Meanwhile, Guchun was looking at the missed calls and WeChat messages on his phone. There were over 20 calls from Fang Yuqing along with text messages on WeChat. I agreed. Guchun, what are you doing? Guchun, are you there? Should I come find you now? Why haven't you responded? Did something happen? Looking at Fang Yuqing's messages, Guchun smiled and typed back, can't you wish me well? Would you be happy if something happened to me? Seeing Guchun finally reply, Fang Yuqing couldn't help sending a rolling eyes emoji. Who knows what's going on with you? I tried contacting you all day and couldn't reach you. Of course I wondered if something had happened. I'm perfectly fine. I see you said you agreed. I feel I need your help. If I had to rely on myself, I might never pay off these debts. Alright, are the debts all cleared? Guchun typed. Almost done. Just waiting for the court to lift the consumption restrictions. Your family were defaulters. Guchun said with a wry smile. Can you put it more nicely? My dad has been working hard to pay back the money, but he couldn't, so they restricted his high consumption. Now the debts are all paid off, so we're not defaulters anymore, okay? Fine if you say so. By the way, you forgot to mention yesterday. What exactly happened with your family? Why did you suddenly go bankrupt? Fang Yuqing sighed. I can only say my dad was too eager for quick success. Our family was in the hotel business. We thought we had enough money to open more branches and earn more. But we didn't expect the mask incident to hit. All hotel industries lost money, no one was consuming. Eventually the capital chain broke, and we went bankrupt. Oh, I see. That's really unfortunate. But it's okay. Does your family want to get back into the business? What do you mean? Are you going to invest? Fong Yuqing caught on quickly. Let's talk on the phone. A phone call went through and Fong Yuqing answered promptly. Here's the thing, I have too much money on hand, so I want to invest in some business. But I'm not very good at business, so I'm looking for someone experienced to help me. Your family has been in the hotel industry all their lives, so they must have a wealth of experience. If I provide the capital, do you have confidence? My dad certainly has experience, and I've heard him talk about wanting to try again, but the family situation wouldn't allow it, so he had to give up the idea. If you want to invest, it's definitely no problem. I can't promise we'll make a profit, but the chance of losing money is very small. Alright, that's settled. But the legal representative of the investment must be you, and all the shares must be under your name and non-transferable. That's my only condition. If you agree, we can sit down and discuss the details. I'm the legal representative, and all the shares are mine. Then what do you get out of it besides the money? Fong Yuqing couldn't understand what Gu Chen was after. Wasn't this just foolish behavior? If the business became profitable later, and she gave him nothing, he wouldn't even have a place to sue. In hometown parlance, that was pure bay fool. Don't worry about that. Just tell me if it works. Gu Chen couldn't be bothered to explain. How could he tell her he had a system to earn money? Fong Yuqing really couldn't figure out what Gu Chen was thinking, but no matter how she looked at it, this seemed to have no downside for her. If it were just being the legal representative, she might suspect he had ulterior motives, wanting her to take the fall if something went wrong. But the problem was that even the shares were all given to her. He didn't keep a single share for himself. That didn't seem like a setup to harm her. Oh well, if she couldn't figure it out, she wouldn't. As long as it wasn't bad for her. Only a fool would say no to such a good deal. How could I possibly say no? Fong Yuqing said. Where are you now? I'll come pick you up. Gu Chen spoke directly the moment he saw Fong Yuqing had agreed. Soon Fong Yuqing's location arrived. It pointed to a hotel beside an automobile dealership, booked by her company specifically for the car models to rest after commercial performances. Over half an hour later, Gu Chen arrived at the hotel in his car. I'm here, come down. Okay, coming right away. It wasn't long before Fong Yuqing appeared at the hotel entrance. Opening the car door, she slid into the passenger seat. Indeed, Fong Yuqing was truly beautiful. No wonder she had been called the school belle. Her looks were absolutely stunning. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something on my face? Seated in the car, Fong Yuqing smiled playfully as she watched Gu Chen gazing at her. What can I look just because I'm pretty, eh? Hearing Gu Chen's compliment, Fong Yuqing's heart swelled with joy. A woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. Which woman doesn't enjoy being praised? Come give me a kiss. You're so annoying being this direct. Since you agreed to be kept by me, why can't I be direct? You won't let me kiss you, Gu Chen said with a playful smile. Who said you couldn't kiss me? It's just too direct. I need time to adjust. Perhaps she had already prepared herself before agreeing, though her cheeks still flushed with bashfulness. She leaned her delicate face toward him. Haha, how sweet. Gu Chen felt most satisfied seeing Fong Yuqing obey so readily. You scoundrel, satisfied now. Gazing at Gu Chen's smug expression, Fong Yuqing rolled her eyes with infinite charm. You think this little favor could satisfy me? Far from it. What else do you want? I also want. Gu Chen leaned close to her ear and whispered softly. How did you become so improper after all these years? Where's the aloof school heartthrob from our school days? I can't find a trace of him. Besides, this isn't the right place. You're not planning to put on a live show for others, are you? Gu Chen said, of course not. It's fine for me to admire other men's wives, but no one gets to look at mine. Alright, quit that terrible job of yours. I never liked it anyway. From now on, stay in Shanghai with me. We'll bring your parents over too. Start preparing to open a hotel in the next couple of days. Okay, I just spoke with my father. He said he'll come once we settle things at home. Settled then. Come, let me take you to buy a house first. Gu Chen urgently needed to spend money. After all, he still had a debt of 10 billion pressing on him. However, this debt of his wasn't like others that required repayment. It required spending. It's already this late. Can we even buy a house now? Maybe tomorrow. Looking at her watch, it was almost 6 in the evening. The sales office must be closed, Fong Yuqing thought to herself. Gu Chen smiled faintly. It's fine. As long as you have money, there will always be people providing service. Not to mention 6 o'clock. Even midnight, someone will receive you. Haha, please don't. If you called someone out to view a house at midnight, they'd think they were seeing a ghost. Fong Yuqing covered her mouth and laughed. The two got along exceptionally well. After all, they had known each other for over a decade. Even with the arrangement of being kept and keeping, there wasn't a trace of distance between them. He made a call to the real estate agent who had received him in Lu Ruyan that morning. Upon hearing Gu Chen wanted to buy another house, the agent didn't hesitate. Even the food he'd just started eating was abandoned as he immediately reported his location. Gu Chen was absolutely a super VIP client. Such a client, if missed, would be gone forever. Just as Gu Chen had said, not to mention being off work, even at midnight. If a call came, this agent would scramble out of bed to receive him. A 900 million yuan top-of-the-line penthouse had been listed for sale for who knows how long. Countless real estate bloggers had enthusiastically promoted it online, yet it remained unsold for 2 or 3 years. And now it was actually sold by him. The commission alone had granted him financial freedom. If he didn't squander it recklessly living off bank interest alone, he could live quite comfortably for the rest of his life. He had originally planned to quit after receiving the top sales bonus, but now it seemed he could persist a while longer. Looking at Gu Chen's manner, it seemed he wouldn't stop after buying just 1 or 2 houses. If he could win over this wealthy client, who knew how much money he could earn. With that thought, the agent resolved to cling firmly to Gu Chen's coattails, maximizing the benefits as much as possible. Soon Gu Chen drove to the agent's rental apartment. Although the agent's salary wasn't bad, most were actually just ordinary base pay. Only a few could consistently close property sales every month. Before meeting Gu Chen, this agent hadn't been making much money. To meet sales targets, he had relied on rental business to fill the gap, barely scraping by on base salary. After all, every industry was fiercely competitive nowadays with a poor macroeconomic environment. Many people didn't have much money, so real estate consumption indices had also declined. Even in a wealthy city like Shanghai, selling a house wasn't easy. Big clients were rare, while practitioners were abundant. Sometimes several real estate agencies would fight over a single client, creating cutthroat competition. Seeing Gu Chen's Mercedes G-Wagon, the agent hurried over with quick steps. "Brother, you've arrived." This time the agent sat in the back. Noticing Gu Chen had another woman beside him, and a more beautiful one at that, the agent secretly felt admiration in his heart. He had seen wealthy people before, and men who frequently changed women as well. But someone with women of such high caliber around Gu Chen was truly rare. "Brother, take a look and see if there's a house you like." The agent didn't dare speak casually, nor did he mention that Gu Chen had bought a house for Lu Ruyan that morning, treating it as if they were meeting for the first time. After looking through for a while, Gu Chen slowly said, "I heard there are properties listed for sale in Tiangong. Do you have any listings?" The agent first froze in surprise, then quickly said, "Brother, you want to buy in Tiangong?" Gu Chen nodded. "Yeah, I'm considering it." "Brother, actually Tiangong's properties don't have very good value for money, and the prices are expensive. There are many luxury homes in Shanghai better than Tiangong. Why not look at other options before deciding?" Gu Chen knew the agent was kindly reminding him, so he didn't blame him for speaking out of turn and smiled as he said, "It's fine. I don't care about good or bad. As long as it's expensive, that's all that matters. See if you can get a listing for Tiangong. If you can't, then we'll look at other options." "Brother, rest assured, I'll definitely get it for you." After making this emphatic promise, the agent got out of the car to make a call. The company leadership, upon hearing the agent's report, immediately mobilized everyone. News came back quickly. "Xiao Wang, there really is one in Tiangong. However, this property is too expensive. First inform the client and ask about his intentions." "Okay, manager. I'll handle it now." Returning to the car, the agent explained the situation. "How much?" Gu Chen asked casually. 10 billion yuan, a #1 villa in Tan Palace. 10 billion. Hearing this figure, Fang Yuqing in the passenger seat couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock. She had never even seen what a 10 billion property looked like. A single house worth 10 billion. Surely no ordinary person could afford it in 10 lifetimes. Gu Chen nodded. "All right, let's go see it first. As I said, if it suits us, I'll buy it on the spot." Gu Chen, this is far too expensive. Let's find something smaller. What am I even supposed to do with a house this big?" Listening to Fang Yuqing's words, Gu Chen smiled gently. It was strange, but endearing. His women were all good-hearted. The moment he mentioned buying them expensive houses, they immediately started trying to save him money. The only pity was that he wasn't unwilling to save. It was simply impossible. 100 billion debt. If he didn't spend it this way, he'd never finish clearing it. Gu Chen comforted her. "Just look at the house first. There's no issue with whether you can live here or not. I said it. I don't care about the right choice, only the expensive one." The agent in the back seat sighed inwardly. Sure enough, the world of the wealthy was so straightforward and unpretentious. A 10 billion property treated as casually as spending 10 yuan, just bought without hesitation. After reassuring Fang Yuqing, Gu Chen asked, "Shall we follow the usual procedure? Verification of funds." The agent quickly waved his hand. "Brother, no need. I trust you." Gu Chen nodded. "All right, let's go see the house then." Soon they arrived at the Tan Palace residential community. The same routine. The agent showed identification, the security guard verified everything, and they were let through. This was an essential procedure for high-end communities, primarily to protect residents' safety. After all, they couldn't just let anyone in. If someone with malicious intentions got through, what if they posed a danger to the owners? They couldn't afford to be careless in the slightest. Under the security guard's watchful gaze and formal salute, they drove in. By the time they reached the #1 villa, Fang Yuqing was already overwhelmed with shock before even stepping inside. From the outside, her first thought was simply how vast it was. The enormous courtyard, rivaling a football field, had every luxury amenity a mansion could offer. They parked in the designated lot and stepped out to tour the property. The agent guided them through each detail. "Impressive. This really is Shanghai's most expensive per square meter home. Truly exceptional. Yuqing, what do you think?" Gu Chen turned with a smile. "It's lovely, just so vast. For 2 people, don't you think it's a bit too grand?" It was impossible to dislike it. Anyone would struggle to resist such temptation. Living in a mansion like this, she'd probably wake up smiling every morning. As long as you like it, that's what matters. Did you bring your ID card? At the question, Fang Yuqing's cheeks flushed as she nodded. I did bring it. She hadn't brought it because she expected to buy a house. Gu Chun had already given her so much money that she'd assumed he'd simply rent her a mansion as their future home together. The ID was really just for checking into a hotel room, and she even had a phone charger in her bag. The thought made her face burn with embarrassment. Though inexperienced, she wasn't ignorant. She'd heard enough stories from the car model industry where the circle was notoriously chaotic and many of her colleagues were kept by wealthy men. She never expected her ID to be used for purchasing a house instead. All right, hand your ID to this young man and let him handle the transfer paperwork. Fang Yuqing nodded gently and retrieved her documents from her bag, passing them to the agent. Please wait a moment while I send these to my company for processing. Once all procedures were completed, the agent respectfully returned the ID to Fang Yuqing. Sister-in-law, please keep this safe. These are your identification documents. Fang Yuqing took them back in a daze, feeling as though she were dreaming. Could she really own a 10 billion property? Meanwhile, Gu Chun had already transferred the full payment to the agency's account. Brother, I won't trouble you further. Wishing you a pleasant stay and prosperity in all endeavors. Gu Chun nodded. Thank you for your kind words. By the way, you seem like a decent person. If you have the means, consider starting your own business. Don't just work for others your whole life. Look toward building your own future and securing your wealth. After saying this, Gu Chun didn't elaborate further. Whether the agent understood his advice was up to him. I understand, brother. I'll look into it when I get back. Once the agent left, Fang Yuqing paused for a moment before running over and wrapping her arms around Gu Chun's neck, kissing him deeply. Husband, I love you. Haha, if you really love me, that's not enough passion. Stop it, I know. I'll go take a shower first. Wait for me. Though inexperienced, she was an adult and understood enough. This was simply a matter of willingness rather than ignorance. Anyone claiming otherwise was just making excuses. She was the unlucky one this time, caught right after he'd received his system rewards. After some time, Gu Chun headed to the living room and settled onto an opulent sofa, pulling out his phone. As expected, his screen flooded with notifications. Messages from Lu Ruyan and Song Qinga. More surprisingly, there was even one from his former company team leader. He still remembered this former team leader vividly, as beautiful women naturally left lasting impressions. The message was straightforward, asking if something had happened and why he'd suddenly resigned. Without worrying about whether she was awake, he sent a reply. I just didn't want to do it anymore. Nothing wrong. He assumed it was past midnight and she'd long been asleep, so he was surprised when a reply came through quickly. You're not asleep yet? Chen Qingya asked curiously. Aren't you awake too, Sister Chun? There's been a lot going on at work lately. The pressure's been heavy, and I've had trouble sleeping. You shouldn't skip sleep, though. Your body can't handle this indefinitely, Gu Chun offered gently. I have no choice but to endure it. It's for survival. You haven't explained why you're up either. I woke up after sleeping. He had slept, no lie there. He just hadn't been resting. Oh, I see. I envy you. Sleeping whenever you want, staying up whenever you choose. That's freedom. Sister Chin, don't push yourself too hard. Money isn't earned in a day. If your health breaks down, what good is all that wealth? Learning to relax properly is taking responsibility for yourself. I know I should, but I have to keep pushing myself. I'm afraid that if I slack off, I'll lose the drive to keep going. Enough of that. What about you? What are you up to now that you've quit? Still looking for work? I'm too tired. From now on, I just want to enjoy life to the fullest and completely embrace a life of leisure. Gu Chun leaned back on the sofa, casually voicing his sentiment. With a net worth of tens of billions, now he no longer had to worry about making a living. His sole goal was to spend wisely, unlock system rewards, and live a stable, peaceful life. He casually opened his phone and scrolled through the messages from Lu Ruyan and Song Qinga. Lu Ruyan's messages were all about the trivialities of daily life, her words gentle and filled with the warmth of ordinary existence. Simple, yet heartwarming. Song Qinga's messages, however, caught his eye and elicited admiration. Attached was a set of photography, a series of theme shots featuring her in a traditional Chinese red wedding dress. The classic, dignified, and elegant Chinese-style wedding gown accentuated Song Qinga's graceful figure and ethereal aura, exuding a profound sense of classical Eastern beauty, without the slightest trace of garishness or vulgarity. Compared to the simple and ordinary Western wedding dress, this red attire was strikingly unique, instantly elevating the atmosphere to its fullest. Song Qinga, naturally gifted in physique and possessing an outstanding presence, was deeply versed in the aesthetics of Chinese national style. She had a knack for capturing the perfect ambience, resulting in photos that were gentle, elegant, and steeped in classical charm, showcasing the poised and spirited nature of an Eastern woman, a talent that set her far apart from others. After browsing through the photos, Gu Chun continued scrolling and found a meticulously organized list of medications along with detailed records and screenshots. The list was clearly structured, detailing the daily regimen of restorative care and gentle wellness. A home health plan that Song Qinga had painstakingly researched and compiled, demonstrating her meticulousness and care. She also included a sincere message. Husband, I've always remembered your words. To live steadily and peacefully, to improve myself diligently, and to truly live. Sister Rian met you later in life, but I happened to be there at the right moment. In this life, I will only treat you with true devotion, remain steadfast in my heart, work hard, and never fail your support and favor. Gu Chan gazed at the meticulously kept records and heartfelt words on the screen, deeply moved. Song Chinga was thoughtful, decisive in her actions, and knew how to repay kindness with diligence. Not only was she exceptionally talented in appearance and artistry, but her character and execution surpassed ordinary people. She was willing to share her plans and daily details unreservedly, proving her sincerity and transparency, a rare and precious quality. Gu Chen's fingers moved slightly as he replied with 3 words, well done. The moment the message was sent, Song Chinga replied almost instantly, clearly still awake. Husband, you're not asleep either. Gu Chen can't sleep, just browsing through my phone. Song Chinga, I'm not asleep yet either. The long night is perfect for organizing my upcoming talent enhancement plan and life schedule. By the way, honey, do you like the new Chinese-style photography courtyard I've set up? Gu Chen, it's beautiful, full of classical charm, and very fitting for you. Song Chinga sent a koi emoji and then attached a precise location. This is the address of my courtyard. If you're bored, you can come over and sit for a while. I'll brew you some tea. Gu Chen replied directly, wait for me, I'll be right there. The previous idle moments had been too dull. It was perfect to drop by and relax. Over 20 minutes later, Gu Chen drove to a high-end garden-style residential complex in the city center and smoothly met Song Chinga, who was waiting there. Time slipped away, and soon it was noon the next day. Gu Chen slowly opened his eyes as sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the room with warmth and tranquility. Song Chinga was looking at him with a beaming smile. Awake. It's almost noon. I've reheated the food several times, just waiting for you to get up and eat. Gu Chen reached out and gently brushed back the stray hairs on her forehead, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. I'll definitely eat, but today's good mood is even more precious than the meal. At 3 in the afternoon, the two of them tidied up and sat down at the dining table for a leisurely meal. While eating, Gu Chen opened his phone and received a message from property agent Wang Hao. Brother, I still have a top-tier luxury villa in Gubei No. 1. Though it's not as high-spec as the flagship Huazhou Junting, it offers first-class river views, fully furnished top-tier finishes, a rare social circle, and excellent value for money. Gu Chen asked casually, how much? 700 million, fully furnished and ready to move in, with a private pool, independent courtyard, and dedicated parking. All amenities included. Wang Hao replied quickly. All right, Gu Chen said decisively. I'll send you my identity details shortly. Just proceed with the full payment transfer process and handle the paperwork as soon as possible. Seeing Gu Chen's prompt agreement, Wang Hao quickly said, Brother, I just completed the business registration this morning and set up my own real estate company. From now on, I'll be operating independently. You can transfer the payment directly to my company account. I'll personally oversee the entire follow-up process. Absolutely reliable. Pretty fast, impressive courage. Gu Chen nodded approvingly. Send me your company account, I'll transfer the full amount plus the service fee right now. Soon the 700 million for the villa plus the full commission were transferred in one go, completing the transaction instantly. Gu Chen was well aware that Wang Hao had just started his own business and was in the most difficult initial phase. Leaving his original company to go solo might seem like poaching clients, but in the real estate industry, deals are one-off transactions. Client relationships are maintained by capability with no binding obligations. Moreover, Wang Hao had high emotional intelligence and knew how to show gratitude. He had long since negotiated a profit-sharing arrangement with his former boss, voluntarily giving up some resources and profits to avoid conflict while paving the way for himself, steady, reliable, and knowing when to advance or retreat. He was worth supporting. After the transfer arrived, Wang Hao was filled with gratitude and solemnly declared, Thank you for your trust and support, brother. Whether it's property matters or any other errands, just give me the word, and I'll be there anytime, giving my absolute best. Run your company well. Send me the contract once the paperwork is done. Gu Chen's tone was calm. Yes, brother. I'll make sure everything is handled perfectly. Ending the call, Gu Chen also finished his meal. Pack up. We're going out shopping, and I'll pick out a car for you. Gu Chen said to Song Chinga beside him. Star Glory Car Dealership. It was still the largest car dealership in Modu, where he had previously bought a car for Lu Rian. The auto show had ended, and basically all brands had withdrawn, leaving the showroom restored to its original state. After parking the car, Gu Chen led Song Chinga inside. Seeing them, a female salesperson approached. Hello, sir and madam, welcome to Star Glory Car Dealership. How may I assist you? Gu Chen said, just looking at cars. All right, sir. Have you looked into anything before coming? What's your budget? No, I haven't. The budget is, the more expensive the better. The more expensive the better. A flicker of surprise crossed the saleswoman's face, but she quickly regained her professional smile. All right, sir. Then let's head straight to the luxury car section. As the largest dealership in Modu, it did not sell a single brand, it had every luxury car brand. Porsche, Bentley, Rolls-Royce, BBA, Land Rover, and so on. Looking at the luxury cars displayed in the exhibition area, Song Chinga felt a surge of excitement. She never imagined she would one day have the luxury of choosing any car she wanted. Guchin said, "Honey, take a look. Tell me which car you like. If you like them all, I can buy them all for you." I know, honey. But you don't need to buy them all. I can't drive that many. Let me look first. Hearing Song Chinga's reply, Guchin felt a little disappointed. He couldn't force Song Chinga to accept, he needed her consent. He had originally thought that if he could persuade her to agree, he could spend more money at once, but his wish was dashed. "Alright, you look around. I'll also see if there's a good car to buy." Although he drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class worth over 3 million yuan, which was indeed a luxury car, it still didn't carry enough prestige. If there was a better car, he naturally had to get it to boost his image. Don't talk about vanity or not. If you had money, you'd do the same. When buying things no longer requires calculating the cost, one's vanity naturally inflates. If you had no vanity, why would you buy a luxury car? Couldn't you just drive a cheap commuter car that costs 20 or 30,000? Guchin didn't let the salesperson follow him. Instead, he wandered around on his own. When he arrived at the Lamborghini section, a car caught his eye. That car was a sports car with a streamlined body and a black matte finish, standing quietly, yet exuding an air of superiority. He glanced at the information card beside the car. It was the latest Lamborghini Aventador. "This car is awesome," Guchin said with a smile. "In fact, this kind of luxury car is quite hard to come by. Some things can't be easily bought even with money. For example, those limited edition sports cars like the Veneno, Pagani Huayra, or Bugatti, they are basically locked away in the garages of the wealthy. Unless faced with special difficulties, no one is willing to sell them. Although this Lamborghini Aventador is not as impressive as those limited editions, it is still a height that ordinary people can never reach in their lifetime. A car like this costs at least tens of millions on the road. Sir, do you like this car too?" Just as Guchin was about to step closer for a better look, a pleasant voice came from behind. Turning around, he saw a woman dressed elegantly with a noble aura standing there with a smile. "It's okay, I quite like it." Guchin replied. "You have good taste. This car is the latest Lamborghini Rivuelto SVJ model with 3 electric motors, 6.5 liters, capable of producing 1000 horsepower. It's relatively fast among its class, suitable for both track and daily use. If you have no financial concerns, sir, buying this car for fun would be a great choice." Listening to the woman, Guchin asked, "Are you a salesperson?" The woman shook her head. "No, I'm also here to look at cars." Guchin had thought the woman was a salesperson given how detailed she was, but he didn't expect she was also a customer. "What's your name, miss?" "Qin Yuyao, president of Qin Group." "Qin Yuyao," the woman simply said a name. "Miss Qin, hello. My name is Guchin." As he spoke, Guchin extended his hand in greeting. "Hello, Mr. Gu." Qin Yuyao also reached out and gently shook his hand. System checked this woman's information. "Alright, host." Name Qin Yuyao. Age 27. Education Masters in Finance. Beauty 90. Affection 10. Purity 00. After reading Qin Yuyao's data, Guchin's eyes lit up. Hey, another consumption target had come, and this time she was practically offering herself. Although judging by Qin Yuyao's attire and demeanor, she didn't seem like someone short of money, making her harder to win over, but hard to win over doesn't mean impossible. If you can't win her over, it's because you don't have enough money. When you have enough money, even a goddess can become a slave. Though the words are a bit crude, it's the truth. "Miss Qin, are you also interested in this car?" Qin Yuyao nodded. "I'm interested, but it's a bit expensive. I might not have enough liquid capital recently. I came today to buy another car, but I spotted this one and came over to take a look." Guchin's heart stirred. "If you like it, Miss Qin, I can buy this car and give it to you for free." "Huh?" Guchin's sudden words left Qin Yuyao somewhat stunned. Although she had been through many business dealings and met all kinds of people, this was the first time she had encountered someone so generous as to offer a multi-million-dollar luxury car to a stranger he had just met. After recovering her composure, Qin Yuyao smiled and shook her head. "You must be joking, sir. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't dare accept it. Such an expensive car. You should keep it for yourself, sir." Seeing Qin Yuyao's refusal, Guchin felt a little disappointed. But thinking about it, it was normal. If a stranger suddenly offered to give him something worth tens of millions, he would probably suspect ulterior motives too. But he still wanted to try. Just now Qin Yuyao had mentioned she was having some financial difficulties, meaning she was in business. And he loved people in business the most. Otherwise, he wouldn't have proactively offered to invest in Feng Yuqing back then. Doing business burns money the fastest. Whether it's for company expansion or covering losses, it requires enormous amounts of capital. He was even thinking, when his system level was higher, whether he should acquire Evergrande. After all, Evergrande owed over 2 trillion yuan, which would drain his consumption funds in one go, allowing him to complete the upgrade mission at the fastest speed. However, the system's restrictions were troublesome, as it required a high beauty woman as a medium. Does old Sue have a daughter? I wonder if her beauty is high enough. If so, it might be worth a try. But that was all in the future. He only had a limit of tens of billions, now not even enough to cover a fraction of Evergrande's debt. It wasn't something he should be thinking about now. Then he slowly said, "All right, since Miss Chin doesn't want it, I'll drive it myself for now. By the way, I heard you mention that your company is having some financial difficulties recently." Hearing Gu Chun inquire about her company, Qin Yurao grew wary. "It's manageable, just temporary, nothing serious." Gu Chun noticed her guardedness, but paid it no mind. He harbored no ill intentions. He merely wanted to spend some money. "Miss Chin, there's no need to worry. I have no ulterior motives. Actually, I'm an investment enthusiast who enjoys making investments. If you're facing any difficulties, feel free to share them with me. If the project looks promising, I might consider investing." "Are you from a venture capital firm?" Qin Yurao raised an eyebrow. No, I don't own a company, nor do I like the hassle of managing one. It's truly just a hobby. If you don't believe me, I can provide proof." With that, Gu Chun pulled up his universal bank card from the system and handed it to Qin Yurao. When she saw the balance of over 8 billion yuan on his card, Qin Yurao gasped. 8 billion in cash. Just how much was his total net worth? Probably well over 100 billion, right? As a businesswoman, she knew exactly what it meant to have over 8 billion in liquid cash. Her own family certainly couldn't produce that much cash. And yet her family was a genuine 100 billion conglomerate. After calming herself for a moment, Qin Yurao finally let down some of her guard. "Mr. Gu, do you have time? We could discuss this in more detail." "Of course. Let's go over there." Qin Yurao led Gu Chun to a bench some distance away. "Mr. Gu, first let me apologize for my suspicion." Gu Chun waved his hand. "No need to be so polite. I understand. Anyone would be suspicious. Mr. Gu, here's my business card." Gu Chun took it and glanced at it. The card was simple, just a name and a title. Qin Yurao, Executive President of Qin Group. "Hello, President Qin. I know who you are now. Let's talk about the investment. You've seen my financial strength. I'd like to hear about your project." "All right, Mr. Gu. Our Qin Group started in real estate. Many residential communities in Shanghai were developed by us. Although the real estate market has been sluggish in recent years, we've already transformed. Our main business now is import and export trade, including medical equipment, hotel supplies, food products, and so on. However, we haven't abandoned our core real estate business. It remains a vital part of our group's investments." "All right, Miss Chin, you don't need to elaborate too much. Just tell me what project you need investment for and the risk level. If you can't give me a precise answer now, your risk control department can compile a report and send it to me. But I have one condition: all our cooperation must be handled by you personally, Miss Chin. You must be the sole person responsible for each investment project. If anyone else gets involved, the deal will be terminated immediately, and you'll have to compensate me for breach of contract. Just me dealing with you." Qin Yurao was surprised by how simple the condition was. Of course it was no problem. In her family, she had always been overlooked because she was a woman. Everything she had achieved was through her own relentless efforts day and night. Back then, her family had made many wrong decisions due to overemphasizing real estate. If she hadn't stepped in to turn things around, her family would have gone bankrupt and been liquidated just like Wanda. Real estate developers are always starved for cash, and most of their liquidity comes from bank credit. A single wrong decision in any link could lead to total collapse. Thanks to her efforts, the family had temporarily staved off the crisis, but it still loomed. If the remaining issues weren't resolved, bankruptcy was still a possibility. The most pressing problem for the family group right now was funding. The banks had already started conducting risk control investigations on Qin Group. After all, with Hengda's precedent, any company that had dabbled in real estate was subject to risk control scrutiny. If any signs of insolvency were detected, their credit rating would be downgraded and debt collection would begin in earnest. She knew her family's situation intimately. They were definitely insolvent. Once the banks discovered this and made a big issue of it, facing massive debt demands would snap the capital chain. As for the consequences of a broken capital chain, anyone could imagine the outcome. Gu Chun nodded. "Yes, you'll be fully responsible for dealing with me. This is non-negotiable. The reason I make this request is that I trust your character, Miss Chin. I don't trust others. You trust me after just one meeting." Qin Yurao couldn't understand how Gu Chun could deem her trustworthy from a single encounter. They had only met this once. Had he investigated her? At that thought, Qin Yurao became wary again. Seeing her renewed defensiveness, Gu Chun felt a bit exasperated. He had only said that as an excuse for why he insisted on dealing solely with her. Unexpectedly, it made Qin Yurao suspect his intentions. "All right, Miss Chin, no matter how much I say, you won't easily believe me. You can send the risk control documents later. Let's talk about the cooperation first. Just give me a brief overview. We'll discuss the specifics when we sign the formal contract." "Okay, Mr. Gu, I'll give you a brief overview. The investment project I'm offering you is in real estate. Our Qin Group plans to acquire a plot of land for development soon. According to the board's research, the location is excellent, and if development succeeds, it could become a very promising commercial district. However, our group has invested in too many businesses and is short on funds. If you invest, Mr. Gu, we can give you shares based on the amount. When the development is complete, you'll receive dividends." Gu Chun nodded. "Good. Just make sure it's clearly written in the contract. Now let's talk about how much I need to invest. Mr. This time the group plans to invest 5 billion yuan, but that's just a preliminary estimate. The actual amount will depend on the land auction price. Then I'll transfer 2 billion to you first. I'll add more later if needed. 2 billion. Qin Yurao hadn't expected Guchun to start with 2 billion. This was 2 billion, not $20. Although many industries nowadays throw around terms like billions and trillions, those are just market caps. If they actually had to produce 2 billion in cash, it would be extremely difficult for most. Guchun had directly offered 2 billion in cash. With that injection, dealing with the bank's risk control investigation would be much simpler. Give me your bank card. My bank card. Qin Yurao was still recovering from the 2 billion investment when Guchun asked for her card. Mr. Gu, this is an investment, not a gift. Shouldn't I provide the company account? Guchun said, no need to complicate things. If you want to cooperate, follow my terms. I'll transfer it to your personal account, and you can issue a supplementary contract later. This goes against the rules. Qin Yurao was torn. Guchun's decisiveness was refreshing, but it was also a bit overwhelming, leaving her momentarily at a loss. What rules? My money is all clean and above board. Is there any problem at all? Miss Qin, I don't like to dilly-dally, and I equally dislike people who dilly-dally. If you want to cooperate, be straightforward. If not, pretend we never had this conversation. Guchun said in a nonchalant tone. Honey, you're here. As they were speaking, Song Qinga approached from a distance. Darling, have you finished choosing the car? Song Qinga, having come close, unabashedly sat on his lap, nodded, and said, yes, I'm done. Which car did you choose? Guchun asked with a smile, his arm around Song Qinga's slender waist. A Rolls-Royce Cullinan. After looking around, nothing else seemed better, so I just picked one casually. Okay. Whatever you like. I'll transfer the money to you. Go handle the procedures. Saying that, Guchun directly transferred 10 million yuan on the spot. The Cullinan's on-road price was over 8 million, so 10 million was more than enough. Besides, his expenditure had a justifiable reason, and the system wouldn't object. After receiving the money, Song Qinga stood up with a sway of her hips, almost causing Guchun to lose his composure. All right, go ahead and busy yourself. I have some matters to discuss here. Guchun gently patted her bottom and said with a faint smile, okay, honey, I'll go get busy then. Having received the money, Song Qinga left in high spirits. From beginning to end, Song Qinga never asked who Qin Yuyao was. This was the mark of a clever woman. She knew she could never be Guchun's primary wife, so she didn't bother about whether he would find other women. As long as the money was right, she had no objections at all. Is this your girlfriend, Mr. Gu? Qin Yuyao asked curiously. Guchun nodded. Sort of. Miss Qin, have you made up your mind? Qin Yuyao replied, yes, Mr. Gu. I'll provide you with my bank card number now. First they exchanged contact information, then he directly transferred 2 billion yuan to her bank account. Miss Qin, please check. The money should have arrived. Qin Yuyao glanced at the transfer notification from the bank and nodded. Okay, Mr. Gu, I've received it. Good, as long as you've received it. After speaking, Guchun snapped his fingers at a salesperson in the distance. Hello, sir. How may I assist you? The salesperson approached and said politely, I'll buy that Lamborghini Aventador. Go handle the paperwork. Oh, and use this lady's identity. Guchun waved his hand. Okay, sir, I'll go process the procedures for this lady right away. Hello, madam. May I have your ID card? I need it. Qin Yuyao didn't expect that Guchun still hadn't given up on the idea of giving her a car. Mr. Gu, this. Miss Qin, as I said, I don't like indecisive people. Consider this car as a gift for our first meeting. There may be many more collaborations in the future. Let's just call it making friends. After saying that, Guchun stood up and left directly. Watching his departing figure, Qin Yuyao's eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. What kind of person was this young man? Not only was he wealthy, but he also treated money so carelessly. Who would hand over money before even signing a contract? If she had any ill intentions, wouldn't it be extremely difficult for him to recover the money? Indeed, it would be very difficult. Although it's not impossible to recover, at the very least a lawsuit would take who knows how long. Moreover, when transferring the money, Guchun didn't specify the purpose, making it hard for a court to determine what the money was for. If she insisted it was a gift from a friend, the investigation and evidence collection would probably take a long time. It was hard to say whether Guchun was careless or confident, but it was probably the latter. A person with billions of liquid assets at his disposal must have an immense background. Her thoughts were just thoughts. She dared not test Guchun's limits in the slightest. If she offended someone she couldn't afford to offend, her entire Qin family would suffer. After handing her ID card to the salesperson, Qin Yuyao sat down and waited. Miss Qin, farewell. Call me if anything comes up. The car has been paid for. Not long after, Guchun appeared with one arm around Song Qinga and the other hand making a phone call gesture as he spoke. Okay, Mr. Gu. Take care. Qin Yuyao quickly replied. Outside the dealership, Guchun said, let's go, honey. We're going shopping. Okay, honey. Song Qinga happily kissed Guchun on the cheek. Getting into the car, Guchun first set the navigation to Guojin Center, then started the car and drove off. Although he had been to Guojin Center before, he couldn't remember the way. After all, he wasn't a true local Shanghainese. With Shanghai being so vast, he would surely get lost without navigation. The two listened to music as they arrived at Guijin Center. Along the way, the smile on Song Chinga's face never faded. Occasionally, she would hum along to the songs. Although she bought a ready car, she didn't take delivery today. It needed a paint protection film, floor mats, and such. Though many say paint protection film is a waste of money, it actually comes in handy sometimes. For instance, it provides good protection against small branches and stones that hit the car. Wealthy people tend to prefer perfection. Any tiny flaw makes them very uncomfortable. Perhaps repairing a scratch would be much cheaper than a paint protection film, but that would still leave a flaw. Repair also takes time and effort. Why would wealthy people bother with that? A paint protection film is a one-time solution. If money can solve the problem, why worry about spending a little more? Only the poor fuss over cost-effectiveness and whether something is a waste of money. If you had $1 million, would you care about 3 or 5,000? That analogy is not quite right. Considering Gu Chen's situation, it would be more accurate to say if you had $1 million, would you care about 3 or 5 cents? It seems even 3 or 5 cents is too much. 3 or 5 mils would be more appropriate. After locking the car door, Song Chinga naturally linked her arm with Gu Chen's. Entering the Guijin Center Mall, they headed straight for the Hermes boutique. Arriving once again at the Hermes boutique, the saleswoman who had attended to them before recognized them at a glance. Mr. Gu, welcome to Hermes. The saleswoman warmly greeted Gu Chun and Song Chinga as they entered. Oh, you still remember me? Gu Chun joked. Mr. Gu is one of our most valued clients. I could never forget you. Are you here to purchase something for the lady with you today? Last time Lu Rian had been the center of attention, but this time she was absent and Gu Chun had brought only Song Chinga. The saleswoman understood who the new leading lady was. She silently marveled at how the wealthy played their games. She knew Song Chinga was Lu Rian's best friend and had merely been a supporting figure on the previous visit. Yet in just a couple of days, she had risen to this position. Yes, I want to buy some gifts for my girlfriend. Do you have any new arrivals? Gu Chun did not hide the truth. He openly acknowledged Song Chinga's status. He had no reason to deny it. These women were his, and even if Lu Rian, Song Chinga, and Fang Yuqing all knew about each other, none would choose to leave. The reason was simple. He was rich, handsome, capable, and generous with his money. What Lu Rian and the others had received from him was more than most could earn in a lifetime. And he gave everything unconditionally, transferring ownership immediately. Others who kept mistresses required contracts and notarization with assets only automatically transferring after years of service. But Gu Chun transferred everything on the spot without worrying about breach of contract or losing everything. So what could the three women possibly object to? They simply hadn't fully disclosed the situation, yet all pretending not to know. But deep down, each of them understood perfectly. We do have many new styles, sir. Our company is running several promotions. You and your girlfriend can take a look first, and if you like anything you can decide later. Alright, let's have a look. Gu Chun turned to Song Chinga. Honey, you browse. If you see anything you like, just have her package it for you. Okay, dear. Song Chinga smiled sweetly and followed the sales assistant to the display counters. Gu Chun did not accompany her. Shopping with a woman was exhausting, and he needed to conserve his energy. As soon as he sat down, he saw the contract documents sent by Qin Yuyao. Mr. Gu, please review the contract. If there are no issues, we can sign it formally tomorrow. Qin Yuyao was meticulous. Afraid that time would be tight on the signing day, she sent the contract in advance so Gu Chun could thoroughly examine it for any irregularities. He couldn't be bothered to read it carefully and simply replied, "No need to look. I'll sign it tomorrow." Mr. Gu, this is a substantial investment. Perhaps you should be more cautious. What if there's a loophole that leads to disputes later? Inside the Qin Group headquarters, Qin Yuyao sat in the president's office messaging Gu Chun. She was astonished by his reply. This was a 2 billion yuan investment, not 20 or 200, but a full 2 billion. That was roughly the total liquid assets of the Qin Group. Was this man not afraid of being cheated out of his money? Contracts were one of the easiest ways to deceive. Contract disputes were time-consuming and costly, and even if one won, full restitution was unlikely. Since the party who failed to review the contract bore some responsibility, only a partial refund could be obtained. She could have easily made several hundred million from the deal. Yet, Gu Chun was not only unconcerned when transferring the money, but also indifferent about signing the contract. This only convinced Qin Yuyao further that Gu Chun was no ordinary man. It's fine. I told you I hate trouble. Just handle it yourselves. Let me know when to sign tomorrow. Alright, I'll inform you then, Mr. Gu. They exchanged a few brief words and ended the conversation. Honey, my parents are arriving tomorrow afternoon. Will you come with me to pick them up? Let's see. If nothing comes up, I'll go with you. By the way, you don't have a car yet. I'm busy here, but I'll transfer some money. Go buy a few cars. Your uncle and aunt will need transportation too. It's inconvenient without a car. Okay, sure. Having already accepted a billion yuan house, Fang Yuqing had no qualms about accepting more money from Gu Chun for a car. She didn't stand on ceremony. He transferred 100 million directly. When the system didn't alert him, he figured the amount was acceptable. He had wanted to transfer 1 or 2 billion, but feared violating the system's rules, so he settled for 100 million as a test. 100 million wasn't too much, and even if it violated the system, the penalty would likely be just a warning. To his surprise, the system approved the transfer. He breathed a sigh of relief. This spending limit was such a nuisance. Spending money had to be this troublesome. Meanwhile, in the Tangong villa, Fang Yuqing stared at the 100 million in her bank account. She was at a loss for words. This was what a true tycoon looked like, casually handing over 100 million. She wondered how much Gu Chun was actually worth. But she didn't dwell on it. She was a smart woman and knew to suppress such curiosity lest it offend him and cause her to lose favor. Even if she broke up with Gu Chun now, she wouldn't be at a loss. But who would refuse more money? With him, she had endless wealth. With anyone else could she have such a life? And even if someone else could match his level, they would likely be much older. Why follow an old man who couldn't last long when she could be with a young, handsome, and enduring man? As for other young men, even the former national husband couldn't compare. Okay, honey. I'll contact the car dealership right away and have them deliver the cars. As a car model, she had extensive connections in the automotive industry. Having participated in auto shows across the country, she knew people at dealerships everywhere. The dealership Fang Yuqing contacted was the same one where Gu Chun had bought cars for Lu Rian and Song Qinga. After receiving her call, the dealership began bustling with activity. A Toyota Alphard, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, a Rolls-Royce Phantom, a Porsche Panamera, and various other models. 10 cars in total. The parking lot at Tangong Villa was huge, and even if it overflowed, there was still open space in the yard. It could accommodate not just 10, but 20 or 30 cars. But having too many cars was pointless. Only a few were needed daily, so 10 were just right. After buying the 10 luxury cars, there was still over 50 million left in the account. Fang Yuqing didn't spend the remaining 50 million, she kept it for emergencies. Though the money came easily, she had tasted hardship before, so holding on to some cash was the safest bet. What if Gu Chun tired of her one day? Then she would have to rely on that money. Saving more was a form of security. Men's hearts were fickle. She dared not gamble on whether Gu Chun would abandon her. After chatting with Qin Yuyao and Fang Yuqing, Song Qinga had also finished selecting her desired items. 15 luxury bags in total, valued at over 5 million. Gu Chun settled the bill with a swipe of his card. Watching his effortless display of wealth, the female sales staff were consumed with envy. How wonderful it would be to have such a wealthy boyfriend, they thought, practically bursting with longing. The Patek Philippe boutique. The treatment remained the same. After all, Gu Chun had left an indelible impression at every place he visited. His expenditures were simply too extraordinary to be forgotten. Pack up all the remaining men's watches for me, and select a few timepieces for my girlfriend. The men's watches were paid with his own funds, the returns from the system. Song Qinga's purchases, however, were covered by the system's consumer fund. Since he had previously bought out all the available inventory for Lu Rian, with no new stock arriving, Song Qinga could only choose from watches in the 1 to 2 million range. Leaving the Patek Philippe boutique, Gu Chun took Song Qinga to the Richard Mille store. This, however, was still an untapped area. He purchased over 10 women's watches in one go, spending more than 100 million. It must be said that Richard Mille indeed sat a half-tier above Patek Philippe in terms of prestige. Though both brands belonged to the pinnacle tier, a careful distinction revealed a gap. System, are you there? I am here. If I obtain shopping cards to give to women later, would that count as a violation? That depends on the recharge amount. What about 100 million per card? Granted. Due to your level, you have the authorization. Understood. After finishing their mental exchange, Gu Chun led Song Qinga straight to the ICC counter. Good day, sir. How may I assist you today? I would like to purchase gift cards. Certainly, sir. What denomination were you looking for? 10 cards, each valued at 100 million. Gu Chun did not dare to recharge too much, fearing he might exceed his spending limit or be flagged for suspicious activity. How much, sir? At first, the counter staff paid little mind. After all, the ICC was frequented by countless wealthy patrons. She had processed million and 10 million level recharge cards many times before. But upon clearly understanding Gu Chun's words, the clerk assumed he was joking. Sir, are you certain you haven't misspoken? You wish to purchase 10 cards valued at 100 million each. Yes, is there an issue? Gu Chun nodded. Please wait a moment, sir. Transactions of this magnitude are beyond my authority. I need to have the manager come over to assist you. Very well, please inform the manager. While waiting, Gu Chun summoned his system panel. Host Gu Chun. System level 2, spending limit 10,392,490 upgrade condition, 10 billion upgrade experience, 392,490 10 billion. Seeing that he had already spent nearly 4 billion, Gu Chun could not help but smile faintly. Quite satisfactory, he had almost spent half. With continued effort, he would secure the level rewards soon. The level 2 system rewards were of tremendous importance to him. With the time reversal ability, he would no longer need to worry about his life. Even if discovered, there was a risk of being captured and dissected, but at least his life was guaranteed. As long as he used it cautiously and kept it hidden, no one would find out. Used in private, no one would discover it. Just as he was studying the system panel, a middle-aged man in a tailored suit approached from afar. Manager Chen, this gentleman wishes to purchase recharge cards with a face value of 100 million. Upon seeing the manager, the customer service representative immediately spoke. Manager Chen gave Gu Chen a thorough once-over upon arrival. After examining him from head to toe, a respectful expression crossed his face. One could not become a manager at the ICC without possessing sharp judgment of character. Gu Chen's attire alone was worth at least $1 million. The Richard Mille watch on his wrist exceeded 100 million. Such a person was certainly no ordinary individual, nor someone who would make idle jokes. Good day, sir. I am Chen Yong, manager of the commercial department at the ICC. My staff informed me that you wish to purchase 10 shopping cards valued at 100 million each. Gu Chun extended his hand and gave a firm handshake. Hello, Manager Chun. Yes, I need 10 cards. Then please follow me, sir. Let us discuss this in the VIP room. Gu Chun nodded. Very well, let's go. The three of them proceeded to the VIP room. Chen Yong first poured water for both Gu Chun and Song Chinga, then produced a contract. Sir, we rarely encounter such high-denomination recharge cards at the ICC, especially 10 at once. The processing procedure may be somewhat complex, and I hope you will not mind. Gu Chun nodded. I understand. Anyone would treat an amount like this with the utmost caution. Here is the authorization contract, sir. I must first conduct a risk investigation on your bank account to ensure there is no connection to money laundering or other illegal activities. Below this is the recharge application form confirming that you are voluntarily making this purchase without any coercion. Proceed then. Gu Chun signed the authorization form, and then the recharge contract without hesitation. Very well, sir. Please wait while we complete the risk assessment. We will process your request shortly. Before long, over 10 minutes later, Chen Yong re-entered the room, holding 10 shopping cards in his hand. Sir, these are your 10 shopping cards, each valued at 100 million. Please accept them. Gu Chun nodded. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Chen. Chen Yong handed him a business card. You are too kind, sir. It is my privilege to serve a distinguished client like yourself. Should you need anything at the ICC in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Gu Chun accepted the card with a smile. Very well. Should I require anything, I will reach out to you, Manager Chen. After exchanging pleasantries, Gu Chun departed with Song Chinga. Watching Gu Chen's retreating figure, Manager Chen's face remained filled with respect. In the car, Song Chinga gazed at the trunk brimming with luxury goods, her joy impossible to conceal. Husband, I love you. No sooner had she settled into the seat than Song Chinga leaned in to offer him a kiss. Gu Chen accepted her affection with ease. Having spent so much money, if she did not even offer such treatment, he would have to reconsider whether she belonged by his side. A woman should understand her place. Accepting his wealth while pretending to be virtuous would earn her nothing but dismissal. Husband, I have something to tell you. Go ahead. Gu Chen started the engine. Rian's birthday is coming up. Rian's birthday? When exactly? 2 days from now, the day after tomorrow. Song Chinga said with a bright smile. Understood. I will throw her a grand birthday celebration. Also invite all your friends. More people will make it more lively. Gu Chen's reasoning was clear. Spend more money, of course. After all, the birthday party expenses would be charged to Lu Ruyan, and the more people who attended, the higher the consumption would be. After finishing his words, Gu Chun tossed an ICC shopping card to Song Chinga. This card is for you. Whenever you are free, come here and shop. Thank you, husband. This time Song Chinga showed her gratitude with more than just words. Damn you, little enchantress. On an unopened road, Gu Chen rolled down the car window and took a pleasant drag of his cigarette. Beside him, Song Chinga was on the phone. Hello. Honey, where are you? The wedding preparations are almost complete, and all the relatives have arrived. We need to show up together tonight. Hearing her fiancé's voice, Song Chinga felt a pang of disgust. But she had no choice. Gu Chen liked this tone, so she had to suppress her aversion and go along with it. I'm out shopping. Tonight, right? Okay, I don't have anything else planned. Great, honey, I knew you loved me. Oh, by the way, my dad said that if we have a son in the future, he'll give you 10% of the company shares. Hearing that she would have to bear his child, Song Chinga nearly blurted out, you wish, but she held back. Oh, my father-in-law is so generous. I'll have to work hard then. Fiancé, my promise. As long as you carry on the family line, nothing is a problem. Song Chinga, alright, let's leave it at that. I'll talk to you later when I get back. Okay, honey, see you tonight. After chatting with Song Chinga for a while, Gu Chun drove her back. Then he began searching on his phone. Nice bar, looks good. Oh, the owner is even Wang Song. Let's go with this one. After deciding on the venue for Lu Rian's birthday party, he immediately picked up his phone to make arrangements. Hello, nice bar, how may I assist you? The sweet voice of the customer service representative rang through the phone. I'd like to host a birthday party for a friend at your place. Can you do that? We can, sir. However, hosting a birthday party at our bar may cost more. If that's not an issue, we can set it up anytime. Money is not a problem, but I want to book the entire venue. Book the entire venue. Hearing Gu Chen's request, the representative couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Sir, if you want to book the whole place, the price will be much higher. I can't give you a specific quote for that right now, or our manager will need to explain it to you. Fine, put the manager on. Within a few minutes a man's voice came through. Hello sir, you wish to book our entire bar for a birthday party, correct? Gu Chen said. Yes, but I don't mean turning away other guests. I want everyone who comes that day to be able to enter and enjoy themselves, and I'll cover all the expenses. Alright sir, what's your budget? The minimum for a full booking here is 3 million. The manager stated the price. Only 3 million. The birthday party I'm throwing for my friend might be very lavish. 3 million might not be enough. How about this, set the budget at 10 million and go all out? Hearing Gu Chen casually mention 10 million, the manager's breathing quickened. Spending the price of a Rolls-Royce in one night. Well, the world of the wealthy is beyond our understanding, but since he said it, we have to comply. Very well, sir. Any other requirements? The manager continued. No specific demands, but it must be spectacular. I'll send you photos of myself and my friend later. Make some exquisite videos and play them on the screens. Of course, sir. Although we're a bar, we have top-notch editors. The manager replied politely. Gu Chen thought for a moment and said, oh, and get the best DJs as well. Set up a lucky draw with 100 spots for those who attend tonight. The lowest prize is 100,000 and the highest is 1 million. So much. The manager's voice trembled slightly. Sir, should we reduce the number of top prizes? No, do it normally 10 first prizes, 22nd, 33rd, and 44th. First prize is 1 million, second is 700,000, third is 400,000, and fourth is 100,000. The only condition is that winners must give a toast to my friend. No other requirements. The manager on the other end could barely contain himself. This lottery was utterly insane. How much would this birthday party cost? Even their boss at his peak wouldn't dare to go this far. Indeed, the saying holds true, the waters of Hua Guo run deep. The visible rich are not the real rich, the hidden ones are the true tycoons. Don't pull any insider tricks on me. The lottery winners must be actual guests who showed up. Don't arrange for your own people to come on stage and claim prizes. If I find out you've played that game, don't blame me for being blunt. After finishing, Gu Chen added another reminder. Also reserve some spots for the friends I brought. Whatever number of people show up, set aside that many spots and distribute the rest fairly among every lottery participant. Sure, boss, I understand. We won't deceive you. Very well. If your service remains excellent, I'll certainly become a regular patron of your bar. After hanging up, a faint smile appeared on Gu Chen's lips. When Lu Ruyan saw this spectacle someday, she would surely be overjoyed. He hadn't told Lu Ruyan about arranging her birthday celebration and was planning to give her a surprise. Husband, what are you doing? At that moment, Lu Ruyan sent a message asking. Nothing much, just finished work and heading home. I miss you so much. Don't you miss me? With a favorability rating of 99 points, Lu Ruyan had now completely fallen under Gu Chen's spell. Of course I miss you. How could I not miss such a lovely wife of mine? Oh, you're so embarrassing. I miss you too. Do you have anything free the day after tomorrow? Hearing Lu Ruyan ask about that, Gu Chen already knew what she was going to say. The day after tomorrow. I probably will be. Oh, if you're busy, then never mind. Upon seeing Gu Chen say he was occupied, a trace of disappointment surfaced in Lu Ruyan's heart. Though she wasn't as materialistic as Song Qinga, Lu Ruyan deeply valued a sense of ritual. Since childhood, she had always treasured important days like birthdays, yearning for someone to care about her. But her family's conditions were hardly prosperous and her parents were always busy, never having time to think about her affairs. Later, after she started dating Chen Sheng, he could remember these things at first, but gradually he forgot. Every time she mentioned wanting to celebrate a ritualistic birthday, Chen Sheng would impatiently brush her off. Though he later coaxed her, she always felt wronged. Her demands were not high. Even a hard life would do, but there was only one such day a year. Why couldn't she allow herself a little happiness? Hearing that Gu Chen also couldn't accompany her, she desperately wanted to burst into tears and vent all the pent-up frustration inside her. But she didn't throw a fit with Gu Chen. She wasn't foolish. Gu Chen was not Chen Sheng. She had no capital to cause trouble. What if he simply ignored her out of annoyance? Alright, I still have things to attend to. I'll talk to you later. Gu Chen continued teasing her. Alright, husband, you busy yourself. Remember to let me know when you're free. Sure, I'll reach out when I have time. After ending the chat, Lu Ruyan's eyes turned red. Qinga, what are you doing? Nothing much. I'm going to attend a family banquet with Wang Haiyang in a bit. Seeing Song Qinga also so busy, Lu Ruyan was thoroughly dejected. What are you two up to? One after another, both have things to do. She was about to be forgotten by the world. Forget it, I'm exhausted. Let the whole world go to hell. Since there's still some time, can you chat with me for a bit? Song Qinga, sure, we can talk for a while. What's wrong? You seem to be in a particularly low mood. Lu Ruyan, I was just chatting with Gu Chen. Oh, that sounds nice. Not at all, not nice whatsoever. I wanted him to spend my birthday with me the day after tomorrow, but he has no time. Lu Ruyan typed out a message, adding a crying emoji at the end. No time. That can't be. Isn't he usually free? How could he suddenly find himself without time when your birthday comes around? On the other end of the phone, Song Qinga nearly laughed out loud. She had already guessed that Gu Chen was deliberately teasing Lu Ruyan. That day, she had already told Gu Chen about Lu Ruyan's birthday. Gu Chen also said he wanted to celebrate it for her, likely wanting to give her a surprise, which is why he claimed no time to tease her. There really isn't any. I feel so wronged. No one loves me anymore. No one in the whole world loves me anymore. Lu Rian typed out a flurry of words. Don't worry. Should I tell him for you, let him know your birthday is the day after tomorrow. No, if he's busy, let it be. There will be other birthdays in the future. Let's talk about it next time. Alright, we'll talk about it next time then. I need to get busy now. But after ending the chat, Song Chinga barely suppressed her laughter and screenshotted her conversation with Lu Rian, sending it to Gu Chun. Husband, take a look. This is too hilarious. Having just returned to the villa at Tan Palace, Gu Chun saw the screenshot message Song Chinga had sent. Haha, quite adorable. It's fine. I'll give her a surprise on the day after tomorrow. Song Chinga, hee, you're so good at teasing. Lu Rian won't even have the mood to eat for these 2 days. It'll only be 1 day. She won't starve to death. Alright husband, whatever you say goes. I'm going to have dinner with Wang Haiyang now. How boring. I'd rather be with you, husband. It would be more entertaining that way. Haven't I filled you up yet? Wait until next time, and I'll properly handle you. At this moment, Fong Yuding, hearing the commotion, walked down from upstairs. Gu Chun immediately put away his phone and walked over. Looking at Fong Yuding, whose face still carried a languid air, Gu Chun smiled and said, wife, you don't plan to sleep the whole day at home, do you? Fong Yuding gently leaned into Gu Chun's embrace. Yes, I was so exhausted yesterday. Even sleeping in today hasn't relieved it much. After saying this, she couldn't resist casting a charming glance at him. How on earth was this man built? Like an ox, vigorous all night long. Fong Yuding's stamina paled in comparison to Song Chinga's. This matter probably also had something to do with natural gifts. Some women were naturally strong, while others were naturally weak. Fong Yuding happened to be the latter. Song Chinga, on the other hand, was the former. Wife, you've suffered. Let me give you a little gift. Saying this, Gu Chun directly took out the Global Financial Center shopping card from his pocket. A shopping card? Fong Yuding said in astonishment. Yes, the Global Financial Center shopping card. I deposited 100 million in it. From now on, whenever you're free, go shopping. Buy whatever you want. Don't save money for me. A man's money is meant to be spent on women after all. Husband, you're too good to me. Starting off with 100 million shopping card at the Global Financial Center. Shall I bear you 10 sons in the future? Gu Chun's face darkened. Ingrate, is that how you repay kindness? Alright, just wait. Saying this, he directly scooped her up in his arms and headed upstairs. No. Someone help. Fong Yuding giggled in Gu Chun's arms. The next morning, Gu Chun woke up refreshed while Fong Yuding, of course, continued lying low, currently repairing herself. Donning the bespoke suit he had purchased the day before, he drove straight to Qin Group. Today was the day to formally sign the contract with Qin Yuyao. In the morning, Qin Yuyao had already sent him a notification. Qin Group. A prominent signboard hung at the top floor of the building. 20 stories in total, and just this building alone was worth over 100 million. Having to say, Qin Group still possessed considerable strength. Regardless of their internal situation or whether they suspected being outwardly strong but inwardly weak, at the very least they had maintained a decent facade. As soon as he stepped out of the parking lot, he saw Qin Yuyao waiting at the entrance with a group of Qin Group executives. Welcome, Mr. Gu. Before Gu Chun could even walk over, the executives behind Qin Yuyao had already raised their voices in greeting. Hello everyone. Gu Chun said affably. Mr. Gu, welcome. Let us go inside and talk. Qin Yuyao said with crescent-shaped eyes curving into a smile. Alright, let's go. Gu Chun smiled faintly. Today Qin Yuyao was dressed in a well-tailored professional suit, with black trousers tightly wrapping her straight long legs. Her facial features were strikingly three-dimensional, and her neat ponytail exuded the aura of a CEO. Qin Yuyao, the CEO presence. As Gu Chun admired her, while walking into the Qin Group building, a sudden screech of brakes came from the entrance. Everyone turned to see a Mercedes S450 parked there. The rear door opened, and 2 men who bore a resemblance to Qin Yuyao quickly stepped out. Sorry, we're late. Are you Mr. Gu Chun? As soon as they got out, they apologized for their tardiness, then pushed through the crowd and extended their hands toward Gu Chun. Noticing the change in Qin Yuyao's expression when the 2 men appeared, Gu Chun knew they were also members of the Qin family, but likely had a strained relationship with her. He was only here to earn money, not genuinely interested in the investment. If it weren't for the system's requirement that a contract be signed, he might not have bothered to make this trip. Having no interest in money, he naturally had no interest in these 2 Qin family members. As they extended their hands, Gu Chun's expression remained indifferent. CEO Qin, who are these 2? Seeing Gu Chun's lack of response, the 2 men felt awkward. Mr. Guan Qin Hao, Yuyao's elder brother and general manager of the Qin Group. Mr. Guan Qin Ming, Yuyao's second brother and deputy general manager of the Qin Group. Here are our business cards. Qin Hao and Qin Ming awkwardly withdrew their hands and quickly offered their cards. But Gu Chun still didn't react. He glanced at the cards without taking them. CEO Qin, didn't I say I'd only deal with you for this investment? What are these general manager and deputy general manager doing here? Qin Yuyao had been worried that her 2 half-brothers might be too rash and displease Gu Chun, affecting the cooperation. But now it seemed she had overthought it. Second brother, please don't interfere with my cooperation with Mr. Gu. Let's discuss anything else after I sign the contract with him, okay? When facing Qin Yurao, the two men were not as polite as they had been with Gu Chun. Qin Hao, the elder brother, frowned and said arrogantly, Yurao, with such a large investment as the general manager of our Qin group, don't I even have the right to inquire? Although you brought in Mr. Gu's investment, we have the right to be informed. Your second brother and I are also responsible for the Chongqing Commercial Street project. If we know nothing, what if something goes wrong? Besides, this was decided by the old man himself. Do you intend to defy his wishes? Seeing Qin Yurao's furrowed brow, Gu Chun said irritably, Hey. The investor is me, not your old man. The only person in charge of this project should be Miss Qin. With so many people claiming responsibility, who should I turn to if something goes wrong? If there are serious consequences, who will take responsibility? You. Or you? Gu Chun pointed at Qin Hao and Qin Ming. Hearing that they would be held accountable for any mishaps, both Qin Hao and Qin Ming changed their expressions. Mr. Gu, this project has been thoroughly studied by our group. It shouldn't have any problems. Please rest assured. Qin Hao rubbed his hands and smiled ingratiatingly. Shouldn't? I'm putting 2 billion into this, and you only give me a shouldn't. Do you take me for a fool? Let me make this clear again. Either the only person in charge is Miss Qin Yurao, or we terminate the cooperation. Choose one. If Miss Qin is not the sole responsible party, then I'm sorry, but this cooperation ends here. With that, Gu Chun turned to leave. This move startled Qin Yurao and the two brothers. The group was facing a huge funding gap. Without a large capital injection, they would definitely fail the bank's risk assessment. If they were labeled a risky enterprise and their loan application was rejected, while also being forced to repay previous loans, the Qin group could go bankrupt. Mr. Gu, please wait a moment, Qin Yurao hurriedly said. Mr. Gu, I will give you a satisfactory explanation. Please give me some time. Gu Chun stopped, his face cold. All right, Miss Qin. I'll give you 10 minutes to give me a satisfactory answer. If you can't even make decisions on this project, I might have to reconsider the whole cooperation. Yes, Mr. Gu. I promise to give you an answer within 10 minutes. After speaking, Qin Yurao looked at Qin Hao and Qin Ming and said coolly, Second brother, let's talk privately. Though they didn't want Qin Yurao to gain the benefit alone, they dared not drive Gu Chun away. The Qin family's current situation meant no one else was willing to invest such a large sum. If they forced Gu Chun away out of selfishness, the Qin group would truly be finished. Stepping aside, Qin Yurao said solemnly, Second brother, I know what you're thinking. You're afraid that I'll take all the credit and threaten your standing in the family. But have you considered what would happen to the Qin family if we lose Mr. Gu's investment? Even if one of you succeeds as family head and becomes chairman of the group, what good would it do? The group is about to go bankrupt. Would you be willing to shoulder a mountain of debt just for the title of chairman? Well, the two brothers looked at each other speechless. Who becomes chairman and family head should be decided by strength, not by undermining each other and plunging the group and family into crisis. Though Qin Hao and Qin Ming were reluctant to see Qin Yurao grow stronger in the company, they couldn't argue with her logic. They had their schemes, but they weren't blind to the situation. After all, they were raised in a prominent family and knew how to assess the circumstances. Brother, maybe we should let Yurao finalize the investment with Mr. Gu first. The bank has already started a risk review. Once the cooperation is confirmed, the bank won't be a problem. Qin Hao sighed. All right, Yurao, go ahead and finalize the deal with Mr. Gu. We'll discuss other matters later. Seeing that her brothers were being reasonable, Qin Yurao felt a sense of relief. Thank you, brothers. I'll get to work now. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Yurao returned. Mr. Gu, I've discussed it with my brothers. They won't interfere with this project. I'll have full authority. Gu Chun nodded. That's more like it. I trust you, Miss Qin, not this so-called Qin group. To be honest, your Qin group is worthless to me. Without you, I wouldn't even give it a second glance. Though his words were harsh and humiliating considering his strength, it was understandable. He had billions in liquid assets, far more than the Qin group at its peak. Hundreds of billions in cash would require assets worth trillions. Imagining the scale behind him, she grew even more respectful. No further incidents occurred as they arrived at the Qin group's conference room. Gu Chun and Qin Yurao sat opposite each other, accompanied by a temporary negotiation team from various departments. As soon as they sat down, the negotiation team began presenting the cooperation terms. Mr. Gu, after our group's meetings, the cooperation content is as follows. Project 1. Gu Chun didn't listen to what they said. He was playing on his phone from the moment he sat down. The content on his phone wasn't about the negotiation materials, but scrolling through Douyin, watching girls. Damn, why are these women so ugly? Recently, he had been looking for faster ways to earn money. He thought of those online female streamers, each with slim figures and long legs looking like goddesses in their videos. But when he asked the system to evaluate whether they met the spending criteria, none passed. The system, perhaps intentionally, or not, even showed him their real appearances. By his standards, those streamers all met the consumption requirements, definitely above 80 points. But after the system revealed their real faces, he almost threw up. The streamers he thought were above 80, their real appearances barely reached 60. One of them, after removing the beauty filter and effects, turned out to be a sallow-faced woman in her 40s with pimples, uneven skin, and yellow teeth, making his stomach churn. Gu Chen's remark about being too ugly was not said in his mind, but openly in front of everyone. Too ugly. The group was still taking the negotiation seriously when Gu Chen's sudden comment left them all bewildered. What is too ugly? Who is too ugly? Mr. Gu, are you dissatisfied with the terms we've presented? If you're not satisfied, we can make adjustments on the spot and reprint the contract. Qin Yue asked cautiously. Snapping back to reality, Gu Chen realized the misunderstanding and waved his hand. Oh, I wasn't referring to you. I was looking at my phone and saw an extremely ugly woman. It disgusted me and I accidentally blurted it out. Please continue. I've reviewed the contract and have no objections. If you're done with the presentation, let's sign. Hearing Gu Chen's response, everyone exchanged wry smiles. Bro, this is a $2 billion investment, not $20 or 200. Could you take it a little more seriously? Qin Yue, who had somewhat grasped Gu Chen's personality, stopped the others from continuing and slid the contract over to him. Mr. Gu, we've essentially finished the presentation. Since you have no objections, let's sign. All right, let's sign. Gu Chen scrawled his signature on the contract with a flourish, then stretched and stood up. Signing contracts is more exhausting than shopping with my girlfriend. Next time I'll have to send a dedicated team. I can't handle this myself. Upon hearing this, everyone's foreheads creased with exasperation. Just what kind of rich young master was this? He wasn't here to invest in business. He was here to experience life, wasn't he? Well, haha, Mr. Gu has such a wonderful attitude. If only I had half of your mindset. What mindset? I don't think my mindset is that great. I know what you mean. When you have more money than you can spend, your mindset improves too. Gu Chen waved his hand with a faint smile. More money than you can spend. Everyone was speechless. Was he joking? There's no such thing as money that can't be spent, unless your family owns a mint. No one dwelled on it, assuming Gu Chen's family was simply so wealthy that his spending couldn't keep up with his earnings, which explained his remark. After the deal was concluded, Qin Yue glanced at her watch and stood up. Mr. Gu, we've been busy all morning, and it's almost noon. How about I treat you to lunch? Gu Chen nodded. Sure, I'm a bit hungry. Let's eat quickly. I have things to do this afternoon. Very well, sir. I'll have it arranged right away. Soon at a 5-star hotel near the Qin Corporation, a spacious private room hosted only Qin Yue and Gu Chen. Mr. Gu, since you have afternoon engagements, allow me to toast you with tea as a gesture of gratitude for your trust. Gu Chen raised his teacup with a smile. President Qin, no need to be so formal. I'm generally quite accommodating to beautiful women. I grant almost any request. If you truly wish to thank me, just don't refuse when I invite you out. Qin Yue felt a bit awkward at his bluntness. It wasn't that she lacked interest in Gu Chen, but his directness caught her off guard. After setting down the cup, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Mr. Gu sure knows how to joke. A common woman like me couldn't possibly catch your eye. Miss Qin, you're selling yourself short. You're exactly my type. But judging by your reaction, it seems you're not interested in me. That's fine. I don't like forcing people. No, Mr. Gu, you misunderstand. I'm just afraid I'm not worthy of you. How could I not like someone as outstanding as you? Seeing that Gu Chen had misinterpreted her, Qin Yue quickly explained. Oh, is that so? Then no worries. Don't reject me when I ask you out next time. Glancing at his Richard Mille watch worth over 100 million, Gu Chen stood up. All right, I'm full. I have things to do. See you around. Goodbye, Mr. Gu. I'll see you out. Qin Yue escorted him to the hotel entrance, watched him drive away, then turned back toward the Qin Corporation. She had arrived in Gu Chen's car, and now that he was gone, she had no vehicle, so she walked back. It wasn't far, just one street away, a perfect opportunity to stroll and think about future plans. Oh, I forgot to mention the bidding cocktail party to Mr. Gu. She immediately pulled out her phone and sent him a message. Mr. Gu, the bidding cocktail party starts in 3 days. If you're free, please come. Okay. Gu Chen's reply came quickly. All right, Mr. Gu. Drive safe. Call me if anything comes up. After reading his reply, Qin Yue felt buoyant and walked back to the corporation with a light step. On the other side, Gu Chen drove while calling Fang Yuqing. Honey, are you ready? I'm ready, dear. I'll be home soon. We'll take the business van to pick up your parents. Okay. Soon Gu Chen drove back to Tan Palace. He casually parked his Mercedes-Benz G-Class aside, took the Toyota business van, and headed to the airport with Fang Yuqing. After waiting less than half an hour at the airport, Fang Yuqing's parents' flight landed at Modu Airport. A couple emerged from the arrivals gate with luggage. Dad, Mom, over here. Fang Yuqing waved from a distance. The couple approached with smiles on their faces. Uncle, Auntie, I'm Gu Chen. Let me take your luggage. Gu Chen took the suitcases from Fang Yuqing's parents and greeted them with a smile. You're Gu Chen? Fang's father looked at the impressive young man in surprise. Yes, uncle. It's been years. Have you forgotten me? Back in school, Fang's father had met Gu Chen. Sometimes when Gu Chen and Fang Yuqing walked home together, Fang's father would see him when picking up his daughter. I haven't forgotten, but I didn't expect so many years to pass. You've changed so much, become even more handsome. Thank you for the compliment, uncle. Let's not stand here. Let's talk in the car. Meanwhile, Fang's mother walked behind, holding Fang Yuqing's hand. Yuqing, are you and Xiaochen dating? Fang Yuqing blushed and nodded. Fang's mother smiled warmly. You silly girl, there's nothing to be shy about. Xiaochen is so outstanding. I can't find a single flaw in him. Since you're together, treat him well and don't bully him. Fang Yuqing said, Mom, how could I bully him? It's a blessing he doesn't bully me. Such a good kid wouldn't bully you. Just be happy together. That's all I hope for. I know, Mom. Gu Chun is very kind to me. We'll be very happy. Oh, Mom, you and Dad should stay in Moda this time. Gu Chun wants to invest in our family business and help Dad reopen a hotel. Did Gu Chun really say that? Fang's mother knew her husband had never given up his dream of starting over. With someone willing to invest, he would likely be thrilled. Fang Yuqing nodded. It's true, Mom. I already discussed it with Dad. That's why we invited you both here, to talk about opening the hotel. You told your father? He didn't mention a word to me. That old man is keeping secrets. Fang Yuqing couldn't help but cover her mouth with a giggle. Maybe Dad wasn't sure yet, so he didn't tell you. He didn't want to disappoint you if it didn't work out. Everyone settled into the car. Fang's father gazed at the luxuriously configured business vehicle and couldn't help but nod in approval. Impressive, Xiaochun. You've really made something of yourself driving such a fine car. Back in the day, the Fang family had cars worth over $1 million too, and their rise to fortune was even earlier. Unfortunately, an accident later caused their fortunes to decline. Uncle, I'm glad you like it. I had Yuqing buy several more cars, so it will be convenient for you and Annie when you go out. There are more cars at home. Fang's father asked in slight surprise. Of course he knew how much this car was worth. It was the famed first-class cabin on land, the Toyota Alphard. A brand new one would cost over 1 million yuan. If some options were added, it could easily reach over 7 million yuan. Comparing to this vehicle, the cars at home probably wouldn't be cheap either. Fang Yuqing smiled beside them. Dad, Gu Chun arranged everything after hearing you and Mom were coming. You only need to focus on the hotel location research and opening matters. Fang's father nodded. Yes, I did my research before coming. Now I'm just waiting for the on-site inspection. Oh, Uncle has already done some research. Where are you considering for the hotel location? Gu Chun asked while driving. Xiaochen, before I discuss the location, may I ask how much you're planning to invest? I need a budget to determine the final location. Gu Chun thought for a moment. I'm not very familiar with the hotel industry, so I'm not sure how much investment is needed. But money isn't an issue. My budget is quite sufficient, at least 1 billion as a starting point. If 1 billion isn't enough, I can add more. No upper limit really. It all depends on what scale of hotel Uncle wants to operate. No upper limit. 1 billion as a starting point. Setting aside the question of an upper limit, just that starting 1 billion alone. How huge a hotel would that require? At their family's peak, they had barely over 100 million. And even that made them a wealthy family worth ranking in their hometown. Now Gu Chun was casually throwing out 1 billion, which left him shaken. He couldn't help but wonder just how wealthy Gu Chun must be. Xiaochen, may I ask what you do for work? How are you so wealthy? Gu Chun smiled as he replied, I just invest in some businesses overseas. I'll tell you more about the specifics later. The important thing is all the money definitely comes from legitimate channels. Fang's father nodded. Alright, I understand. If the budget is 1 billion, then I have a clear picture in mind. I studied a lot of materials before coming. Although the real estate industry isn't doing well these days, if we can build a good reputation and provide excellent service, we can still make money. But the location must be good. We can't save money by choosing a remote place. Without enough exposure, we can't attract customers. We also need to recruit a business team to negotiate long-term partnerships with large corporations, trying to get them to handle all their reception work at our hotel. As long as we can establish partnerships with major companies, we won't have to worry about lacking customers in the future. It's just a matter of how much we earn. Gu Chun nodded. Uncle Fang, that's an excellent idea. Here's what I'll do. I'll advance 1 billion to Yuqing for initial investment first. If it's not enough, I'll add more. However, Uncle, I don't know if Yuqing told you. My entire investment will be under her name. The hotel's legal representative is Yuqing, and all the equity belongs to her too. I can't give any shares to you and Auntie, but I can offer you a high salary. You can quote whatever amount you think is fair. Hearing Gu Chun's words, the Fang couple couldn't help but be stunned. Fang's father then said, Xiaochen, Uncle doesn't really care about shares or anything like that. As long as the salary covers mine and your aunt's daily expenses, I just want to be able to shine in an industry I love. But you're investing so much and not taking any shares, giving it all to Yuqing. Aren't you afraid we'll eventually claim it as our own, and you'll get nothing out of it? Gu Chun smiled elegantly. Uncle, I never expected any return. Yuqing has been with me, so I need to give her some security. I'm even worried that if our relationship ever goes wrong, she won't get anything. Well said. That's a real man. Xiaochen, with your words today, if Yuqing ever dares to betray you, I'll tie her to your side, if I have to. Haha, Uncle, that's not necessary. Love should be natural and unrestrained. If Yuqing ever truly wants to leave someday, I won't force her. Ding. Fang Yuqing's affection has increased by 10 points. Current affection, 99. Huh. Her affection is already at 99. Fang Yuqing, you need to slow down. If the affection reaches max level, I won't be able to use the spending money anymore. I'll have to dip into my own savings. Hearing the system's notification, Gu Chen couldn't help but show a wry smile. He had overdone it this time, almost maxing out Fang Yuqing's affection directly. It seemed he hadn't checked Fang Yuqing's profile yet. System, show me Fang Yuqing's information. Name Fang Yuqing. Age, 23. Education, bachelor's degree. Appearance, 89. Affection, 99. Purity, 1, 33. After viewing Fang Yuqing's profile, especially the purity section, he was surprised that in just 2 days it had already reached 33. He recalled that each time was only 3 to 5 occurrences with about 2 or 3 sessions per day. Somehow it had accumulated to this level without him realizing. Of course, he wouldn't think these purity counts involved anyone else since the 1 indicated it was only him. If there were someone else involved, it wouldn't show as 1, but rather 2. Husband. In an instant, Fang Yuqing in the passenger seat was so moved, she was nearly in tears. She no longer cared that her parents were beside her. She directly called him husband. Fang's father and mother in the back seat exchanged a knowing smile. They were naturally delighted when young lovers cared so deeply for each other. Wife, not now. I'm driving. Gu Chen hastily seized the moment to ease the tension. If he let Fang Yuqing continue in her emotional state, he feared she might do something that was beyond their control. Okay, husband. You drive first. By the way, uncle and aunt have traveled a long way. Let's find a good restaurant tonight to welcome them properly. Okay, husband. Do you have any restaurant recommendations? The Peace Hotel. The grade is sufficient and it's on the bund. After dinner, we can also take a stroll. Alright, I'll call the Peace Hotel to make a reservation. Fang Yuqing found the front desk number for the Peace Hotel online and dialed directly. Hello, Peace Hotel Guest Services. How may I assist you? Hello, I'd like to reserve a table for 4 people. Is there availability? For 4 people, yes. What time will you be arriving for dinner? Around 6 in the evening. Alright, may I have your ID number and phone number so we can contact you? Fang Yuqing recited her ID number and phone number. Perfect. Just come at 6 in the evening. Once your ID information is verified, we'll send you the room number via text message. After hanging up, everyone had already exited the elevated highway and arrived at Tan Palace. Gazing at the magnificent and imposing villa, Fang's father and mother were both struck with astonishment. Is this the legendary Tan Palace, the highest priced property in the magic capital? As the electronic gate of the manor slowly opened, Gu Chen smiled and said, yes, this is Tan Palace. How much must a house this big cost? Recovering from her shock, Fang's mother asked Fang Yuqing. Mom, this house cost 1 billion yuan. 1 billion. We've stumbled into a heavenly family. A single house costs 1 billion. Even at our family's peak, we could only afford 1/10 of a place like this, right? Fang Yuqing smiled. Mom, you can't just buy a house here with money alone. You also need sufficient background. Is it that troublesome? Truly deserving of being the magic capital's top luxury residence. Auntie, uncle, let's sit inside. After showing the Fang couple around the villa, Gu Chen invited them to rest indoors. The interior of the villa was luxuriously decorated, every detail exuding high-end elegance, leaving the Fang couple utterly amazed. Then Gu Chen led them to the underground garage, where over a dozen luxury cars were neatly parked, the cheapest worth millions, and one Rolls-Royce valued at over 10 million. Uncle, auntie, feel free to use any car from the garage for your daily travel. They're all family cars, no need to be polite. Alright, we'll pick a suitable one when we go out. Fang's father composed himself and said, Xiao Chen, now that it's just us, let's talk about the serious matter of the hotel site selection. Gu Chen nodded gently. Go ahead, I'm listening. Yuqing, bring some cigarettes. Okay, Dad. Fang Yuqing briskly ran to the private wine cellar and soon brought back several precious cigarettes, including various imported cigars, Macaron, President Fuchin Mountain Residence, and several rare high-end brands. Just looking at these cigarettes made Fang's father inwardly astounded. Not to mention the expensive cigars. A single box of Fuchin Mountain Residence cost 2,000, and a premium cigar could match an entire box of Fuchin Mountain Residence, a luxury rarely indulged in even by ordinary businessmen. Gu Chen smiled. Uncle, don't be reserved. Take whatever you like, we have plenty in stock. If you prefer a different type, I'll have Yuqing specially purchase it for you. No need to go to trouble. This Fuchin Mountain Residence is great. I've never tried such high-end cigarettes before. Since you like it, Yuqing, pack up all the Fuchin Mountain Residence we have at home for Uncle to take. Fang Yuqing obediently nodded and went to the wine cellar again to organize the cigarettes. Fang's father said with slight embarrassment, Xiao Chen treating us so generously makes me feel uneasy. Uncle, you're too formal. We'll be family soon. Yuqing is gentle and understanding. Meeting her is my fortune. Treating you well is what I should do. Fang's father was moved and patted Gu Chen's shoulder firmly. I'll remember your kindness. From now on, our Fang family will never let you down. No need for polite words, uncle. Let's talk about the hotel investment plan. Gu Chen had his own calculations. He very much hoped Fang's father could expand the hotel business. The system's consumption rules prevented him from making large voluntary payments, but if Fang's father took the initiative to expand investments, all expenses would count toward the system's compliant consumption limit. If he could invest 100 billion at once, he could directly complete the current upgrade task. However, he was also aware that the hotel industry had a ceiling. The initial 10 billion was enough to start. 100 billion investment was unrealistic, leaving him somewhat regretful. Fang's father got down to business. I've identified 2 prime locations. One is Lujiazui Financial Street, for a modern high-end business hotel. The other is the Bund with its deep historical heritage. If we can acquire a suitable old villa and renovate it with proper promotion, it won't be less popular than the Lujiazui branch. Both locations are excellent. Uncle, feel free to plan. I'll fully support you financially. Fang's father frowned slightly, but I still need to conduct field research. These areas are densely populated with high-end hotels, many long-established chains. As a new hotel, it will be difficult to quickly gain market share. Gu Chun said frankly, Uncle, go ahead and manage boldly. No matter how many old hotels or chain brands there are, in the end, it's a battle of financial strength. If necessary, we can offer concessions to attract customers and quickly build a regular clientele. Concessions to attract customers? Fang's father hesitated. The investment itself is extremely high. Prolonged concessions would lead to continuous losses. Even with deep pockets, it's unsustainable. While this method is quick, it risks offending competitors. If reported for malicious market disruption, it could cause a lot of trouble. Major hotel chains have complex connections, making it too risky. Indeed, the older generation had sharper insight. Gu Chun had only thought about quickly exhausting funds to meet the system quota without fully considering the network of relationships behind each hotel brand. He quietly reminded himself that mere wealth was insufficient. At this stage, he was only dealing with small-scale investments and hadn't encountered the top tier. But as his business empire expanded, he would inevitably cross paths with influential figures. The intricate web of relationships could easily lead to trouble if not handled carefully. He must start building connections and laying a foundation for his background. I understand, Uncle. Then we'll compete fairly. With ample funds, we can withstand even low initial revenue. I'll carefully refine the hotel operation plan and develop steadily through legitimate channels. They chatted for a while longer, eventually discussing their families, and the topic of Gu Chun's parents came up. When it came to his parents, Gu Chun was hesitant. He could easily make up stories for outsiders, but his parents knew his family background too well, so any excuse would be easily exposed. It wasn't that he didn't want to support his family, but he wasn't ready to fully confess his sudden wealth. His parents deserved the best, but everything needed careful planning, not hasty action. Ding. Detected host's concern. If you don't know how to explain the source of your assets to your family, the system can provide a plausible explanation. Gu Chun was startled and asked inwardly, do you have a reliable solution? Yes, but the system's assistance comes with conditions. Gu Chun became alert, knowing the system's rules often had hidden requirements. What conditions? Host need not worry. The assistance plan will not harm your interests. Both conditions will bring you benefits. Tell me the conditions first. Condition 1, increase the system's consumption limit to 200 billion. Gu Chun couldn't help but sigh. I knew it wouldn't be simple. I'm already struggling to find legitimate ways to spend 10 billion. Doubling it. When will I ever finish? Can you relax the consumption rules? Sorry, the system's core rules cannot be modified. Condition 2, the additional 100 billion consumption limit can only be used for reasonable support of your wife's daily expenses and other positive expenditures. If the host agrees, the system will slightly adjust your family's cognitive logic, allowing them to naturally accept your sudden wealth. Additional bonus, you can designate close relatives to receive full body enhancement, eradicating chronic ailments and extending lifespan. Hearing that he could eliminate his parents' ailments and prolong their lives, Gu Chun's breathing quickened. His deepest concern was his parents who had raised him. Now as they aged, they harbored many hidden illnesses. This bonus was exactly what he needed most. Despite his excitement, Gu Chun remained calm and asked for details. I can consider the conditions, but you must explain the restrictions on using this support fund. From the wording, it's for spending on women around me. Do I need to be married to use it? The thought of marriage made Gu Chun hesitate. Marriage brought legal constraints. Currently, he was getting along well with Fang Yuqing, Lu Ruyan, and Song Qingge without many restrictions. If he were to marry one of them, the dynamics would inevitably change. Even if they were sincere, it could create distance. If daily life became too constrained, it would not be worth it. System, but don't be too rigid in your thinking. You can change your perspective. With a little guidance from the system, Gu Chun suddenly saw the light. Thinking that he could use the newly added special consumption quota for doting on his wife without having to register for marriage, he no longer hesitated and immediately agreed to the transaction. Being able to take this opportunity to rid his parents and closest relatives of their chronic ailments and extend their lifespan was a tremendous blessing that others could only dream of. Alright, just issue the reward. 200 billion quota is fine, or I'll plan slowly and eventually spend it all. Received. Adjusting relatives' cognition. Please wait, host. Cognitive adjustment complete. Your family's minds will automatically generate a complete logic. You inherited the overseas trillion-dollar legacy of a distant second uncle with whom you never had contact. As the words faded, the phone in Gu Chun's pocket rang immediately. The caller was his mother. A gentle smile spread in his eyes as he answered, "Mom. Xiaochen, have you settled the inheritance left by your second uncle?" Gu Chen knew this was the effect of the system's cognitive modification. His grandfather had no overseas brothers, but he didn't expose it and went along with the story. "I've received it all, Mom." "That's good. Your second uncle went overseas to make a living when he was young, and we lost contact for decades. This morning your father received a call from an overseas family foundation saying he had no children and left all his properties and assets to you. I've already received it a few days ago. By the way, Mom, I'll transfer some money to you and Dad later. Spend it as you like. Let me know if you need more. If you're not happy living in the old hometown, come settle in Modu. I have plenty of space here. Silly child, your father and I are doing fine at home. Your father strained his back a few days ago and never told you. This morning he suddenly felt relaxed all over and the pain was gone. Focus on your work outside, but remember to bring a reliable girl home to settle down soon. Your cousin is getting married in the second half of the year. You should also hurry up with your own lifelong matter." Mentioning his mother's maternal uncle's family, Gu Chun felt a trace of displeasure in his heart. His maternal grandparents favored sons over daughters. His mother suffered much injustice at home when she was young. Her farmland was forcibly taken by her eldest uncle. When she went to demand it back, he not only acted shamelessly, but even pushed and shoved his father. It was only because his mother stopped him that he didn't lose his temper on the spot. After that, he never set foot in his uncle's house during festivals. Let marriage take its natural course. Your and Dad's health and safety are what matter most. I know. There's still farm work to do. Mom's going to work now. After hanging up, Gu Chun found his mother's bank card and transferred 100 million directly. With the system's pre-established inheritance background, the large transfer would not raise any doubts in his family. This money came from his personal assets, not from the new doting-on wife consumption quota, so even a huge amount was unrestricted. As soon as the money arrived, his mother sent a brief message, "Son, money received." Putting down his phone, Gu Chun looked at the Fong couple waiting nearby, glanced at his watch, and said, "Uncle, and it's getting late. Let's head to the Peace Hotel for dinner." "All right, let's go." The four drove to the Peace Hotel. Fong Yuqing gave the reservation information, and a waiter immediately led them to the pre-booked luxury private room. "Sir, here is the menu. Please feel free to order." Gu Chun glanced at the menu, ordered a few signature dishes, then handed the menu to Fong's father and mother. "Uncle, and see if there are any dishes you like. Feel free to add." The Fong couple looked down at the prices and were secretly shocked. The Peace Hotel's consumption level was far beyond imagination. An ordinary bowl of noodles cost 180 yuan, and various rare wines were astronomical. Without a solid financial foundation, one couldn't afford it. They added a few more homestyle dishes and ordered 2 bottles of aged Maodai. While chatting, they waited for the food. Soon all kinds of delicacies were served. Gu Chun casually took a stack of cash and placed it on the waiter's tray, saying generously, "Wait outside, I'll call you if needed." "Thank you, sir." The waiter, holding a generous tip, happily exited the room. Although high-end restaurants have no mandatory tipping policy, generous guests always leave a token of appreciation. After a few rounds of drinks, Gu Chun and Fong's father were having a great conversation. Both were slightly tipsy. When they hit it off, they even started calling each other brothers. Fong Yuqing and her mother sat aside, exchanging helpless smiles, but didn't interrupt, letting the two enjoy their talk. When the two were too drunk to drink anymore, Fong Yuqing went to the front desk to pay the bill, then called hotel staff to help escort the inebriated men into the car and return to the villa together. Back home, the mother and daughter spent considerable effort to settle Gu Chun and Fong's father into guest rooms. "Mom, get some rest early," Fong Yuqing said before turning around. "Good daughter, you rest early too. I'll tidy up your father's side and then go to bed." In the next room, Fong's father had a churning stomach from the alcohol and kept retching, relying on Fong's mother's careful care. On the other side, as Fong Yuqing just closed the bedroom door, a pair of hands suddenly reached from behind and gently wrapped around her shoulders. "Ah, you scared me. Honey, you're not drunk." Fong Yuqing turned around, a faint blush on her cheeks. "A little drink like this can't faze me." Gu Chun gazed at her tenderly, reached out, and gently ruffled her hair. The two spent a long time chatting, discussing future life plans and career arrangements as the night slowly settled in. The next morning, Fong's mother prepared a hearty breakfast. After finishing his meal, Gu Chun stood up and said, "Aunt, let Yuqing take you around to see the sights of Modu today. I have personal matters to attend to." "Go ahead, Xiaochen, don't worry about us," Fong's mother replied with a kind smile. After breakfast, Gu Chun drove away from the villa alone. Today was Lu Rian's birthday. He had to find time to celebrate with her and couldn't accompany the Fong family. As soon as his car left the Tangong community, Song Chinga sent a message. "Honey, is everything arranged?" Gu Chun replied, "All set. Bring your friends tonight. We'll meet at nice bar." Song Chinga, "Shouldn't we have dinner together first?" "You have dinner with Lu Rian first, then take her to the bar. I'll join midway so I can prepare a surprise for her." "Okay, I'll follow your arrangements." Ending the conversation, Song Chinga immediately sent a message to Lu Rian. "Rian, I've invited a group of sisters to celebrate your birthday. The restaurant is booked. Come out and join us." Lu Rian, who hadn't received any message from Gu Chun, was in low spirits and replied, I won't go. There's no one to look after the child at home. In the past, she would have looked forward to gatherings with her sisters, but since meeting and being with Gu Chun, what mattered most to her was his company. Without him, celebrating a birthday lost its flavor. Come out for a walk. Maybe Gu Chun will be free tonight and come find you after dinner. Will he really come? At the mention of Gu Chun, Lu Rian's spirits lifted instantly. Hard to say. You can ask him yourself. Lu Rian opened her chat with Gu Chun and sent, Are you free tonight? Gu Chun replied instantly, No other plans tonight. What, missing me? I'll come find you later. By the way, I had a courier deliver a gift for you. Remember to sign for it. Lu Rian, what gift is it, honey? You'll know when you receive it. Okay, I'll wait for you tonight. Receiving Gu Chun's affirmative reply, Lu Rian was overjoyed and immediately replied to Song Chinga, Gu Chun is coming tonight. I've already contacted Sister Chen Sheng to come look after the child. Once I finish dressing up, I'll meet up with the sisters. All expenses tonight are on me. No one is allowed to fight for the bill. Song Chinga teased back, Yes, ma'am, Sister Rian. I'll bask in your glory tonight. Lu Rian replied with a smile, A small matter. I'll cover the entire bill tonight. After settling the child, she was about to sit down and put on makeup when she heard a knock at the door. Hello, a gentleman commissioned me to deliver a gift. Please sign for it. Lu Rian opened the door, took the gift box and signed. After closing the door, she eagerly tore open the packaging. Inside the box was a shopping card with no birthday card attached. She felt a slight disappointment in her heart. But when she saw the card details, a universal shopping card for the IFS with a face value of a full 100 million, Lu Rian was instantly stunned. With a top-tier shopping card worth 100 million before her eyes, all disappointment vanished, replaced by sweet happiness. A generous gift of such magnitude was enough to smooth over any petty emotions. She placed the shopping card safely on the shoe cabinet, hummed a cheerful tune as she walked into the bedroom, and began to dress up carefully, eagerly anticipating the evening's birthday party. 909. Lu Rian departed punctually, wearing a Chanel limited edition dress worth 400 yuan, shoes priced at 200 yuan, a Hermes white Kelly limited edition women's bag worth 200 yuan, and driving a Bentley Continental GT, costing nearly 600 yuan, heading toward the club she had arranged to meet Song Chinga and the others. Throughout the journey, Lu Rian became a striking sight, drawing the gazes of countless men wherever she passed. Damn, this woman is so beautiful. If only she were my wife. In a Mercedes C-Class car, two men were passing lewd comments. Brother, stop dreaming. Do you know how much that car costs? Nearly 6 million. And that bag on the passenger seat, my girlfriend looked it up online. It's a Hermes limited edition worth over 2 million. Can you even afford to covet a woman like that? Yeah, even if every man in the world died, it still wouldn't be your turn. Damn, we're good brothers. Can't you have a little faith in me? What if I get a chance? Brother, I've been feeling a bit heated lately. Want me to try and wake you up? What the? The passenger made an obscene hand gesture. In truth, there were many people along the way with the same thoughts as the passenger in the Mercedes. After all, Lu Rian's beauty was truly goddess level. Combined with her top-tier luxury items and a several million yuan luxury car, her aura was completely maximized. As Lu Rian drove along, she never glanced at anyone else. When stopping at red lights, she would lower her head to play on her phone, chatting away in the group chat with Song Chinga and her other friends. Girls, are you on your way? In the friends group chat, Song Chinga mentioned Lu Rian. Yeah, I'm already on the road. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Alright, the private room is already booked. Shanshui Ladies Club. We'll do spa treatments first, then go shopping, have dinner in the evening, and then hit the bars. We're going to a bar too. Lu Rian agreed with the first few suggestions, but she was a bit hesitant about the bar outing at the end. Come on, we rarely get all the sisters together. We should have some fun. Don't you want to go? Lu Rian, I'm not really in the mood. Those places are chaotic and I'm worried Gu Chun might get ideas. On the other end, Song Chinga was quite anxious. The most important part of the plan was at the bar. If Lu Rian didn't go, wouldn't Gu Chun's arrangement be wasted? Gu Chun isn't that petty. Just come with us. I promise it won't be for nothing. Lu Rian, what do you mean? Did you arrange something for me? I'm telling you, don't set me up with male entertainers or anything like that. I'll beat you up if you do. Song Chinga, what are you thinking? I wouldn't dare. If Gu Chun found out I set you up with male entertainers, he wouldn't even need you to do anything. He'd have someone break my legs. Just come with us. It definitely won't be a waste. Lu Rian, alright, as long as there's nothing weird going on. At this point, the car behind had started honking. Lu Rian put away her phone and drove away. The person behind was simply giving a gentle reminder with no intention of expressing displeasure. They wouldn't dare to be displeased. A luxury car worth over 6 million. Who could afford to drive that without some serious backing? In this city, wealthy people were everywhere. Who knew what powerful figures one might inadvertently offend? After a safe journey to Shanshui Ladies Club, Lu Rian walked into the club's lobby, toying with her Bentley key. Good afternoon, madam. Do you have a reservation? Lu Rian said. Someone has booked under the name Song Chinga. Very well, madam. Miss Song is in VIP room 1. Shanshui Ladies Club was one of the most upscale women's clubs in the city. It offered a complete range of services, including dining, entertainment, and various beauty and wellness programs. The service quality was top tier in the industry. Of course, the prices were equally steep. The simplest treatment started at 5 figures. For a full package, one could easily spend 100 to 200,000 yuan. The owner of Shanshui Ladies Club was excellent at business. They knew that women's money was the easiest to earn and women were willing to spend. Moreover, women had the strongest vanity. As long as the prestige was elevated, countless wealthy women would come willingly to spend their money. In just 2 years since opening, it had become extremely famous in the city. Every day, many clients came to purchase membership cards, with daily revenues of 3 to 5 million yuan being normal. During peak times, daily revenue could even exceed 10 million yuan, with net profits reaching several hundred thousand. Among all services, beauty treatments were the most profitable. A simple facelift or whitening procedure could easily net over 10,000 yuan per person. And that was just one of many services. For a full package like what Lu Ruyan and her friends were getting, one person could easily spend several 100,000 yuan. As the door to room 1 opened, a crowd of elegant women came into view. Counting carefully, there were at least 20 people. These were all from Song Qingga's social circle. Some Lu Ruyan recognized, others she did not. But Lu Ruyan didn't say anything, nor did she blame Song Qingga for inviting so many people. Song Qingga was her best friend without question. Her friend had kindly gathered people to celebrate her birthday. Since Lu Ruyan wasn't short on money, why would she ruin the mood? Besides, she was someone who cherished rituals and ceremonies. Wasn't this also a way of showing her the respect she deserved? Welcome to our beautiful little princess today. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Song Qingga saw Lu Ruyan at the door and couldn't help but exclaim loudly. The socialites behind her followed suit, joining in the chorus of welcomes. Lu Ruyan smiled faintly. Hello everyone. Thank you all for coming. Make yourselves at home. Feel free to enjoy whatever treatments you want. It's all on me. As long as everyone's happy. Oh wow, is that a Hermes limited edition? I heard those are incredibly expensive. Apparently worth over 2 million on the market. Of course it's expensive. It's a limited edition. Even with money, you can't easily get one. You have to be lucky enough to stumble upon it. Rian, could I take a look at this bag? This is the first time I've ever seen a limited edition like this in real life. Lu Ruyan generously handed over the bag, smiling. Of course, go ahead and look. I'm going to change. You all have fun first. Lu Ruyan didn't bother taking out the items from the bag. After tossing it down, she went directly to the changing room. The socialites took turns admiring the bag together. During this time, someone even took photos to post on social media showing off their wealth. In the end, social circles were all the same. Nothing but showing off wealth and comparing whose boyfriend was richer. Are these the latest Helena Rubinstein lipsticks? Didn't they cost over 70,000? Is this the La Prairie anti-wrinkle cream? And this? Although Lu Ruyan hadn't brought much makeup for going out, just a few items. Each one was high-end, ranking at the top of their respective categories. Whoa! Are these shopping cards from Shanghai International Finance Center? My God, 100 million denomination. Song Qingga had been standing quietly in the distance, watching the socialites gasp at Lu Ruyan's luxury items. She couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. This pride wasn't just from basking in Lu Ruyan's glory, it was her own sense of accomplishment. Because she had things like Lu Ruyan too. Is that the access card for Huazhou Junting? The socialites were utterly astounded by everything in Lu Ruyan's bag. The Bentley Continental GT car key. By the end, the group of socialites was completely numb. Not to mention how wealthy Lu Ruyan's boyfriend was. Just the things in this bag alone exceeded the combined net worth of all their boyfriends. This wasn't an exaggeration, it was the truth. A penthouse villa in Huazhou Junting alone was worth 900 million yuan. What made this even more impressive was that it was paid for in full in cash. While those socialite second-generation boyfriends might have families with assets exceeding 100 million, those were just assets, not liquid cash. If all the second-generation families scraped together every yuan they had, they might just barely afford the full price for a 900 million penthouse in Huazhou Junting. Let alone the fact that Lu Ruyan also had all those luxury cosmetics and a 100 million shopping card from Shanghai International Finance Center. Qingga, have you met Ruyan's boyfriend? What does he actually look like? Given all these things he bought for Ruyan, his net worth must be in the billions, right? Realizing that a mere 100 billion might not be accurate, that socialite corrected herself. No, wait. He's probably worth over 100 billion. She wasn't wrong. If it were just 100 billion, he wouldn't be able to casually gift a 90 million mansion and directly give a 100 million shopping card. With that kind of extravagant spending, 100 billion in family wealth certainly wouldn't be enough. Song Qingga nodded. I've met him twice. He's quite handsome. As for what exactly he does, I wouldn't know. That's not something I can ask about. Qingga, do you think Ruyan as a married woman is being treated so well because the man has some special preference? A strange expression flickered across Song Qingga's face. Something did seem a bit off. Remembering how Gu Chun had refused to agree when she suggested breaking off her engagement, she thought perhaps Gu Chun did have a thing for married women. Maybe just a little bit. Song Qingga replied with studied ambiguity. Really? Well then, Chinga, could you introduce us to him? Don't worry, if things work out, your sisters here will definitely make it worth your while. Hearing the socialite's words, a sense of disdain rose in Song Chinga's heart. There wasn't even enough of Gu Chun to share between Lu Ruyan and herself. How could she possibly introduce him to these women? And Gu Chun probably wouldn't even give these girls a second glance anyway. But since everyone maintained a surface-level pleasantries, she didn't say anything too hurtful. Perhaps another time. Ruyan's boyfriend is usually very busy. I haven't even seen him twice myself. Alright then, let's see if there's a chance tonight. The socialite looked somewhat disappointed, but her attention was quickly captured once again by Lu Ruyan's array of luxury goods. What are you all talking about? You seem so lively. At this moment, Lu Ruyan emerged from the fitting room wrapped in a bath towel, just like everyone else. Lu Ruyan wasn't the type of woman with a perfectly model-like figure. She had the delicate and gentle charm reminiscent of Jiangnan's water towns. A slender waist that could be encircled by one-hand straight legs. Both exuded an enchanting allure. She and Song Chinga were of entirely different styles. One voluptuous, the other delicate and graceful. As for the other socialites, they were largely similar, none particularly outstanding in figure, merely mediocre. As Lu Ruyan stepped out, everyone's activities began. The room was spacious enough to accommodate everyone's projects. Beauty treatments, massages, bathing, and more. It wasn't until noon that everyone emerged from the room. After grabbing a quick meal, they went shopping. Their destination was naturally the International Finance Center. Lu Ruyan wasn't so wasteful as to let everyone spend freely. She set a limit of 50,000 yuan for each person as a birthday gift for having accompanied her. Although it was only 50,000, it still made the socialites extremely happy. Walking alongside Song Chinga, Lu Ruyan whispered, "Chinga, pick whatever you like. You're different from them. I'd be willing to spend any amount on you." Listening to Lu Ruyan's words, Song Chinga felt a surge of emotion in her heart. True friendship wasn't something that could be acted out. This was genuine feeling. "Wow, Chinga, that's a beautiful watch you have there. It can't be cheap, right? Your fiancé really spared no expense for you." Hearing Lu Ruyan mention her watch, Song Chinga was startled. But recalling that Lu Ruyan probably couldn't have guessed the nature of her relationship with Gu Chun, she felt relieved. "Yes, it's definitely not cheap." "How much was it?" Lu Ruyan asked curiously. "Not that much, just a few 100,000. "A few 100,000. That's pretty impressive too. It seems your boyfriend is very good to you." Lu Ruyan praised, then said nothing more about it. Song Chinga felt the cool touch of the watch on her skin, her heart filled with sweetness. This watch was naturally a gift from Gu Chun, and it wasn't a few 100,000, but over 10 million. It was a limited edition ladies' watch from Richard Mille. However, she didn't know how to explain it, so she had no way to reveal its true value. After a round of shopping, evening was approaching. After a grand dinner at Bulgari around 8 o'clock, they headed toward Nice Bar. Nice Bar today was somewhat different. Everyone who entered was given a numbered ticket. What's going on with Nice Bar today? Why are they suddenly giving out numbered tickets? Yes, miss, the bar has a special event today. The numbered tickets will be used during the prize draw, a staff member explained. A prize draw? What kind of prize draw? The socialite's eyes lit up at the mention of a prize draw, asking curiously. "We can't reveal that in advance. You'll find out when the time comes, miss." "Fine, if you can't say, I won't ask." The socialite, seeing she couldn't get more information, didn't press further. Walking into the bar, the overwhelming music swirled in their ears, and all the women became excited. "Let's find a seat first, then go dance for a while," Song Chinga suggested. The women settled in the VIP area on the second floor. After the drinks were served, everyone raised their glasses and shouted a collective cheers. After taking a sip of her drink, Lu Ruyan took out her phone to check the time, then sent Gu Chun a message. "Hubby, are you done with your work?" "Almost done. I'll be there soon." "Okay, hubby." Hearing that Gu Chun was coming right away, Lu Ruyan instantly brightened. "What's wrong? Is Gu Chun coming?" Song Chinga beside her asked with a smile. Gu Chun said he'll be here soon. "Come on, let's drink. Tonight we won't stop until we're drunk." Completely relieved, Lu Ruyan began to liven up the atmosphere. All the women had decent tolerance for alcohol. After all, they were part of the socialite circle and practiced their drinking skills during their free time. Just then the blasting music suddenly changed. Soft DJ beats began to play as a top domestic DJ took the microphone and announced, "Hello everyone. I'm sure you've all heard some rumors when you came in. Nice Bar has a special event tonight. A gentleman wants to celebrate his girlfriend's birthday. All drinks tonight are completely free. Everyone please enjoy yourselves to the fullest. Now, lighting technician, please shine the spotlight on our leading lady, Miss Lu Ruyan." Following the opening DJ's announcement, the large electronic screen above the dance floor began playing a video, intimate photos of Gu Chun and Lu Ruyan. There were photos of them embracing each other, photos of them kissing intimately, and happy moments of Gu Chun spinning Lu Ruyan around in joy. All the lights in the venue went dark. The final spotlight lit up on the second floor, illuminating Lu Ruyan. At this moment, everything became clear to her. Gu Chun wasn't skipping her birthday after all. He'd known about it all along, and had been secretly preparing everything. At this moment, a lift slowly descended from above the dance floor, and Gu Chun's figure appeared atop it. Dressed in an expensive, well-fitted suit with flowing hair and a handsome face, he held a gift box in his hand. Wife, I love you. With Gu Chen's declaration, the entire bar exploded with excitement. Lu Rian shed tears of excitement, completely stunned by this grand display. Gu Chen stepped down from the lift and walked step by step to the second floor. Wife, this is your birthday gift. See if you like it. Everyone's gaze focused on the two figures bathed in the spotlight. Lu Rian reached out with trembling hands to take the gift box, then slowly opened it. The electronic screen broadcast their situation in real time. The people in the main hall on the first floor could only see their silhouettes, unable to make out the specifics. They could only watch through the electronic screen. When the gift box was opened, a Bulgari priceless necklace appeared before everyone's eyes. Is this Bulgari's latest eternal heart? I heard there's only one of this exact style in existence. It'll never be made again. How much does this necklace cost? I think it's over 30 million. 30 million. Damn it, rich people are incredible. Giving away 30 million as a birthday gift for his girlfriend, just casually. Why can't I be the rich one? Right? What a waste of money. If I had over 30 million, I'd just deposit it in the bank and live off the interest comfortably for the rest of my life. Paying no attention to everyone's hushed murmurs, Gu Chen smiled and picked up the necklace personally, putting it around Lu Rian's neck. Do you like it, eh? Yes. Hubby, I love you. Lu Rian excitedly threw herself into Gu Chen's arms. After embracing Lu Rian for a moment, Gu Chen took the microphone. I'm very happy that everyone can thankfully attend my girlfriend's birthday celebration. I've prepared some small activities for you all. First prize is 1 million, second prize is 700,000, third prize is 400,000, and fourth prize is 100,000. Fourth prize is the lowest, first prize is the highest. Slots are limited. Good luck to everyone. Long live rich people, you're awesome, bro. The crowd cheered enthusiastically. This was cash reward, nothing fake about it. Whoever got drawn could take it away on the spot. What could be more exhilarating than this? Lottery machines appeared around the bar, and everyone lined up to collect their raffle tickets. Very quickly, someone shouted excitedly, "Haha, I won. Second prize 700,000. Haha, I won too. Third prize 400,000. Mine is even better, first prize." Some people who hadn't participated in the lottery yet all became anxious, afraid that those ahead would claim all the prizes. Everyone, please come one at a time. Don't rush, there are plenty of chances. No one will be left out. Staff members maintained order. Although this scene was exhilarating, no problems could occur. If there were a stampede or any accidents, the bar would bear responsibility. By the Huangpu River, Gu Chen supported Lu Rian with one hand, while carrying her high heels worth over 2,000 in the other. It was already 2 a.m. by then. The bar's birthday celebration had long ended. Although quite a bit of money had been spent, it meant nothing to Gu Chen. After all, that money was spent under Lu Rian's name and would eventually come back to him anyway. As for whether spending like this would affect the economy, that was overthinking it. Compared to Huagua's massive economy, the amount he had spent was negligible, barely making a ripple. A single national infrastructure project or disaster relief fund in Huagua would be dozens or even hundreds of times what Gu Chen had spent. What impact could such an amount possibly have? Even with 2 trillion from Hengda poured in, Huagua showed no signs of distress, still divided between rich and poor, with ordinary people remaining as exploited as ever. Having consumed quite a bit of wine and feeling joyous, Lu Rian did not head home, but instead persuaded Gu Chen to take a stroll along the riverside. She spread her arms wide, feeling the river breeze, and sighed with contentment. Husband, do you know, growing up, this is the first time I've had such a wonderful birthday. Thank you. Gu Chen smiled and said, if you like it, I'll celebrate your birthdays like this every year from now on. Husband, why are you so good to me? Meeting you is the greatest blessing in my life. Lu Rian gently nestled into Gu Chen's embrace, closing her eyes in contentment. Since you call me husband, how could I not treat you well? That's true, he. Husband, I just had an idea. What idea? I want to have your child. I don't know how else I can repay you. Perhaps bearing your child is the only thing I can do. Sure, I have no problem with that. With those words, Gu Chen scooped up Lu Rian in his arms and headed toward a taxi waiting by the roadside. Since they had both been drinking, they did not drive after leaving the bar. Driver, Hua Zhou Junting, please. All right. The driver watched the sweet couple, a nostalgic smile crossing his face. He seemed to recall his own youth and a time when his relationship with his wife had been just as close. Time flies and never returns. Hua Zhou Junting. A sliver of sunlight slipped through the curtain gap, illuminating the vast bedroom. On the 3-meter bed, Gu Chen stirred awake. His first sight upon opening his eyes was Lu Rian's smooth back beneath him. Rising from her side, he made his way to the living room, took a drink of water, and checked his phone. A single glance was enough to leave him stunned. His screen was filled with missed calls and messages, mostly from Song Xinga, with only 2 or 3 from Fang Yuqing. Fang Yuqing's messages were unremarkable, just asking whether he would be coming home that evening and reminding him to stay safe if he would not. Song Xinga's missed calls and texts, however, flooded his screen. Rather than calling her back immediately, he read through each message carefully. Husband, something's happened. Are you awake? Are you with Rian? Last night's video of you throwing Rian's birthday party has been posted online. Chen Sheng saw those videos and is going crazy searching for you everywhere. Husband, if you see my messages, be careful. Chen Sheng's state of mind may have deteriorated. Do not engage with him for now to avoid any danger. After reading through all the messages, Gu Chen completely dismissed Chen Sheng as a concern. He casually tossed his phone onto the table and began preparing breakfast. In his poorer days, he had never enjoyed cooking for himself, but now that things had improved, he actually found himself wanting to do something occasionally that would nurture his spirit. While he was frying eggs, his phone rang again with an unknown number. Gu Chen answered without hesitation. The moment the call connected, a hysterical roar erupted from the other end. Fuck you, Gu Chen. Where the hell are you now? Where did you put my wife? You bastards. I'll find you and kill you both. Oh, who's this? Losing your temper so early in the morning. If you keep cursing at me like this, I'll be calling the police. That's personal harassment. You motherfucker. Gu Chen, how dare you sleep with my wife? I won't let this go. Tell me where you are right now. I'm coming to find you. On the other end of the line, the man seemed frightened by the mention of police and stopped his barrage of insults, instead demanding Gu Chen's address. Where I am is none of your concern. Besides, even if I told you couldn't get in, my gatekeepers wouldn't let someone like you pass. You're the poor bastard here. Your whole family's penniless. You cheap-ass loser think you're some rich guy now. I make over 7,000 a month, and you're calling me poor. Ha, then you really are poor. I spend more than 7,000 just on a single meal. Cut the bragging. I'm asking you straight. Do you dare tell me where you are right now? Gu Chen placed the fried eggs on the table with a calm smile. No need to rush. I'll make sure you get the chance to see me. I'll contact you after I finish eating. After hearing the stammered response, Gu Chen hung up without another word. While eating, he searched online for security company information. This one looks good. Gu Chen dialed the security company directly. Hello, Shanghai Security Group. How may I assist you? I'd like to hire some bodyguards. Certainly, sir. What's the purpose? Commercial events, armed escort, or private protection? Private employment. Understood, sir. What level of protection do you need? The best, of course. I require your top-tier personal security detail. Very well, sir. Let me walk you through our premium personal protection package and pricing. Our private bodyguard services come in 3 tiers: standard, premium, and VIP. Each tier offers varying levels of security coverage. Top VIP. Gu Chen did not hesitate for a moment. He had ample funds and deserved nothing but the best. For our VIP tier bodyguards, the daily rate is 100,000, monthly 1 million, with an annual package at 8 million. Annual contract, and we can arrange a long-term agreement. Excellent, sir. When will you need the service? I can prepare everything in advance. Starting now, I need the highest caliber of security, no criminal records or character concerns. I'll settle the full payment up front. Understood, sir. I'll send you the candidate profiles so you can select your preferred personnel. Each file includes background checks and detailed records of completed assignments. Once you've chosen, we'll deploy them to you immediately. Send them over along with your company account details. Soon after, the security group sent over the bank account information and personnel files. Gu Chen selected the 10 most qualified candidates and transferred the payment without delay. 80 million yuan to the exact cent. Upon receipt of the funds, the security company immediately deployed the selected guards to Gu Chen. While awaiting the guards, Lu Rian came downstairs in her pajamas, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Husband, you're up so early. Yes, I'm awake. Come have breakfast. Gu Chen had prepared Lu Rian's portion alongside his own. This looks incredible. You're so wonderful, husband. Have you checked your phone? Gu Chen asked during dinner. No, my phone was dead and charging. What's wrong, husband? Lu Rian asked with confusion. Chen Sheng found out. Found out. For a moment, Lu Rian panicked. She wasn't afraid of Chen Sheng discovering the truth, but rather feared he would lose his mind upon learning it. After all, she had just started living a good life, and certainly didn't want any complications. It's fine. I just spoke with Chen Sheng on the phone. I'll go with you to see him. I've got your back. When Lu Rian heard that Gu Chen would accompany her, she felt a wave of relief. As long as Gu Chen was by her side, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. After dinner, Lu Rian went upstairs to put on her makeup, while Gu Chen waited quietly for the bodyguards to arrive. Soon the doorbell rang. Through the video doorbell, he could see 10 men in black suits with sunglasses standing outside. The electronic gate slowly opened as the 10 men drove in with 2 Volkswagen cars. Good evening, sir. When they approached, the 10 bodyguards spoke in perfect unison. Good. I've heard you're all retired special forces. One of the men, clearly the leader, nodded. Yes, sir. We all have our discharge certificates. In your situation, I heard that retired soldiers get job placements. Why did you choose to become bodyguards instead? He wasn't very familiar with the bodyguard industry, so he asked out of curiosity. With all due respect, sir, it's not quite what you might have heard. Only a small number successfully transition to civilian jobs. Most simply receive a discharge settlement and are sent on their way. The bodyguard captain said with a bitter smile. Gu Chen nodded. I see. I thought all retired soldiers were assigned jobs. All right, it shouldn't make much difference. Even though you weren't assigned jobs, as long as you work hard under me, there will definitely be benefits in store for you. Take a rest for now. I'll have someone bring over some cars. Gu Chen took out his phone and called the car salesman who had assisted him before. Hello, Mr. Gu, good evening. As soon as the call connected, the car salesman respectfully greeted him. I need 4 cars. 2 Mercedes S450s and 2 Range Rovers. I'll transfer the money directly to your company's account. Just have the cars delivered here. Understood, sir. After hanging up, about an hour later, the car dealership delivered the vehicles along with the vehicle registration documents. The documents were naturally registered under Lu Rian's name. Ding, spending 1 million in husband points for doting on wife. Because Lu Rian's affection has reached maximum, no cashback can be obtained for now. He hadn't even noticed that Lu Rian's affection level had already maxed out. Checking the system's message history, he learned that Lu Rian's affection had maxed out last night at the bar. Although there was no cashback, the spending money could still be used normally, so it wasn't a significant issue. After all, his main purpose was spending the money, and his own funds were more than enough. If he ran out, he'd just find another woman to spend on. Lu Rian, fresh from her grooming upstairs, walked down to see 10 burly men standing neatly in the living room. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Gu Chen smiled and said, "These are bodyguards I hired. They'll accompany us to meet Chen Sheng." Seeing the 10 imposing men, Lu Rian felt even more reassured. Husband, my phone is now on. There are dozens of missed calls from Chen Sheng. He threatened that if I don't come back immediately, he'll hurt the child. Gu Chen nodded. All right, let's go then. It's time to settle this once and for all. The meeting place with Chen Sheng was the same closed-off road section where he had raced Song Chinga before. It was a sparsely traveled area, perfect for handling certain matters. Of course, he wasn't looking for trouble. He just wanted to have a proper talk with Chen Sheng. Throughout the journey, the 5 cars traveled in formation toward the agreed location, their imposing presence drawing many curious glances. Gu Chen led the way in his Mercedes G-Wagon, followed closely by 2 Range Rovers and 2 Mercedes S450s, an absolutely boss-like convoy. Upon arriving at the closed-off road, they hadn't waited long, about the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, when a Volkswagen Bora came speeding toward them from the distance. Chen Sheng, who had been full of bravado, couldn't help but feel a tremor of fear at the sight of the 10 bodyguards standing by the roadside. In the passenger seat sat a beautiful woman cradling a child in her arms. Upon seeing Gu Chen's impressive entourage, she couldn't help but furrow her brow. Sister, with Gu Chen bringing so many people, should we still go over? Chen Xiaorong remained relatively composed, clearly someone who had seen much of the world. What's there to be afraid of? We're not here to fight him. Let's just talk things through properly. If it can work out, good. If not, then so be it. We're in a society ruled by law. Does he dare lay a hand on you? Chen Xiaorong naturally had no idea what schemes Chen Sheng had in mind. In truth, Chen Sheng had indeed come looking for a fight. After all, the man who cuckolded him. How could he possibly tolerate such a thing? However, upon seeing Gu Chen's bodyguards, he began to have second thoughts. Parking the car at a distance, Chen Sheng and Chen Xiaorong, who was holding the child, got out. Upon seeing Chen Xiaorong beside Chen Sheng, Gu Chen's eyes lit up. Chen Sheng's sister was truly a beauty. He had seen her photo on Lu Rian's phone before, and indeed the real person was even more stunning than the photograph. She wore a soft, dusty, rose-colored professional suit, likely having come straight from the company to accompany Chen Sheng for this meeting. While Gu Chen was admiring Chen Xiaorong, the hired bodyguards had already begun their operation. I'm sorry, sir and madam, but we need to conduct a security check. With those words, one of the bodyguards stepped forward with a metal detector, sweeping it over Chen Sheng and the woman. After confirming they weren't carrying any weapons, were they allowed to proceed? What do you think you're doing? Don't you know what human rights are? On what grounds do you search us? Chen Sheng shouted furiously. The bodyguard remained unmoved. I'm sorry, but we need to ensure the safety of our employer. If anything was done improperly, you can file a complaint with our company or call the police. You. Listening to the bodyguard's calm words, Chen Sheng was nearly infuriated to death. Chen Xiaorong said coolly, enough? Do you really have time to fuss over such trivial matters at a time like this? Isn't this embarrassing enough? Scolded by his sister, Chen Sheng dared not say another word. Although he was already an adult, and even married, he still harbored a deep respect for his elder sister. Approaching closer, Chen Xiaorong looked at Lu Rian, who remained seated in the car, without getting out, and frowned. Rian, don't you have anything to say to me? Sister, Lu Rian felt quite embarrassed, but since things had already come to this, she couldn't possibly leave Gu Chen. So she could only let Chen Sheng suffer a bit, and wear the cuckold's hat. Damn it, you shameless BTCH, how dare you show your face in front of me? Gu Chen frowned, and said, I suggest you watch your language. I have no interest in dealing with you, but if you push your luck, I won't mind teaching you a lesson. As Gu Chen finished speaking, several bodyguards closed in menacingly, all with hostile expressions, as if they were ready to strike at any moment. Chen Sheng shrank back, his neck retreating. Although he didn't believe Gu Chen would actually dare to do anything to him, he was genuinely afraid of getting into a physical altercation. He might act tough usually, but when faced with real trouble, his courage was actually quite small. Back then he dared to constantly harass his neighbors because none of those people wanted trouble. This led him to believe they were all afraid of him. Who would have thought that this time he would kick against an iron plate? He'd encountered someone as cunning as Gu Chun who had actually stolen his wife. Seeing that Chen Sheng had been silenced, Gu Chun turned his gaze to Chen Xiaorong. Ms. Chenrai, I invited you here today to resolve this matter. If you have any concerns, feel free to express them. Chen Xiaorong furrowed her brow slightly. Now that you've shattered my brother's family like this, you must provide some explanation. The child is still nursing and divorce is impossible. We spent a fortune to marry a wife. Can't we end up with nothing at all? Gu Chun cast a glance of surprise at Chen Xiaorong. This woman was intriguing, actually aware of the principle of cutting losses in time. He understood Chen Xiaorong's intent. She merely wanted some compensation. After all, Lu Rian's situation was beyond retrieval. If matters grew too tense, Chen Sheng might end up with nothing. Gu Chun offered a faint smile. Miss Chen, even if you take it to court, it's only a moral issue on my part, not illegal. The outcome would be Lu Rian leaving with nothing. As for compensation, I've never considered it. Are you even human, you little brat? You not only stole my wife, but feel no guilt at all. I won't ask for much. Just give me 500,000, and I'll let the matter of you destroying my family slide. Gu Chun curled his lip. Why should I feel guilty? You brought this on yourself. Who told you to come looking for trouble? I warned you not to provoke me, but you wouldn't listen. Now regret is too late. I summoned you here today to tell you this. Don't bother me or Rian again. If there's a next time, I can't guarantee I'll be this polite. Who do you think you are? If you don't give me 500,000 in compensation today, I swear I won't let you have a moment's peace. Seeing that Gu Chun would offer nothing, Chen Sheng, who had hoped to make a huge profit, found himself not only empty-handed, but humiliated. How could he tolerate that? But as soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chun abruptly turned around, his icy gaze fixed on him. Did you forget what I just said so quickly? Don't bother me again. Live your own life from now on. If you dare to make a scene before me again, I'll have someone break your legs. Let's go. Gu Chun waved a hand and drove off directly. A group of security guards also got into their vehicles and followed. Watching the convoy disappear, Chen Xiaorong let out a sigh. All right, let's go too. What's this? I want my wife. Chen Sheng, overwhelmed by pent-up frustration, squatted on the ground and burst into tears. Seeing her brother, who was beyond redemption, Chen Xiaorong felt a surge of anger. You still have the nerve to cry. Isn't all this your own doing? I've told you countless times since we were kids. Don't be too obnoxious, leave some leeway, and you'll find it easier to get along in the future. Did you ever listen? Was he wrong? Even if you sue him in court, it's only a moral condemnation. And Gu Chun is wealthy. How do you plan to fight him? I'll warn you one more time, let this matter rest. Don't bother them again. The arm is no match for the thigh. Don't wait until something serious happens to regret it. What you should be thinking about now is the child's custody. My advice is to give the child to Lu Rian. She's living well now, and I know something of her character. She's not cold-hearted as she'll want her own child. You have a long road ahead and a chance to start a new family. If you take the child along, it will be very hard to find your next relationship. Besides, you're not financially capable. With the little you earn each month, without a child, someone might still endure life with you. With a child, who would want you? The child is still nursing. That's a perfect excuse to send him to Lu Rian. She can't refuse even if she wants to. Breaking up with Lu Rian is a good thing. You could never hold on to a woman like her. Even if it weren't Gu Chun, there would be Wang Chenjiang Chun. Can you stay by her side forever? After listening to his sister, Chen Sheng still felt deeply aggrieved. Lu Rian was too beautiful. A wife like that comes once in a lifetime. Your ancestors must have been blessed. He doubted he would ever encounter such a woman again. At the same time, he regretted ever provoking Gu Chun. If he had, would things have turned out differently today? Chen Sheng was about to say something, but Chen Xiaorong had already walked toward the car holding the child. Once inside the car, Chen Xiaorong sent a message to Lu Rian. Fortunately, Lu Rian hadn't gone so far as to block her contact. Rian, your sister-in-law wants to say a few words to you. Lu Rian, go ahead, sister-in-law. Chen Xiaorong, I don't blame you for how things have turned out. My brother is too useless. He brought this on himself. Lu Rian, Chen Xiaorong, you know Chen Sheng's situation. He simply can't raise the child alone. If it's convenient, could you take the child in? Lu Rian, sister-in-law, I have a new family now. I know if I talked to Gu Chun, he wouldn't refuse, but I have to consider his feelings. No one would like a child that isn't their own. How about I pay child support instead? Chen Xiaorong sighed. She hadn't truly understood Lu Rian. She'd expected her to readily take the child, but instead she refused so bluntly. Although the child wasn't given away, she had secured child support. A small gain after all. All right. Then let's discuss the child support. How much are you willing to give? Lu Rian said, is 10,000 a month acceptable? Chen Xiaorong's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Lu Rian to be so generous, offering 10,000 a month in child support. That was above the standard. Normal child support was 2,000 or 3,000, or even just over 1,000 for those in difficulty. 10,000 a month would not only cover the child's needs, but also leave some spending money for her brother. All right, it's settled. Thank you, Rian. Lu Rian, I can only help the child this much. Please don't let Chen Sheng bother me anymore. Chen Xiaorong, don't worry, I'll talk some sense into him. By the way, if you ever miss the child, you can come visit. Or if the child misses you, he can come see you. Is that okay? Lu Rian mm. After ending the call, Lu Rian turned to Gu Chun, who was driving, and said, honey, there's something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. Gu Chun smiled as he drove. I'm planning to pay 10,000 a month in child support. Are you going to be angry? Gu Chun said, of course not. What's the problem? After all, she's your own flesh and blood. He didn't mind Lu Rian spending money. It helped him rack up system spending, so why not? If it were his own money, he certainly wouldn't agree. He'd rather not give a cent. But now that it was system consumption funds, it didn't matter. Of course, he wouldn't give more than necessary and let Chen Sheng take advantage. If not for child support being legally required, he would rather throw the money away than give it to Chen Sheng. Seeing that Gu Chun didn't object, Lu Rian finally set aside her worries, and a smile appeared on her face. Honey, should we try harder? Having a baby doesn't always work on the first try. Oh, aren't you enthusiastic? Oh right, husband, didn't I mention before that I'd help you get Chen Sheng's sister? As if something had suddenly crossed her mind, Lu Rian spoke up. Gu Chun raised an eyebrow, never expecting Lu Rian to still remember this matter. So how was it, husband? Now that you've seen her in person, isn't she quite pretty? Gu Chun asked in bewilderment. You wouldn't be jealous if I had other women? Lu Rian shook her head. Why would I be jealous? I'm no fool. You're so outstanding. There's no way I could keep you to myself. Since I can't hold on to you, I might as well find you something good so those mediocre women outside won't seize the opportunity. As long as you always love me, that's all that matters, he. Gu Chun smiled faintly. Interesting. You do have quite the foresight. So how exactly do you plan to help me? Truth be told, Chen Xiaorong was definitely a worthwhile target to fleece. Just that he didn't know her well enough and wasn't sure how to make his move. I've already thought it through. Chen Sheng definitely can't take care of the kids on his own. Usually his sister helps out with the kids. So I'll pick a time when she's looking after them, saying I miss the kids, and then ask her to come see me. When I ask her to come over, you just happen to be home. Get more exposure to each other. Once you're familiar with each other with your abilities, how could you possibly fail to win her over? There's another secret I can tell you. Chen Sheng's sister is very pragmatic. She understands how society works much better than Chen Sheng, and she's far more clever than him. As long as you show her enough betrothal gifts, you might not even need to make the first move. She might come chasing after you instead. Gu Chun nodded in agreement. I can see some of that. From our meeting just now, she handled things quite calmly and methodically. These kinds of women are generally no simple matter. Yes, quite extraordinary indeed. Chen Xiaorong seems to work at an alcoholic beverage company. She doesn't have regular office hours, just goes out marketing. She's only been working for a month or two, but she's already clinched the monthly sales championship. She started working just 2 months ago and already became the sales champion. Gu Chun exclaimed in surprise. If that was the case, then she was indeed formidable. A woman who could become the top salesperson after just 2 months of working must possess an exceptionally strong ability in some area. With this thought, Gu Chun hastily instructed the system to retrieve Chen Xiaorong's information. This kind of woman, he should get to know her better first. He didn't want to end up with someone who was like a public bus, even if she was beautiful. He wouldn't want that. Although beautiful women who matched his spending preferences were hard to find, he still had to be discerning. He couldn't go after just anyone. Name Chen Xiaorong. Age 26. Education associate's degree. Appearance 89. Affection 30. Purity 00. After reviewing Chen Xiaorong's profile, Gu Chun secretly nodded in relief. It seemed his concerns were unnecessary. Chen Xiaorong had truly earned her sales championship through her own abilities without resorting to any underhanded methods. She only had an associate's degree, yet her capabilities were so strong. This kind of person would surely achieve great things in the future. But there was no rush for now. Chen Xiaorong was clearly a very intelligent woman. If they came on too strong or too eager, it would easily trigger her guard. It would be best to let things settle for a while before having Lu Rian put the plan into action. Alright, I understand. But there's no need to rush. These women who've been navigating society for many years aren't so easy to handle. Let's talk about it later. Alright, I'll follow my husband's lead. Whatever time you think is right. After sending Lu Rian back to Huazhou, Junting, Gu Chun departed. Just now, Fang Yuqing had sent a message saying she was accompanying her parents to look at shop locations, asking him to stop by when he had the time. With his bodyguards in tow, Gu Chun made his way to Lujiazui Financial Street. Under a distant skyscraper, Fang Yuqing and her parents, a family of 3, were waiting there. When they saw Gu Chun approaching with his bodyguards, the 3 of them were somewhat surprised. Husband, why did you bring bodyguards? Fang Yuqing stepped forward, curious. Gu Chun replied, it's nothing serious. It's just that with my current status, some things are better prevented in advance. My husband is quite cautious after all. Fang Yuqing covered her mouth and laughed. By the way, husband, mom, dad, and I looked at several suitable locations for opening a hotel. We're just waiting for you to make the final decision on which spot to choose. Alright, let me take a look. Gu Chun nodded. Fang's father took out some hotel location materials and handed them to him. After a quick glance, Gu Chun asked, what have you 3 concluded from your research? Fang's father spoke up. Xiaochen, the three of us looked into two places. One is the Hylon building on Financial Street. With the full rental, it would cost about 200 million per year. There's also a building from the World Expo architecture on the bund. The annual rent is about the same, around 200 million. The World Expo building has 8 floors. The Hylon building on Financial Street has 20 floors. After hearing Fang's father's words, Gu Chen said, both of these work. Why not use both? Xiaochen, you want to rent both locations? Gu Chen nodded. That's the idea. The hotel uncle is opening should be a combined accommodation and dining establishment, right? Fang's father nodded. Yes, that's right. Then let's split them up. The two places aren't far from each other anyway. One for dining, one for accommodation. And they can cross-promote each other. For example, if a guest spends a certain amount on accommodation, they can enjoy a complimentary meal at our dining venue. Or if they spend a certain amount at the restaurant, we can throw in a free night at the hotel, and so on. But these are all standard hotel practices, aren't they? Our promotions aren't particularly innovative. Fang's father frowned. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Innovation isn't really the point here. What matters most is whose service is better and whose discounts are more generous. Uncle, look around you. How many hotels are there on this entire Financial Street and along the bund? Using conventional business methods, we won't stand a chance. Our advantage. It's spending money to drive traffic and advertise. As long as we stay within market price regulations, we can use more attractive promotions to draw customers in. For instance, through group buying or advance reservations, guests can enjoy a complimentary meal at our company's affiliated restaurant of equal value. If they can't use it, we can convert it into store credit on a membership card. They can use the balance on their next visit. Book a room and get a meal of equal value. How would we make any profit like that? Gu Chen smiled faintly. Uncle, don't you know how high hotel profit margins are? A room plus a meal of equal value. We can still make a profit, just a little less. Our hotel's location isn't targeting ordinary people. Once these customers know they can get a meal of equal value, they won't choose anyone else. And with our hotel being among the top-tier, guests will keep coming in droves. We can also reach out to companies and offer them special rates for annual parties, gatherings, and receptions. By then, we might not even have enough rooms to accommodate all the walk-in customers. Fang's father scratched his head. But this thin-profit, high-volume model might work for small businesses. For our hotel, with its massive investment, annual rent of 200 million, 2 buildings means 400 million plus later investments. If the margins aren't bigger, when will we ever recoup our costs? It was Fang's father's first time seeing someone apply the thin-profit, high-volume model to a hotel business. Hotels required massive upfront investments, and everyone wanted to maximize profits to recoup costs as quickly as possible. Even when some hotels did adopt a thin-profit strategy, they would only do so after recouping their initial investment. With newly renovated spaces, earning as much as possible was the priority. Who would start things off with such an aggressive approach? The hotel industry relied heavily on decor, and decoration was incredibly expensive. With Gu Chen's approach, he probably wouldn't even have earned back his investment before having to spend again on renovations. If it were anyone else, they would never engage in something where the risk outweighed the benefit. But Gu Chen wasn't short on money. If it weren't for the system's restrictions, he would have wanted to open a billion-dollar hotel, leave it sitting there without accepting any guests, and just watch it go bankrupt. But he had to play by the rules. He could only earn less and invest more. This way the system wouldn't find an excuse to accuse him of deliberately breaking the regulations, while he could still spend money quickly. We've never done it this way before. Fang's father scratched his head, feeling that Gu Chen's reasoning was sound, yet something seemed off. Just as Fang's father was about to say more, Fang's mother tugged at his sleeve. Fang Yuqing quickly added, Yes, Gu Chen's business model is indeed innovative and suits the current market. Dad, let's proceed with this plan. Under the persuasion of the mother and daughter, Fang's father finally ceased his objections. Although he felt the risk of loss was high, he had now come to a clear realization. The money was all put up by Gu Chen, so he should just follow Gu Chen's lead and focus on his own responsibilities. Gu Chen was well aware that the risk did not match the reward, but he just wanted to spend money. Losing would be ideal. Then he could invest more in Fang Yuqing and let her continue losing. If the hotel actually turned a profit, he would lose the chance to invest. Deciding to act that afternoon, the 3 members of Fang Yuqing's family began executing Gu Chen's plan. First, they went to the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission to negotiate the lease, then registered the permit at the Administration for Industry and Commerce and registered Fang Yuqing as the legal representative. The initial hotel was wholly owned by Fang Yuqing. Gu Chen did not accompany them. He preferred to be a hands-off boss. If not for the need to spend money, he would not even bother with business. He would rather spend all day cuddling with his fragrant wife, who wanted to deal with such worries. If not for the system's upgrade rewards, he would not even want to do the spending tasks. The current money was enough for him to squander. However, the upgrade rewards were too tempting to give up. From Supreme Double Kidneys to Time Rewind and an extra 3 centimeters, each reward was crucial to him. He strongly suspected the system was using these rewards to lure him into completing spending tasks. But that was fine. He could complete tasks while earning money, losing nothing, and even have the chance to charm various beauties. He had no complaints. With nothing to do in the afternoon, Gu-chan took his bodyguards for a stroll. When he spotted a library, he walked straight in. The quiet environment brought an inexplicable peace to restless minds. The moment he stepped into the library, Gu-chan felt his soul elevated. The restless mindset he had carried since obtaining the system gradually settled. Indeed, reading and practicing calligraphy can truly temper one's state of mind. He casually picked 2 books, found a seat, and began reading quietly. He did not have the bodyguards follow him inside. When he hired them, it was only to guard against the potentially irrational Chen Sheng. Now that Chen Sheng's issue was resolved, there was no need to worry about danger. This was China, not abroad. The probability of an accident was minimal. As the safest country in the world, he had faith in his homeland. With each page turned, his heart settled, and he became fully immersed in the joy of reading. While he was reading, a girl walked in from outside. She wore large-rimmed glasses, had a slender face and fair skin, and was dressed in a pair of faded blue jeans and a plain white short-sleeved shirt. It was evident that her family was not well off, but her spirit was bright, with a resolute look of poverty, not dimming ambition. The girl's arrival did not catch Gu-chan's attention, as he was entirely absorbed in his book. The girl found a book titled How to Succeed from the shelf and walked toward the lounge area. Although the library was quiet, many people were reading, and the occasional rustle of pages could be heard. The lounge area was large, but almost every seat was occupied, making it impossible to find a single empty spot. Scanning the room, her gaze eventually landed on Gu-chan, whose face was hidden behind a book. Though her family was poor, she was a fast learner and had dabbled in various fields. Naturally, she could discern the value of Gu-chan's attire. A million yuan suit, a watch worth over 100 million, and most importantly, an inexplicably reassuring aura. Money truly nurtures a person. Before, Gu-chan had only good looks and no other merits. But after acquiring the system and immense wealth, his demeanor became confident and approachable in a way that money could buy. Whether man or woman, upon first seeing Gu-chan, they would feel a hint of goodwill and a strong sense of trust. Although Shin Yuchu had tempered her mind since childhood and was far beyond her peers, the moment she saw Gu-chan, she still felt a desire to get close and trust him. "Excuse me, sir, may I share your table?" Shin Yuchu approached and asked hesitantly. There was no response. She stood there holding her book, somewhat uncertain. Seeing no reply, she bit her lip and asked again in a softer voice. "Sir, may I sit here?" This time Gu-chan finally responded. He lowered the book slightly, revealing half of his handsome face, and said, "Sorry, I was too absorbed in reading and didn't hear you." "Share a table." "Of course, please have a seat." With permission, Shin Yuchu breathed a sigh of relief. Though Gu-chan was gentle, being close to him brought an inexplicable pressure. Indeed, as a boss worth over 100 million, even doing nothing, his presence was overwhelming. After a brief glance at Shin Yuchu, Gu-chan returned to his book. Although Shin Yuchu was beautiful, he now preferred reading. It wasn't that he was pretending to be aloof, he had developed some immunity to beautiful women. Lu Rian Song, Chinga Fong, Yuqing Qin Yuyao, and Qin Xiaorong, all were beauties. He had passed the stage of being curious about attractive women. At his current status, few things could truly interest him. Even beautiful women could be set aside for now. Seeing that Gu-chan only glanced at her briefly and then ignored her, Shin Yuchu was slightly surprised. She was aware of her own allure. She might not be the most beautiful of all, but she was certainly a rare beauty in the world. In the past, countless men would leer at her as if they wanted to devour her on the spot. Yet Gu-chan remained indifferent, and she could tell it was genuine, not an act. This piqued her curiosity. However, she quickly suppressed it and began reading her own book. She took notes on useful parts. Shin Yuchu was a senior in university, about to start her internship and then prepare for graduation. The school had nothing more to teach her, so she spent her free time at the library to continue expanding her knowledge. Her family was truly poor. Her father worked as a construction laborer to support her education and care for her bedridden mother. After entering university, she supported herself through part-time jobs and scholarships. She harbored a deep passion for painting and possessed remarkable talent, yet she prudently refrained from applying to art schools, opting instead for the pragmatic path of financial management. This field promised her faster career advancement, enabling her to swiftly alleviate her family's financial difficulties after graduation. As for painting, though she yearned to become an artist, her family's circumstances simply could not afford the luxury of trial and error. After an indeterminate period, Shin Yuchu's stomach emitted a gurgling sound. A faint blush crept across her cheeks as she stealthily glanced at Gu-chan across the table. Only when she saw no reaction did she relax. She retrieved a somewhat dry and hard steamed bun from her backpack and began to munch on it while reading. The sound of chewing reached Gu-chan's ears, finally eliciting a response from him. He lowered the book slightly, observing Shin Yuchu as she gnawed on the dry bun. Gu-chan picked up his phone and sent a message. Soon Zhao Wei, the captain of the bodyguard stationed outside, entered carrying a bag of snacks, bread, and milk. After placing the snacks on the table, Zhao Wei retreated respectfully. Gu Chen set his book down and asked softly, "You look quite young. Are you a university student?" Startled by Gu Chen's sudden question, Shin Yuchu paused for a moment, forced down the breadcrumbs in her mouth, and nodded. "Yes, a senior. I'm about to graduate." Gu Chen continued, "Do you usually only eat this kind of steamed bun?" Shin Yuchu replied, "Not always. Occasionally, I have some instant noodles." Her gaze swept to the snacks beside Gu Chen, and she swallowed surreptitiously. She had never enjoyed such delicacies in her life, though whenever she saw others eating them, she would secretly envy them. Gu Chen shook his head. "You're so young, still growing. Eating only this kind of unnutritious food will ruin your health eventually." As he spoke, he handed the bag of snacks to Shin Yuchu. "Keep these for yourself. Eat well from now on. Don't deprive yourself." Having said that, Gu Chen stood up to leave. "Wait, young master," Shin Yuchu's voice rang out. Gu Chen paused and asked with confusion, "Is there something else?" She stammered, I don't want them. Please take them back. I can manage." Yet her eyes kept darting to the assorted snacks. Gu Chen noticed her gesture and smiled. "It's all right. Keep them for yourself." He turned to continue walking away. But Shin Yuchu insisted, "No, I can't accept them." "Why, oi?" Gu Chen grew intrigued by her. She replied firmly, "I haven't earned them." "Oh, I see. In that case, you can put my book back on the shelf as your payment." With that, Gu Chen strode away without another word. As he reached the entrance, a light drizzle began to fall. What had been a clear sky turned into a torrential downpour within moments. Zhao Wei, the captain standing at the front of the bodyguards, hurriedly retrieved an umbrella from the car and strode over. Gu Chen remained silent, walking toward the vehicle under the umbrella held by Zhao Wei. Inside the library, Shin Yuchu watched Gu Chen's retreating figure and the bodyguards holding umbrellas outside. The entire scene left her in awe. She had only ever seen such powerful figures in movies. To witness one in real life today was a profound shock. The sight of a convoy of 5 luxury cars driving away left a deep impression on her. In her heart, she silently vowed to one day become such a powerful figure herself. She was filled with confidence. She lacked neither talent nor diligence, only an opportunity. But she refused to believe she would have no luck at all. Given even a single chance, she was certain she could realize her dreams. Then she picked up Gu Chen's book and glanced at the title, slightly stunned. The book Gu Chen had been reading was Charlie Munger's Poor Charlie's Almanac. She silently memorized the title and returned it to its original place. Just as she finished, her phone rang in her pocket. The device was old and battered, barely worth a kitchen knife, with only basic functions, not even enough to play a game. Her father had given her this phone on the day she entered university. Though it cost only 1,000 yuan, she had used it all the way through her senior year. She answered politely, "Hello, Manager Li." Manager Li said, "Little Shin, you can start preparing now. The bidding reception starts tomorrow evening. Come for training tonight, and make sure nothing goes wrong tomorrow. The guests will be big bosses, eat any slip up, and we can't afford the consequences." Shin Yuchu replied, "Thank you so much, Manager Li. You've helped me so many times. I will repay you one day." Shin Yuchu often took on odd jobs, and had coincidentally met this manager specializing in event receptions. Seeing how sensible she was, the manager decided to look after her. Manager Li smiled and said, "You're like a little sister to me. Why be so formal? We're all struggling away from home. Helping each other is only natural." Shin Yuchu nodded. "Thank you, Manager Li. I understand." She didn't say anything more sentimental, but she engraved this kindness in her heart. She would never forget it if the chance arose. Meanwhile, after leaving the library, Gu Chen went to find Fang Yuqing and her family. They first had a meal at a 5-star hotel and then returned home to rest. That night, Gu Chen certainly didn't sleep peacefully. When he woke up, Fang Yuqing was still sound asleep, looking utterly exhausted. Just as he opened his phone, a message from Song Qinga appeared. "Honey, don't forget the wedding in 10 days. Gu Chen replied teasingly, "Oh, my wife is getting married. I'll have to prepare a big red envelope." She retorted, "You're so annoying. It's all because you like playing this kind of game. If it weren't for you, I would have kicked Wang Haiyang to the curb long ago. He doesn't deserve me." Gu Chen didn't dislike her pragmatic nature. This world was simply like that. Money could buy anything. Did morality even matter anymore? As long as you didn't break the law, no one had the right to judge you. If you uphold morality, would others uphold it for you? It was better to discard morality altogether and cut off their path. Song Qinga, like Lu Ruyan, had a gold-digging personality. If he didn't make a move, someone else would. Their boyfriends were neither as wealthy as he was nor as handsome. A beauty like a femme fatale was an eternal truth. Sooner or later, someone richer would covet them, and betrayal would follow. It was better for him to play the villain and spare others the blame. He considered this a form of self-sacrifice for others. "All right, I'll be there on time." Gu Chen typed a reply. Just finished chatting with Song Qinga. Then a message from Lu Ruyan came through. "Honey, I'm feeling a bit swollen." While Lu Ruyan was starting again, but it was understandable. After all, she had just finished her postpartum confinement, and the baby wasn't with her. Without help, it would indeed be uncomfortable. "Got it, I'll be there soon." Without disturbing Fang Yuqing, he drove straight out. Huazhou Junting Villa. Gu Chen rushed over in a flurry, first resolving Lu Ruyan's issue, then lay on the bed smoking a post-coital cigarette while playing on his phone. Hello beauty free tonight. On the Douyin backend, Guchun was sending a private message to an account. The other side. Guchun continued, you're very beautiful, I'd like to get to know you. The other side, sorry I'm not interested at the moment. Seeing the firm rejection, Guchun sighed helplessly. He would often search online for suitable targets to spend money on. Although he had many beautiful women around him, he still needed to prepare for the future, didn't he? The women around him now would probably reach max affection level soon. Then they would no longer enjoy the system's consumption gold benefits. Beautiful women in real life were hard to come by, so he could only cast a wide net online. However, he had found many seemingly good-looking female streamers online, but they were all products of beauty filters and special effects, and none met the consumption requirements. Fortunately, heaven helps those who help themselves. He finally found a target that met the requirements, and she was even a Beijing girl. But she wasn't a professional streamer, she just posted some daily life content online, never made any suggestive videos, and rarely showed her face. He had only caught a glimpse of her in a food-sharing video. After the system's detection, she perfectly met the consumption requirements. A Beijing girl not to be trifled with, but beautiful women were too scarce, so he had to give it a try. After all, without trying there was no chance, only by trying could there be an opportunity. Meanwhile, in a huge mansion in the capital, a woman in a white princess dress, swinging on a swing, was frowning at her phone. Ronyu, what are you doing? A woman with a cold and aloof demeanor walked over from behind her eyes, showing 3 parts contempt and 7 parts nonchalance. This woman was the elder sister of the girl on the swing, named Xiao Qingyan, the eldest daughter of the Xiao family, a powerful clan in the capital. Her family's influence was immense, and all the elders held high positions. Her 2 older brothers also held real power. Under the protection of their family's authority, the Xiao sisters had never suffered any grievances since childhood. The elder sister Xiao Qingyan was a business queen, while the younger sister Xiao Ronyu was also a prodigy, but in music. She rarely appeared in public and mostly stayed at home accompanied by music. Seeing her sister approach, Xiao Ronyu quickly closed her phone, afraid that her sister would cause trouble for the other person. She was kind-hearted. Although annoyed by Guchen's harassment, she didn't think it warranted death. If her family found out someone was bothering her online, that person would be finished. And no, nothing, sis. Didn't you go to the company today? Xiao Qingyan didn't think much of it, and nodded. I'm about to go. I just saw you here and came to check. Don't worry about me, sis. I'm fine, Xiao Ronyu said obediently. Xiao Qingyan said, alright, as long as you're fine. I'll head to the company now. If anything happens, call me. After saying goodbye, Xiao Qingyan left in her Porsche 911 sports car. After Xiao Qingyan left, Xiao Ronyu breathed a sigh of relief, then opened her phone and replied to Guchun, don't say weird things to me from now on, okay? If my family sees it, it'll be trouble. Seeing another message from the other side, Guchun felt like he saw the dawn of victory. Your family is so strict. Can't even chat with you. No, I don't know how to explain, but just don't say anything weird. Guchun knew the capital had deep waters, and this little beauty's family might be formidable, so he didn't overstep. He was rich now, but his network was lacking. Offending a big shot would be troublesome. Then chatting on Douyin is inconvenient. How about adding me on WeChat? Can you show me your photo first? I don't want any retouching, it has to be your bare face. If you dare to lie to me, you're dead. Okay, no problem. Confident in his own looks, Guchun immediately found an angle, took a photo of himself alone, and sent it to Xiao Ronyu. After seeing Guchun's photo, Xiao Ronyu's eyes lit up. She was a looks-obsessed person, only handsome men could make her feel something. Wow, so handsome. Is this really you? Not a stock photo. Guchun said, of course it's me. I don't think any stock photo could be as handsome as me. If you don't believe me, we can add each other and video call to confirm. Okay, tell me your contact info, I'll add you. No problem. Guchun sent his WeChat account to Xiao Ronyu. Soon a friend request from a user named Beautiful Little Princess came through. Seeing this nickname, Guchun felt she was probably a naive young girl, perhaps a cute and ditzy one. After adding her, Guchun sent a greeting emoji. Hello, beautiful. I'm Guchun. What's your name? Xiao Ronyu. Just 3 simple words. Beautiful name. I'm sure you're just as beautiful, right? Xiao Ronyu, not bad. I need to confirm. Are you free? Guchun, no problem. Shall I send a video call now? Xiao Ronyu, sure. A video call was sent, and the other side quickly picked up. However, the other side didn't show her face, only 2 calves half hidden by a princess dress were visible. Meanwhile, Guchun's handsome face appeared clearly on the screen. You really are that handsome, Xiao Ronyu said in surprise from the swing. Guchun, yeah, I told you I wasn't lying. Fair's fair, don't you think you should show me your face too? Xiao Ronyu, no, I'm afraid you'll use my photo for something dirty. Let's talk later. TCH, you're quite cautious. Alright, let's just chat like this. Guchun took his phone to the living room sofa and chatted casually with Xiao Ronyu. It had to be said the girl was easy to fool. Xiao Ronyu was only 18, just starting her freshman year. But her school was impressive. It was Qingbei University, an absolute genius girl. Guchun's conversational skills were formidable. Handling a naive little girl like Xiao Ronyu was a piece of cake. After just 10 minutes of chatting, he almost convinced her to get on board. Oh, I can't chat anymore. My family is calling me. I talk later. Okay, bye. After hanging up the video call, Gu Chen stretched. Seeing it was already noon, he drove out for a meal and then prepared to attend the evening bidding party. President Qin, where are you? Gu Chen called Qin Yue. At the company, Mr. Gu. Are you free now? Yes, I'll come find you. We'll go together tonight. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for you in the office. Okay. Soon Gu Chen drove to the foot of Qin Group's building. The receptionist, having been informed beforehand, waved him through and even reserved a private elevator that went directly to the floor where Qin Yue's office was located. As the elevator doors slid open, a beautiful secretary with a pleasant smile was waiting. Mr. Gu, Miss Qin is expecting you in her office. All right, let's go. Gu Chen nodded slightly. They walked together to the executive office. The secretary knocked, pushed the door open, and invited Gu Chen inside. Mr. Gu, what would you like to drink? Anything is fine. Gu Chen replied. Very well, please wait a moment. The secretary completed her reception duties and then swayed away. The door closed, leaving only Gu Chen and Qin Yurao in the vast office. Are you always this busy, Miss Qin? Gu Chen asked, watching her work diligently. I have no choice. The company is at a critical juncture. If I don't work hard, things might go terribly wrong. Qin Yurao said, looking up for a moment. Watching Qin Yurao's focused expression, Gu Chen suddenly found himself intrigued by this type of strong, independent woman. Yet in truth, he was just rationalizing his own attraction. He simply thought she was beautiful. If a bulkier or less attractive woman sat here, Gu Chen probably wouldn't be so fond of strong women. Though it was Qin Yurao's office, Gu Chen felt completely at ease, treating it like his own home. He stood up and began to wander around. Qin Yurao's office was enormous, easily 200 or 300 square meters, comparable to a luxury apartment. Wait a moment, Mr. Gu. Suddenly Qin Yurao rushed over in a panic, blocking the door to a room. This is my rest area. It hasn't been tidied yet. Let me clean it first, then I'll invite you to see it, okay? Seeing her flushed face, Gu Chen guessed there must be personal items inside that she didn't want him to see. He didn't insist. All right, Miss Qin. Seeing Gu Chen give up, Qin Yurao breathed a sigh of relief. She had been so busy today that she'd changed clothes at the office but hadn't put them away. Inside were not only her outerwear, but also her undergarments. If Gu Chen had seen that, she would have been mortified. Usually her secretary helped organize, but today the secretary was also swamped and hadn't had time. Back on the sofa, Gu Chen said slowly, by the way, Miss Qin, tell me about today's bidding event. Qin Yurao nodded. All right, Mr. Gu. The main bid today is for the land on Chongqing Street. The rest are charity projects, just face-saving gestures and political posturing. We'll participate appropriately to give the officials some face. After hearing her words, Gu Chen nodded slightly. I see. He had thought this high-end gala would be something special, but it turned out to be just a gathering of hypocrites flattering each other. Soon Qin Yurao finished her work, and Gu Chen had just finished the coffee the beautiful secretary had brought. Glancing at the time, almost the start of the bidding gala, Qin Yurao said, please wait a moment, Mr. Gu. I'll change my clothes. Entering the rest area, Qin Yurao found a breast sticker and put on an elegant evening gown. After ensuring everything was perfect, she slowly emerged from the room. The moment Qin Yurao stepped out, Gu Chen's eyes gleamed with admiration. Stunning, absolutely stunning. Qin Yurao was already a top-tier beauty, scoring a full 90. With that sexy evening gown, her appeal reached its peak. Noticing the admiration in Gu Chen's eyes, Qin Yurao felt a surge of happiness. You look truly beautiful, Miss Qin. Gu Chen couldn't help but compliment. Qin Yurao tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Thank you. All right, let's go if there's nothing else. They went downstairs together, and Qin Yurao tossed him the keys to her Lamborghini Aventador Black Knight. Mr. Gu, you drive. Gu Chen didn't stand on ceremony. All right, get in. With the roar of the engine, the black beast transformed into a streak of beauty on the road. Wherever it passed, countless heads turned. Seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman inside, people were filled with envy. Indeed, beautiful women were always in the passenger seats of luxury cars. No wonder one rarely saw them on the streets. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Lujiazui. The entrance was bustling with traffic, a stream of luxury cars pulling up, each disgorging well-dressed couples. Such high-end galas rarely saw solo attendees. While showcasing wealth was paramount, having a beautiful companion was also a form of showing off. Oh, Mr. While you're here, please come in. The reception manager greeted the big bosses with a warm smile. The bosses responded courteously as well. Though he was just a reception manager, he was a man of some standing. These wily old foxes knew better than to offend anyone publicly. Mr. Suhao, please come in. Manager Hao continued to greet the tycoons warmly. Suddenly the roar of an engine approached, and a black supercar pulled up steadily at the entrance. After parking, Gu Chen stepped out and walked around to open the passenger door for Qin Yurao. She gracefully placed her hand on his arm and stepped out gently. The moment Qin Yurao appeared, every other woman in the venue paled in comparison. She was stunning, a solid 90, nearing the pinnacle of Eastern beauty. Though the scale was out of 190, was still exceptionally rare. Even if a woman with a higher score existed, the difference would be only slightly more defined features and a touch more elegance. There could be no huge gap. All the men in the room turned their gazes. Is that Qin Yurao of Qin Group? Yes, I saw her once before at a gala. They say Qin Yurao is a national beauty, and today I see it's true. Some had met her before others hadn't. But one thing was the same, everyone was captivated by Qin Yurao. Who was that beside her? Someone noticed Gu Chun and asked curiously. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they didn't know. Hasn't Qin Yurao always been single? Judging by how they act, it seems like they're dating. Miss Qin, good day. Ignoring the shock and whispers, manager Hao had already approached. As the president of a $100 billion group, Qin Yurao commanded great respect. Although there were many $100 billion groups in Magic City, they were not ordinary. They were major conglomerates that no one would dare offend lightly. Qin Yurao nodded slightly. Manager Hao, hello. President Qin, please come in. The seats for the reception have been arranged for you. Qin Yurao naturally took Gu Chen's arm. Mr. Gu, let's go in. All right, let's go. He completely ignored the curious and probing gazes of those around him and walked into the hotel with Qin Yurao on his arm. It was only after the two had been gone for a while that someone finally reacted. I know who he is. I heard that the Qin Group recently received a huge external investment, about $2 billion. This young man should be the one who made that investment. $2 billion. Gasp. The crowd couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Although most of the people present had assets worth hundreds of millions, $2 billion in cash was still something they could only look up to. Many large companies with tens of billions in value only had a few hundred million in liquid assets. Having over $1 billion was already considered formidable. 90% of them couldn't come up with a genuine $2 billion in cash. Then those who had been somewhat jealous of Gu Chun for winning the beauty immediately suppressed their discontent upon hearing that he had invested $2 billion in one go. A man who could casually invest $2 billion in cash was not someone they dared to offend. Those who had become big bosses were not fools, they could still read the situation. As for the kind who would pick a fight with Gu Chun out of jealousy, there were very few. When Qin Yurao appeared at the reception, she once again drew a wave of admiring gazes. There were also familiar faces at the reception. Qin Yuyao's eldest brother Qin Hao and her second brother Qin Ming. Seeing Gu Chun walking in with Qin Yurao on his arm, the two brothers excused themselves from their friends and walked over to greet him. Mr. Gu, you've arrived. Qin Hao and Qin Ming said courteously. Gu Chun smiled and nodded. Yes, President Qin said that as the investor I had to attend today's reception, so I came along to see what it's like. Gu Chun was not overly polite with the two brothers. However, despite this, the Qin brothers didn't feel at all displeased. He truly had the strength to back it up. Although they held the titles of general manager and deputy general manager of a $100 billion group, the Qin Group was actually insolvent. If not for Gu Chun's capital injection, which resolved the bank's credit crisis, they would now be facing debt collection and bankruptcy liquidation. Who is this guy? The general manager and deputy general manager of the Qin Group are so polite to him. Does anyone know this young man? Someone in the reception began to inquire. The person who had guessed Gu Chun's identity at the entrance hadn't come in yet, so the people inside still didn't know who he was. He must be a scion of some major family, otherwise the Qins wouldn't be so courteous. Yes, his status must be extraordinary. Could a woman as proud as Qin Yurao willingly lower herself to be his companion for nothing? Ignoring the crowd's gossip, Gu Chun went straight to find something delicious to eat as soon as he arrived at the reception. As for Qin Yurao, he simply sent her away. It wasn't that he didn't want Qin Yurao to accompany him, but she was a businesswoman. Attending such a business reception meant she had to network with people and discuss work matters. He didn't want her to neglect her work because of him. As for himself, he wasn't short of money or business partners, so there was no need to play the hypocrite with those people. Wasn't it said that only women and good food should not be let down? Now he had a woman, what remained was fine food. As Gu Chun was sampling various delicacies with a plate in hand, he unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure. Is that the young girl from the library? They knew each other, but had never exchanged names, so he didn't know what she was called. Gu Chun wasn't very interested in the wealthy, but beautiful women were a different story. Hi. Hello again, we meet again. Gu Chun walked up and greeted her from behind. Shin Yuchu, who was concentrating on serving the guests, was startled by his voice. Yes, sir, it's you. When Shin Yuchu came to her senses and saw Gu Chun, a hint of joy appeared on her face. Today Shin Yuchu was no longer wearing her large-rimmed glasses, instead she had on contact lenses. After all, for such an upscale occasion her large-rimmed glasses would have been too detrimental to her image. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you working as a waitress? Shin Yuchu was not at all ashamed of her job as a waitress. Instead she said frankly, yes, I've always been working my way through school, so wherever there's work I go. Gu Chun nodded. Good, you have a strong spirit of hard work. As they were talking, Shin Yuchu's stomach made an untimely growl. This made Shin Yuchu a bit embarrassed. Haven't you eaten again? Gu Chun asked with a frown. Shin Yuchu shook her head. I had a bowl of the instant noodles you gave me yesterday morning. Supervisor Lee said that after the reception is over tonight, I can eat the leftover food here. You really leave me speechless. Didn't I tell you that you're still at the age of development? Look how thin you are, you need to eat more. It's okay, sir. I can just tough it out. There will be food tonight. Shin Yuchu had a remarkably positive attitude. Despite being hungry, she still looked relaxed. Enough, be a good girl and eat first. Look, is there anything here you want to eat? I'll get it for you, Gu Chen said in a tone of exasperation. No, sir, I'm working right now. If the supervisor sees me, that would be bad. I might even get my wages deducted. Let me finish my work first. Shin Yuchu quickly glanced around to make sure no one had noticed, then whispered. Gu Chen asked, how much do you earn a day? 1,000. Although it was a temporary job, the pay for such a high-end event was good. Earning 1,000 yuan for just a few hours was definitely a high salary. She wished she could get more of these kinds of jobs, so she could improve her family situation faster. Gu Chen frowned. All right, I'll give you 10,000. Don't work anymore. Have a meal right now, then go back to school and rest. At the mention of 10,000 yuan, Shin Yuchu's heart pounded fiercely. But thinking of her principles, she still shook her head and refused. Sir, it's not that I'm not tempted by your 10,000 yuan, but I cannot take money for which I haven't done any work. Gu Chen said, why are you so inflexible, little girl? Being too rigid and sticking to rules won't get you far in society. Let me ask you, do you like money? Shin Yuchu nodded. Yes. Then why, when you have the chance to earn more money, do you push it away, eh? After speaking, Gu Chen felt a bit tired from standing so long, so he pulled over a chair and sat down. Shin Yuchu was not very tall, just over 1.6 meters with a petite figure. It might have been related to her childhood environment. She hadn't had enough nutrition, so she hadn't grown much. But being too tall as a woman isn't necessarily a good thing either. Women like Song Qingge and Fang Yuqing, who were 1.7 meters tall, would dwarf most men once they put on high heels, which could make men feel pressured when going out. Thus, petite figures like Lu Ruyan and Shin Yuchu were more favored by men. Gu Chen sat in the chair, his height of over 1.80 meter, nearly matching Shin Yuchu's. The two could converse comfortably, without either having to crane their necks up or bow down, communicating with complete ease. Shin Yuchu listened to Gu Chen's words and fell silent. After a long while she spoke. I simply feel that without putting in labor, one should not take money that does not belong to them. Seeing that Shin Yuchu still could not let it go, he grew weary of persuading her. He fetched an empty plate and picked up a pastry with his chopsticks, saying, then eat this pastry. If you refuse, I'll file a complaint. You? Upon hearing Gu Chen threaten to complain, Shin Yuchu felt wronged. She only wanted to earn money she deserved. Why was he targeting her? What's wrong? Does this feel unfair to you now? Then do you think fairness even exists in this world? When opportunities present themselves and you fail to seize them, you are left with only hardship and injustice. You are quite clever, so why dig yourself into a corner? Gu Chen's words brought Shin Yuchu a moment of sudden clarity. Yes, sir, you are right. This society offers no fairness. Ordinary people can reason with one another, but those stronger than you will not waste words on explanations. Gu Chen nodded. At least your understanding has not come too late. What was your major in university? Lu Ruyan gazed at the exquisite pastries on her plate and spoke slowly. Financial management. That is a solid major. If you excel, becoming a company executive is entirely achievable. The ceiling is quite high. Is your family's financial situation difficult? Last time at the library, he had noticed that Shin Yuchu's clothes had been worn for years, leading him to speculate that her family was not well off. Shin Yuchu had long since hardened her heart toward her family's circumstances, so she felt no inferiority and responded calmly, yes. What are you doing? Didn't you hear a customer calling from over there? Do you want to quit, or what? As the two were speaking, a middle-aged woman who appeared to be a floor manager approached from a distance, scolding them. Gu Chen said impatiently, shut up. Can't you see she's serving me? Why are you shouting? When the middle-aged woman got closer, she finally spotted Gu Chen seated before Shin Yuchu. Recognizing him as a prominent businessman attending the reception, the supervisor dared not say more and hastily apologized. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't notice you. I'll leave immediately. After the woman departed, Gu Chen asked, what did you make of that scene? I saw the class divide, Shin Yuchu replied. Haha, you are quite an interesting young woman. System, pull up Shin Yuchu's profile. Name Shin Yuchu. Age 21. Education, bachelor's degree. Appearance 91. Affection 10. Purity 00. After reviewing the information, Gu Chen could not help but feel somewhat taken aback. He had not realized Shin Yuchu possessed such striking beauty, rated at 91 points. She ranked as the most attractive woman he had encountered besides Xiao Rongyu from Beijing. All right, now that you have come to your senses, just eat it, Gu Chen said with a smile. Shin Yuchu nodded gently and stopped refusing, instead shoving the pastry directly into her mouth. She struggled to chew with her small mouth. Watching her adorable demeanor, Gu Chen poured another glass of juice and handed it to her. Take your time eating, don't choke. Shin Yuchu was indeed choked, swallowing the juice in gulps before finally getting the pastry down. Anything else you would like? Just tell me, and I will serve it for you. Gu Chen acted like a caring older brother, tongs in hand, asking with genuine concern. I am full now, so I should be able to make it through the end of the reception. If you have something to attend to, sir, please go ahead. I will not be a problem here. Gu Chen said, did I not already tell you? I am covering your wages for today. Were you not eager to earn money through your own labor? Well, your task is simply to eat until you are satisfied. Your pay is 10,000. It proved quite challenging to deceive a young girl like her, forcing him to draw upon all his wit. All right, then I will eat it. A happy smile spread across Shen Youchu's face as she pointed to each item one by one for Gu Chen. I want to try this one and this one too. Is this drink good? I have never tasted it before. All right, take it one thing at a time. You can have anything you would like. Gu Chen kept pressing plates of delicious food into Shen Youchu's hands. Youchu, the supervisor, just told me you have been slacking off. Is that true? At that moment, a woman in her 50s wearing a supervisor's badge walked over. Having just swallowed a piece of pastry, Shen Youchu turned her head at the sound of Director Li's voice and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Director Li. Gu Chen frowned. Did that floor manager report you to them? Upon seeing Gu Chen, Director Li hurriedly offered a polite greeting. Hello, sir. I'm Youchu's supervisor. Someone just mentioned that Shen Youchu was slacking off, so I came over to check the situation. Afraid Gu Chen might cause trouble for Director Li, Shen Youchu quickly explained, Sir, this is Director Li. She has been very kind to me. Hearing her explanation, Gu Chen's expression softened somewhat. Shen Youchu was already destined to be his woman, so he naturally would not allow anyone to bully her. Even though things had not yet materialized and were still being cultivated, she was essentially his in all but name. She has resigned. Go ahead and arrange for someone else. Sir, all the staff were assigned before the reception began. I cannot find a replacement on such short notice. That is your problem. I said she is not working today. That is final. Didn't you hear me? A bitter smile crossed Director Li's face, but Shen Youchu, who owed Director Li a favor, did not want to put her in a difficult position. She tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve. Sir, I should finish my work. Director Li went to great lengths to help me get this job. It would be ungrateful of me to simply leave now. Seeing Shen Youchu plead on behalf of others, Gu Chen did not wish to press too far and nodded. Give me your phone. Obediently, Shen Youchu took her phone out of her pocket. Unlock it. 123,456. After unlocking it, Gu Chen found her WeChat account and added himself as a contact. He then saved her number in his contacts. I'm Gu Chen. Call me when you get off work. Okay, I know. Seeing Gu Chen's domineering behavior, Shen Youchu playfully stuck out her tongue. Right? Go ahead and get back to work. Do not forget to let me know when you are off. Yes. With everything settled, a well-fed Shen Youchu rallied her energy once more. Watching Shen Youchu's retreating figure, Gu Chen smiled faintly and transferred 10,000 yuan through WeChat, noting payment for labor in the remarks. From a distance, Shen Youchu stole a glance at her phone and then offered Gu Chen a sweet smile indicating she had received it. Gu Chen had no intention of letting the tattletale shift leader off the hook. She understood nothing, even after he had made himself so clear. She still dared to play petty tricks. Did she truly think he couldn't deal with her? He went directly to the hotel manager and lodged a complaint against the shift leader. Although it might seem like he was using his influence to bully others, that was just how society worked. If you lack the capability, you should stay in line. Knowing full well you can't afford to offend someone, yet still doing so only invites trouble upon yourself. The manager acted swiftly, imposing a fine and firing her on the spot. Manager, how there's a young lady named Shen Youchu here with excellent service attitude. Mr. Gu, I understand. Once the banquet ends, I'll issue her a bonus. Although the banquet service staff were temporarily transferred from a partner company, he still had managerial authority over them. All right, then I'll leave it to you, Manager Hao. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. Manager Hao naturally recognized Gu Chen. This was someone even the Qin family with their $100 billion conglomerate had to treat with deference. As a mere hotel manager, he couldn't afford to offend him. As long as the requests weren't too excessive, he would do his best to accommodate them. Before long, the bidding began. Since Qin Yuyao had already given prior notice, a seat was arranged for Gu Chen beside her. They didn't start with the Chongqing Street land parcel right away. Instead, a charity auction was held first. The items weren't valuable antiques. The auction pieces were merely a gimmick for charity. In reality, the final auction prices far exceeded the actual value of the items. At the corners of the bidding hall, service staff stood by ready to attend to guests' needs at any moment. Among them naturally was Shen Youchu, and her vantage point allowed her to see Gu Chen's seat. Watching Gu Chen, who sat in the front row with an air of nobility, Shen Youchu felt a sense of pride. She never imagined she could come to know such an important figure. Gu Chen was absolutely right. When opportunity knocks, you must seize it. The chances to obtain opportunities in life are few. Once you miss this chance, there's no returning. The first item, a vase from the Jingdezhen folk kiln during the Republic of China era, starting bid 1,000 yuan. As the host's words fell, the crowd raised their paddles one after another. This kind of vase, while technically an antique, was too recent in age and came from a folk kiln, so it didn't hold much collectible value, at most around 10,000 yuan. Soon the price climbed past 10,000. At that moment, Gu Chen raised his paddle. Qin Group, Qin Yuyao, 15,000. Good President Qin of Qin Group, 15,000. First call, second call, third call sold. Congratulations to President Qin for winning the folk kiln vase. At first Qin Yuyao was fine with him bidding under her name, but as the auction progressed, she was utterly dumbfounded. Second item, Gu Chun raised his paddle. Third item, Gu Chun raised his paddle again. From the looks of it, he seemed intent on buying everything. To others it appeared that Gu Chun was trying to win a lady's favor, spending money frivolously. But in Gu Chen's eyes this was all about completing the system's tasks. Although the auction money wasn't much, every bit counted. The more he spent today, the sooner he could finish the task. As for what others thought or whether they would take issue with him, that didn't matter. As long as what he did was legal, that was all that counted. Morality or immorality. He had no morals to begin with. What could they do to him? Every item was bid under Qin Yuyao's name, and the prices had long since far exceeded the item's actual worth. But this was an auction, not a shopping trip. Spending a bit more couldn't be faulted by the system. Qin Yuyao couldn't help but worry, saying, "Mr. Gu, even with money you can't spend it like this. At least leave some scraps for others. If we take all the glory, people will resent us." Even though she controlled a $100 billion conglomerate, Qin Yuyao feared becoming a target. If all the companies turned against her, future business would be difficult. Gu Chen replied with a faint smile, "Why are you afraid of them? Let anyone who's dissatisfied come at me. Whether it's a commercial war or anything else, I'll handle it all." Isn't that a bit too arrogant, Mr. Gu? Arrogant? I don't think so. Business is like a battlefield. The more you suppress them, the more profit you gain. Isn't that what merchants are after? Mr. Gu is right, I agree. I agree too. The Qin brothers beside him quickly chimed in with flattery. The two had figured it out. This Mr. Gu had probably taken a liking to their sister Qin Yuyao. At this thought they exchanged glances, both seeing the same idea in each other's eyes. If they could play matchmaker, wouldn't they become his brothers-in-law? With Gu Chen's wealth, what would the Qin family ever have to fear? Once they were family, if the group ever had problems, how could Gu Chen sit idly by? Meanwhile, Gu Chen's actions had begun to irritate some people. Damn, this guy is too full of himself. I can't take it anymore. Does he think he's the only one with money? A young man also seated in the front row muttered discontentedly. "Young master, don't act impulsively. Our target today is the Chongqing Street land parcel. Pointless conflicts with him won't do any good. It's better to conserve our strength. Get lost. All the fame has been taken by the Qin group, and we can't even get a sip of soup. Can you tolerate that?" As the second to last item came up. It was a genuine antique, but not overly expensive, about a few 100,000 yuan. 1 million. Without waiting for others to make an opening bid, Gu Chun raised his paddle assertively. 1,500,000. The discontented young man shouted angrily. Gu Chen's expression remained unchanged as he continued bidding. 2 million. 2,500,000. Just as everyone expected Gu Chun to raise the bid again, he fell silent. "President Qin, you're right. I should give others a chance too. This number suits him perfectly. Let him have this item." Hearing Gu Chen's words, Qin Yuyao couldn't help but laugh. "You're so wicked. This item is worth at most a little over 1 million, and now he's paying 2,500,000. A loss of 1 million. Why are you so mean? That's Wang Shibo, the eldest son of the Wang group, always competing with our Qin family in business. You've just set him up so badly he'll probably be furious." "I didn't set him up. I just thought this item wasn't worth that much. If he likes it, I'll let him have it." He could tell the other party was trying to one-up him. So be it. Let him have his moment in the spotlight. Spending an extra 2 million or not made little difference to him. Trying to trick him? Not a chance. He's not raising the bid anymore. On the other side, Wang Shibo was dumbfounded. He blinked, feeling as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He's not adding more. His subordinate forced a smile. "Maybe he was intimidated by your boldness, young master." "Screw your mother. Intimidated by my boldness. I've been screwed. This was just a minor incident." Next came the final item. But having learned from the previous experience, Wang Shibo was now wiser. He dared not bid recklessly anymore. When the price far exceeded the item's value, he stopped, and Gu Chen easily secured the last piece. Then came the main event of the bidding, the Chongqing Street land parcel. This was an open bid awarded to the highest bidder on the spot. Starting bid 300 million yuan. The host announced, officially commencing the final bidding. Most of the people who came here were after this piece of land, so the competition quickly became fierce. The major tycoons in the front rows were not in a hurry. They knew the early bidding was just an appetizer, and the real show was yet to come. Standing in the corner, Shin Yuchu heard the bids of hundreds of millions, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. Tens of thousands were already astronomical to her, let alone these figures measured in billions. She felt a surge of excitement, and her resolve to become wealthy grew even stronger. Finally, when the bid reached over 500 million, someone in the front row made a move directly, adding 50 million. Those in the back rows knew they lacked the financial strength and stopped bidding. Wang Shibo, determined to redeem his previous humiliation, directly offered 700 million. Gu Chen calmly raised his paddle. 1 billion. The moment this price was announced, the entire venue erupted in shock. 1 billion. The maximum value of this land was about 1 billion. Any higher risked losses, since higher costs meant lower profits. A hint of madness flickered in Wang Shibua's eyes. 1,050 million. Seeing Wang Shibua truly locking horns with Gu Chen, everyone prepared to watch the drama unfold. 1.1 billion. When it came to financial strength, Gu Chen had never feared anyone. Not just this obscure Wang family, but even the two Ma's. He was undaunted. Because while others earned their money bit by bit, his own money came as if blown in by the wind, so spending any amount didn't pain him. Others had to study budgets and cost risks, fearing losses on a 1 billion valued plot, but he was not afraid of losing money at all. Any money he spent would be returned as rebates, while others' money was truly gone, forcing them to earn it back through other means. There was simply no comparison. Young master, we cannot bid any higher. 1.1 billion already carries a huge risk of loss. If he tricks us again, our group's capital chain could break. Thinking of the consequences of a broken capital chain, that Wang Group executive's face turned pale. Damn it, if we lose money, won't they lose money too? How dare he quote such a high price? Because of Gu Chen's extravagant behavior after the price reached 1.1 billion, no one dared to follow. First, they feared increased costs and potential losses. Second, they were afraid Gu Chen might trap them again as he had done with Wang Shibua. The bidding concluded smoothly. The official host came down from the stage and said to Gu Chen and Qin Yuyao, Mr. Gu, President Qin, our leader, would like to see you. Hearing that the high-level leader wanted to meet them, Gu Chen and Qin Yuyao had no objections and followed the host toward the backstage of the hotel. A large lounge was opened, revealing a dignified man in his 50s. Seeing the two entering, the man smiled slightly and said, Mr. Gu and President Qin, I presume. Upon seeing this high-ranking leader, Qin Yuyao was shocked. Deputy Mayor Wu, it's an honor. I didn't expect you to be in charge of this reception. As she spoke, she quickly extended her hand to shake Wu's. Gu Chen, recognizing this as an important figure, restrained his usual arrogance and also extended his hand for a handshake. Young man, are you the one who bid 1.1 billion for the Chongqing Street plot? Gu Chen nodded slightly. Yes, Mayor Wu, it was me. Haha, so young and accomplished, so young and accomplished. Hearing Gu Chen call him Mayor Wu, Wu Jiangwo was inwardly delighted. Although he was indeed only a deputy mayor, who wouldn't want that deputy removed? Even though it was just a title and he hadn't truly ascended to the mayor's seat, the vanity was still quite satisfying. Consequently, his gaze toward Gu Chen held great appreciation. This kid knows how to handle things. In fact, this deputy mayor Wu was not an ordinary deputy mayor. He bore the prefix executive and had a certain ranking within Shanghai's leadership team. Though not a member of the top 3, he was part of the 5-person team and the strongest contender for the future mayor. Come, let's sit down and talk. Wu Jiangwo gestured for them to sit, and then said to Gu Chen, young man, I heard that not only did you inject 2 billion into the Qin family, but you also signed a contract solely with President Qin. Today's Chongqing Street plot was funded by you personally, but under President Qin's name. I'd like to ask, why did you do all this? Gu Chen remained calm and said frankly, I am in love with President Qin. As soon as he said this, Wu Jiangwo laughed, and Qin Yuyao blushed. Gu Chen had long prepared for this. Spending so lavishly for Qin Yuyao would naturally be interpreted this way, since no other explanation made sense. He couldn't tell anyone about his system, so he had to use Qin Yuyao as a shield. Haha, I really appreciate your courage, young man. That's the way. If you like someone, you pursue them. Hiding and hesitating only makes you seem indecisive. Our country needs brave young people like you, daring to fight and strive. This is the true future of our nation. All right, I wish you success, young man. May you achieve both love and career. Now let's talk about the real matter. The Chongqing Street plot you acquired today has solved a major headache for the municipal government. This plot has been sitting in the government's hands for years. No one could offer our ideal price, so it remained unsold. Moreover, some merchants like to hoard land, which is absolutely unacceptable. This time you've resolved a thorny issue for the government. The winning bid exceeded our internal expectations. I won't beat around the bush. I'll just say this: during the construction period, if any issue arises that doesn't violate principles, you can come to me. If anyone deliberately obstructs your construction or engages in underhanded tactics, I guarantee strict handling with no leniency. But I have one requirement: the construction quality must be impeccable. If there is any complaint about quality issues, I will also impose penalties on you. Qin Yuyao immediately assured him, Mayor Wu, rest assured. I can guarantee the construction quality. If any quality problem arises, my Qin group will take full responsibility. Good. I have great trust in President Qin. After all, the Qin group has always maintained a good reputation. I believe you will satisfy the public and the municipal government. Have you already planned your construction budget? Wu Jiangwo continued to ask. Qin Yuyao nodded. The plan is set. The initial budget is 5 billion. As for whether additional investment will be needed later, we'll have to wait until after construction begins. Wu Jiangwo gave a slight nod. 5 billion is a considerable budget. The next step is up to you. Don't disappoint me. If you deliver a satisfactory result, I'll recommend your company first for future projects to the leadership. That's how officials speak. You have to read between the lines. When Wu Jiangwo said, recommend to the leadership, it was essentially a promise implying that favorable opportunities would come their way. Thank you for your trust, Mayor Wu. We will not let you down, Qin Yuyao said with a grateful expression. After chatting for a while longer, the three of them dispersed. Leaving Wu Jiangwo's lounge, Qin Yuyao didn't dare lift her head to look at Gu Qin the entire way. She occasionally tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, betraying her inner turmoil. Mr. Gu, are you coming with me to the banquet? Gu Qin shook his head. It's not interesting. If not for today's land auction, I probably wouldn't have come. I dislike these business banquets. By the way, I'll transfer the money to you later. Consider the land auction funds as my additional investment. Additional investment. Qin Yuyao was slightly surprised, but then recalled the conversation between Wu Jiangwo and Gu Chun in the lounge, and a strange feeling welled up inside her. Could he really be pursuing me? Should I agree or agree? This multiple choice question is too hard. Both options are the same, and I don't know which one to choose. Yes, once you choose, there's no turning back. If you're afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, you might as well not do it. As he spoke, Gu Chun took out his phone and transferred another 2 billion to Qin Yuyao's account. Seeing the bank notification, Qin Yuyao exclaimed in shock, Mr. Gu, you're directly adding 2 billion. Gu Chun nodded. Yes, I'm worried the funds might be insufficient later, and transferring again would be too troublesome. Troublesome? You find transferring money troublesome? Do you know what 4 billion means? It's enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 10 lifetimes. Nowadays, rich second-generation heirs don't like starting businesses. Why does Gu Chun seem so passionate about it? Isn't he afraid of losing money? Or is he doing this for me? Isn't this bride price a bit too much? Who pursues a woman with such a heavy investment? It's so embarrassing. Of course, these were just Qin Yuyao's inner thoughts. She couldn't bring herself to say them out loud. Despite being a strong woman, she still clung to a fairy tale nature when it came to matters of the heart. All right, Mr. Gu, I promise not to let you down. I will complete this project perfectly. It doesn't matter. Just do your best. Even if we lose money, it's fine. Investment always carries risk. Who can guarantee a sure win? We'll just try again next time. Gu Chun said nonchalantly. Lose money and still try again. Qin Yuyao was speechless. How wealthy must he be? Even a family with a mind wouldn't spend so recklessly. But to be fair, Gu Chun sure knew how to spend money to win a woman over. How much had he spent on pursuing her so far? Mr. Gu, are you free in a few days? As if remembering something, Qin Yuyao spoke a little shyly. Gu Chun said, I'm usually free. What's up? Well, my grandfather's 70th birthday is coming up. I'd like to invite you. Qin Yuyao spoke while carefully observing Gu Chen's expression, afraid he might refuse. Her worry wasn't unfounded. Given Gu Chen's status, he could easily decline without giving her face, since the Qin family might not even be on his radar. But Gu Chun nodded without hesitation. If nothing particularly important comes up that day, I should be able to come. You agreed? Qin Yuyao exclaimed excitedly. Yes, I agreed. It's a birthday celebration for an elder, not a business negotiation I dislike. Why wouldn't I agree? Great, Mr. Gu. I'll wait for your news. Please let me know if you're coming. At that moment, Qin Yuyao was like a joyful child, unable to hide the delight on her face. Gu Chun of course enjoyed occasions where he could show off and spend money legitimately. Spending money on gifts for Qin Yuyao's grandfather complied with the rules. He planned to make the most of this opportunity, finding expensive birthday gifts that would allow him to show off and splurge significantly. After confirming the date of the birthday celebration, Gu Chun left the hotel and returned to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which his bodyguard had driven to the curb. He wasn't in a hurry to go back to his women. There was still business to attend to. He had to wait for Shen Yuchu to get off work. After all, Shen Yuchu was also a potential spending target, a beautiful woman who met the system's requirements. Lu Rian's favorability was already maxed out, so the spending benefit had been revoked. In the future, there would be many women with maxed out favorability. To afford them, he needed to milk the system as much as possible. The banquet finally ended at 10 o'clock in the evening. His phone rang. Gu Chun glanced at the caller ID, and a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. As soon as he answered, Shen Yuchu's slightly nervous voice came through. Mr. Gu, have you left? Gu Chun. No, I'm waiting for you outside. Shen Yuchu. Okay, Mr. Gu. I got my salary today, plus a bonus. Let me treat you to dinner tonight. Gu Chun smiled into the phone. All right, but I eat a lot. You might go bankrupt treating me. On the other end of the line, Shen Yuchu clutched the 1,500 yuan in her hand tightly. 1,000 was her salary and 500 was the bonus. She had planned to send 1,000 back home and keep the 500 for emergencies. But now she hesitated. Gu Chun said he ate a lot. The 500 she had left might not be enough. If she used the 1,000, she couldn't send that much money home. After a moment of inner struggle, Shen Yuchu made a decision. She remembered Gu Chun's words, seize the opportunity when it comes, or you might never encounter it again. I'll risk it. Having made up her mind, Shen Yuchu said, it's okay. I earned 1,500 today. That's definitely enough. All right, if you say it's enough, then it's enough. Gu Chun chuckled. Come out of the hotel. My car is parked by the roadside. Okay, coming now. Shortly after the call ended, a graceful figure rushed out of the hotel. Shin Yuchu stood at the entrance looking left and right for Gu Chen's car. Gu Chen rolled down the window and called out, "Over here." Hearing his voice, Shin Yuchu trotted over, but as she approached she hesitated. The car looked very expensive. She was afraid of dirtying it. Looking at her slightly muddy shoes from the rain, she stood frozen in place. "What are you standing there like a fool for? Get in the car." Seeing Shin Yuchu frozen by the vehicle, Gu Chen asked with a hint of confusion. My shoes are a bit dirty. I'm afraid I'll stain your car. Do you have any paper? I'll wipe them." Watching Shin Yuchu's cautious demeanor, Gu Chen felt somewhat speechless. It seemed the training was still insufficient. How could she ever follow him like this? Her inferiority complex needed to be corrected first, and then she would learn what it felt like to spend money lavishly. "I said, what's going on in that little head of yours? Just get in the car. If it gets dirty, it gets dirty. We'll have it washed later." Hearing Gu Chen's words, Shin Yuchu still felt embarrassed. With a helpless sigh, Gu Chen got out of the car, opened the passenger door, and lifted her by her slender waist, tossing her directly into the vehicle. The moment her weak spot was touched, Shin Yuchu felt as if she had been electrocuted, her entire body stiffening. He threw her into the car, closed the door, then returned to the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove off in one fluid motion. Sitting in the car, Shin Yuchu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Regaining her composure, she was filled with a thirst for knowledge about everything inside the vehicle. She had never ridden in such a car before. The best she had experienced was a luxury. Didi, her roommate, once called for a meal. At that time she thought that car was the best she would ever see in her life. But now comparing it to Gu Chen's car, it was simply incomparable. Especially the sound of the door closing like a bullet being chambered. It was incredibly satisfying. "Where are we going to eat?" As Shin Yuchu observed the luxurious interior, Gu Chen asked with a smile. Shin Yuchu replied nervously, I don't know. What do you want to eat?" Gu Chen smirked and teased me. "I want abalone and lobster." "Abalone and lobster? How much would those cost?" Shin Yuchu asked with a lack of confidence. Gu Chen chuckled. "Not too expensive. Cheaper ones are a few thousand, pricier ones can be tens of thousands. The cheapest are still a few thousand." Shin Yuchu's mind went blank. The cheapest were thousands. How could she afford that? What's wrong? Too expensive. No, let's go eat then. After speaking, Shin Yuchu secretly opened her phone, hoping to borrow some money to cover the meal. But when she glanced at her contacts, she almost cried. There were barely any names: her parents, her advisor, a few close relatives, and then Gu Chen, the wealthy man. Yet she couldn't borrow money from Gu Chen to treat him to a meal. Her parents couldn't afford thousands. She was too embarrassed to ask her advisor, and as for her relatives, they were fine for casual visits, but asking for money was basically hopeless. Thinking of this, Shin Yuchu recalled the online loans she had heard of. But after downloading several apps, her phone was too slow and the internet too poor to work. WeChat. Yes, there was WeChat. She quickly fiddled with it, only to see a limit of 3,000. She didn't know if that would be enough. A rich person's meal could easily cost tens of thousands. What if she couldn't pay the bill? Wouldn't she die of embarrassment on the spot? Gu Chen had no idea that his joke had pushed Shin Yuchu to the edge. He only occasionally caught a glimpse of her fiddling with her old broken phone. With that thought, Gu Chen called his bodyguard. "Go buy an Apple ecosystem." "Yes, boss." A Range Rover sped off toward the nearest electronics store and mall. "Alright, I was just kidding. Don't worry. The night market is still open. We'll just grab something there." Gu Chen, afraid of driving Shin Yuchu into a panic, suggested going to the night market instead. "But you wanted abalone and lobster." Shin Yuchu asked doubtfully. "They don't have that there, so we'll skip it. Barbecue is fine too." Soon Gu Chen drove Shin Yuchu to the largest night market in the city, not far from her school. "What time does your dormitory close?" "Oh no, it's past curfew." She had planned to finish work at the hotel and make it back in time, but the delay with Gu Chen had made her miss the deadline. Unable to return to the dorm, she would have to spend the night outside, perhaps on a bench in the subway station. She had experienced this before, working late to support herself, missing the dorm curfew, and having to sleep in free public places. "It's fine if you missed curfew. We can stay at a hotel." Gu Chen comforted her. At the mention of a hotel, Shin Yuchu's mind wandered. She had never experienced it, but she had heard stories. Many couples at school frequented hotels. Her roommate had done it. "No, it's okay. I'll find a station or something to stay at for the night. Hotels are too expensive, not worth it." She was genuinely worried about the cost, and also afraid of Gu Chen's intentions. Gu Chen smiled faintly, guessing her thoughts, but he didn't explain. Although he had thoughts of taking her, now wasn't the time. It wasn't yet the right moment. Name: Shin Yuchu, age 21, education bachelor's, appearance 91, affection 60, purity 0. Glancing at the affection level, though it had reached 60, it was still far from the point of natural progression. According to the system, the minimum for certain actions was 80 affection. At 90, one could do almost anything. Just as they arrived at the night market, the bodyguard who had left returned with a stack of boxes. "Boss, here's what you ordered." Gu Chen took them casually and gestured for the guard to leave. Shin Yuchu noticed the Apple ecosystem in Gu Chen's hands, curious about why he had bought so many things, but she didn't ask. It was his business. Of course, she recognized these high-end electronics. She might be poor, but she wasn't out of touch. She had seen them before. Her roommate used such things. Standing in the middle of the night market, Gu Chun scanned the area, spotted a decent food stall, and led Shin Yuchu over. After sitting down, Gu Chun ordered a large variety of skewers, tripe hot pot, and some seafood. Seeing him order so much, Shin Yuchu's heart tightened again. How much would all this cost? But Gu Chun didn't care about her thoughts. He had never intended for her to pay, so ordering whatever he wanted was fine. While waiting for the dishes to arrive, Gu Chun said, "Give me your phone." Here you go." Sensing Gu Chun's unyielding tone, Shin Yuchu dared not refuse and obediently handed over her phone. It wasn't as if this had never happened before. At the banquet, Gu Chun had been just as domineering when they exchanged contact information. But as Gu Chun's actions began, her eyes widened progressively. What are you doing?" Gu Chun was in the process of replacing Shin Yuchu's SIM card. "Is your nearsightedness this severe? Let me change your phone for you. Can you even see clearly like this?" No, I meant to ask why you're changing my phone." Shin Yuchu realized she had spoken nonsense and quickly tried to explain. Gu Chun nearly laughed in exasperation. "Of course it's for you to use. Why else would I change your phone?" "Stop, please. This is too expensive. I can't accept it. You earned this through your labor." "Labor? I didn't do any work. How did I earn it?" Shin Yuchu was speechless. She truly had done nothing at all. How could there possibly be wages for that? "You accompanied me to dinner. Does eating count as work?" "Yes. Didn't you say that those who put in effort deserve compensation for their labor?" "Accompanying me to dinner is also a form of work. But this is way too much. It doesn't match the labor I put in at all." Shin Yuchu blinked her large eyes as she spoke. "I always pay my employees very well. Though your contribution wasn't much, these are my rules." After replacing the SIM card, Gu Chun then personally guided Shin Yuchu through creating an account. He then pushed all the remaining Apple gift packages in front of her. "Take them. This is all rightfully yours, earned through your labor." At this moment, Shin Yuchu fell silent. Her nose tingled and her heart stirred with emotion. She wasn't foolish. She knew Gu Chun was looking out for her, and she didn't view this as some shameful handout. That kind of stubborn pride didn't exist in her. In her dictionary of life, there were only good things and not good things. Since Gu Chun was doing this, then he was being good to her. From childhood until now, no one besides her parents had ever been this kind to her. After a long silence, Shin Yuchu softly spoke. "Why are you so kind to me?" Gu Chun answered without hesitation, "Because you're beautiful." "Shin Yuchu, is that all? Besides being beautiful, don't I have any other merits?" Gu Chun smiled faintly. "I suppose there might be others, but I've only noticed your appearance. I didn't pay attention to anything else." Shin Yuchu felt slightly aggrieved. Hadn't he noticed any of her other shining points? Only her face. Then hadn't all her years of effort been completely wasted? She couldn't even measure up to being useful. But you said there were some. You haven't looked into anything else. Because your appearance is the most outstanding thing about you. Other merits simply can't compare to your looks. Then did you fall for me because of my appearance?" Shin Yuchu wasn't foolish. Otherwise she never could have gotten into Moda University, a prestigious 985 institution. Though she had no romantic experience and lacked social skills, she understood that Gu Chun was trying to pursue her. "Have you heard a saying?" "What saying?" Shin Yuchu looked up curiously and asked. "A beauty like Xiao Rongyu appears once in a century. Shin Yuchu is unmatched beneath the heavens. Li Xia captures 10,000 years in a single glance. Lu Rian alone defies eternity itself." Huh. Shin Yuchu was confused. What kind of verse was this? Why was her name on it? Seeing her bewildered expression, he knew she hadn't heard the story of Chun Laowu. "Do you know what I thought when I first saw you?" "What did you think?" Shin Yuchu asked curiously. Gu Chun calmly uttered 4 words, "Marry you or none." A slow expression of shock spread across Shin Yuchu's face. "Do I have that much appeal?" Gu Chun nodded with a serious expression. "Yes. The feeling you give me is utterly unique. You're the first woman I've ever met who made me want to get married to grow old together." Shin Yuchu suddenly spoke up. "Then can I borrow some money from you?" This statement left Gu Chun completely speechless. What was with this? He had just delivered such a heartfelt declaration, and she brings up borrowing money. Didn't she know how much she was ruining the atmosphere? But though the mood was ruined, he still had to lend it. After all, he needed to complete the system mission. "Of course. How much do you need?" Shin Yuchu's small face turned serious. "Not asking for it. Borrowing. The kind where I can sign an IOU." Gu Chun was somewhat speechless. She wouldn't even accept a gift. It had to be a loan. "Fine, a loan it is. Go ahead. How much do you want to borrow? How much money do you have?" Shin Yuchu thought for a moment before speaking. "Oh, this is turning into a big transaction. My money. Well, that's quite a lot. Name any figure, and I can produce it." System, check my spending limit. Host Gu Chun. System level 2. Spending limit 10,72249. Doting wife fund 4356,010 billion. Upgrade requirement 10 billion. Upgrade experience 69249300010 billion. Glancing at the spending experience, Gu Chun gave a slight nod. The numbers added up. Song Qinga and Fong Yuqing's housing payments had used the post-upgrade limit, 2 houses costing 1.7 billion. Then there was the 4 billion investment transfer to Qin Yuyao, followed by the 1 billion shopping card for Guijin Center, and the additional 1 billion reserve funds for Fong Yuqing's business. This alone totaled 6.7 billion. Combined with the usual pocket money for those women, the spending limit matched perfectly. Though he only had over 3 billion in spending limit remaining, he wasn't worried at all. As long as he spent all this money, he would immediately advance to the next phase, 1 trillion. Completely sufficient to satisfy Shen Youchu's appetite. I want to borrow 5,000. PFFF. Just as he had taken a sip of water, Gu Chun nearly spat it out. He had been fantasizing about how to use the rewards after completing the system. Yet Shen Youchu hit him with a surprise move. All that confident talk, and in the end, she only wanted 5,000. What could that possibly accomplish? What's wrong? Did I borrow too much? Shen Youchu, observing Gu Chen's expression, feared she had asked for an excessive amount. Yet this sum was a matter of life and death. To completely cure her mother's illness, the doctor had said it would cost 500,000. Over the years, the family had no savings, so they had been sustaining her with medication, but this approach merely treated the symptoms, not the root cause. The longer the delay, the more difficult the cure would become. Thus, she resolved to take a gamble, to borrow money from Gu Chun to first treat her mother's illness and repay the debt gradually in the future. Though broaching the subject of borrowing money was embarrassing, as no one would lend such a substantial sum without reason, she was willing to try for her mother's sake. No, it's not too much. It's too little. I thought you were going to ask for a fortune, but this is all. Gu Chun waved his hand dismissively. Shen Youchu silently winced. This was the life of the wealthy. Earning 500,000 to save a life was an insurmountable task for her, yet in the eyes of the rich, such a sum was beneath notice. I'll transfer it to you right now. Is 500,000 enough? Want to borrow more? Gu Chun was like a cunning wolf luring Little Red Riding Hood. Enough, it's enough. This is just the right amount. Shen Youchu felt too embarrassed to ask for more. Rest assured, once I start earning money, I'll pay you back every cent. And I can even add interest. Stop. Gu Chun made a timeout gesture. What interest? I don't care about that. I just want to ask, what are you going to use this money for? Shen Youchu replied, I want to treat my mother. She's been bedridden for years, her body worn down from overwork in her younger days. The doctor said surgery is the only way to cure her completely, but the operation is too expensive. Our family can't afford it. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. The ones she felt most guilty toward were her parents. They had sacrificed tirelessly to raise her and send her to university, yet she had never been able to help the family. After her mother fell ill, all the burdens fell on her father. He worked multiple jobs, carrying bricks at construction sites during the day, then taking a short rest before heading out to do sanitation work at night. She feared that if this continued, her father's health would collapse too. I see. Where's your hometown? Gu Chen continued asking. Shen Youchu replied, a small county in Jizhou. In that case, medical care in a small county is limited. Why not bring your parents to Modu? I'll arrange a good hospital to treat your mother. It would be a shame to spend the money and still end up with complications. But the cost of living in Modu is high. 500,000 is only enough for the surgery. We can't afford the follow-up treatment and expenses. Who said you have to cover it? I'm here. Do you have time recently? I'll go home with you and pick up your parents. I don't have class, but this is too much trouble for you. I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay you. If you can't repay, then give me a child. Huh? Shen Youchu was completely stunned. What kind of talk was this? What did he mean by if you can't repay, give me a child? Was he after her body? Shen Youchu was somewhat contradictory. On the surface, she was timid and gentle, wearing large-rimmed glasses like a good girl, but her mind was rather impure. Why you? You want me to bear your child? Gu Chen admitted without shame. Yes, what's wrong? I don't want to have a child so early. By the end, Shen Youchu's face was flushed crimson. Discussing such matters was truly embarrassing. Is this what they call a maiden's heart is poetry? How beautiful. Watching her blushing face, he understood the meaning of those words. Can't you be more tactful? Who comes right out and says, give me a child? After speaking, she quickly picked up her cup and took a sip of water to hide her embarrassment. What's the big deal? A graceful lady is a gentleman's good match. If you like someone, you should bravely confess. Do you want to wait until someone else takes her away and regret it? Who would take her away? You're so outstand. Only a fool would run away. Gu Chen didn't catch the last part as her voice was too soft. What did you say? I didn't say anything. I said the food is here, let's eat. That's not what you said, is it? Gu Chen looked puzzled. It is what I said. Look, this skewer looks great. I'll eat first. Without giving him a chance to probe further, she picked up a skewer and started eating. In truth, Shen Youchu was quite happy today. Not only had she earned some money, but she had also found a solution to her mother's medical treatment. She couldn't remember the last time she had felt this lighthearted. Every day, she woke up worrying about how to make money while juggling her studies. Recently, she had even entered the internship period, and she still didn't know which company would offer her a chance. Gu Chen didn't dwell on the matter either. He happily ate along with Shin Yuchu. Look at you. You've got oil on the corner of your mouth. Use a napkin to wipe it off. He pulled out a tissue and wiped the corner of her mouth. A blissful smile had unknowingly appeared on Shin Yuchu's face. I know I'll do it myself. Don't move. Can you clean it yourself? Let me do it. Could you please not be so kind to me? Why? Because I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay this kindness in my lifetime. It's fine. I told you if you can't repay, then give me a child. Can you stop obsessing over the child thing? I want to focus on my career first, and then think about children later. What about marriage? Would you marry first or focus on your career? I can do both. Marriage and career aren't mutually exclusive. Marriage doesn't take that long. Alright, I'll remember that. We'll talk about it later. Their question and answer session quickly drew to a close as the meal ended. Standing up, Shin Yuchu patted her slightly full stomach. In her 4 years of college, apart from the first dinner with her roommates, she had never had such a good, satisfying meal. Gu-chin glanced at his arm worth hundreds of millions and said, "You can't go back to the dormitory now. Come on, let's get a hotel room." Are you serious? Shin Yuchu became instantly sensitive at the mention of a hotel. Of course. Where else would you stay? Gu-chin had been so busy buying houses for the women that he hadn't bought one for himself. He couldn't very well take Shin Yuchu to stay at the other women's places. He couldn't say for certain about other women, but Shin Yuchu would never agree to share him with another. At most, she might tacitly acknowledge their existence, but sleeping together in the same bed, that was out of the question. He knew Shin Yuchu well enough to understand that she was outwardly gentle, but inwardly strong. She might overlook some things, but she would never compromise on matters of principle. So he decided not to create unnecessary complications. He would keep things hidden as long as possible and deal with the fallout when it inevitably came. Glancing at the affection meter, he noticed that despite their flirtatious interactions and the significant progress in their relationship, the meter had only increased from 60 to 65. It seemed tonight's wish would not be fulfilled. But this was still a good outcome. Shin Yuchu was a rare woman, and as long as the affection meter kept rising, it was only a matter of time. He had been working hard lately too, so a bit of rest was welcome. In the end, Shin Yuchu agreed to stay at a hotel for the night, but she forbade Gu-chun from entering her room. It passed without incident overnight. The next morning in the presidential suite at J Hotel, Gu-chun summoned the room attendant to bring an elaborate breakfast. Have you notified the school? Yes, I've let them know. I told them I'm going home to take my mother for medical treatment, and the counselor has approved my leave. Alright, let's depart after we finish eating. Although they were driving the same Mercedes G-Class, they had the bodyguards pilot a recreational vehicle. The RV was designated for transporting Shin Yuchu's mother. Though the journey from Shanghai to Hebei spanned just over 1,000 kilometers, manageable for healthy travelers, Shin Yuchu's mother could not endure it, so they arranged the more comfortable RV for her. Outside, the bodyguards stood ready, and at Gu-chin's command the convoy set out toward Hebei. Along the way to Shin Yuchu's hometown, Gu-chin asked, "Can you drive?" "I can't," she replied, shaking her head. "They say licensing is expensive, and I don't have the means." Gu-chin nodded. "All right. Once we're back and have taken care of your mother's matters, I'll take you to get your license. I'm not particularly keen on learning. I can't afford a car anyway," Shin Yuchu declined. "No problem, I'll buy you one. You're just trying to humiliate me with money again." "This isn't humiliation. It's a boyfriend expressing his feelings for his girlfriend." "Who said I'm your girlfriend? I never agreed to that. It's only a matter of time. Then I'll wait. I haven't consented yet." By midnight, Gu-chun had driven straight from Shanghai to Hebei province without stopping, taking only a brief break at a service area along the way. "Is the navigation set?" Shin Yuchu asked from the passenger seat, placing her latest iPhone 17 Pro Max on the center console after confirming the route. A premium phone made all the difference. Her old device would have lagged painfully even with navigation capabilities. With this high refresh rate display, everything ran smoothly and instantly. "Are you hungry? Should we stop and grab a meal?" They had been surviving on overpriced, unappetizing service station food, so Gu-chin wanted to find her something decent once they reached the city. Shin Yuchu was eager to get home. She finally had a chance to treat her mother's illness and couldn't wait to deliver the news. "Let's wait until we get there." After another hour and a half, they finally arrived at the small county town where Shin Yuchu's family lived. Though small, it was surprisingly developed, at least far better than Gu-chin's own hometown. Being close to the political center meant it couldn't be too shabby. In a dilapidated 2-story house, Shin Yuchu led Gu-chun and the others inside. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Behind her, Gu-chun and the bodyguards carried expensive gift boxes. Shin Yuchu's home was modest, barely 30 or 40 square meters, with rooms cluttered with daily necessities partitioned into 2 crude sleeping areas. Despite the difficult circumstances, Shin Yuchu's resilience was admirable. Without tutoring or a proper study environment, she had still managed to gain admission to a prestigious 985 university, a remarkable achievement. She wondered how many students from wealthier backgrounds had fallen short of Shin Yuchu's exam results. With better resources, she could have aimed for Tsinghua or Peking University. But grades were only one factor. Future success depended on the individual. Some graduated from top universities and accomplished nothing, while others, without prestigious degrees, became successful entrepreneurs. Personal ability ultimately determined outcomes. Education merely improved odds, it didn't guarantee results. As they entered, 3 people sat waiting inside. One was a humble middle-aged man crouched on the floor smoking. The others lounged with their legs crossed. Old Shin, how much longer do you plan to owe money? Have you considered my proposal? If you hand over this house as collateral, we can settle the debt. They overheard the conversation as they stepped inside. The man smoking cheap cigarettes remained silent, his brows furrowed deeply. Coughing echoed from the bedroom. Husband, maybe we should just give them the house. We can't possibly repay all this debt. A cheap rental would suffice. Wife, stop. This is our only home. If we lose it, where will we live? Are we meant to rent forever? Yu-Chu is graduating soon. When she gets married, how can the other family accept our situation? They'll expect at least a house of our own. Don't ruin her future. Speaking of which, Old Shin, I almost forgot you have a daughter. I heard she got into a prestigious university and is quite pretty. Why not marry her to my son? Let the debt serve as the betrothal gift. The man who'd been lounging with crossed legs said with a smile. The 2 beside him chimed in agreement. That's right, Old Shin. The Sun family isn't bad. His son may not have your daughter's education, but what more could you expect from a family like yours? Marrying into the Sun family isn't a loss. Once your family, they can help you out when needed. Shin Yu-Chu recoiled in fear at the sight of Old Sun, who grinned at her with a mouthful of yellowed teeth. Behind her, Gu Chin immediately pulled her into his protective embrace. Uncle Sun, why are you at my home so late? Perhaps feeling safer now, Shin Yu-Chu asked again. It's just that your father owes us some money, so I thought I'd come to collect. Shin Yu-Chu didn't reply to Old Sun. Instead, she turned her gaze to her father. Dad, do you owe them money? Father, Shin said with some shame. Yes, 2 years ago your mother didn't have money for medicine, so I borrowed a bit from him. Shin Yu-Chu remembered. 2 years ago she had almost been short of tuition and had asked her father for 2,000 yuan. It must have been that time that emptied the family's coffers. Later, although she had sent back some money sporadically between daily expenses and medicine, it was far from enough to fill the gap. As for why the school did not waive her tuition under these circumstances, there was no need to elaborate. Those who needed it couldn't get it, while those who didn't need it were offered it freely. Unless a poor student could stir up online buzz and rely on public opinion to secure a waiver, countless others would never receive such treatment. Dad, why didn't you tell me? If I had known Mom didn't even have money for medicine, I would never have used that money. Shin Yu-Chu's eyes reddened, and she threw herself into her father's arms. Silly child, our family's hope is on you. If we let a lack of money affect your studies, your mother and I would regret it for the rest of our lives. Father Shin comforted her. Dad, our family won't suffer anymore. Never again. Ding. Shin Yu-Chu's affection increased by 15 points. Current affection, 80 points. Gu-chan was still puzzled. How had the affection suddenly reached the level of a natural progression? He watched as Shin Yu-Chu left her father's embrace and said to Old Sun and the others, how much does my father owe you? Daughter, are you going to pay off your father's debt? The money is not urgent. Uncle wants to discuss something with you. What is it? Shin Yu-Chu asked with a frown. Well, my son, your elder brother, has been graduated for over 2 years and still hasn't found a wife. If you're willing, I'll forget the debt and consider it a betrothal gift. What do you think? Shin Yu-Chu nearly cursed out loud. This was a case of a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Though she wasn't the type of woman who only dreamed of marrying into wealth, she would never settle for a good-for-nothing graduate of an ordinary technical school. Moreover, he had a host of bad habits. Rumor had it that every day he either gambled or idled about with friends. If she agreed, her life would be ruined. Enough, Uncle Sun. Stop dreaming. Just tell me how much my family owes you. Old Sun's face fell at Shin Yu-Chu's blunt refusal. Not much, just 5,000 yuan. But it's been over 2 years, so interest should be added. Let's not be too harsh. Total 7,000. Old Sun, are you even human? Borrow 5,000 and 2 years interest is 2,000. That's usury. And you've been farming our land for 2 years. Even if it doesn't cover the whole debt, there shouldn't be this much left unpaid. You've been farming our land. Shin Yu-Chu frowned. That's right, I planted it, but I lost money. Ask Old Huang, and Old Wang if you don't believe me. Yes, it's true. He lost everything, didn't make a cent. Old Huang and Old Wang both nodded in agreement. Does my father owe you money too? Shin Yu-Chu continued to ask. Not much, just a few hundred or 1,000. But if you marry Old Sun's son, consider our debt as a wedding gift. Dream on. Show me the payment code. Unable to hold back any longer, Shin Yu-Chu directly demanded their QR code to transfer the money. You're a college student, but you talk to your elders like that. No manners at all. Rebuked by Shin Yu-Chu, Old Sun and his 2 companions were a bit embarrassed. At that moment, a figure appeared before them. Gu-chan cast an icy glare at them, then took the cash handed over by a bodyguard. You'd better shut up, or I'll have you thrown out. You? What are you doing? Seeing several burly men closing in on them in the small room, Old Sun and the others were so terrified their legs turned to jelly. The IOUs. Ignoring them, Gu-chan directly demanded the IOUs. Soon old son and the other two trembling pulled out crumpled IOUs from their pockets. Guchan paid them according to the amounts recorded on the IOUs. Get out of my sight right now, or I'll have someone throw you out of here. Seeing that it was 5 stories high, the three didn't dare say another word and scurried away in disgrace. They had never encountered such a scene. Forget about bravery. Everyone has 2 shoulders and 1 head, so who's afraid of whom? Just imagine being surrounded by a bunch of tough guys, each with arms as thick as your thighs. Unless there was a mortal grievance, would you dare to fight them? After sending old son and his men away, Guchan turned around with a smile and politely greeted, "Hello, uncle." As he spoke, Zhao Wei and the others behind him tactfully retreated outside the door. The room was simply too crowded. If they didn't leave, there would be no room to stand. "Young man, who are you?" Father Shen had never met Guchan, so he asked curiously. "I'm Youchu's friend. I came back with her to take Auntie to Mo for medical treatment." Hearing this, Father Shen looked at Shun Youchu to confirm. "It's true, Dad. I didn't tell you beforehand because I wanted to give you a surprise. Dad, I'm taking Mom to Mo for treatment. You should come too. I'm afraid I can't always make time to care for her, so you'll need to stay at the hospital with her." Father Shun smiled bitterly. "But isn't your mother's condition only treatable with surgery? Where will we get so much money?" Shin Yuchu said, "Don't worry about the money, Dad. Your daughter has made it big now and earned a lot. It's definitely enough to cover Mom's treatment." Father Shin gave Guchan a thoughtful look as if he had guessed something. "Daughter, come with me. Let's go see your mother. Young man, sit down and rest for a while. I'll take Yuchu to speak with her mother." Guchan understood that Father Shin had something to say to Shin Youchu, so he didn't say much and simply nodded, saying, "Uncle, go ahead." Guchan didn't stay in the room. Instead, he went to the corridor, lit a cigarette, and offered one to each of the bodyguards as well. "Sorry, boss, no smoking during work hours," Zhao Wei refused. "It's fine, go ahead. I'm the boss. I make the rules." While Guchan was chatting with his bodyguards inside the bedroom, "Wife, our daughter is back," Father Shin said, his voice thick with emotion. On the bed of the barely 10 square meter bedroom lay a middle-aged woman, her face gaunt and her frame frail. Though she was only in her 40s, she resembled an elderly person in the twilight of life. Years of illness had nearly drained Mother Shun of all vitality. Had it not been for the lingering hope of witnessing her daughter marry, she would have long abandoned the will to live. Living only brought suffering, and she felt she was a burden to her family. She believed that merely existing was a sin. "Mom." Seeing her mother's haggard appearance, grief surged within Shin Yuchu. Her already slightly reddened eyes instantly welled with tears that streamed down her cheeks. "Oh, my dear daughter, don't cry." Mother Shin forced a faint smile to comfort her. "Mom, I'm back. From now on, daughter will ensure we live well. We will never again have to bow to others' whims." Shin Yuchu approached the bedside and grasped her mother's hand. "My daughter has become someone remarkable. It brings mother great joy." The two held hands tightly, a scene both heartwarming and tragically poignant. "Daughter, father has something to ask you." Standing aside in silence for a moment, Father Shun composed himself and spoke slowly. Wiping her tears, Shin Yuchu replied, "Go ahead, father. Is that young man your boyfriend?" Hearing this sudden question, a blush of shyness appeared on Shun Yuchu's face. Though she had not explicitly confirmed anything to Guchan, she had already harbored deep affection for him. How could she remain unaffected by his meticulous care and assistance over the past 2 days? In fact, the sudden surge of affection earlier had already revealed her true feelings. Reading his daughter's expression, Father Shin already knew the answer and said solemnly, "Answer me one question honestly. Do you truly like him?" Shin Yuchu raised her head in confusion. "Father, do you think I don't like him?" Father Shin pondered for a moment before saying, "I am afraid you would compromise yourself for our family's sake and do something you would regret for life. I can see that young man must be quite wealthy, but how could an ordinary family like ours ever match such a prestigious household? Though we are poor, we would never sell our daughter. If you like him, father supports you. If you do not, no matter what we owe him, we will repay it, even if it means selling everything. Please do not wrong yourself." At this, Mother Shun on the bed also understood the situation. Though her body was weak, she managed to say, "Daughter, your father speaks rightly. We would never sell our daughter. Whatever you do, do not act foolishly." Shin Yuchu shook her head. "Father, I do like him. Over these 4 years of university, I have understood many things and witnessed much of this society's cruelty. One's life offers few opportunities. Some can seize them, others cannot. Now that an invaluable opportunity lies before me, I wish to try. Even if I fail, I will not regret it. If I do not fight for this, our family will struggle at the bottom for the rest of our lives. They say all people are equal, but is that truly so? Class has always existed. A small minority controls 90% of wealth, leaving countless ordinary people to divide the remaining 10%. Father, mother, do you truly believe that 10% can be shared? If I do not strive to climb upward, I will remain a slave to others for life, dedicating my limited energy to create unlimited value for them. I refuse to accept this. I will not bear being looked down upon forever, will not spend my days calculating costs just to afford a decent outfit." Upon hearing Shin Yochu's words, Father Shin placed his hand on her shoulder and said with a bitter smile, it is father's incompetence. Father, you have done wonderfully. I feel there is no better father anywhere in the world. That you raised me to become who I am today, beautiful and strong, is already greatness. Shin Yuchu smiled brightly. She had never resented heaven or blamed others nor complained about her family's circumstances. While she could not choose her birth, she could determine how to walk her path in life. Gu Chen's guidance at the banquet remained vivid in her memory. Opportunities were not available to everyone, nor could everyone seize them. Those who failed to grasp their chance were destined to be eliminated by society. The saying, "Sneer at poverty, not at shamelessness," grew only more relevant with each passing day. No one would ask how you rose to glory. They would only envy the splendor you had achieved. Whether earned through honorable means or questionable ones, whatever brought wealth demonstrated capability. Whether abroad or at home, relatives and friends alike respected fine clothing before respecting the person and offered their cups first to the wealthy. Because her family was poor, relatives hardly visited, fearing requests for money. But if she became wealthy someday, those same relatives would undoubtedly come knocking on their own. Very well, daughter. As long as you know what you are doing, that is what matters. I am not trying to stop you from associating with wealthy people. I am only afraid you might be deceived. Shin Yuchu smiled gently. Rest assured, father. I know what I am doing. The family did not dwell further on this matter, instead discussing plans to seek medical treatment in Shanghai. Without their heartfelt conversation beforehand, the Shun couple might have hesitated. But now that everything was laid bare, having heard Shin Yuchu's proposal, they agreed immediately. Gu Chen, come here for a moment. The bedroom door opened from within, and Shin Yuchu poked her head out and called, I'm coming. Gu Chen, who had been sitting on the steps smoking, immediately crushed out his cigarette at the sound of Shin Yuchu's call and walked over. What's wrong? Coming closer, he noticed Shin Yuchu's tear-stained face and asked with concern. Nothing. It's just my parents want to meet you. Shin Yuchu said shyly. Your uncle and aunt want to see me. That is perfectly fine. Watching Gu Chen's serious expression, Shin Yuchu could not help but burst into laughter. What is with you? Why so serious? You look as though you are heading to battle. My parents simply wish to have a chat with you. Gu Chen leaned in close and whispered in her ear. Those are my future father-in-law and mother-in-law. How could I not be nervous? He had expected to be told off, but instead Shin Yuchu seemed to accept it, silently stepping aside and saying, all right, come in. A pungent medicinal scent permeated the bedroom. Upon seeing Gu Chen enter, Father Shun grew nervous and quickly fetched a small stool. Mr. Gu, please have a seat. Mother Shin on the bed also tried to struggle upright to welcome him, but Gu Chen stopped her. Auntie, please lie down and rest. There is no need to be so polite. Uncle, please take a seat as well. Just call me Xiao Chun. Since I am friends with Yuchu, your courtesy makes me feel quite embarrassed. Gu Chen spoke in a gentle tone. Well. Then Xiao Chun, you sit too. We heard from Yuchu that you arranged everything regarding the medical treatment. We want to express our gratitude. You have gone through too much trouble. Shin's father sat beside the bed and said gratefully. Gu Chen waved his hand. Treating auntie is nothing at all. It is what I should do. In fact, I should be the one thanking you and auntie. To have raised such an outstanding daughter is truly impressive. Shin's mother leaned against the headboard and said with a smile. Actually, we have not done much for her. From a young age, she was sensible and has always relied on her own efforts. Gu Chen nodded. Yes, that is exactly what I admire about Yuchu. Meeting such a wonderful girl is truly a great blessing. At this moment, Shin Yuchu stood like a dutiful young wife beside Gu Chen, who sat on a small stool. She remained quietly by his side, creating an atmosphere of harmonious companionship. Hearing Gu Chen's high praise, she felt both delighted and somewhat shy. Oh, I am not as good as you say. You make me sound unparalleled in heaven and earth. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Such is the truth. You truly are a rare treasure among girls. I am not exaggerating. Enough, I know you are eloquent. So when shall we return to Mudu? Not daring to continue this topic, she feared Gu Chen might soon describe her as a reincarnated fairy. Gu Chen replied, let us rest tonight and set off tomorrow morning. Shin Yuchu nodded. Yes, we have been bustling all day. A good rest is well deserved. Let us return to Mudu tomorrow morning then. Due to the limited space at home, Gu Chen found a roughly 3-star hotel in the county town for Zhao Wei and the others to stay. After all, it was merely a small county town. Despite reasonable development, many facilities still lagged behind those in large cities. However, although the hotel was modest in scale, its environment was pleasant and very clean. Shin Yuchu did not accompany them to the hotel. She stayed home to keep her parents company. Although her affinity score with Gu Chen had reached 80, permitting further intimacy, he did not rush. Her mother was still gravely ill. Bringing up such matters now would have been inappropriate. He left 2 people stationed downstairs at Shin Yuchu's home ready to assist promptly if anything arose. He and Zhao Wei stayed at the hotel. Of course, he was not the stingy type. Each of the 2 guards left behind received a bonus of 100,000 yuan directly. These men were all former soldiers who entered this profession out of necessity. Where he could provide care, he certainly would. Without these soldiers, how could there be such comfortable lives today? Even though they were no longer on the front lines, they still deserved respect. Lying on the hotel bed, Gu Chen began responding to those women one by one. Husband, I miss you. This message was from Lu Ruyan. Husband, do not forget my wedding. This one was from Song Qinga. Husband, the rent has been paid. I am now preparing to start the renovation. This was sent by Fong Yuqing. Mr. Gu, here is the design proposal for the project development. Please review it and let me know if any changes are needed. This was from Qin Yuyao. Upon opening his phone and seeing countless greetings from women, Gu Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, having too many women was quite troubling. Fortunately, he was wealthy and did not need to work. Otherwise, merely replying to these women would consume half his day. More interestingly, just after he dealt with those women, someone quite unexpected also sent him a message. Xiao Rongyu, the little princess of Jingdu. I secretly ate an ice cream today. The message was followed by an emoji of a girl covering her mouth while giggling. Haven't you slept yet at this hour? Upon seeing Xiao Rongyu, Gu Chen instantly perked up. The reason was simple. Xiao Rongyu was extraordinarily beautiful. With a beauty score of 95, she was undoubtedly a rare gem across the entire world. Moreover, Xiao Rongyu was one of the 4 divine artifacts carrying a sense of bonus enhancement. The so-called 4 divine artifacts naturally referred to Lu Ruyan, who dominated eternity, Li Shuya, whose glance spanned millennia, the peerless beauty of the mortal realm Xiao Rongyu, and the once-in-a-century encounter Xin Yuqiu. He had barely gathered 3 of the artifacts so far. As for the 4th Li Shuya, he still had no clue. Among the 4, Xiao Rongyu as the beauty representative earned her title rightfully. And the Xiao Rongyu he encountered was indeed just that. Her appearance was truly extraordinary and her figure was exceptionally appealing. She had just reached adulthood, and he wondered how much more stunning she might become. Her family background was extremely privileged. Based on his speculation, the Xiao family in Jingdu must rank among the elite. However, he had not yet investigated specifically, so he dared not be too certain at this point. Does a young lady like you have to sneak around just to eat something? Gu Chen typed another message. Actually, it is not like that. It is just that my family says many things are junk food and will not let me eat them, claiming it is bad for my health. I am only allowed to eat meal plans customized by nutritionists every day. I am about to vomit from it. Gu Chen was at a loss for words. Well, as expected of a wealthy family's young miss. The customized nutrition plans she mentioned probably cost as much as an ordinary person's annual salary per meal. This was no exaggeration. Ordinary people simply could not imagine how extravagant the world of the wealthy truly was. Spending tens of thousands on a single meal was merely a drop in the ocean. Actually, your family is right. Junk food should not be consumed too often. Gu Chen typed his reply. Why are you like this too? Don't other people eat junk food? I don't see anything wrong with it. You just do not want me to enjoy good food. You are all terrible. Reading Xiao Rongyu's childlike response, Gu Chen could not help but laugh. Fine, I will let you eat it, alright. On the other end of the phone, she finally became happy upon seeing Gu Chen's response. Right, that is my good friend. You should side with me, not them. It is just a pity. I do not know when I will get the chance to eat an ice cream again. Do you really want to eat it? Gu Chen thought for a moment and said, Of course. I heard there is something called spicy strips. It is said to be a heavenly delicacy. I wonder if I will ever get the chance to try it in this lifetime. At that moment, Xiao Rongyu was hiding under her blankets, chatting with Gu Chen, afraid of being discovered. Her family also kept strict control over her social interactions. As soon as someone approached her, they would immediately investigate that person thoroughly, even knowing what color underwear the person wore every day. Actually, if you really want, I might be able to help you. Really? It's for real. Gu Chen typed back. Then hurry up and tell me, how exactly are you going to help me? Could you get me a bag of spicy strips first? Let me taste this delicacy of the mortal realm and see how amazing it really is. Xiao Rongyu typed rapidly, her urgency palpable through the screen. So what benefit do I get for helping you? Gu Chen's playful intentions stirred. Benefit? What benefit could you possibly want? Aren't we good friends? Isn't helping each other only natural? Reading Xiao Rongyu's reply, Gu Chen realized this young girl must have been excessively sheltered, a naive innocent with no world experience. Anyone with a hint of social wisdom would know better than to say something so ridiculous. Even close brothers must settle accounts between them. How much more so for us mere ordinary friends? Without the binding of mutual interest, even the best of friends cannot stay together for long. Teach, then how about I give you money? Would that work? How much? How much do you want? How much do you have? This naive little princess was rather entertaining to tease. Of course, he wasn't short of money. If anything, he was probably the least financially burdened person in the world. Asking her how much she had was merely to gauge just how wealthy this pampered heiress truly was. Hold on, I don't really know how much I have either. My family deposits my monthly allowance directly into my card, plus there's the New Year money each year. I'll need to check before I can tell you. Not long after, Xiao Rongyu sent another message. Forget it, this sum is quite large. My head hurts counting it. I'll just send you a screenshot so you can see for yourself. After saying this, an audacious bank card screenshot arrived. Upon seeing the balance, Gu Chen was rendered speechless. Though he had prepared himself, he was still taken aback. Over 700 million. It may have been nothing compared to his own wealth, but he had to remember, his fortune came from a system. Xiao Rongyu's wealth came solely from family allowances and New Year gifts. Is this enough? Across from him, another tentative message arrived from Xiao Rongyu. I've changed my mind. I don't want money anymore. What's wrong with you? Then what do you want? Xiao Rongyu was practically fuming, her lips pouting in indignation as she buried herself in the blankets. Tell you what, I won't make things difficult for you. In the future, if we have time, you can't refuse when I want to video call you. Video call? That might not work. If my family finds out, there'll be trouble. It wasn't that Xiao Rongyu feared video calls. Rather, she feared her family discovering their friendship. In the past, she had made several friends, only for them to mysteriously vanish once discovered. Don't worry, I'll ask if you're free first. I won't randomly video call you. That's. Alright then. Xiao Rongyu finally agreed. Are you free right now, eh? Guchen lit a cigarette and asked. Sure, it's late, and everyone's asleep, so it should be fine. No sooner had the message arrived than he sent a video call. Though she was nestled in her blankets with only the faint glow of her phone illuminating the darkness, unable to see her true features clearly. Even that blurred silhouette made Gu Chen's throat involuntarily tighten. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Despite his preparations, he couldn't help but be stunned by her radiance. You're so beautiful. The words escaped him involuntarily. Right? Everyone says the same thing. Xiao Rongyu replied with remarkable composure. If he didn't know she was simply naive and inexperienced, he would have surely rolled his eyes and dismissed her as impossibly narcissistic. Such a startling response. When faced with praise, shouldn't one be modest? How could one accept compliments so openly? Are you wearing pajamas? Guchen continued. Why do you ask? Xiao Rongyu was puzzled. I noticed a little bear on your strap and was just curious. You like little bears too. Seemingly finding a kindred spirit, Xiao Rongyu angled her phone, revealing the little bear accessory fully. Of course I like it. Don't you like it too? How do you know I like it? Because you have the accessory on you. Why would you carry something you don't like? Hehe, you're so clever managing to guess that. A black line appeared on Guchen's forehead. Any fool could have guessed that. Who would carry something they didn't like on their body? Now that you video called, shouldn't we discuss the matter of this delicious food? Xiao Rongyu still hadn't forgotten about the matter of food. No problem. Since you've kept your promise, I can't be without integrity either. When are you usually free? Xiao Rongyu considered. I have 3 hours of classes at school every day. But there are always bodyguards from the family following me. Guchen nodded. I see. That does make things tricky, but there's still a chance. I'll arrange things and let you know. Okay, but you better keep your word. If you dare trick me, I won't be friends with you anymore. After saying this, Xiao Rongyu yawned. I'm so sleepy, I need to sleep now. Guchen reluctantly glanced at her smooth, fragrant shoulder before saying, alright, good night. After ending the video with Xiao Rongyu, he went online and searched for a food delivery blogger in the capital. It was a female delivery rider named Xiao Qi. Delivering food was her side gig while creating short videos was her main business, using delivery work to drive traffic. Message me back when you see this. I have a business collaboration offer for you. After sending this private message, Guchen simply closed his phone and went to sleep. Early the next morning around 7, his room door was knocked. Who is it? Disturbed from his sleep, Guchen called out somewhat displeased. Guchen, are you awake? We should get going. From outside the door came Shin Yochu's voice. Upon hearing it, Guchen instantly snapped awake and rushed to the door in 3 swift strides. Standing at the door was a graceful young lady. Their eyes met, and Shin Yochu shyly lowered her head. See, could you please put on some clothes first? It turned out Guchen was only wearing a pair of briefs, everything else exposed. In the past, Shin Yochu would have definitely turned and walked away without any hesitation. After all, what if something happened between a man and a woman alone? Of course, she would never give others the chance to behave this way in front of her. Throughout her 4 years of university, though many had tried to make advances, she had avoided them all. Besides one group dinner with roommates on the first day of orientation, she hadn't participated in any private gatherings for 4 entire semesters. That first gathering had cost her 70 yuan split evenly. She hadn't taken advantage of anyone, afraid of owing favors that would make it difficult to refuse future requests and put herself in danger. Guchen wasn't worried that his state of undress would backfire and cause Shin Yochu to resent him. He was a man with a system, and he knew Shin Yochu had an affection toward him as high as 80 points. With such high affection, they could engage in deeper interactions. A little playful teasing was nothing at all. Before Shin Yochu could come to her senses, he pulled her into the room with one swift motion. What are you doing? Pulled abruptly into the room, Shin Yochu felt only a momentary panic before she regained her composure. Then, as if recalling something, her cheeks flushed with shame, and she lowered her head, speaking in a soft voice. In truth, she had long been prepared for this day. The sudden surge of affection she had felt at home back then was her way of stealing her resolve. Inhaling the unique fragrance of the maiden, Guchen took a deep breath and said, I missed you. Shin Yochu didn't know how to respond, so she could only answer with a whisper as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Gu Chun pressed one hand against the wall, leaning slightly forward with a mischievous grin like a delinquent teasing a young girl. Yuchu. Why do you smell so good? I want to take a bite. At this moment Shin Yuchu didn't even have the courage to lift her head and look at Gu Chun. Her heart pounded like a startled deer racing uncontrollably. Though she had never experienced such a scene, she had watched romantic films and dramas. Wasn't this exactly the moment before a wall slam in those movies? Are you willing? You scoundrel, are you teasing me? Does it even matter if I agree or not in this situation? Of course it doesn't. As his words faded, Gu Chun slowly lowered his head. After a 10-minute French kiss, Shin Yuchu felt utterly weak and limp all over. If not for Gu Chun's support, she might have collapsed. Mom and Dad are still waiting downstairs. Can we go down quickly? After recovering a bit, Shin Yuchu finally gathered the courage to lift her head and speak. Don't worry. Even if I wanted to do something, I would pick a very important day, not now. You're annoying. Hearing Gu Chun's blatant words, Shin Yuchu threw out a remark and ran out the door. After dressing neatly, Gu Chun walked out of the hotel with a swaggering stride. Shin Yuchu's parents were already settled in the RV. Because they had come in a hurry, they had only temporarily arranged for an ordinary RV from the dealership. However, even an ordinary RV was fully equipped more than enough for a comfortable journey to Modu for Shin's mother. In truth, ordinary only in comparison to some top-tier RVs. This RV was among the best in the RV community. After all, its market price was over 5 million yuan. The Shin family had packed everything the night before, so they could set off directly in the morning. Moreover, Shin Yuchu had spoken at length with her father the previous night, basically telling him that after arriving in Modu, it was unlikely they would return. They might settle down in Modu permanently. I'll drive your car, you drive mine. Gu Chun asked Zhao Wei for the keys to the Mercedes-Benz S450 and said. The reason he wanted to switch cars was that the Mercedes-Benz G-Class was fine for showing off, but not very comfortable for long-distance driving. The seats were a bit too firm, and the driving experience couldn't compare with a sedan of the same class. In simple terms, driving a Mercedes-Benz G-Class on a long trip was a torment. Just as he sat down in the car, the passenger door was pulled open. Shin Yuchu, her face flushed, climbed in. Today Shin Yuchu was no longer wearing her faded blue jeans. Instead, she had on a white pleated skirt that she had treasured for a long time and never worn outside. He had noticed it earlier in the hotel room, but at that time, he was too busy taking advantage of her to examine it carefully. Now as Shin Yuchu got into the car, he finally had time to appreciate it. Though her figure was somewhat slender, her legs were undoubtedly very shapely. Once her nutrition improved and she gained a little weight, she would be an absolute stunner. To put a name to it, they were cream legs. Perhaps sensing Gu Chun's burning gaze, Shin Yuchu tugged her skirt down a little after getting into the car. But the skirt was very short, so even with her efforts it was hard to cover everything. Watching Shin Yuchu's flustered state, Gu Chun smiled faintly. Why are you still hiding? I've already touched them. You don't say that. Hearing these words, Shin Yuchu recalled the scene of being bullied in the hotel earlier. She had already been dazed from the wall slam, and he was all over her. If she hadn't called a stop at the critical moment, who knows what even more outrageous things he might have done. Alright, I won't say anymore. Gu Chun knew when to stop. Going too far would be counterproductive. If it were open-minded girls like Lu Rian or Song Chinga, perhaps his teasing words wouldn't bother them. But for a conservative woman like Shin Yuchu, too much teasing might be hard for her to accept. While starting the car, Gu Chun asked, why didn't you go keep your parents company? Though Shin Yuchu appeared calm on the surface, the unconscious gesture of tucking a strand of hair behind her ear betrayed her inner agitation. My parents said they didn't want me to suffer with them, so they kicked me out. Hearing this flimsy explanation, Gu Chun didn't call her out on it. He could guess what was on Shin Yuchu's mind. She had simply fallen for him, and having just tasted the feeling of being in love, wanted to spend more time with him. Alright then, buckle up. Let's go. On the way back, as Gu Chun had expected, the Mercedes-Benz S450 sedan lived up to its reputation as one of the favorite rides for business executives. The comfort of the seats effectively relieved fatigue, making long journeys much less tiring. The saying, drive a BMW, ride in a Mercedes, has its reasons. They arrived in Modu again in the evening. Before returning, they had booked a hotel along the way. It was a 5-star hotel next to Modu City Hospital, and they had booked presidential suites. Not only did Shin Yuchu's parents get a presidential suite, but Zhao Wei and the others also got presidential suites. He didn't make them stay in standard rooms. He wasn't short of money. Spending an extra 100,000 or so was nothing to him. Upon entering the room, Gu Chun called Qin Yuyao. Mr. Gu. When she answered, Qin Yuyao's respectful voice came through the phone. President Qin, do you know anyone at Modu City Hospital? Mr. Gu, are you ill? On the other end, thinking that Gu Chun was sick, a hint of worry flashed across Qin Yuyao's face. But after hearing Gu Chun's explanation, she breathed a sigh of relief. So that's it. Yes, I do know someone. Mr. Gu, your friend's mother has an internal medicine condition, right? I'll arrange for a chief physician in internal medicine. He has a good reputation at the city hospital and is very skilled. Alright then, I'll trouble President Qin. You're too kind, Mr. Gu. You've done so much for the Qin group. This little favor is nothing. As a well-known enterprise with a market value of hundreds of billions, the Qin Group indeed had many connections. Gu Chun had come to the right person. Soon Qin Yuyao called back telling him that everything was arranged, and he could go directly to the doctor's office the next day. Alright, thank you. After saying thanks, Gu Chun ended the call with Qin Yuyao, and then called Shin Yuchu to tell her about the arrangements for her mother's medical treatment. You've arranged everything, Shin Yuchu said, deeply moved. It's all set. I'll go with you tomorrow morning, and I'll leave after I make sure everything is in order. Thank you. Seeing Gu Chun had arranged everything, Shin Yuchu was deeply moved. Why be so polite? This is what I should do, Gu Chun said with a faint smile. Then I should also thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't know when my mother could receive medical treatment. I was truly afraid she might not have enough time to wait. Shin Yuchu was genuinely grateful to Gu Chun. Regardless of his motives, this kindness was undeniable. As the saying goes, no matter who he is or how poorly he treats others, even if the whole world condemns him, if he is good to her, then it is truly good. Anyone could condemn him, but she could not, because he had never wronged her. If Gu Chun were to make mistakes in the future or encounter any difficulties, she would stand by him unwaveringly. She would never leave him in this life, to live together, to die together. This was why she was called the most extraordinary woman in the world. Once she committed to a person or a cause, she would never turn back, even if she hit a wall. Life is meant to be lived magnificently. Whether it was career or love, she would leave herself with no regrets. Life is fleeting, spanning merely a few decades. No matter what you do, parting and endings are inevitable. It might as well be spent doing what one deems worthwhile. Just as Shin Yuchu was making her decision and firming her resolve, Gu Chun suddenly said with a grin, everything is arranged now. Will you still be going back tonight? Looking at Gu Chun's fox-like smile, Shin Yuchu blushed and lowered her head. Anything is fine. You decide. Haha, Yochu, you're so adorable. Gu Chun couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ding. Shin Yochu's affinity has increased. Current affinity, 85 points. Hearing that her affinity had risen again, Gu Chun felt a sense of urgency. He wasn't in a rush for personal reasons, but rather anxious about completing the system mission. What if her affinity maxed out before he even began? Then he would have nowhere to turn. Finding a woman who met the system's spending requirements was not easy. If his grand plans ended before they even started, how tragic would that be? He hoped to encounter more gold-digging women like Song Qinga in the future, since such women were not easily won over emotionally, providing ample opportunities for him to spend money. But Shin Yuchu belonged to the emotional type. No matter how much money you spent, it might never reach her heart. Yet if you treated her well, she would selflessly give back, never giving you the chance to win her over with money alone. It's getting late. Let's go rest. Shin Yuchu nodded obediently. Watching her, Gu Chun thought to himself, forget it. Although he wanted to hold back, hoping to use Shin Yuchu to earn more money and suppress the speed at which her affinity rose, he simply couldn't resist playing the role of Lu Xiaohui in front of such a beautiful woman. The moonlight outside the window was exceptionally enchanting, as if even heaven was rejoicing over their romance. The entire earth seemed draped in a silvery coat. In the vast bedroom, Shin Yuchu's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes were closed as she lay quietly there, radiating an air of utter surrender. No one knew how much time had passed. A faint voice came from Shin Yuchu. Be safe. Roger that. Ding. Shin Yuchu's affinity has increased. Current affinity 90. Ding. Affinity has increased. Current affinity 91. Ding. Affinity has increased. Current affinity. When Gu Chun heard the sound effect indicating that her affinity had reached its maximum, triggering the unwavering devotion notification, he couldn't help but want to curse loudly. But now was not the time to dwell on such matters. He should first accomplish his great task. The next morning, Gu Chun was pulled from his sleep. Are you up? We need to go to the hospital. The curtains had somehow been opened. Shin Yuchu, having shed her girlish timidity, stood beside the bed. Pulling Gu Chun's arm, she spoke gently. Gu Chun murmured an acknowledgement and slowly sat up. Seeing Shin Yuchu's romantic gaze now transformed from a maiden into a young woman full of feminine charm, he couldn't help but be momentarily stunned. One had to admit aura played a tremendous role in enhancing a woman's appeal. While Shin Yuchu was already beautiful in her girlish days, her transformation into a mature womanly presence made her even more stunning. The only unfortunate thing was that her affinity had already maxed out, leaving him no chance to earn money from her. But it didn't matter. If Shin Yuchu wanted to do something, he would support her without reservation. If worst came to worst, he would simply focus his efforts on other women. After dressing neatly, everyone left the hotel. They did not let Mother Shun have breakfast, for after hospitalization a series of examinations might be necessary. Since some tests required an empty stomach, eating beforehand could delay everything by another day. The group made their way directly to the internal medicine ward. Calling the physician recommended by Qin Yuyao, they soon saw a man in a white coat approach. Hello, are you Dr. Li? Gu Chun asked with a smile as he looked at the approaching man. Good morning, Mr. Gu. Madam Qin spoke with me yesterday about the patient's condition. I've already prepared the hospitalization paperwork in advance. You simply need to provide identification information. Shin Yuchu quickly took out her mother's ID card and medical records, handing them to Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee, here are my mother's ID and medical records. Please let me know if anything else is needed. Dr. Lee nodded. All right, these will suffice. However, even though you have medical records, I am required to conduct certain examinations according to regulations. No problem, Dr. Lee. We'll follow whatever procedure you suggest. Guchen replied immediately. Very well. Please go settle the hospitalization deposit first, and I will arrange the ward for the patient. Doctor, do you have any better private rooms available? Guchen asked. Xiaochen, we can just stay in a regular ward. Let's not waste money, said Father Shin, hurrying to decline. Uncle Auntie's illness cannot be cured in a short time. We don't know how long the treatment will take. Without a private room, it would be very inconvenient. Just trust me. Focus solely on receiving treatment. Dr. Lee nodded. Yes, Mr. Gu. Madam Chin made arrangements yesterday and instructed me to provide every convenience possible. We have one private room available. The price is somewhat high, but if Mr. Gu has no objections, I can arrange it immediately. Guchen said fine. Money is not an issue. Please arrange it. I'll go pay the hospitalization deposit. Yuchu, you can pay online. Otherwise, we'll have to wait in line downstairs. How should I do that? Shin Yuchu asked, holding her phone. Let me teach you. First, open the hospital's official WeChat account, then bind Andy's identification information. How much is the deposit? Shin Yuchu asked after completing the registration. Pay 1 million up front. Gu Chen's words sent a shockwave through Shin Yuchu and her entire family. 1 million. This is too much, Shin's father said with some embarrassment. Gu Chen waved his hand. It's nothing. If you don't use it all, you can still return the money. Uncle, just focus on your treatment and don't worry about anything else. By the way, Uncle, can you drive? Shin's father nodded. I drove a truck when I worked at the factory. All right, perfect. Here are the car keys. I'll leave a car for you, so it's more convenient for you to get around. As he spoke, Gu Chun handed the keys to a Mercedes-Benz S450 to Shin's father. Looking at the three-pointed star on the key, Shin's father's throat tightened. This car is very expensive, right? Gu Chun shook his head. Not expensive. Don't be too tense when driving. If you scratch it, just file an insurance claim. Shin's father could only force a bitter smile, marveling at how his daughter had found such a good man. He had once worried that she might entrust herself to the wrong person, but now he had no such concerns. All right, I'll leave it to you, Dr. Lee. Call me if anything comes up. By now, Dr. Lee had realized that Gu Chun was no ordinary person. No wonder the president of a billion-dollar conglomerate had to call him personally. Without a powerful background, none of this would be possible. Shin's father didn't know the true value of the car keys, but Dr. Lee did. It was a luxury car worth millions, a Mercedes-Benz S-Class. Gu Chun even said it was fine if it got scratched. Such a luxury car would incur depreciation costs from any scratch, which ordinary families couldn't afford. After wrapping up everything, Gu Chun turned to look at Shin Yuchu and said, leave your mother to the hospital. You come with me to buy some things. Okay. Shin Yuchu didn't ask what they were buying, she simply followed Gu Chen's lead. The maxed-out affection was indeed powerful. It was the kind of devotion where she wouldn't hesitate even if he asked her to die. Stepping outside, he got into his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and drove Shin Yuchu to Guojin Center. Since she was now his woman, he couldn't let her wear cheap clothes. If people found out, it would reflect badly on him. What a huge mall. Stepping into Guojin Center, she was awestruck by the opulent decor and grand scenery. Come on, let's get you some clothes first. Gu Chun took Shin Yuchu's hand and plunged straight into the luxury boutiques. Give me one set of each of these cosmetics. Inside the Helena Rubinstein store, Gu Chun said to the sales assistant. When they left, Gu Chun had a receipt for over 3 million yuan. Pack these 2 watches and give me this one. The sales assistant at the Patek Philippe store didn't hesitate and quickly complied. This watch costs over 10 million. Shin Yuchu looked at the watch Gu Chun had slipped onto her wrist, incredulous. It's not expensive. It's actually quite cheap. You'll understand once you've seen more. Leaving Patek Philippe, they went to Chrome Hearts. Not this one and not that one. Give me one of every other style. Honey, go try on this outfit and see if it fits. Shin Yuchu took a set of clothes worth over 1 million yuan and walked dazedly into the fitting room. When she emerged, she was completely transformed. From a poor girl to a noble princess. Not bad, my wife is beautiful. But you're a bit thin. I'll have to make sure you eat more to fatten up. System, can I use the Guojin Center shopping card for Shin Yuchu? Yes, but the amount will be deducted from your bank account. After hearing the system's explanation, Gu Chun abandoned the idea of exploiting loopholes. The system was too rigorous, it didn't give him any chance to cheat. His regular spending funds were almost depleted, but the wife pampering fund had just begun. He had no idea when he would reach level 3. But he wasn't one to give up easily. There were always more solutions than problems. Spending money. He certainly knew how to do that. The morning passed quickly. Bodyguards like Zhao Wei were already laden with bags. After a quick meal at a restaurant, Gu Chun called a real estate agent in the afternoon. Bro, I'm on my way. Outside a high-end residential complex near Moda University, Wang Hao rushed over in a fluster. Have you found the properties? Gu Chen asked as Wang Hao approached. Wang Hao nodded quickly. Don't worry, bro. It's all ready. With that, he handed over several documents. Bro, there are 5 units in this complex, each around 10 million. Take a look. Gu Chen gave them a brief glance. I'll take this top-floor duplex with the rooftop garden right. Yes, bro. This is a prime property. It would have sold long ago if not for the high price. All right, let's go see it. The unit Gu Chen inspected had over 500 square meters across 2 floors and was priced at 36 million yuan, roughly 7.0 per square meter. Though it was far less than the houses he bought for Song Qingge and the others, it was sufficient as a temporary residence for Shen Yuqiu. She had remained silently by his side, never uttering a word of refusal. She knew refusal was futile, and Gu Chen wouldn't agree anyway. It was better to accept gracefully. After all, she couldn't leave him in this life, and if he ever wanted it back, she could return it any time. After paying for the property, Shen Yuqiu signed her name on the contract. She couldn't believe how drastically her life had changed in just a few days. Wearing clothes worth over 1 million, a watch worth tens of millions, and living in a 36 million yuan mansion. If she hadn't secretly tried it, she would have thought it was a dream. All right, this place is yours now. Gu Chen sat on the huge sofa smiling. Shen Yuqiu nestled gently against him and asked, Why are you so good to me? Silly girl, you're mine now. Who else would I be good to? Emma, I love you. An hour later, Gu Chen left Shen Yuqiu's mansion and headed straight for Lujiazui. With Shen Yuqiu's affairs settled, he needed to continue his money-spending spree. Yesterday, he received a message from Fang Yuqing saying the rent was fully paid and only decoration and hiring remained. Thinking about hiring, a sudden idea struck him, a way to spend the wife pampering fund. The system didn't impose strict rules on the wife pampering fund like it did on regular funds, which required high attractiveness women. So why not hire employees with just decent looks? The salaries would be deducted from the wife pampering fund. As long as it didn't violate the rules, if he set the wages a bit higher, it would be a considerable expense, right? Thinking of this, a smug smile spread across Gu Chen's face. He was so clever, an absolute genius. As the motorcade made its way to Lujiazui Financial Street, they passed a river-crossing bridge. Suddenly, desperate cries for help erupted from the distance, and a crowd of onlookers huddled by the railing, anxiously peering down at the river. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Chen pulled his luxury car to the side of the road and stopped. He sprinted to the bridge railing and looked down. In the middle of the river, a young girl was struggling, bobbing up and down. Judging by her condition, she had not been in the water long and was not in immediate danger, but a child's strength was limited. If delayed any longer, she would likely inhale water and lose consciousness. Without a word, Gu Chen vaulted over the railing and leaped into the Huangpu River. Protect the master, shouted the bodyguards behind him, including Zhao Wei, who all jumped into the water after him, leaving only 2 guards on the bridge to handle any emergencies. These bodyguards were all former Special Forces soldiers rigorously trained in water combat and deep water rescue. The icy river water swirled with undercurrents. Gu Chen swam forcefully toward the young girl, and just as she was about to sink completely, he steadily lifted her above the surface. Don't move, relax your body. He dared not embrace her head-on for rescue. Drowning people had an extremely strong survival instinct. Even a young child in panic could exert enough force to drag the rescuer into deep water. At present, his life was smooth, and he was concerned about all those around him. The premise of saving others was to ensure his own safety first. However, Gu Chen underestimated the physical toll of the wide river. Even with his extraordinary stamina, carrying a single child against the current toward the shore was extremely exhausting. Fortunately, Zhao Wei and the others quickly gathered around. Taking turns to support the girl, it took more than 10 minutes before they finally struggled to reach the riverbank. Although this was not the main channel of the Huangpu River, the river was still very wide. After reaching the shore, Gu Chen, soaked through, collapsed on the ground, completely drained, without even the strength to lift his hand. Mercifully, the rescue was timely. The little girl had only swallowed a few mouthfuls of river water. Her body was unharmed. Seeing this, the onlookers spontaneously burst into warm applause. Many passers-by took out their phones to record the entire event. Within minutes, the video of this heroic rescue shot to the top of the city's trending list. The comment section was filled with praise. What a real man. Such courage is truly admirable. The gentleman who rescued her has incredible presence and looks. Look closely, and you'll see the people who jumped in after him are all wearing identical gear, clearly professional bodyguards. His identity is far from ordinary. In times of crisis, he stepped forward without hesitation. He deserves a huge thumbs up. Truly kind-hearted. I hope no one will pick fault and cyberbully him. When saving a life, who has time to worry about avoiding suspicion? Anyone who tries to smear a hero like this, I'll be the first to speak out against them. The usual trend of baseless speculation and malicious nitpicking in comments was completely suppressed by the overwhelming positive public opinion across the entire internet. Without the support of so many netizens, there would surely have been people making sarcastic remarks about Gu Chen's rescue method or accusing him of getting too close to the girl. The incident continued to gain momentum, quickly catching the attention of local authorities. Staff immediately began preparations to award a banner of commendation for his bravery. The little girl's phone was water damaged and could not be used to contact her family. She had to be handed over to the police officers on duty to reunite with her relatives. After resting briefly, Gu Chun stood up and gave a summary to the officers. "I'll leave the child in your capable hands. I have other matters to attend to. Sir, please leave your contact information. The family will want to thank you in person, and we can pass it along." An officer called out from a distance. Gu Chun simply raised his hand and waved gently, then turned and boarded his car with his bodyguards, leaving quietly without any intention of seeking reward. Just as the onlookers were marveling at his selfless nobility, they caught sight of the entire line of luxury cars parked along the roadside. The scene erupted in exclamations. "Oh my God, which wealthy family's young master is this? The sheer presence is astonishing." Netizens were quick to dig up information. Within a short time, Gu Chun's past deeds were all unearthed. Screenshots of his earlier multi-million-dollar birthday banquet for Lu Ruyan flooded the comment section. So this is Mr. Gu, the ultra-wealthy man who went viral recently, spending tens of millions on a birthday party for someone close to him. Such extravagant generosity. How lucky to be someone he cares about. A reliable and magnanimous man like this is hard to find. Amid the praise, a few envious netizens commented, accusing him of being wasteful and reckless. But a flood of netizens retorted, he spends his legitimate income as he pleases. At the birthday party, he also distributed large cash gifts to ordinary attendees, benefiting many. Even if he hasn't made public large charitable donations, he has indeed given back to many ordinary people. There's no need to criticize him harshly. The public discussion continued to escalate. More of Gu Chun's past deeds were dug up: his generous bids at charity auctions during bidding dinners, his role as the core investor behind the Qin Group, and his investment in the high-end real estate project on Chongqing Street, which had not yet been launched. The positive news kept stimulating the market, and the Qin Group's stock price steadily rose. Many netizens commented that they would definitely buy a property on Chongqing Street once it was launched. With over 2.0 households in the country having net assets exceeding 10 million yuan, the netizens commenting about buying property were not just talking idly. There was indeed a large pool of potential buyers with purchasing power. The Qin Group's customer service hotline was overwhelmed with calls. Countless customers called in advance to inquire about floor plans, amenities, and launch prices even before the official opening. Qin Yuyao, as the group's executive president, had a sharp business sense. She immediately seized the opportunity presented by the viral online buzz, convening meetings overnight to plan how to maximize the brand's gains from this positive publicity. At that moment, Gu Chun was completely unaware of all this. In his heart, saving a life was simply the right thing to do. Whenever he could, he was always willing to lend a hand, just as he treated Lu Ruyan and Song Qinga with kindness in daily life. Meanwhile, the family of the rescued little girl rushed over after receiving the police notification. More than a dozen police cars led the way, with a black Hongqi sedan at the center of the motorcade. As the car stopped, the doors quickly opened, and several high-ranking officials from the city's public security system, dressed in formal uniforms, stepped out briskly. The officers on site calmly dispersed the onlookers, clearing a path. Two people slowly emerged from the back seat of the Hongqi, an elderly man with graying hair and a composed demeanor, accompanied by a woman with delicate features and an upright posture. Their faces were still filled with lingering fear as they hurried toward the little girl. "Xiaoying, are you hurt anywhere?" The woman pulled the girl tightly into her arms, her voice trembling uncontrollably, still shaken by the close call. "Mom, I'm fine. Sorry for worrying you. My dear daughter, it's good that you're okay. If anything had happened to you, I wouldn't know what to do." The onlookers, stunned by the high-profile security motorcade, whispered among themselves. Could this old man be old Lu? Which old Lu? Never heard of him. A knowledgeable bystander explained quietly, "You don't know old Lu. Look up the senior officials who were in charge of the national public security and judicial system a few terms ago." Upon hearing old Lu's name, everyone came back to their senses, only to be utterly stunned by another earth-shattering revelation. The drowning girl who had just been rescued turned out to be old Lu's own maternal granddaughter. After confirming her daughter was unharmed, Lu Ruoxin finally set her anxious heart at rest and asked with a grave expression, "Xiaoying, tell mommy, how did you end up running alone by the bridge and accidentally falling into the river?" She harbored private suspicions. This area teemed with all sorts of people, making it highly suspicious that a child would fall into the water alone. She even wondered if someone had deliberately caused the accident, but everything needed her daughter's testimony to confirm. Xiaoying's eyes were red, long lashes dotted with tears, her tender voice thick with grievance and longing. "Mommy, I heard that if you write your thoughts on paper, fold it into a paper airplane, and toss it where your loved one is gone, they can feel your longing from afar. You said Daddy took a boat to some faraway place and won't be back for a long time. I missed him so much that I snuck down to the riverbank, hoping my paper airplane would reach him." The moment those words left her lips, Lu Ruoxin's composure shattered. Tears streamed down her face as a sharp pain pierced her heart, unbearable in its weight. She had perpetually concealed the truth from her daughter, that their father would never return. Xiao Ying's father served as a courageous undercover police officer. Years prior, a massive transnational criminal syndicate had ravaged the nation, perpetrating untold atrocities and plunging communities into chaos. Given the Liu family's prominent background and influence, her husband could have remained safely behind the scenes without ever facing such danger. Yet despite his humble farming origins, his essence was rooted in unwavering sincerity and profound responsibility. Refusing to enjoy security alone while others suffered, he volunteered without hesitation to infiltrate the criminal organization and undertake the most perilous undercover mission. On the second day of their marriage, he bid farewell to his family and embarked on the undercover path, where survival seemed uncertain. For the first 2 years, he managed to send occasional messages of safety through covert channels, offering his family a fragile peace of mind. But starting in the 3rd year, all contacts ceased completely. He vanished without a trace. What arrived instead was the devastating news no one wanted to believe. He successfully aided authorities in dismantling the entire transnational criminal syndicate from its roots, obliterating their network. Tragically, he perished heroically in the line of duty. The ruthless criminals destroyed all traces of his remains before dying, leaving only a handful of clandestine witnesses to confirm his sacrifice. Because the case still had aftershocks and residual forces hadn't been completely eradicated, even the immensely powerful Liu family dared not hold an elaborate funeral. They feared retaliatory violence from surviving criminals that could endanger both the Liu family and young Xiaoying. They could only secretly erect an unnamed cenotaph in the martyr's cemetery, quietly laying his heroic remains to rest, awaiting the day when the case would fully settle, so they could proudly inscribe his name on a monument to honor his spirit. To spare her young daughter's psychological trauma and the weight of grief, Liu Ruoxin wove a compassionate lie, telling Xiaoying her father had gone far away to work with no set return date. Watching her daughter yearn daily for her father's return broke Liu Ruoxin's heart. Holding back tears, she embraced her daughter gently and whispered comfortingly, "Be good, Daddy will surely receive your longing. One day he'll come back to see you." "Really?" Xiaoying's large wet eyes instantly brightened with hope. "Yes, it's true." Liu Ruoxin nodded firmly, burying all her sorrow deep within her heart. "Yage?" Xiaoying's tears gave way to a radiant smile, filled with anticipation. "When Daddy comes back, I want him to take me to the amusement park, attend parent-teacher meetings with me, and join parent-child activities. I want everyone to know I'm a child whose father loves me." Beside them, old Liu spoke solemnly, his deep voice carrying gravity. "Have you found out who saved my granddaughter?" The high-ranking Shanghai police official accompanying him bowed and reported urgently, "Reporting to you, sir, we just completed an emergency verification. The rescuer was a young man who departed discreetly after saving the child, leaving no name or contact information. We are currently mobilizing all resources to retrieve surveillance footage and expedite the identity investigation." Old Liu's gaze grew resolute, his tone earnest. "You must locate our benefactor as soon as possible. Saving my Liu family's descendant is a monumental favor, both to our family and to me personally. This debt of gratitude must be repaid." To prevent crowd gatherings from sparking public controversy and to shield Xiaoying from further distress, the group ensured the child was safe before departing in an orderly fashion. While the physical incident subsided, online fervor erupted with escalating intensity. Authorities quietly downplayed details about the senior officials' families to protect Liu family privacy, yet Gu Chen's heroic rescue of the little girl dominated every platform. Netizens hailed his selfless act with countless likes and shares. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, the center of this storm, had already dismissed his casual act of rescue from his mind. To him, saving someone from peril was simply what any reasonable person would do. By now, he had brought the Fong family of 3 to Lujiazui Financial Street to personally inspect the prime street-facing building he had leased long-term for 400 million. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the 100th floor overlooking the precious real estate of the financial district below, Gu Chen spoke calmly, laying out his vision. "This main tower in Lujiazui will operate as a premium business hotel, catering to financial elites and distinguished business travelers. The Bun location will house an ultra-luxury panoramic private dining restaurant. We'll then purchase a fleet of high-end luxury vehicles for exclusive transfers, ensuring our elite clients receive impeccable transportation service." Fang Yuqing diligently recorded every detail and promptly responded, "Understood. I'll begin implementation immediately and ensure everything is in place as quickly as possible." Gu Chen paused thoughtfully before adding, "When hiring staff, prioritize women who've become unemployed after marriage but remain dedicated and hardworking." Fang Yuqing momentarily froze upon hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossing her face as she couldn't help but ponder the reasoning behind his decision. Reading her thoughts at a glance, Gu Chen coughed lightly and clarified to dispel her misconceptions, "Don't overthink it. I simply want to offer women who sacrificed their careers for family and were forced into unemployment after marriage a dignified position with stable high wages. Of course, standards won't be lowered. We operate in the ultra-luxury service sector requiring excellence in appearance, professionalism, and character. Front desk, lobby, and direct customer-facing staff must be between 18 and 30 years old, presenting themselves with poise and grace. Those with enterprise management or executive experience will receive priority consideration for exceptional hiring. He paused before declaring the compensation structure with remarkable generosity. Regular frontline service positions start at $20,000 monthly, with a ceiling of $50,000. Employees demonstrating strong work ethics and outstanding service ratings will receive additional performance bonuses equaling half their base salary each month. $20,000 monthly, starting. Fang Yuqing was utterly stunned, her expression brimming with disbelief. In the current market, five-star hotels typically offer $4,000 to $5,000 monthly for standard service roles, with top luxury brands barely reaching $8,000. Gu Qin's starting salary of $20,000 completely eclipsed industry standards across all benefits and compensation packages. She couldn't help questioning whether her benefactor was genuinely conducting legitimate business. Such lavish spending patterns, forgetting profitability or break-even timelines, the monthly payroll alone constituted an astronomical figure. Before she could fully process this, Gu Qin continued, revealing the staggering compensation structure. Entry-level management positions offer annual salaries ranging from $500,000 to $1 million. Senior core management roles prioritize capability and results, with base annual salaries starting at $5 million and no upper limit, fully calibrated to individual contributions and value creation for the company. At that moment, Fang Yuqing's composure completely unraveled. She nearly entertained the impulse to resign and work directly for Gu Qin. Exceptional benefits, premium salaries, manageable pressure, and transparent promotion pathways. Such a conscientious employer was unmatched throughout the entire municipality. Gu Qin didn't stop there, further refining the benefits framework. We'll implement a 3-day workweek with 4 days off. Monthly team dinners will be organized where employees can bring family members with all expenses covered by the company. Additionally, I require complete resumes and background files from all incoming employees for my personal review. Anyone with poor conduct, unbecoming behavior, or legal infractions will not be considered. We only hire principled and upright individuals. These regulations stand for now. Any gaps identified during operations can be addressed and refined as needed. Fang Yuqing had long since surrendered to numbness, silently nodding her agreement. Despite being the nominal project director and mistress of the hotel venture, every financial resource and strategic decision rested entirely with Gu Qin, leaving her no room for objection. She could only watch him execute his bold plans unfettered. Gu Qin finalized the promotional strategy with casual authority, yet undeniable presence. We'll stage an extravagant grand opening without regard for cost. We'll recruit top-tier influencers, A-list celebrities, and premium entertainment talent across all platforms for promotional support. Money is no object. The sole requirement is maximum spectacle and maximum visibility, making our brand known nationwide and establishing instant recognition across the internet. When she stepped out of the room, Fang Yuqing was still completely dazed. It was only her father's voice that brought her back to her senses. How did you and Gu Qin come up with this? Fang Yuqing said nothing, silently handing her father the notebook filled with notes before stepping aside to collect herself. Her father took the notebook with growing confusion, and after reading for a while, he too was utterly stunned. What exactly is Gu Qin doing? By this method, no amount of money would ever be enough to cover the costs. With employee benefits like this, how many years can the hotel possibly survive? Fang's mother also walked over and looked with puzzlement. After reading through it, she fell into silence. Yuqing, this isn't doing business at all. This is a joke. Providing employment for married women is fine, but these salaries are far too high. Even if our hotel is enormous, can a single day's profit cover these wages? You should go talk some sense into Gu Qin. If he continues like this, we'll truly go bankrupt. Fang Yuqing shook her head with a numb expression. Dad, you don't understand Gu Qin. Once he makes a decision, no one can persuade him otherwise. Whatever he says to do, that's what will happen. But if we go on like this, won't we just be throwing money away for nothing? What will we gain in the end? Fang's father frowned and said. Fang Yuqing replied, Dad, we cannot control this, nor can we participate. We should just go along with it. Seeing his daughter speak so firmly, Fang's father no longer pressed the matter. The money was not theirs to begin with. He could only offer reminders. How they chose to act was truly beyond his control. Soon after the recruitment notices were posted, enormous commotion swept across the entire city of Madu. Many people called to ask whether the hiring information was genuine. The temporarily assembled customer service department responded accurately, yes, the recruitment was real. Upon receiving confirmation, countless young married women came rushing over with their resumes. The floor serving as the temporary recruitment office was immediately overcrowded. In the corridors outside the interview rooms, rows upon rows of elegant women stood waiting. Even pregnant, expectant mothers had come. Everyone please do not push and squeeze. Maintain some distance. Pregnant women please sit over here to avoid any accidents. Staff members seconded from a service company maintained order, separating the pregnant women from the general crowd. I hold a bachelor's degree in management. Although I have no work experience, my capabilities are strong. Please give me a chance first. Some, fearing they would miss the opportunity, directly attempted to cut in line. You have a bachelor's degree. I hold a master's with 3 years of senior management experience. If anyone cuts in line, it should be me. So what if I have a master's? Who says a higher degree guarantees stronger ability? And what's so impressive about a bachelor's? Without ability, how could your education surpass mine? In the blink of an eye, the crowd descended into chaos once more. The employment benefits at Shengshi Hotel were simply too alluring. No one wanted to let this opportunity slip away. Not only were there hefty monthly salaries and envy-inducing bonuses, but the working hours were remarkably generous. 3 days on, 4 days off, with 3 shifts throughout the day, averaging merely 3 to 5 hours per day. Who wouldn't fight tooth and nail to get in with such treatment? Upstairs in the office, Gu Chun held a walkie-talkie in one hand while flipping through resume after resume. Lu Hong, education, primary school, appearance score 56, age 28, with a prior record of marriage fraud. Gu Chun did not hesitate for a moment and directly crossed out her name. Her resume claimed a university degree, but the system detected only a primary school education, and her record was marred by misconduct. Such a person absolutely could not be hired. Wang Wen, education, middle school, appearance score 47. Crossed out. Gu Chun continued to eliminate candidates without pause. Zhang Qian, education, bachelor's, major in business administration, appearance score 79, no adverse records found. This one will do. After reviewing several candidates, he finally found someone who met the requirements. Zhang Qian passes. Gu Chun notified the interviewer via walkie-talkie. A woman in a floral print dress, exuding an elegant temperament, clenched her fist slightly upon hearing she had passed, silently expressing her inner excitement. Some rejoiced while others lamented. Those who passed were overjoyed, but those who did not were deeply frustrated and began making noise. Why are they accepted while we are rejected? I think you people are frauds. Who knows why you insist on hiring married women? Could it be for some illegal scheme? It was Lu Hong who took the lead in spreading rumors. As her words had barely faded, several men in suits approached from a distance. Madam, I am the proxy lawyer for Shengshi Hotel. Your remarks just now may cause extremely detrimental effects on our company. If you continue to spread false information, we will file a lawsuit against you, and all resulting losses will be borne solely by you. Seeing that the other party appeared to be in earnest, Lu Hong dared not continue and quickly slunk away. She was already a person with a criminal record. If truly prosecuted, her punishment could be severely aggravated. After all, she was no longer a law-abiding citizen, and there were other matters on her account that she feared might be uncovered. After the warning from the legal team, no one dared cause trouble again. Everyone queued obediently. For 3 consecutive days, Gu Chun felt his head nearly splitting, but he finally recruited sufficient staff. 1,000 for the hotel, 1,000 for the restaurant. Among them, the numbers of ordinary service staff and management varied. Although the hotel had only just begun renovation, he had already started calculating salaries for those employees. However, during the renovation period, they were also required to attend training and handle cleaning duties. Women who had never lifted a finger to work at home were working incredibly enthusiastically at the company. Not for any other reason, to earn money. A guaranteed minimum of 20,000 yuan, who wouldn't take such an opportunity? In today's fiercely competitive climate, anyone with sense would seize such a fine position. That very day, Gu Chun distributed a bonus of 1 million yuan, with each person receiving between 1 and 2,000 in hand. And because of the recruitment controversy, long before the hotel finished renovating and opened, it was already widely known among the public. First, Qin Yuyao submitted the initial letter of intent on behalf of Qin Family Group. From then on, all reception and banquet activities of Qin Family Group would be held at Shengshi Hotel. Then some smaller companies drawn by reputation also submitted their letters of intent. After all, the preferential policies at Shengshi Hotel were too tempting. Simply pay for accommodation and enjoy a meal of equal value entirely free. A benefit as rare as a pie falling from the sky. Staying at another hotel and hosting a banquet would require additional expenditure. But at Shengshi Hotel, paying once accomplished both, anyone not a fool would know how to choose. In a single day, the intention deposits alone totaled tens of millions. At that moment, Fang Yuqing's family suddenly understood. This business model might not necessarily be a bad thing after all. On the contrary, it could blaze a historic trail and forge an entirely new commercial system. Finally done. I nearly worked myself to death. 3 days of high-intensity work, and even with his supreme dual kidneys, he could barely endure. He should hurry to complete the system task. Once he obtained skills that could restore his condition, he would no longer need to worry about his physical state. During these 3 days, he hadn't even found time to attend to any of his women. He had only briefly and amiably exchanged a few words with Fang Yuqing in the office. As he walked out of the hotel building, he came face to face with an acquaintance. It was Chun Xiaorong, Chun Sheng's older sister. Their sudden encounter left both of them momentarily stunned. Hello there, what a coincidence. Gu Chun was the first to regain his composure, greeting her with a smile. Though Chun Xiaorong felt somewhat awkward inside, she maintained her poise and responded politely. Hello, Mr. Gu, what a coincidence indeed. I never expected to run into you here. Observing the briefcase in Chun Xiaorong's hand, Gu Chun asked, Miss Chun, have you come here for business negotiations? Chun Xiaorong made no attempt to hide the truth. Though she harbored some grudge against Gu Chun, she understood the unwritten rule of not lightly offending wealthy individuals. However aggrieved, she felt she had to maintain a pleasant facade. Yes, Mr. Gu. Our boss sent me to negotiate a liquor supply business with the owner of Shengshi Hotel. In that case, there's no need to seek the hotel's owner. You can just negotiate directly with me. You're the owner here. Chun Xiaorong asked, somewhat astonished. Though her professional competence was strong, she lacked the ability to thoroughly investigate a company's background. She didn't know what position Gu Chun held at Shengshi Hotel. Gu Chun shook his head. I'm not the owner, but what I say here carries more weight than the owner's words. Are you an investing shareholder then? Chun Xiaorong was clever, and she immediately deduced Gu Chun's identity. Something like that. So if you have anything to discuss, just talk to me. If I can be persuaded, then your performance this time is basically assured. Shengshi Hotel was currently enjoying great popularity and was quite large in scale, directly targeting 5-star standards. The liquor business in Mudu's star-rated hotels had already reached saturation. To carve out new business channels, one had to target newly opened establishments like this, otherwise for those established hotels, she would never be able to snatch any orders. All right, Mr. Gu, let's find a place to sit and discuss. Sure, that coffee shop over there. Gu Chun pointed to a high-end cafe not far across the street. All right. After speaking, Gu Chun led the way while Chun Xiaorong followed behind, deep in thought. She wasn't worried about her communication skills. After all, she had become a sales champion just 2 months after joining the company. What worried her was whether Gu Chun would give her this opportunity. If they were strangers, perhaps Gu Chun would listen to her objectively. But since they had previously had an unpleasant encounter, would Gu Chun approach their cooperation with bias? Walking into the cafe, Gu Chun directly booked a VIP private room. After ordering drinks, Gu Chun slowly spoke. All right, Miss Chun, state your thoughts. If they're reasonable, I will consider them carefully. Actually, someone of Chun Xiaorong's caliber was a nobody. He'd normally never glance at twice on the street. But since it was Chun Xiaorong, things were different. After all, Chun Xiaorong was also someone who met the spending conditions. If there was an opportunity to win her over, he wouldn't mind at all. All right, Mr. Gu. This is the liquor supply plan I prepared for your hotel, which includes all our company's preferential policies. If your hotel sources liquor from our company, for every 10 cases you purchase, we will provide 1 additional case for free. If your order volume is large, we will also reduce the purchase price of high-end brand liquors by an additional 10% on the original basis. For example, Matai, which others need to purchase under restrictions, our company can supply you with double the quantity. In truth, quality liquor was also a way to attract customers. If other hotels didn't have certain brands of liquor, but yours did, countless customers would naturally gravitate to your establishment. Such cooperation was generally a win-win situation. It just depended on which side could obtain more supply rights. Gu Chun merely glanced at it briefly before closing the document. Seeing this, Chun Xiaorong slightly furrowed her brow. Mr. Gu, is there something unsatisfactory? Gu Chun smiled. The terms are very satisfactory. However, your reasoning isn't convincing enough. If you can persuade me today, then my future purchase volume from your company will double. In other words, signing this contract is equivalent to achieving double the performance. Can your hotel even consume that much liquor? Chun Xiaorong furrowed her brow. Gu Chun smiled faintly. I'm not sure if we can consume that much, but money is no object to me. If we can't use it all, having it stored away is fine. What I mean isn't just about quantity, but that I will have you deliver on time every month punctually as scheduled. Unlike others who won't place orders if they can't sell their inventory. Hearing these conditions, Chun Xiaorong's heart was instantly captured. Her commission was calculated based on actual transaction volume, not simply upon signing a contract. The money depended entirely on how much the other party actually ordered. If Gu Chun could consistently place large orders, every month the benefits she would receive would be enormous. Especially for a 5-star hotel like this, the quantity of liquor ordered each time was quite substantial. Mr. Gu, if you can truly order at this scale, I can apply to my boss for additional complimentary items for you. Gu Chun shook his head. No. You still don't understand what I mean. Those additional gifts from your company aren't important to me. Whether you give a bit more or less doesn't make much difference to my profits. It seems, Miss Chun, your experience is still somewhat lacking. Let me give you 2 days to consider. Come find me again when you've thought it through. After speaking, Gu Chun stood up and left directly. His intentions had been made quite clear. It was just unclear whether Chun Xiaorong genuinely didn't understand or was pretending. What he wanted was something anyone with a bit of social experience could discern. After Gu Chun left, Chun Xiaorong sat alone in the room, her expression somewhat grim. At first, she truly hadn't understood. But Gu Chen's parting reminder made her realize something. She had encountered such situations before, but she never expected someone of Gu Chen's status to be so shameless. Truly using base methods to enter the upper echelons, then employing sophisticated tactics to do vulgar things. Sigh. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Chen Xiaorong quietly packed up her documents and placed them back in her bag. Then she walked out with a dark expression. Just as she walked out of the cafe, her phone in her pocket rang. Hello, how did your negotiation with Shengshi Hotel go? Our company has a promotion opportunity recently. Such chances don't come easily, and I do have confidence in your abilities. However, I only have the right to recommend, not to decide. No matter how eloquently I speak, without solid achievements to showcase, it won't help. The workplace is a battlefield where everything depends on who can create greater value. Though your recent performance has been quite good, there are others in other teams who are no less capable than you. They've all signed new large orders. If you can't clinch Shengshi Hotel, I'm afraid your chances of promotion and a raise will be very slim. Hearing her direct supervisor's voice through the phone, Chen Xiaorong gripped her phone tightly, her fingers turning white from the force. She was a fiercely competitive woman driven by an unyielding desire to win. She wanted to excel at everything she did. Since she had chosen the liquor industry, she intended to give her very best. But she had started too late, having wasted precious time elsewhere. When she finally found an opportunity to showcase her talents, time simply would not wait for her. If this promotion and salary increase had come a year later, she would have been fully confident in securing the position. But now her standing in the company was too shallow. She had only managed to land a major account through sheer ability and a touch of luck, earning the title of top salesperson. This month, aside from a few old clients, she had yet to develop any new business. With nothing but this meager record, there was absolutely no chance of getting promoted. I understand, manager. I'll do my best to secure the Shengshi Hotel account. Good. You have the right confidence. Shengshi Hotel is different from other five-star hotels. It has immense popularity and scale. If we can partner with them, the benefits to us would be substantial. So you must secure their liquor supply contract. I promise that if you pull this off, the promotion is yours. Understood, leader. I know what to do. After hanging up, Chen Xiaorong tilted her head and gazed at the sky, a bitter smile gracing her lips. Is this really the only way forward? Once her gaze returned, a look of determination had already settled on her face. She picked up her phone and dialed the number on Gu Chen's business card. But the busy signal made her set the phone back down. Meanwhile, having just left the coffee shop, Gu Chen was about to get into his car when his phone rang, an unknown female caller. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Gu Chen? Yes, this is Gu Chen. And you are? Good day, Mr. Gu. My name is Lu Ruoxin. You may not know who I am, but you surely remember my daughter. She is the little girl you rescued from the river 3 days ago. Hearing this, Gu Chen suddenly remembered. Oh, hello, Miss Lu. Is the child all right? Lu Ruoxin replied, the child is fine. Thank you so much, Mr. Gu. If you hadn't helped that day, my daughter could have been in grave danger. Gu Chen smiled and said, it was nothing. It's the right thing to do. Anyone would have acted the same. I happen to be a strong swimmer, so I was the first to jump in. On the other end, Lu Ruoxin continued, regardless of the reason, you saved my daughter, and we will always be grateful. I'm calling today to express my thanks in person. Would you be available? Gu Chen said, I'm free, but truly it was just a small act. No need for such formality. I never expected anything in return when I rescued her. Let's skip the meeting. Lu Ruoxin insisted. Mr. Gu, I still hope to meet with you. To you, you merely saved a person in passing. But to our family, you saved all of us. Perhaps you don't know, but the child's father passed away unexpectedly due to certain matters. I never dared tell her because she's so young. The reason she accidentally fell into the river was actually because she wanted to write a letter to her father, hoping he would come back to see her. What? Gu Chen was puzzled. What did writing a letter have to do with falling into a river? Was she trying to send the letter via the river? Lu Ruoxin explained the circumstances surrounding her daughter's incident. After listening, Gu Chen couldn't help but sigh. I see. That's truly hard on the child. When she's older, you should tell her the truth. Keeping it hidden like this could cause serious psychological issues. Yes, I've thought about it too. But I'm afraid she's still too young to handle it, so I haven't been able to decide whether or not to tell her. Lu Ruoxin said bitterly. Gu Chen nodded and replied, fair enough. I can't interfere with such a personal matter. The decision ultimately lies with you parents. Mr. Gu Wangjiang building at 7 tonight. I'll be waiting for you. Seeing that he couldn't refuse any longer, Gu Chen agreed. Alright, I'll be there. After hanging up with Lu Ruoxin, Gu Chen noticed several missed calls on his phone and called back. Hello, who's calling? Mr. Gu, this is Chen Xiaorong. Oh, Miss Chen, what's up? Chen Xiaorong hesitated for a moment before saying, I'd like to have a proper talk with you. Gu Chen replied, if you've come to your senses, then sure, let's talk. But if it's just another meaningless conversation, skip it. My time is precious and I won't waste it on you. Mr. Gu, please don't hang up. I agree to your conditions. Oh, so you actually understand what I mean. Yes. Gu Chen set down his pen and signed the contract. Chen Xiaorong quietly collected the 2 copies, then raised her hand to remove her hair tie, binding her loose shoulder-length hair into a neat ponytail. The deal was done, leaving no room for turning back in her heart. She only wished for this entanglement to end soon to completely escape the oppression and suffering brought by Chen Sheng. Gu Chen looked at her without a trace of pity. The mere sight of Chen Xiaorong reminded him of Chen Sheng, the man who filled him with disgust. Chen Sheng was not a great villain, but his actions were narrow-minded and selfish, evoking irritation at every turn. He was a rare man who made others feel genuinely uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts. At 7 o'clock, Gu Chen walked out of the hotel and drove to the Wangjiang Tower on the Bund, where he had agreed to meet Lu Ruoxin. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class pulled up steadily in front of the Chinese-style restaurant, followed by Zhao Wei and his team in their vehicles. "You all wait downstairs. No need to come up with me." "Understood, boss." Zhao Wei bowed in acknowledgement. The Wangjiang Tower was a renowned local ancient-style restaurant, with intricately carved wooden beams and a decor steeped in classical charm. As he entered, a hostess in an elegant cheongsam greeted him with a smile. "Good evening, sir. Do you have a reservation?" Gu Chen mentioned the private room number reserved by Lu Ruoxin. "This way, please. I'll escort you upstairs." Following the carved wooden staircase to the 5th floor, the hostess stopped before an antique wooden door. "Sir, this is our top-tier private room, the Guanjiang Courtyard." With that, she bowed and withdrew. As Gu Chen was about to push the door open, it swung inward from the inside, revealing a graceful figure. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Gu Chen was captivated by the woman's extraordinary beauty, while Lu Ruoxin felt a stir at his tall and handsome demeanor. "Mr. Gu." Lu Ruoxin was the first to regain her composure, speaking softly. "Miss Lu, I presume." They had only spoken on the phone before, but Gu Chen recognized her voice instantly. "I was just about to go downstairs to welcome you. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon. Please come in." Lu Ruoxin stepped aside and gestured for him to enter. Gu Chen stepped into the private room with a composed smile. No wonder it was called the Guanjiang Courtyard. The space spanned 400 to 500 square meters, featuring its own miniature courtyard with a small bridge, flowing water, pavilions, and rockeries. Every step revealed a new scene, evoking the elegance of a bygone era. Seated by the tea table were 2 elders. The old man had graying temples, an upright posture, and a vigorous spirit, exuding the calm authority of someone long accustomed to a high position. It was clear he was no ordinary person. The woman beside him appeared younger, with an age difference of about 10 years. Hearing footsteps, the old man turned to look at Gu Chen, a warm smile spreading across his face. "You must be Comrade Gu. Come have a seat." Gu Chen nodded politely and greeted them, "Old Master Auntie." Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but laugh. "How can you address them like that? This is my father and my mother. You've mixed up the generations." Gu Chen scratched his head sheepishly. "I couldn't think of a better way to address them." The old man laughed heartily. "You're a relaxed young man. It's rare to see someone so at ease in my presence. No matter, let's sit and talk." Gu Chen walked over and took a seat opposite the old man, who studied him carefully, occasionally nodding slightly. When they were farther apart across the courtyard, the old man's aura of authority had been less apparent. Now up close, the weight of his years of power was unmistakable. Fortunately, Gu Chen's vision and experience had long since transcended his former self. An ordinary young man would have been nervous and flustered. "Don't be tense. I invited you today for no other reason than to thank you for saving my granddaughter Xiaoying." The old man noticed his subtle tension and spoke gently, clarifying his intent. "You're too kind, old master. I happened to pass by and offered a hand without a second thought. I never sought any reward." A child so young falling into the water was truly heartbreaking. The old man's expression turned solemn. "Regardless of your intentions, you are the benefactor of our Lu family. We will always remember this debt of gratitude. Let's dispense with the pleasantries. From now on, if you ever face any difficulties, feel free to come to me. I cannot guarantee that I can handle everything, but I have some influence across the country. As long as it's not a grave crime against the law or the nation, I can help you navigate it." Gu Chen's eyebrows lifted slightly, inwardly stunned. The words were modest, but their weight was astonishing. To claim influence in all 34 administrative regions of the country was no ordinary local leader. It must be a veteran figure who once held a top position of real power. He was curious about the old man's complete background, but pulling out his phone to take a photo and search would be too rude. He had to suppress the urge for now. The old man turned to Lu Ruoxin, who was standing by the door. "Ruoxin, go to the kitchen and check on the dishes. Our esteemed guest has arrived. Why haven't they served the food yet?" "All right, Dad, I'll go right away." Lu Ruoxin turned and left her slender and upright figure particularly striking. Gu Chen watched her, admiring her silently. Lu Ruoxin was nearly 1.7 meters tall, with a face and figure of the highest caliber. Many tall women could appear stiff or incongruous, but she was perfectly proportioned, with a demeanor that balanced strength and grace. Truly rare. Gu Chen murmured in his mind, "System retrieve Lu Ruoxin's character information." Name Lu Ruoxin, age 29, education masters in public security science, appearance 93, affinity 50, purity 1. Glancing at the character panel that popped up from the system, Guchen felt a slight stir within, filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected Lu Ruoxin to hold a master's degree in public security science, a qualification that would solidly mark her as a core talent within the public security system. Then, looking at the number in the purity column, he instantly grasped the full picture. During their earlier phone call, Lu Ruoxin had briefly mentioned her family situation. Her husband was an undercover police officer. They had only one night together after their wedding before he embarked on his covert mission, and they hadn't seen each other for 6 years since. Only this explanation could account for the values on the panel. Yet, realizing she was the widow of a hero who sacrificed for the nation, Guchen immediately suppressed any stray thoughts, silently admonishing himself not to harbor the slightest disrespect. Guchen withdrew his thoughts as Lu Tianlong had already poured a cup of steeped rock tea and gently pushed it toward him. This is my private stash of Wui Mother Tree de Hong Pao, not available on the market. Have a taste, young comrade. Guchen raised the cup and took a sip. The tea was rich and mellow with a lingering sweetness, an exquisite flavor. He didn't understand the intricacies of tea ceremony, so he could only judge by what was good or bad. Elder, this tea is truly excellent. Lu Tianlong let out a hearty laugh, then took a plain wooden tea box with no markings from his wife beside him and pushed it to Guchen's hand. A small gift, please don't refuse. Guchen stared at the bare wooden box with no origin serial number or trademark, silently thinking it looked just like unbranded products. If it were on the market, it would probably be investigated by market regulators. But he knew that anything given by Lu Tianlong would be far from ordinary. It must be a special collection reserved for top-tier figures. His guess was spot on. This box of tea leaves came from the 3 mother trees of De Hong Pao growing on the 9 Dragon's Nest. The mother trees were fully sealed and halted from picking in 2006, with an annual yield of less than 500 grams in earlier years. The small amount of finished product was only sent to high-level officials in the capital as state gifts or special supplies unattainable even by wealthy tycoons. Lu Ruoxin quickly walked back into the private room and reported softly, "Dad, the kitchen says the dishes will be served immediately." Lu Tianlong nodded. "Good, let's move to the main table and sit down." The group moved to the large round table in the center of the courtyard. Lu Tianlong and his wife took the seats of honor, while Guchen and Lu Ruoxin sat next to each other. Lu Tianlong turned to his daughter and instructed, "Ruoxin Xiaogu is our family's lifesaver. Make sure to look after him during the meal." Lu Ruoxin nodded earnestly. "I understand. Without Mr. Gu Xiaoying would have been in grave danger today. I'll treat him well." Mentioning Xiaoying, who had fallen into the water, Guchen took the opportunity to ask, "I don't see your daughter." A hint of bitterness flickered in Lu Ruoxin's eyes as she explained softly, "The child was just terrified. Besides, the conversation at the table might touch on her father, and I'm afraid she would be sad hearing it, so I left her at home with the nanny." Guchen nodded in agreement. "It really isn't suitable to bring her." Before long, one exquisite dish after another covered the entire table, and 2 bottles of vintage Maodai were placed neatly on it. Lu Tianlong turned to Guchen. "Xiaogu, how's your tolerance for alcohol? I can handle a bit. Then let's have a few good drinks, you and me." The bottle was opened, and after several rounds of toasting, all barriers between them dissolved, and they talked more and more congenially. During the meal, Guchen fully grasped Lu Tianlong's level of influence, marveling inwardly. This was a genuine vice-national level elder with a weight far beyond imagination. After retiring, Lu Tianlong did not settle in the capital. First, the bulk of his career had been rooted in Shanghai, and he felt a deep sense of belonging to the city. Second, staying locally allowed him to support his daughter, who served in the public security system, ensuring that others wouldn't slight the Lu family now that he had stepped down from the front line. Lu Ruoxin was Lu Tianlong's late-life child. The couple had conceived her in middle age, so there was a huge age gap between father and daughter. After Lu Tianlong transferred from the military to civilian work, he married a teacher. The couple had been married for many years without a child, and only when he was past 50 did they finally welcome their daughter. Lu Ruoxin, married at 22, gave birth to Xiaoying the following year, and now the child was 6 years old, attending 1st grade. After several cups of aged liquor, they had fully shared their backgrounds and life stories. Lu Tianlong changed the subject and mentioned with a smile the hotel project that had been trending across the internet. "Xiaogu, that high-end hotel of yours in Lujiazui has been making quite a splash recently." Guchen gave a faint smile. "It's just that I had some idle funds, so I decided to invest in real industry and create more job opportunities to ease social pressure. It's not really a big business. A small business." Lu Tianlong's gaze carried a hint of profundity. "Your move is far from small. Many competing 5-star hotels have seen massive customer loss, with orders all flowing to your place. Quite a few hotel owners are nursing their grievances." Guchen looked a bit embarrassed. "I haven't paid much attention to that. If guests are willing to come, I can't very well shut the door on them." Lu Tianlong nodded in approval, then spoke earnestly. Your original intention is commendable. These days there are too few young people who are dedicated to doing solid work and caring for ordinary folks. But the business world is far more complicated than you imagine. Not everyone harbors good intentions. By seizing market share and raising employee salaries, you've cut into the interests of many competitors. There are plenty of people watching you from the shadows hoping you'll slip up. From now on, you must be extremely cautious in every word and deed. If someone catches even a minor flaw, it will be magnified infinitely under the fermentation of public opinion. The power of online public sentiment cannot be underestimated. Thank you for your advice, Uncle. All my business operations are compliant with laws and regulations. I act with a clear conscience, leaving no opening for others to exploit. Lu Tianlong showed genuine appreciation. I believe you. What I said before still stands. As long as you don't break the law or commit treason, if you ever face difficulties, I'll do what I can to mediate and won't stand idly by. His tone softened, carrying a hint of the loneliness of a retired elder. Come visit us often when you have time. Now that I'm at home, most of my old friends are scattered across the country. I rarely find someone to chat with freely. Just come over and keep me company. Gu Chen agreed immediately. All right, Uncle. I'll come visit whenever I'm free. Don't get tired of me dropping by. Lu Tianlong laughed heartily. I'd love that. How could I ever be annoyed? After 2 bottles of wine, the meal concluded with mutual satisfaction. As they departed, Lu Tianlong repeatedly urged Gu Chen to visit his home whenever he had the chance. Gu Chen repeatedly agreed, and only then did old Master Lu walk toward his car with contentment. Xiao Gu, are these all your bodyguards? As he was about to get into the car, Lu Tianlong noticed Zhao Wei and the others approaching and asked in surprise. Gu Chen replied, Yes, old master. Just adding a bit of insurance, you know. People's hearts are unpredictable. No one can guarantee nothing unexpected will happen. Old leader. Zhao Wei, walking over, was stunned when he saw Lu Tianlong. Are you? Lu Tianlong had no recollection of Zhao Wei. Old leader, I was a recruit during your last term in office. I saw you from afar. Though Lu Tianlong didn't remember him, he still recalled his final term. During that time, he had led a batch of new recruits, and though he was soon transferred back to civilian work, those soldiers were still under his command. At that time, he was a regiment commander and had given a speech during the recruit training. Although he had never personally participated in recruit training, he always made an appearance to encourage new soldiers, which is why many remembered him. His rank hadn't been very high in the army. It was only after he moved to civilian work that he gradually rose through the ranks. Although the gap in rank between Lu Tianlong and Zhao Wei was vast, meeting a former leader and subordinate in the vast sea of people gave them both a sense of kinship, like old friends from their hometown. So you've been discharged? Halfway out of the car, Lu Tianlong looked at Zhao Wei, whose posture was still upright, retaining the bearing of a soldier. Yes, old leader. I was discharged a few years ago. A few years ago. I recall my last term in the army was about 20 years ago. You were discharged a few years back. How long did you serve? After a brief check of the timeline, Lu Tianlong found it reasonable. Zhao Wei said, I enlisted at 18 and was discharged at 30. 12 years of service. According to the regulations back, then you should have been entitled to a placement. Why did you become a bodyguard? Zhao Wei gave a bitter smile. To be honest, leader, I did have a placement quota, but something happened at home, so I chose the severance pay instead of a job. Lu Tianlong nodded. I see. That's fine. You can shine wherever you are. Even though you can no longer serve the country, this line of work also protects the safety of the people. Thank you for your encouragement, old leader. I will always remember your teachings and do my best in every job. Zhao Wei was overjoyed to receive encouragement from his former leader. Lu Tianlong said, Comrade Xiao Gu is a fine person. If you work with him, he won't treat you unfairly. Protect him well. Don't let the name of our 2nd Regiment down. Mentioning the 2nd Regiment, Zhao Wei felt a surge of excitement. The regiment he had served in was an elite unit, always ranking in the top 3 nationwide during exercises. They often took first place and never fell out of the top 3. Because of his outstanding performance, he was later transferred to a special forces unit where he became the sharpest of the sharp. All right, I'll be off now. Keep up the good work. After chatting with Zhao Wei for a while, Lu Tianlong got into the car and left. Zhao Wei was still a bit dazed. Meeting his former leader felt both proud and surreal. In fact, the timeline between Zhao Wei and Lu Tianlong was easy to follow. When Zhao Wei first enlisted, it was Lu Tianlong's final period in the army. Before Zhao Wei's 2-year compulsory service ended, Lu Tianlong had been transferred. Then came 12 years as a non-commissioned officer plus the years after discharge, adding up to about 20 years. After seeing off Lu Tianlong, Gu Chun waved his hand and said, back to Huazhou Junting. He hadn't spent time with that young woman Lu Rian for a few days, so tonight he would pay her a visit. When he returned to the Huazhou Junting villa, Lu Rian was already asleep. Seeing this, Gu Chun curled his lips slightly and went straight to bed. After 3 busy days with the hotel, he could finally get some rest. He didn't wake up until the sun was high in the sky. Throwing on a robe, Gu Chun walked out into the estate. Lu Rian was live streaming at the moment. Recently, without Gu Chen's company, she had taken up the internet to pass the time. She had no special talents, relying solely on her looks and displays of wealth. Yet these two traits were quite popular online. She didn't use any suggestive videos to attract followers. There was simply no need. That kind of clickbait was only for luring wealthy sponsors, and she had no shortage of money. As for any wealthy man, could anyone compare to Gu Chun? He gave her a 900 million mansion, without a second thought spent tens of millions on a birthday party, and every piece of jewelry she wore was priceless. Even the richest men would bow to her. Wow, streamer, is this your home? It's huge. In the live chat, young admirers envied Lu Ruyan's life. Yes, my boyfriend bought it for me. The house is really nice. Lu Ruyan read the comments one by one, replying casually, just killing time. Girl, is that necklace the Bulgari Eternal Heart? Lu Ruyan brought the necklace closer to the camera. Yes, my boyfriend gave it to me as a birthday gift. Haha, I know this. I saw the video of your birthday party. It was so extravagant. Wang Sung's bar was fully booked. Too bad I live too far away to catch the lucky draw. If I had, I might have become rich overnight. Oh, it's nothing really. My boyfriend loves me very much. He always gives me the best of everything. Thinking of Gu Chen's kindness, Lu Ruyan's face beamed with happiness. Streamer, you're so beautiful. Few online can compare to you. But when it came to looks, someone inevitably disagreed. After all, the internet is full of contrarians. Beauty is mostly just beauty filters and smoothing. Hardly anyone is natural. Lu Ruyan glanced at the netizen who doubted her appearance and felt a bit of indignation. This netizen, you say I use beauty filters and smoothing, right? Then let me show you if I do or not. Saying this, Lu Ruyan opened her backend settings, took a photo with another phone, and held it in front of the live stream. This is my backend settings. You can see for yourselves whether I have beauty filters or smoothing on. After presenting all the evidence, the haters in the live stream, who questioned her appearance, fell silent. She truly hadn't used any filters. The beauty and filter effects in the background were all turned off. There wasn't even a hint of micro-adjustment. She was showing her real face. Speaking of which, one had to acknowledge the power of the system. Any woman selected by the system had an undeniably perfect appearance. Among the beauties on the internet who relied on filters and cosmetics, very few could score above 70 once all enhancements were removed. Even those who scored above 70 were far from the goddesses of 80 and above. Appearance wasn't just about facial features. First, skin quality. Some people might have decent features, but dull skin, which lowered the score. Others had imperfect facial structures, and flaws would also reduce the rating. But Lu Ruyan was flawless from every angle. Her skin was supple, her features perfectly matched. She was a natural beauty. Streamer, your skin is amazing. How do you usually take care of it? After silencing the haters, someone asked about her skincare secrets. Since even without filters her skin remained so radiant, genes were one factor, but post-care must also play a role. In fact, Lu Ruyan's genes accounted for most of it. Before meeting Gu Chen, she hadn't done much skincare, just using ordinary cosmetics. But now she frequently visited the Shanshui Women's Club for treatments, becoming a regular. Every time she went, the esthetician assigned to her was overjoyed. A major client. These estheticians' work was tied to performance. The more repeat customers they had, the higher their commission. And Lu Ruyan was never short on money. Each visit cost hundreds of thousands. Who wouldn't love such a client? I've been doing treatments at the Shanshui Women's Club. Their beauty services are very professional and effective. If you sisters have time, you should give it a try. Shanshui Women's Club. The comments section exploded with question marks. The question marks weren't because they hadn't heard of it, but because it was far too expensive. The Shanshui Women's Club was a high-end establishment in Shanghai. The cheapest beauty package started at 5 digits. In other words, a single session cost at least 10,000 yuan. And for an extensive treatment, spending 1 or 200,000 was quite common. Seeing the reaction in the comments, Lu Ruyan asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the place?" She didn't know why people were sending question marks, thinking perhaps the Shanshui Women's Club wasn't good. "Sis, how much do you spend per visit at the Shanshui Women's Club?" A female fan asked. "I haven't calculated the exact amount. Every time I go, I get the full package, spa and skincare, probably around 3 to 500,000 per visit." 3 to 500,000 per visit. The comments section erupted. How extravagant. One session was the price of a Mercedes-Benz E300. Ordinary people would be thrilled to own a Mercedes-Benz E300, but that was just the cost of one beauty treatment. It felt like stumbling into the palace of heaven. What kind of consumption level was this? What kind of family could afford such lavish spending? Some women felt envious. If only they were as beautiful as Lu Ruyan, they might find a wealthy man and spend freely. Just as everyone was stunned, a handsome face appeared behind Lu Ruyan on camera. "Hello everyone." Gu Chun greeted the live stream fans with extreme social ease. Seeing his handsome face, female fans went wild. One word: handsome. After all, Lu Ruyan's stream had no filters. Everyone appeared in their true appearance. As Gu Chen's greeting ended, the comments scrolled rapidly. "Such a handsome guy. I can't concentrate on work now. Yeah, do you have a girlfriend? If not, mind having one more." Male fans passing by couldn't take it anymore. "Can you all be a little more reserved? This is a comment section, not an ovulation section. Gu Chun and Lu Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. Hello everyone, I'm glad to be a guest at my girlfriend's stream. Fate brings us together, so let me send some lucky bags. After speaking, Gu Chun asked Lu Ruyan to open the recharge page and directly added 500 Douyin coins. He didn't want to recharge more, but there was a limit, only 500 yuan at a time. He first sent a big lucky bag. The live stream's popularity had already reached over 1,000 viewers. Initially the stream had only 100 people, but as the heat increased it grew to over 1,000. Honey, can we only recharge 500 at a time? Gu Chun fiddled for a while and finally asked in confusion. Lu Ruyan had never recharged before, so she didn't know why. I don't know either. Maybe there's a limit. Then someone in the comments explained that the 500 limit was to prevent minors from recharging. If he wanted to recharge more, he could contact customer service to unlock higher permissions. Gu Chun followed the suggestion and contacted the platform. He directly asked for a one-time recharge limit of 1 million yuan. To unlock large recharges, one needed wealth points, which required a certain tycoon level. To obtain the privilege, Gu Chun started splurging in the live stream. Carnivals filled the screen one after another, lighting up the phone with special effects. After a while, he finally met the requirements. With the 1 million recharge limit, Gu Chun's moment to show off had arrived. Thank you all for supporting my wife's stream. Today I'll be picking lucky viewers. The prize is an iPhone 17 Pro Max. If you don't want the phone, you can message me privately for cash. With that, he sent out a dozen lucky bags in a row. The stream ended around 3 p.m. After an unbelievably lavish show that cost around 1 million yuan without much impact. Though he spent money, Lu Ruyan gained over 100,000 followers, from a few thousand to 100,000, and the number was still growing after the stream ended. Honey, I love you so much. Overflowing with emotional value, Lu Ruyan was overjoyed. I love you too. Gu Chun wrapped his arm around Lu Ruyan's slender waist. They had a cute height difference. He was over 1.8 meters tall, and she was just a bit over 1.6. Standing together, they looked like an adult and a child. But Gu Chun liked this kind of figure. It made posing easy, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Honey, they say we look like a perfect couple. Is that true? Lu Ruyan stood on tiptoes, her breath fragrant as she spoke. Gu Chun smiled and said, do you know why we suddenly look like a married couple? Lu Ruyan shook her head. I don't know. Why is that, husband? Gu Chun lowered his head and whispered, according to research by relevant experts, consuming the same food too much will slowly make you look more and more alike. Huh? Is there really a scientific basis for this? A blush instantly spread across Lu Ruyan's face. She knew exactly what Gu Chun was referring to. She wasn't some naive girl unfamiliar with adult matters. Maybe it's true, and there does seem to be some scientific backing to it now. That husband, my period has arrived recently. Shall we make an effort? Maybe I can give birth to a son for you. Sure, let's go for it. Am I afraid of you, or what? Well, he had only just gotten out of bed at noon, and now after 2 or 3 hours they were back at it again. It wasn't until evening, when the sun was nearly setting, that the two finally rose to eat. Gu Chun held up reasonably well, but Lu Ruyan was nearly drained. Hadn't been for quick reflexes at the wheel, the car might have been written off entirely. I'm so tired, husband, I'm going to rest. Having barely eaten a few bites, Lu Ruyan put down her chopsticks and rushed back to the bedroom. Bored, Gu Chun was just about to browse some videos when he noticed an unread message in the back end. It was from Xiao Rongyu. Hey, is my big bad guy there? Gu Chun replied with some confusion. Aren't you on WeChat? Why are you messaging on Douyin instead? No way, my family has been keeping a close watch on me lately. I'm afraid someone will discover our WeChat conversations. I see. Then have you received the snacks I arranged to send you? Recently, he had arranged in his spare time to secretly send treats to Xiao Rongyu, that female food blogger from the capital delivery service. She had originally only used the delivery gimmick online to attract some traffic, but under Gu Chun's financial pressure, she had directly become a covert operative, making secret contact with Xiao Rongyu. These past 2 days they had little contact, so he didn't know what snacks had been delivered, and could only ask Xiao Rongyu. Upon hearing about the treats, Xiao Rongyu's eyes lit up behind her phone screen, a look of fond remembrance crossing her face. I received them. That way long spicy strip was really delicious. Unfortunately, the smell was a bit troublesome to deal with. Even long after I finished eating, the taste lingered, and I nearly got discovered by my family. Next time I'll have to be more careful. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu had received the treats, a mischievous thought surfaced in Gu Chun's mind. Now that I've fulfilled what I promised, shouldn't you give me some reward? No problem, whatever reward you want, just say it. This young lady agrees to anything. I want a video chat. Gu Chun continued typing. Now, in the luxurious bedroom, Xiao Rongyu secretly glanced toward the door, and only after confirming no one was around did she type her reply. Yes, right now, is that inconvenient? It should be fine, I can video chat for a while. Alright, let's video then. The two connected via WeChat video call directly. Seeing that Xiao Rongyu had changed into another cute pajama set today, Gu Chun said, I want to see a full body shot of these pajamas. Hearing Gu Chun wanted to see a full body shot, Xiao Rongyu hesitated slightly. It wasn't that she wouldn't show him, but it would be inconvenient. The pajamas were rather short, and a full-body shot might expose her beautiful legs. What's wrong, you disagree? Then forget it, I won't arrange snack deliveries for you anymore, Gu Chun said with feigned disappointment. Thinking of those delicious snacks, Xiao Rongyu gritted her teeth. Fine, but just one look. Saying this, she carefully got out of bed, placed her phone on a stand, and her entire figure appeared on the screen. When seeing Xiao Rongyu's full figure, Gu Chun wished he could climb right through the screen and deal with her on the spot. This was an extremely high-quality petite girl. He remembered that among the four main heroines, Xiao Rongyu was supposed to be a mature woman type, right? How had she turned into a petite girl in his version? But it didn't matter, he had encountered plenty of mature women recently, and this kind of top-tier petite girl was even rarer. Are you done yet? Seeing Gu Chun had gone quiet, Xiao Rongyu urged. Haven't seen enough yet. How much longer? I don't want to watch for a lifetime. Keep dreaming, I'm not letting you watch me for a lifetime. Xiao Rongyu knew Gu Chun was just teasing her, and she returned to bed, leaving only her adorable face on screen. Gu Chun, let me discuss something with you. What is it? If I give you more snacks in the future, would you be willing to offer more benefits? What kind of benefits do you want, eh? Xiao Rongyu didn't quite understand Gu Chun's meaning. Gu Chun pretended to be serious, and said, just tell me yes or no. If you agree, you can't back out later. If you refuse, our cooperation ends here. Actually, he was just trying to frighten Xiao Rongyu. How could he possibly give up on such an exquisite petite girl? He merely wanted to take a few more advantages. Hearing Gu Chun threaten not to send snacks anymore, Xiao Rongyu grew flustered. Fine, I agree, alright. You're always threatening me with this, I'm not playing with you anymore. Xiao Rongyu pouted dissatisfied. Gu Chun smiled and said, words aren't proof. Type it out and send it to me, I'll screenshot and save it, otherwise what if you break your word later? Fine, I'm going to sleep, I'll type it out and send it to you in a moment. After ending the call, Xiao Rongyu sent a text message. I, Xiao Rongyu, agree to any benefit requests proposed by Gu Chun, and this text serves as proof. Looking at the line of text received on screen, Gu Chun's face broke into a wide smile. Success. The first step of his plan to train this petite girl had succeeded. Knowing Xiao Rongyu's identity was sensitive, he didn't dare continue teasing. If her family found out, they might never have the chance to communicate again. An endless long night, no desire to sleep at all. Gu Chun sat before the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the starry sky outside, and sighed. Such a long night, seems like I should find something to do. After ending the call with Xiao Rongyu, he had come here to watch the stars. Such a long night, seems like I ought to find something to do. Opening his phone, Song Chinga was getting married soon, inconvenient now. Fang Yuqing had been busy with hotel matters recently, not suitable to disturb. Xin Yuchu was accompanying her mother at the hospital. Her mother had just finished surgery, he couldn't bear to ask her out. Lu Ruyan was fast asleep inside, probably couldn't handle his demands, she could be ruled out too. Alright, there's still Chen Xiao. Even though our relationship is just a transaction, it doesn't stop us from sleeping together. Thinking nothing of it, he tapped open the chat window, disregarding the time, and whether it was convenient for the other party, and sent a message directly. Come out and sleep with me. Oh crap, wrong person. It was only after sending the message that Gu Chun realized he had sent it to the wrong contact. Lu Ruoxin's username was homophonous with Chen Xiaorong's, and they were listed in the same contact group. He hadn't paid attention just now and had accidentally opened Lu Ruoxin's chat window. Thinking of this, Gu Chen's face turned green. Damn it, this was the police captain. If she got upset, she could charge him with sexual harassment. Not daring to think further, he hurriedly selected the recall option. What he didn't know was that due to a recent case requiring processing, Lu Ruoxin had been working overtime all evening. Her phone was placed beside her, and at the moment Gu Chun sent the message, she saw it immediately. Although the message had been recalled, Lu Ruoxin still saw it. Her beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed, and her police uniform gave her an imposing air. If Gu Chun were here now, he would probably be scared stiff. But with years of police experience, she didn't think Gu Chun's message was harassment or missend. She only suspected that he was in danger and was subtly asking for help. With that thought, Lu Ruoxin simply replied, "Alright, where are you now?" If Gu Chun was truly in danger, this message could calm the kidnappers and prevent immediate harm. In fact, Lu Ruoxin's reasoning was natural. After all, they had only met once with no deep conversation, and given her position, it was unlikely Gu Chun would dare harass her. Unless he had a death wish, sending a harassing text to the head of the criminal police brigade late at night. The only explanation was that Gu Chun was deliberately signaling danger, hoping she would find a way to rescue him. Meanwhile, Gu Chun was still praying she hadn't seen the message. But when he saw Lu Ruoxin's reply, he was dumbfounded. What was this? Did she agree? Thinking of Lu Ruoxin's graceful figure and stunning beauty, perhaps driven by hormones or clinging to a fantasy, he said impulsively, "I'll tell you the address later." He casually threw on a set of clothes, drove straight to the nearest hotel, booked a presidential suite, and after everything was done, sent the address to her. Am I on a lucky streak? Or is Lu Ruoxin just too lonely after being alone so long? Whatever the reason, as long as he could win her over, it was fine. He stripped off his clothes and rushed into the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, Lu Ruoxin, upon receiving the hotel address, hesitated again. Could she have misunderstood? Was Gu Chen simply harassing her? But she didn't dare take a risk, fearing that if he was truly kidnapped, it would alert the kidnappers. Better to err on the side of caution. She picked up the internal phone and called a subordinate on duty. Track my phone. Once the signal stops moving for 3 minutes, move in and arrest. Yes, Captain. The subordinate immediately acted on the order. Lu Ruoxin went to the armory, submitted her weapon request, inspected the firearm, changed into plain clothes, and headed straight to the meeting point with Gu Chen. Behind her at a distance were several unmarked police cars from the Criminal Police Brigade, without any flashing lights or obvious markings, looking just like ordinary vehicles. Entering the hotel, Lu Ruoxin walked in with a stern expression. Which floor is room 8888? The front desk clerk replied, the 8th floor, ma'am. Lu Ruoxin nodded slightly and took the elevator to the 8th floor. Soon the elevator stopped and she stepped out. First she observed the corridor, confirming no one was watching, then cautiously walked toward the room. She pressed her ear against the door to listen. It was very quiet with no unusual sounds, but that only made it more dangerous, as the kidnappers might be hiding behind the door ready to strike when she entered. Gotcha! The safety was off and a round was chambered ready for any emergency. After preparing everything, she took a deep breath and knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. Her brow furrowed slightly. Could she be too late? Had Gu Chen already been killed? With that thought, she knocked harder. Finally, a voice came from inside. The door's unlocked. Come in. In the bathroom, Gu Chen was showering, not expecting Lu Ruoxin to arrive so quickly. The door opened. The moment she entered the room, Lu Ruoxin rolled on the floor, aiming her pistol in all directions. Seeing no sign of any kidnappers, she froze in confusion. Just then the bathroom door opened, and Gu Chen emerged wrapped in a towel. Startled by the noise, Lu Ruoxin immediately aimed her gun at the bathroom. Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun, Gu Chen was nearly scared to death. Who wouldn't be afraid of a gun? Although he had never seen a real one, his body instinctively sensed the threat of death. Chua? Gu Chen immediately raised his hands. No joke, if he didn't cooperate and got shot, he would die a wrongful death. But as he raised his hands, the towel couldn't stay on. As it slowly slipped off, the room fell silent. Lu Ruoxin, with her strong composure, quickly regained her senses and asked, You weren't kidnapped? Gu Chen was on the verge of tears. This was a huge misunderstanding. He had thought Lu Ruoxin was lonely and wanted some fun. But Lu Ruoxin thought he had been kidnapped and rushed to rescue him. Miss Lu, I think we've had a little misunderstanding. Would you believe me if I said I sent the message to the wrong person? Lu Ruoxin ejected the bullet, clicked the safety on, and said flatly, Now I believe you. Then can I stop raising my hands? What do you think? Don't you think you should put some clothes on? Thinking about it, Lu Ruoxin felt a surge of annoyance. What a mess. Such a huge blunder. And he had even taken a shower, treating her like some kind of hookup. Just then she seemed to remember something and wanted to rush out to stop it, but it was too late. A group of police officers swarmed into the room. When they saw the scene, they all had strange expressions. Fortunately, Gu Chen was quick enough to pull the towel back up before they entered, or he would have been utterly humiliated. Captain Lu, please explain for me, Gu Chen said, wishing he could crawl into a hole. Not only had he been laughed at by Lu Ruoxin, but he had almost become a joke for the entire police force. Lu Ruoxin holstered her gun and said calmly, Fall back. Knowing it was a mistake, the officers didn't dare say anything and silently followed Lu Ruoxin out. Great, now I'm truly socially dead. Why couldn't he have just stayed home peacefully? Or better yet, slept with Lu Rian? Instead, he had to stir up trouble. Now, not only did the show not happen, but he almost ended up in the police station. Thank goodness he knew Lu Ruoxin, otherwise he could have been charged with sexual harassment. Standing by the window watching the departing convoy, he felt a surge of frustration. It was all Chen Xiaorong's fault. Why did she have to have a name that started with the same letter as Lu Ruoxin? He took out his phone, double-checked the number, and called Chen Xiaorong via video. Chen Xiaorong, who was sleeping in her rented room, was woken by the urgent ringtone and answered with a bad mood. Who's this? Sending messages so late. Don't you let people sleep? Shh. You're still in the mood to sleep. I'll give you 20 minutes. Get over here now, or the contract is off. Gu Chen didn't care about his previous agreement with Chen Xiaorong anymore. He knew he had to vent his anger on the culprit. Chen Xiaorong was now fully awake. Looking at the name on the phone, a wave of grievance washed over her, and she hugged her knees and started crying. But after a few minutes, she had to face reality. She had already paid a price. If she didn't continue, her efforts would have been in vain. She had no choice but to walk the path she had chosen, even if she had to crawl. Chen Xiaorong arrived 5 minutes early. The person was knocked down in 10 seconds. The torment lasted an hour and a half nonstop. Ding detected that the favorability of target Chen Xiaorong has decreased. Current favorability -30. Hearing the system's voice, Gu Chen's lips curled slightly. This was good. If he couldn't raise favorability, he could at least earn money. Give me your phone. Gu Chen, a cigarette dangling from his lips, said with half-closed eyes. What for? Chen Xiaorong looked wary. Just hand it over, stop talking nonsense. Facing Gu Qin's domineering attitude, Chen Xiaorong didn't dare to disobey and directly handed over her phone. Ding, 5 million yuan has been credited to your account. The cold mechanical voice rang out, instantly stunning Chen Xiaorong. Why had Gu Qin suddenly transferred such a large sum of money to her? The transfer was made directly through Alipay, which didn't require acceptance. It arrived instantly. This was Gu Qin's way of securing himself. Chen Xiaorong's favorability was too low and unforeseen situations could easily arise. Giving her a sum of money would at least give him a chance to defend himself if she ever sued him. Keep it considerate your pocket money. Chen Xiaorong stared silently at the cold 5 million yuan displayed on her phone, her heart a mix of emotions at that moment. No wonder people said that a woman could get rich if she turned bad. It seemed to be true. She had only slept with Gu Qin twice and could receive 5 million yuan. The money came far too easily. Here, this is a shopping card for the International Finance Center with a limit of 100 million yuan. Buy whatever you want, don't worry about saving money. If it's not enough, just tell me. A shopping card for the International Finance Center was tossed in front of her. Chen Xiaorong still didn't speak, just sat there quietly. What's wrong? Not enough. It's nothing, just fill in whatever amount you want. Gu Qin took out another blank check and threw it in front of her. Although checks weren't very common in the country, it was still possible to get one. This was one he had asked Fang Yuqing to open in his name a couple of days ago for emergencies. Chen Xiaorong still didn't speak, but when she looked at the check, a slight change crossed her expression. Ding detected that the favorability of target Chen Xiaorong has increased. Current favorability 10. Damn. Gu Qin nearly cursed out loud. How could favorability be so easy to raise? Given Chen Xiaorong's attitude toward him, it shouldn't have increased, let alone decreased. Forget it, he didn't care. It was only 10 favorability points, still far from max. He'd take whatever he could get. Seeing Chen Xiaorong still silent, Gu Qin lost his patience and even his motivation to earn money. Alright, I have things to do. I'm leaving now. With that, Gu Qin got up, dressed, and left without hesitation. Leaving the hotel, he went straight to the riverbank for a walk. Even though it was the middle of the night, it didn't affect his mood for a stroll. By the way, when he had checked Chen Xiaorong's favorability information earlier, there seemed to be an unread message. Thinking of this, Gu Qin opened the system again to check that unread message. Ding detected that the favorability of target Lu Ruoxin has increased. Current favorability 65 points. Who? Lu Ruoxin's favorability increased. Gu Qin was stunned for a moment, then said in shock. He had thought the earlier misunderstanding at the hotel would lower Lu Ruoxin's favorability, but it had actually increased. What did this mean? It meant he had inadvertently found a way to win Lu Ruoxin over. With that thought, he found a bench to sit on, took out his phone, and sent Lu Ruoxin a message. Are you asleep, Miss Lu? Not yet. What's the matter, Mr. Gu? The reply came quickly. Because of the incident with Gu Qin, Lu Ruoxin wasn't in the mood to go back to the station to handle the case, so she went straight home. But after taking a shower and lying in bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Every time she closed her eyes, the scene at the hotel appeared. She knew what was happening. Although she was a police officer, she was also a human being with emotions and desires. Others thought that when her husband died, her heart died too, but in reality, she had been numbing herself with work, forcing herself not to think about those things. But the misunderstanding with Gu Qin today was like an ant hole in a dam. It created a crack in the heart she had sealed for years. If she wasn't careful, it could collapse entirely beyond control. Her parents had often advised her the dead cannot return, and the living must not dwell on the past. They must look forward. She was still young, she couldn't stay like this forever. She should start a new relationship, at least have someone to chat with her, cook a warm meal for her when she came home, and share her sorrows and joys. Moreover, her daughter couldn't grow up without a father. The most perfect solution was to find someone to pretend to be the father, never telling her the truth. This would solve both the child's longing for her father and the potential psychological trauma of learning the truth. She was 23 when she got married. Her husband left the day after the wedding, and she became pregnant that same year. He was 25 when he died, and she was now 29. Including the 2 years he was on the mission, no one knew how she had survived those 6 years. I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I don't blame you. It was me who overcomplicated things, leading to this misunderstanding. If I had asked one more question, it might have been avoided. Lu Ruoxin continued. Gu Qin, sitting on the bench by the river, felt a bit embarrassed. He had been driven by lust and wanted to sleep with her, which caused all this, and yet it seemed like she was the one who had done something wrong. In fact, this had nothing to do with Lu Ruoxin. She was a police officer with a strong sense of crisis. If someone she had only met once suddenly sent her ambiguous messages, anyone would think it was abnormal. Not wanting to dwell on this awkward topic, Gu Qin changed the subject. He asked, Miss Lu, why are you still up so late? Still working overtime at the station? Lu Ruoxin said, No, I'm home already. Just suddenly feeling a bit insomniac. Gu Qin, has Xiaoying gone to sleep? She's asleep. Good, if she can sleep, it means there's nothing serious. Just do some psychological counseling, and she'll be fine. I'll give her some psychological counseling these days when I'm free. It shouldn't be a big problem. After saying this, the two didn't speak for a long time. Gu Chun, sitting on the bench, thought the conversation was over and prepared to get up and leave. But then unexpectedly Lu Ruoxin sent another message. Can I ask you a favor? Why be so polite? We're friends now. Just tell me what I can help with. Gu Chun replied quickly. I've been tied up with a case at the station recently. Could you go to Xiao Ying's parent-teacher meeting tomorrow for me? No problem, just tell me the time, and I'll be there. Then can you attend as her father? Gu Chun sent a string of question marks. What could this mean? On the other end of the phone, Lu Ruoxin's cheeks flushed a faint crimson. After sending the message, a pang of regret immediately surged within her. The words were far too ambiguous. Rashly inviting him to attend the parent-teacher meeting as the child's father would undoubtedly be seen by anyone as a veiled confession of her feelings. Yet she had no other choice. Tomorrow there was a major arrest operation at work, and as the captain of the criminal police squad, she had to lead the team personally, leaving not a single moment free. Her father's identity was too sensitive to appear in a public place like a school, and her mother had to teach classes there. She simply couldn't find anyone suitable to entrust with Xiao Ying's care. After much deliberation, she acted on impulse and reached out to Gu Chun. As for wanting Gu Chun to attend as the child's biological father, it was a little secret she harbored in her heart. She planned to use this opportunity to gradually prepare her daughter for the truth, sparing herself the difficulty of a future confession. With that thought, Lu Ruoxin quickly typed a remedy. If it's inconvenient for you, that's fine. I'll think of another way. On the other side, Gu Chun's lips curled into a faint smile, a secret joy rising in his heart. After the incident at the hotel, he had feared that a rift would grow between them, and that bridging the distance with Lu Ruoxin would require considerable effort. He never expected the turning point to come so soon. I'm free. We've always been friends. Since you've asked for my help, I naturally won't refuse. I'll come pick up Xiao Ying for school tomorrow morning. Leave the parent-teacher meeting to me. You can rest assured. Lu Ruoxin breathed a sigh of relief, then added a warning. Don't let anything slip. If they find out, we'll have to wait for another opportunity to tell the child the truth. Don't worry. Leave it to me. I'll play this act flawlessly. Gu Chun's tone was firm. Good night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After ending the chat, Gu Chun found a nearby hotel to stay. The next morning, a little after 6, he rose early and drove to Lu Ruoxin's residence. On the way, he kept pondering how to play the role of a qualified father. He had never taken care of a child before and had no experience with soothing a little girl. He repeatedly rehearsed various unexpected situations that might arise. After a moment of thought, he identified 2 key potential pitfalls. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Lu Ruoxin's number. Inside the Lu household, Lu Ruoxin had also risen early, busy tidying Xiao Ying's uniform and braiding her hair. Though she had not slept much the night before, her spirit was remarkably refreshed. A heavy stone had been lifted from her heart, and the tension that had bound her nerves for days finally relaxed. Mom, is it true? Is Dad really coming back today to attend the parent-teacher meeting with me? Xiao Ying stared at her with bright, sparkling eyes brimming with anticipation. Lu Ruoxin nodded gently. It's true. From now on, you'll be able to see Daddy often. That's wonderful. Daddy must have received the letter I wrote and came back specially to find me. Mother and daughter were chatting softly when Lu Ruoxin's phone rang. The caller was Gu Chun. She instructed the nanny to continue looking after Xiao Ying and stepped outside to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Gu. Gu Chun began. Miss Lu, I just thought of 2 important matters. First, when I rescued Xiao Ying a while ago, the child saw me with her own eyes. I'm afraid she might recognize me and cause a slip. Second is the surname issue. I can't use a pseudonym the whole time. The school will eventually find out. Lu Ruoxin smiled calmly. I've already considered both points thoroughly. As for the surname, you and the child's biological father share the same surname anyway. Just use your real name. No need to hide it deliberately. As for the encounter during the rescue, it's even simpler. We'll just say you left the country years ago and only recently returned, so it's perfectly reasonable that you didn't recognize your own daughter at first sight. After hearing her explanation, Gu Chun's worries were largely allayed. He pressed further. Is there any photo of the child's biological father kept at home? If Xiao Ying sees, it will be exposed on the spot. The child's father has been on highly confidential undercover missions for years. No image of him has ever been kept at home. Since Xiao Ying can remember, she has never seen her father's face. She will only have your image as her first impression of a father. Gu Chun remained cautious and raised other potential issues. Will the school verify documents like marriage certificates or household registration records? You don't need to worry about any of that. My father has already arranged for the necessary supporting documentation through the proper channels. Ordinary inquiries won't detect that the records were temporarily adjusted. Only the highest level verification system could see through it. Gu Chun's heart tightened. You didn't actually register Xiao Ying under my household registration, did you? His goal was to slowly win Lu Ruoxin's heart, not to suddenly acquire a daughter on his household register. Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but let out a soft laugh. Look how flustered you are. My family wouldn't do something so improper. All the records only exist in a temporary access channel. Routine checks will appear perfectly normal and won't affect your household registration in any way. I see. Now I'm completely at ease. Shortly after hanging up, Gu Chen drove to the residential compound where Lu Ruoxin lived. Lu Ruoxin did not live with her parents. The elderly couple preferred a quiet, health-oriented lifestyle, while her own police shifts were erratic. She had chosen to live alone with her daughter in the staff quarters assigned by her unit. The compound was not a luxurious mansion, but it had excellent security typical of high-end civil servant housing. Outsiders' vehicles and personnel were not allowed to enter without permission. It was only because Lu Ruoxin had notified the property management in advance that Gu Chen was able to drive in smoothly. When the door opened and Lu Ruoxin saw Gu Chen standing outside, she instantly slipped into acting mode. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she stepped forward to lean gently against his shoulder. "Honey, you're finally back." Gu Chen followed suit, raising his hand to lightly encircle her shoulder, seamlessly matching her performance in this impromptu scene. It was a rare opportunity for him to be legitimately close to her, and she was the dashing criminal police captain. He couldn't help but feel a flutter of excitement deep within. Lu Ruoxin keenly sensed the unnatural tension in his body. Aware that the child was still inside, she lowered her voice and frowned in warning. "Restrain yourself. Mind your boundaries." Gu Chen felt a bit embarrassed and quickly adjusted his posture. "Sorry. It's been so long since we last met. I couldn't control my emotions for a moment." Lu Ruoxin shot him a helpless glare. Clearly his thoughts were far too obvious to be mere excitement. Just as they were about to separate, the bedroom door was gently pushed open and the nanny led Xiaoying out. Gu Chen instinctively placed his arm back around Lu Ruoxin's shoulder, maintaining the image of a couple reunited after a long separation. Lu Ruoxin, who had originally intended to pull away, immediately stopped when she heard the footsteps and cooperated to sustain the atmosphere. Gu Chen pretended to be overjoyed, his gaze falling on the little girl as he spoke softly. "Finally back. This is our daughter, isn't it?" Lu Ruoxin's eyes were filled with tenderness as she replied in a gentle voice. "Yes, this is our daughter Xiaoying." Gu Ying. Xiaoying stared at him with her clear, radiant eyes, speaking timidly. "Dad, is it really you?" "Yes, it's Daddy. 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye, and my precious little girl has grown so tall." Daddy hugged. Confirming that the man before her was the father she had longed for, Xiaoying immediately spread her arms and ran to Gu Chen. Gu Chen released Lu Ruoxin, crouched down, and steadily lifted the little girl into his arms. The moment she threw herself into Gu Chen's arms, Gu Ying burst into tears with a loud sob. Her aggrieved expression was so heart-wrenching that even Gu Chen, who had no children, felt his heart break. "Ying, silly girl, don't cry. Look, Daddy is back. You should be happy." Listening to Gu Chen's comforting words, Lu Ruoxin, who was standing nearby, shed her earlier pretense and genuinely felt moved, overwhelmed with a joy that brought tears of happiness. Daddy, please don't leave again. Let our family never be apart, okay?" Gu Ying, her little face streaked with tears, clung tightly to Gu Chen's shoulder as she spoke. Gu Chen said, Daddy promises you we will never be apart. From now on I'll stay with our Ying. Let's pinky swear." Gu Ying extended her little finger, her small face solemn. Pinky swear." Gu Chen also extended his little finger and gently hooked it with hers. After all this, Gu Ying's tears turned into laughter and she regained her childlike innocence. "Oh yeah, I have a daddy now. From now on, Daddy can take me to school every day and I can show off to others that I have a dad too." Gu Ying jumped for joy, then trotted back to her room to grab her school bag. She quickly returned and tightly grasped Gu Chen's hand, as if afraid that if she let go he would vanish. Seeing this, Gu Chen smiled slightly and gave Lu Ruoxin a look. "I'll take our daughter to school. You go ahead and attend to your work." Lu Ruoxin nodded. I'll leave our daughter to you. I'm off to work now." The family of 3 went downstairs. Gu Chen placed Xiaoying in the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, fastened her seatbelt, then said goodbye to Lu Ruoxin and drove off. Behind them, Zhao Wei and the other bodyguards followed in their cars. The school Xiaoying attended was an elite academy where all the children came from wealthy or influential families. From the moment they got out of the car until they reached the campus, Xiaoying walked with her head held high. Whenever she met an acquaintance, she would say, "This is my daddy," as if afraid someone might not know. Gu Chen smiled and greeted each of them. "Oh my, so you are Xiaoying's father. You two look so much alike. The eyes, the face shape. It's like you were cut from the same mold." A parent of one of Xiaoying's classmates couldn't help exclaiming in surprise as she looked at Gu Chen and Xiaoying. Xiaoying looked at her classmate across from her and said proudly, "Zhang Qi, I told you my dad was handsome, but you didn't believe me. Do you believe me now?" The classmate named Zhang Qi nodded enviously. I believe you. Xiaoying, your dad is so handsome. I wish my dad were as handsome as yours." Hearing this, Zhang Qi's mother and Gu Chen both felt a bit awkward. "Hello, Mr. Gu. I am Zhang Qi's mother, Su Huiying. It's a pleasure to meet you." Su Huiying extended her hand politely. Her family was also quite well off, and she was a person of the world. She could tell that Gu Chen was no ordinary man. The powerful confidence he exuded was not something one could fake. Thus, with the mindset of making a friend rather than making an enemy, she took the initiative to get to know Gu Chen. "Hello, Gu Chen." Gu Chen smiled and gently shook her hand. "Mr. Gu, are you here for your daughter's parent-teacher meeting? Su Huiying led her own child and walked with Gu Chun toward the classroom. Gu Chun nodded. I just got back and happened to catch my daughter's parent-teacher meeting, so I came. Great, Xiaoying and Chi-Chi are deskmates, so our seats are together. System, show me the information of Su Huiying. Name Su Huiying. Age 30. Education bachelor's degree. Appearance 79. Affection 30. Purity 1, 124. After reading the data, Gu Chun nodded inwardly. This was the data of a normal person. The women he had encountered like Shin Youchu were purely a matter of luck. In this era of rampant promiscuity, women like Shin Youchu were an extremely rare breed. Su Huiying's situation, on the other hand, could be considered normal. Her appearance didn't meet his standards, so he wasn't particularly interested. To be honest, Su Huiying was very good at dressing up. He almost got fooled and thought she was on the same level as Lu Ruyan and Song Qinga. Although slightly disappointed, Gu Chun showed nothing on his face and continued to speak with her politely. When they entered the classroom, many people had already arrived. Gu Chun's appearance drew everyone's attention. It was simply because he was too handsome. Then the crowd's gaze shifted to Xiaoying, who was holding Gu Chun's hand, and they were all somewhat surprised. Many of them were not first-timers at parent-teacher meetings. They naturally knew something about Xiaoying. In previous meetings, it was either the family's nanny or Lu Ruoxin who had taken time off that attended. This was their first time seeing Gu Chun, the legendary father of Xiaoying. What surprised them most was that Xiaoying's father turned out to be so handsome. But thinking about it, it was only natural. Since Xiaoying was so beautiful, it wasn't strange that her father was handsome. Daddy, let me take you to our seats. Okay. Gu Chun smiled slightly. Xiaoying, holding Gu Chun's hand with a proud look, walked through the crowd and sat down at a row of tables in the middle. Su Huiying sat down beside them. Mr. Gu, parent-teacher meetings are actually not difficult. It's just listening to the teacher talk about each child's academic performance and then participating in some parent-child activities. Gu Chun nodded. Okay, thanks for the info. I understand. Soon after everyone had arrived, a female teacher walked in from outside and stood at the podium. Hello everyone, many of you may know me and some may not. Let me introduce myself. The female teacher elegantly wrote a name on the blackboard. My name is Lu Hong, and I am the homeroom teacher of this class. Overall, the children in our class have excellent grades. However, a few individual children are slightly behind, but with some extra tutoring they can catch up. Actually, the parent-teacher meeting was quite boring, just listening to the teacher talk about trivial matters. Since it was an elite school, the children's families were all wealthy or influential, so the female teacher dared not say anything too harsh. After finishing the tedious talk, they began a small parent-child activity, such as drop the handkerchief and a two-person walk. Gu Chun didn't try to steal the spotlight. He simply followed the process and after the activity left with Xiaoying. However, something interesting happened during the event. Su Huiying secretly asked for his contact information, claiming it would be convenient for discussing the children's studies in the future. Gu Chun guessed what she meant, but he didn't call her out on it. He generously accepted the friend request. Then after saying goodbye, he took Xiaoying back to the car. Just as they sat down, Lu Ruoxin called. Let's have dinner at Mom and Dad's place tonight. Gu Chun was taken aback for a moment, but quickly recovered. Lu Ruoxin was really getting into the role. The phrase Mom and Dad's place almost threw him off. Okay, honey. I've finished the parent-teacher meeting. Should I go first, or should we go together? On the other end of the line, Lu Ruoxin thought for a moment and said, let's go together. Come to my office and wait for me. I'll finish up what I'm doing and we'll leave together. Didn't you have a mission? Is it done? Gu Chun asked in confusion. It's done. The person was caught during Wu Zhangwo's business negotiation conference. Wu Zhangwo. Hearing this name, Gu Chun felt it sounded familiar. Then he remembered. Wasn't he the general person in charge of the bidding reception last time? He remembered meeting him with Qin Yuyao. Wasn't he the executive deputy mayor? You know him? Lu Ruoxin detected the surprise in Gu Chun's tone and couldn't help asking. Gu Chun replied calmly. I've met him once, but we're not acquainted. Wu Zhangwo is a man of decent character. He previously visited my father twice in person, but my father didn't say much. Lu Ruoxin casually mentioned the old incident of his visit. Such scenes were commonplace within the bureaucratic system. In officialdom, everyone sought a stable patron. What Wu Zhangwo had his eyes on was the Lu family, specifically Lu Tianlong, a retired sub-national level elder. Given Wu Zhangwo's current rank and seniority, he was a highly competitive candidate for the next mayor of Moda City, but appointments were never absolute. There were often outside appointees. To be safe, he was determined to secure the Lu family's backing, hoping that Lu Tianlong would put in a good word for him when the time came to compete for the mayoral seat, helping him clinch the position. Advancement was the pursuit of all. For an official of Wu Zhangwo's level, one more step upward meant a ticket into the core circles of national power. Even though Lu Ruoxin had led a team to make arrests right at his meeting today, Wu Zhangwo harbored no resentment. Instead, he secretly planned to use this incident to draw closer to the Lu family and gain Lu Tianlong's support. I see. I understand now. Gu Chun didn't probe further. I'll bring Ying Ying to your office later. Wait for us. Alright, I'll wait for you. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. Little Ing, sitting in the passenger seat, looked up and asked, "Dad, are we going to see Mom now?" Gu Chen smiled gently. "Not yet. Let's pick a gift for Mom first." "Great. Let's buy a gift first." After calming Gu Ying down, Gu Chun took out his phone and called Manager Chun of the International Financial Center. The phone rang twice before being picked up promptly. "Manager Chun, this is Gu Chun." Manager Chun replied respectfully, "Hello, Mr. Gu. How may I assist you? I was wondering if the mall has any higher-end jewelry stores, ones that are better in quality than international brands like Bulgari or Cartier." "Yes, Mr. Gu. Our mall has a long-established jade and jadeite store. They source all their rough stones from southern mines, cutting them themselves. They have a full range of high-quality jadeite and nephrite. You're welcome to come and choose." "All right, I'll be there soon. Please wait for me." Gu Chun had another plan in mind. The system still had a large amount of consumption quota to use up. Both the General Consumption Fund and the newly added Wife Spending Fund had huge balances. The wife spending quota alone was still in the billions. This was an excellent opportunity to spend. Liu Ruoxin's current public identity was his wife, fully meeting the usage rules for the Wife Spending Fund. He could complete the system task with a single large purchase. Soon Gu Chen drove to the International Financial Center with Gu Ying. The opulent and exquisite decor filled the little girl's innocent eyes with curiosity. Given Liu Ruoxin's family background, it wasn't that she couldn't afford to shop at the International Financial Center, but her special status meant she always kept a low profile. Their marriage had been kept entirely secretive. No banquet was held. Apart from their closest relatives, no one knew she was married and had a daughter. It wasn't until the last time Gu Chen saved Xiao Ying that the outside world learned she had a daughter. The identity of the child's father remained unknown. As soon as the car stopped at the mall entrance, Manager Chun was already waiting. He stepped forward quickly, extending his hand. "Mr. Gu, you've arrived." Gu Chen shook his hand calmly. "I'm troubling you again, Manager Chun." He knew how to treat people. When others showed respect, he reciprocated in kind. He never looked down on anyone just because of his wealth. Without cause for enmity, there was no need to belittle anyone. Besides, Manager Chun, as the head of the International Financial Center, was a figure of some standing. With frequent interactions likely in the future, maintaining a good relationship was beneficial. Manager Chen's gaze fell on Gu Ying, who was holding Gu Chen's hand tightly. He looked slightly surprised. "Mr. Gu, is this your daughter?" "Yes, my daughter, Ying." Gu Chun then gently instructed, "Ying, say hello to Uncle Chun." Gu Ying obediently said, "Hello, Uncle Chun." "What a lovely girl. She looks so much like you, Mr. Gu. She's already a beauty at such a young age." Manager Chun praised sincerely. Gu Chen smiled faintly. Everyone says that. Though they were merely playing the roles of father and daughter, their features and temperament somehow matched perfectly. With Gu Chen's striking looks and Xiao Ying's natural beauty, no one would doubt they were not biologically related without a DNA test. "This way, please, Mr. Gu. I'll take you to the jade store." Manager Chun gestured with his hand. "Let's go." Soon they arrived at the Target store. Unlike the flashy, brightly lit international luxury brand stores in the mall, this jade store had a simple, understated interior. It was quiet with few customers. But its low profile did not mean low quality. Every piece of jade and jadeite jewelry in the store matched the value of international brands, and some unique collectibles were priced far higher than luxury brand jewelry. Most overseas luxury brands carried a huge premium. After stripping away marketing costs, the raw material value was often less than half. The three entered the store, and a man wearing a store manager badge hurried over to greet them. "Manager Chen, you honor us with your presence." Manager Chen nodded slightly, then introduced Gu Chun. "Store manager Su, this is Mr. Gu Chun. He's looking to purchase some high-end jewelry. Please give him a thorough introduction." Store manager Su quickly stepped forward. "Hello, Mr. Gu. What type of jewelry are you interested in?" "We have complete sets of jadeite for weddings and daily wear, all top-grade high-water content material." Gu Chun nodded. "I'll take a look at the actual pieces first. I'll decide after seeing the styles." "No problem, Mr. Gu. Please have a seat in the lounge area. I'll bring you the collection catalog." They sat down on the quiet sofas in the store. Store manager Su handed a beautifully bound collection catalog to Gu Chun with both hands respectfully. He took the brochure and casually flipped through it. To be fair, the jewelry store manager Chun had recommended was quite impressive. It stocked many items rarely seen on the market. For instance, there were imperial green jade Buddha statues, complete sets of glass-type jewelry, and pure old pit longstone jade. All products were masterfully carved by professional artisans, seamless and crafted from single blocks of raw material. Gu Ying beside him curiously leaned in with her little head. "Daddy, are these the gifts you're going to buy for Mommy?" Gu Chen smiled softly, lifted her onto his lap, and said affectionately, "Yes, choosing a gift for Mommy. Which one do you think Mommy would like?" Gu Ying reached out her little hand, turning page by page, and finally fixed her eyes on a set of glass-type jewelry. "Daddy, I think this set looks really nice. Mommy will probably like it, right?" "All right, then we'll buy this set for Mommy." Gu Chen looked up at Manager Su and said, "Manager Su, this set it is." Manager Su and Manager Chen shifted their gaze to the picture Gu Chun was pointing at, both stunned in their hearts. This set of jewelry had been sitting in the store for who knows how long with no one ever inquiring about it. It wasn't because it was bad. It was simply too expensive. It was Longstone jade cut from old pit material. As for what makes Longstone jade good, first, its surface texture is as delicate as silk, transparent, free of flaws and impurities, and it must have a hint of cloud-like patterns within the green. Most importantly, its existence is extremely rare, as elusive as a divine dragon. Rarity makes it precious, and that is why Longstone jade is sold at such a high price. Mr. Gu, have you seen the price tag? Manager Su deliberately reminded him, afraid that Gu Chun might not have noticed the price. It wasn't that he doubted Gu Chin's financial capability, but he had to inform the customer of the price according to protocol. Perhaps it was a bit wordy, but it was also to avoid future troubles and disputes. Gu Chin nodded and said, "I saw it. What's the matter?" Manager Su quickly replied, "No, nothing. I just wanted to remind Mr. Gu in case you hadn't seen the price." Gu Chun waved his hand. "It's fine. I've seen the price. Go fetch it so I can take a look. If there's no issue, I'll buy it." "All right, Mr. Gu. Please wait a moment." Soon Manager Su carefully returned with a jewelry box that looked obviously valuable. "Mr. Gu, this is the set you requested. Please take a look." The box slowly opened, revealing a set of exquisite jade jewelry with seamlessly blended colors and no impurities. How beautiful! Even Gu Ying in his arms couldn't help exclaiming when she saw the jewelry. Gu Chin nodded, picked up a jade ring casually, and handed it to Gu Ying to play with. Seeing this, Manager Su wanted to speak up to stop them, but was stopped by Manager Chen's look. Although it violated jewelry industry regulations for Gu Chun to touch the item before payment, especially for such a priceless Longstone jade piece, rules were rigid, but people were flexible. Some people were born to break the rules. Gu Chun had just signed up for a recharge card worth 1 billion yuan. If such a person actually damaged it, he would pay for it at full price, so there was no need to worry. If you reminded him, it would make you seem petty. Manager Su and Manager Chun had a good personal relationship, who otherwise Manager Chun wouldn't have introduced a big client like Gu Chin to this place. After all, there was more than just Manager Su's jade store in the Guojin Center. Out of trust in his friend Manager, Su swallowed the words he had wanted to say. "Daddy, Mommy will definitely like this set. Let's buy this one, okay?" Hearing Gu Ying's innocent words, Manager Chun and Manager Su's mouths twitched. Kids were so wonderful. They never asked about the price of what they wanted, they just wanted it. What surprised the two even more was that Gu Chun actually agreed. "Ying thinks these things look beautiful, so let's buy them, and give Mommy a huge surprise." Daddy, let's buy them, and surprise Mommy." The jewelry box contained a set of 7 pieces, a necklace, 2 rings, 2 earrings, a bracelet, and a jade plaque. All 7 pieces were crafted from a single block of raw material. The owner of Manager Su's store had originally purchased it for over 2 billion yuan to build a reputation. Later it was polished and carved by a top master over nearly 2 years. Each piece was a labor of love. However, because the cost was too high, although it had a price, there was no market, so it had been stored in the store until now. Manager Su, just write the invoice. I'll take this set. After coaxing Gu Ying, Gu Chun looked up at Manager Su and said, "All right, Mr. Gu, I'll go process the paperwork for you now." A set worth 3 billion yuan. It was absolutely the pinnacle of sky-high prices. Unprecedented and unparalleled without the slightest exaggeration. Uniqueness was the most apt description for this set of jewelry. Watching the pampering wife, spending fund plummet by a third, Gu Chun almost couldn't suppress a laugh. He used to think that luxury cars and mansions were the fastest ways to spend money. But after seeing the jade industry, he realized that mansions and luxury cars were actually low-end consumption. Of course, the fastest was starting a business, preferably one that made a loss. But the system's regulations kept him from acting recklessly. After all, unreasonable consumption would incur penalties. If his little brother were to disappear or he lost some ability, wouldn't he be crying his eyes out? Although he was now a bit face-blind and not very interested in beautiful women, there was still a big difference between having something and not using it versus not having it at all. He needed to hold a meeting sometime to brainwash the women around him into having entrepreneurial awareness so they would encourage him to get his act together. "By the way, Manager Su, I need a gift for a bride and a birthday gift for an elderly person in the next couple of days. See what you can recommend and send it to my phone. Remember, the most expensive and the best. Just have someone deliver them to me when the time comes." Just before leaving, Gu Chun seemed to remember something and said to Manager Su, "All right, Mr. Gu. After I see you off, I'll go select them right away and send the list to your phone." Gu Chun nodded. "Okay, that's it. Manager Su and Manager Chen, please stay here. I'll go myself. Is it heavy, eh?" On the way to the parking lot, Gu Ying clutched the jewelry box tightly in her arms, afraid of it being snatched away or lost. "Not tired. This is the gift Daddy bought for Mommy. I must protect it well." Gu Chun smiled slightly. "All right then, protect it well. If you lose it, Mommy's gift will be gone." Daddy, I will protect it well." Back in the car, under the protection of Zhao Wei and others, Gu Chun rushed to the Criminal Investigation Brigade of the Modu City Public Security Bureau. Arriving at the bureau's gate, Gu Chun stated his identity. Clearly the guard had received notice and let them in without asking any questions. This was an order from the Criminal Investigation Brigade captain. These two were her husband and child. How could a mere guard dare to stop them? If one insisted on rigidly adhering to rules and dealing with people and affairs, no one would go far. Although he was just a small guard, he was quite shrewd in worldly matters. If he dared to cite regulations, he would basically be laid off the next day. Everyone knew that the Criminal Investigation Brigade Captain Lu Ruoxin was a strong contender for the future bureau chief, and it was almost certain. Currently, she was only lacking in age and seniority. If those were sufficient, she might rise in the next term. This kind of future big shot, he wouldn't dare offend even if he had 10 times the courage. Especially since they were her spouse and child. If they felt displeased and whispered something at night, getting laid off would be the lightest outcome. If they framed him with some fabricated charges, he wouldn't even know where to cry. Zhao Wei and the others did not follow him inside. Gu Chun had simply instructed them to wait outside. This was the Modu Municipal Bureau, so he had no need to fear danger. If someone could threaten others within the precinct itself, the bureau might as well shut its doors, and everyone could go home to till the fields. It must be said the checks here were remarkably strict. Wherever he and Gu Yingying passed, they were stopped and questioned. On the way to Lu Ruoxin's office alone, they passed through 3 separate doors, all requiring fingerprint authentication from authorized personnel. Dad, this place seems like a prison, Gu Yingying said softly, sticking out her tongue. Gu Chun smiled faintly. Though her words were somewhat exaggerated, they were not entirely off the mark. Every department required passing through several layers of locks. Criminal investigation, economic crimes, cyber surveillance, public security, and most amusingly, there was even a specialized department devoted to investigating cult organizations. As criminal activities grew ever more diverse, the Public Security Bureau constantly adjusted its departments accordingly. Sometimes entirely unfamiliar departments would appear. At last, the pair had finally cleared all their checkpoints and arrived at the Criminal Investigation Brigade's office area. The moment they stepped inside, they drew the attention of many. When they caught sight of Gu Chun, many froze. Partly because he was strikingly handsome, and partly because several people recognized him. Wasn't this the man who'd caused such a commotion with the captain at the hotel the day before yesterday? Could he be the team captain's husband? Their expressions turned peculiar. That couple really knows how to keep things interesting. Most people couldn't match that sort of charm. However, the officers only teased each other silently in their minds. After all, Lu Ruoxin had already issued an explanation regarding that incident. She had simply misunderstood, believing Gu Chun had been kidnapped and leading a team to rescue him. Hello everyone. Noticing their lingering gazes, Gu Chun waved and greeted them. Hello. Knowing he was the team captain's husband, the officers promptly responded. Out of respect for the captain, it was better to be familiar than strangers. Yingying, say hello, Gu Chun said after greeting the others, bending down to address Gu Yingying. Hello uncles and aunties. Gu Yingying's words instantly melted everyone's hearts. Oh, this must be the captain's daughter. She's so beautiful. Sister has candy. Would you like some? Somehow the female officer had produced candy and coaxed Gu Yingying into sweetly calling her sister. Yingying, what are you holding so tightly? Someone noticed the jewelry box Gu Yingying was clutching close to her chest. Teasing her gently, they asked curiously. It's a gift Dad bought for Mom. Hearing someone mention the jewelry box in her arms, Gu Yingying instinctively held it tighter. Oh, it's a gift from Dad to Mom. Could we take a look just for a moment? Yes, let the uncles and aunties see too. Among the officers in the brigade, clerks, frontline personnel, more than 10 gathered, all captivated by Gu Yingying's adorable little face. Gu Yingying had never encountered such a scene before. To protect her family's privacy, Lu Ruoxin had never revealed anything to the outside world. Consequently, Gu Yingying had never attended any public gatherings. She raised her head slightly, her gaze timidly seeking out Gu Chun. Dad, should I let the older brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunties see? Gu Chun smiled gently. If you want to show them, then show them. Okay, Dad. I'll let the uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters see. With that, Gu Yingying carefully took the jewelry box from her arms and opened it before everyone. The moment those Longsher-type jade pieces came into view, the entire office fell silent. Someone broke the quiet, first exclaiming in astonishment, "How beautiful! Is that jade?" someone asked doubtfully. Yes, it appears to be jade. I once saw something similar at my mother-in-law's house. Wow, Brother Yang's mother-in-law must be quite wealthy to own jade jewelry. The officers, resembling rural villagers seeing the world for the first time, wore expressions of wide-eyed curiosity. In truth, police officers were not knowledgeable about everything. Especially regarding top-tier luxury goods, no one made a point of learning unless it involved a case. Even those with some knowledge could not identify every type and quality. Especially something as rare as Longsher jade, uncommon in the market. Without specifically searching online, 90% of people would not recognize it. The quality seems exceptionally high. It must be costly. A senior officer spoke with a grave expression. Uncle Wang, can you estimate the price? Another younger officer asked eagerly. Uncle Wang shook his head. I cannot give an exact figure, but the quality is superb. The market price is unlikely to be low. The female officer who had earlier given Gu Yingying candy asked in shock. Yingying, tell sister, is this very expensive? Gu Yingying nodded earnestly. Yes, it's very expensive. It's a gift from dad to mom. Then how much did it cost? The female officer's curiosity was thoroughly aroused. Without regard for propriety, she asked directly about the price. Gu Yingying did not rush to answer. Instead, she looked up at Gu Chen again, waiting for his decision. She was surprisingly alert for someone so young, not blurt out everything at the first question, and always seek Gu Chen's opinion first. Gu Chen smiled, and said, sister asked, so just tell her. Our family has no shortage of money. Hearing Gu Chen deliberately emphasize that money was no issue, everyone present, having graduated from police academies, could hardly fail to understand his meaning. He was indirectly telling them the item would be extraordinarily expensive. Gu Yingying nodded and held up 3 fingers. 300,000. The crowd was stunned. Such a small collection already costing 300,000. Jade and gemstones truly were the king of luxury jewelry. Gu Yingying shook her head, indicating their guess was incorrect. Not 300,000. Then perhaps 30,000. Gu Yingying shook her head again. 3 million. Someone's voice trembled. Gu Yingying continued to shake her head. Theory. 30 million. Someone's breathing grew labored. 30 million for 7 pieces of jewelry. What was the average price per item? Seeing the officers unable to guess correctly, Gu Yingying grew somewhat impatient and pulled out the neatly folded invoice from her pocket. Ugh! The female officer who had crouched beside her offering candy nearly fainted upon seeing the string of zeros on the invoice. How much money was this? It was nearly as long as her phone number. Her mobile number had 11 digits. This invoice had 10. Were these items worth 3 billion? Good heavens! If she had 3 billion, why would she still be a police officer? She could retire immediately and live comfortably. The annual interest alone would be more than enough to spend for a lifetime. Although these detectives had witnessed countless grand scenes, the astronomical figure of 3 billion still left them reeling. If they were to withdraw all that cash in banknotes, it could probably bury them all alive. 30 billion yuan spent on just one set of jewelry. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, all feeling utterly lost in the world of the wealthy. They also realized that their team leader would never be accused of corruption or bribery, simply because her husband happens to be incredibly wealthy. A single set of jewelry worth 30 billion. Tell me, how much money would it take for someone to successfully bribe her? If you manage to please her, she might even give you something in return. What are you all doing here? That Wang Chong case hasn't been settled yet. What's everyone gathered here for? At this moment, Lu Ruoxin emerged holding a neatly organized file. Seeing her subordinates clustered together, instead of working, she couldn't help but frown. At their superior's words, everyone quickly turned away in embarrassment. Yet when they looked at her, their gazes held a peculiar quality. As the crowd parted, Lu Ruoxin finally spotted Gu Chun and Gu Yingying. Husband, you're here. Hearing Lu Ruoxin address someone so casually as husband, all remaining doubts vanished from the others' minds. They knew this leader of theirs all too well. If it weren't truly her husband, given her personality, she would never behave in such a manner. Everyone knew Lu Ruoxin was the renowned ice-cold goddess of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. She never gave other men the time of day. The colleagues had assumed she was simply devoted to her work, not wanting to pursue romantic relationships at present. Who would have thought she had been married all along with a child already this big? Mommy, Gu Yingying called out in her childish voice, then ran over clutching the jewelry box. There's my precious little girl. Upon seeing her daughter, the dignified expression on Lu Ruoxin's face softened with tenderness. The moment that smile appeared, the entire office seemed to warm with the return of spring. Holding Gu Yingying, Lu Ruoxin noticed the jewelry box in her arms and asked with a smile, what are you holding there? Treating it like a treasure. It's a gift Daddy bought for you. A gift? What kind of gift? Lu Ruoxin feigned surprise, giving her daughter plenty of emotional response. As for the gift itself, she hadn't given it much thought. It was probably just an ordinary present. It couldn't possibly be that expensive. It's so expensive, Mommy. Do you want to see it? Gu Yingying said earnestly. An expensive gift? Then Mommy definitely has to see it. Lu Ruoxin nodded. As the box opened, the shocking sky-priced jewelry once again appeared before everyone's eyes. So beautiful. This time Lu Ruoxin's shock was genuine, coming from the depths of her heart. 3 billion yuan worth of items. Setting aside the material itself, even as mere decorative pieces, their form alone absolutely satisfied everyone's aesthetic standards. Moreover, the round and silky luster and appearance of the dragonstone variety elevated them to an almost limitless height. How gorgeous! Despite her extremely steadfast mindset, Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Seeing her mother's reaction, Gu Yingying giggled triumphantly. Mommy, is it beautiful? Lu Ruoxin nodded unconsciously. Yes, absolutely stunning. Then do you like it? Gu Yingying continued asking. I love it. How about when we get home, Daddy puts it on you personally? Okay. By this point, Lu Ruoxin was completely captivated by the beauty before her. Everything she said and did was instinctive. When she came back to her senses, a flush of embarrassment spread across her face. She quickly composed herself and cleared her throat. All right, everyone, get back to your posts. Stop standing around here. Don't you have work to do? The officers dispersed immediately, though occasionally they could still be heard whispering among themselves, all discussing that sky-priced jewelry set. Our team leader is truly blessed. I wish I could find a husband like that someday. Come on, stop daydreaming. Someone like Mr. Gu might not even exist in the entire world. Let's not entertain fantasies. Can't I at least dream about it? The young female officer rolled her eyes. Silence settled over the office. On the desk sat two things. One was the box containing the dragonstone jewelry, the other the receipt from the purchase. After some time had passed, Lu Ruoxin finally spoke. Is this really worth 3 billion? When she uttered that figure, her voice couldn't help but tremble. Though her family was no ordinary household, their influence lay only in power and connections. She had never laid eyes on such a fortune before. Of course, her family had never engaged in any illegal activities, earning only the salaries paid by the state. Otherwise, they could never have remained safe until now. They would have encountered problems long ago. Even 3 million was beyond their means, let alone 3 billion. Gu Chen shrugged and said, the receipt is right here. Would I try to fool you with something fake? Lu Ruoxin furrowed her brow. Where did you buy it? International Finance Center. Return it. Just because you have money doesn't mean you should spend it like this. Why would I need jewelry this expensive? Gu Chen smiled calmly. I'm sorry, but all sales are final. No returns accepted. Hearing that it couldn't be returned, Lu Ruoxin took a deep breath. Then what do we do with these things? Keep them to wear, of course. That sounds easy to say, but do you think I dare wear something worth 3 billion out in public? Then throw them away. As he spoke, Gu Chen picked up the jewelry box and walked toward the window, making as if to hurl it outside. What are you doing? Stop right there. When Lu Ruoxin saw Gu Chen was truly about to throw it, she rushed forward to stop him and snatched the box back. Gu Yingying, sitting on the sofa nearby, couldn't help but burst out laughing at the scene. Mommy, just accept it. It's also Daddy's heartfelt gesture. You hush. Did you conspire with your father to buy this? Lu Ruoxin gave her daughter an exasperated glare. Gu Yingying, with the manner of a tiny adult, spread her hands apart and said, Mommy, I didn't do any such thing. It was all Daddy's idea. Feeling Lu Ruoxin's cool little hand, Gu Chen couldn't resist gently squeezing it. Just as he was about to scold his impertinent daughter, he noticed the unusual sensation in his palm. A flush crept across Lu Ruoxin's face. Then, let's keep it for now. If you ever need money, I'll pay you back. Gu Chen was no oblivious fool. When opportunity knocked, he knew better than to let it pass. In private, Lu Ruoxin probably wouldn't give him the chance. But now with Gu Yingying present, if he wanted to seize a chance for some intimacy, there would certainly be no obstacles. With his other hand, he gently drew Lu Ruoxin into his embrace. Husband, do you feel extra loving toward me in this moment? The sudden change caught Lu Ruoxin off guard, leaving her somewhat flustered. Upon hearing Gu Chen's flirtatious words, she couldn't resist reaching out to pinch his waist. Yes, I love you so much. I'm absolutely crazy about you. Gu Chen sucked in a sharp breath. This woman's grip was formidable indeed. Have you had enough? Let go of me now. Pressed against Gu Chen's embrace, Lu Ruoxin said with irritation. Your daughter's watching. Don't blow our cover. Gu Chen smiled complacently as his hand resting at her waist slipped downward to a rather full and supple curve. When her vital area was suddenly invaded, Lu Ruoxin's entire body tensed up rigidly. Huh. Heavy breaths escaped her lips as Lu Ruoxin felt utterly powerless at this moment. Her originally dignified and stern face had become suffused with a hint of enchantment. If the circumstances weren't so inconvenient, he might not have been able to resist taking her right then and there. Though he couldn't engage in any friendship activities, a little light groping would suffice. Before Lu Ruoxin could even react, Gu Chen suddenly lowered his head and brushed his lips against hers, then quickly pulled away. He didn't give her any time to respond. Let's wait here for a while. We'll go to Grandma's house after Mom finishes work. When Lu Ruoxin came to her senses, Gu Chen had already settled onto the sofa, chatting happily with Gu Yingying. You scoundrel. She cursed silently in her heart, yet she couldn't very well make a scene. Since they'd already acted this far, she certainly couldn't let all their efforts go to waste. Having let him take advantage of her, if she were to stop now, wouldn't that mean she'd suffered the loss for nothing? Glaring furiously at Gu Chen, Lu Ruoxin adjusted her composure, set the jewelry box beside her, and began attending to her work. The entire afternoon passed swiftly. Gu Chen had a wonderful time chatting with Gu Yingying, but Lu Ruoxin felt each moment was an agony. Usually time seemed to fly by for her. She'd often find that she hadn't finished her work, yet it was already time to clock out. But today, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't concentrate. The scene of Gu Chen taking liberties with her kept floating through her mind. At the thought of this, her teeth gnashed together with a grinding sound. She vowed silently that given the chance, she would make Gu Chen pay for this. Finally, quitting time arrived. Having long been bored stiff, Gu Yingying cheered, yay, Mom's finally off work. Lu Ruoxin had no mood to continue handling work. She simply postponed all the cases that needed processing to another day. Let's go home for dinner. Mom and Dad are probably already waiting anxiously. Changing into casual clothes, Lu Ruoxin led Gu Chun and the others out of the office. After exchanging greetings with the on-duty staff, they departed from the unit. Stepping outside, Lu Ruoxin got into Gu Chin's Mercedes G-Wagon worth over 3 million. Behind her, Zhao Wei and the rest of the bodyguards followed closely. Glancing at the rearview mirror, Lu Ruoxin slowly said, "Is this your usual entourage when you go out?" Gu Chun, who was driving, replied, "More or less. I'm a timid person, so I need to protect myself." Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes. "You should have faith in our country. We're the safest nation in the world. What could possibly happen?" Gu Chun said, "Come on, you're the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. You wouldn't really try to fool yourself, would you? How many serious cases happen every year? It's nowhere near as safe as it appears on the surface. I haven't spent nearly enough time with my beautiful wife. I'm not ready to die." Smooth talker. Hearing Gu Chun call her beautiful, Lu Ruoxin couldn't help but feel a flutter of joy in her heart. A woman adorns herself for one who appreciates her. Although she was a police officer who should possess ample composure, being praised by a man she had feelings for still made her feel a little giddy. Ding. Affinity with Lu Ruoxin has increased. Current affinity 80 points. Moi. Hearing the system notification, Gu Chin's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, affinity at 80 points. Did that mean he could get even more forward with her? Along the way, the family of three chatted together as they quickly arrived at the residential compound where Lu Tianlong's family lived. All the residents here were retired cadres. Armed guards stood at the entrance and security was extremely strict. Any factor that might cause instability would be stopped by them. Had Lu Ruoxin not vouched for him, Gu Chun definitely wouldn't have been able to get in. Inside were rows of detached villas. As a retired senior official of deputy national level, living in such a place didn't violate any regulations. Moreover, this was provided by the state. No one would make a fuss about such things. Just as the car pulled up in front of the villa, they saw Lu Ruoxin's mother standing there waiting. Seeing their car arrive, a kind and affectionate smile spread across her face. "Mom, we're here." Gu Chun, who had stepped out of the car, naturally called out "Mom," as if it was the most normal thing in the world. This made Lu's mother extremely delighted. During their last meal at Wangjianj, she had already taken quite a liking to this young man named Gu Chun. At the time, she had even thought to herself how wonderful it would be if Gu Chun could become her son-in-law. Who would have thought that just 2 days later her wish would come true? Handsome, righteous, and exceptionally outstanding. What family wouldn't want such an excellent son-in-law? As for him not being in politics or the government system, was that really necessary for their family? The Lu family had already reached the pinnacle of military rank. If they were to seek an outstanding young man from within the system, it could only end up being a marriage of political convenience. But their family wasn't old-fashioned. Their daughter's marriage was entirely her own choice. They never forced intervention. "Mom, let me put these things down." Seeing that Lu's mother was already grabbing his hand and about to lead him inside, Gu Chun quickly spoke. He then beckoned to Zhao Wei and the others to carry the items into the villa. Not only were there goods in his car, but Zhao Wei's vehicles were also packed with plenty more. These had been purchased while they were at the International Finance Center. All of it was expensive luxury goods and health products. Of course, there were also many fine wines. Moreover, he had even managed to acquire a rare bottle. It was called Lai Mao with extremely limited stock. One bottle cost 1 million. This had been arranged by Manager Chun. Honestly, the International Finance Center truly was a wonderful place. It was almost like a treasure trove. Whatever he wanted, they could definitely get for him. Of course, this also had to do with the fact that he had money to burn. A person without wealth could only watch helplessly even if they knew the International Finance Center had what they wanted. And having money was only one aspect. One also needed a status that commanded respect. After all, for someone like Gu Chun, who could spend 3 billion on a piece of jewelry without even blinking, he was definitely a key figure to cultivate relationships with. "You child, you came to visit and still bought so many things." Seeing bags and packages being carried inside, Lu's mother said, her heart aching over the expense. "Mom, these things aren't worth much at all. You and Dad should just consume them when you have time. They're all health supplements anyway." Standing to the side, Lu Ruoxin rolled her eyes. The moment she heard the words, "not worth much," she felt an urge to punch him. In the past, these words really did mean exactly what they said on the surface. But now when they came from Gu Chen's mouth, they had become a unit of measurement. 30,000 wasn't much. 3 million wasn't much. 30 million wasn't much. 300 million still wasn't much. And even 3 billion seemed to be worthless in his eyes. She really had no idea how much money this guy actually had. To him, spending 3 billion was just like someone else spending $3. Upon entering the room, Xiao Ying released Mother Lu's hand and ran toward Lu Tianlong. "Grandpa, I'm here." As her voice fell, she had already thrown herself into Lu Tianlong's embrace. Looking at Xiao Ying, Lu Tianlong smiled affectionately. "Oh my, our little princess has arrived." In the past, it was always Lu Tianlong and his wife who took care of her, as Lu Ruoxin had little time to do so due to work. Only during holidays and breaks would she take Xiao Ying back to stay for a couple of days. Thus, Xiao Ying had a closer bond with Lu Tianlong and his wife. "Grandpa, Daddy is back." From now on no one will say, I don't have a father anymore. Hearing Xiao Ying's words, Lu Tianlong nodded. Yes, from now on no one will dare say our little princess doesn't have a father. After speaking, Lu Tianlong raised his head and smiled at Gu Chun with satisfaction in his eyes. Xiao Chun, when did you return? Why didn't you let me know in advance? To be fair, the Lu family's acting skills were quite impressive. Not only was Xiao Ying young, but even if she were older, she wouldn't have noticed any flaws. Dad, I came back yesterday. Gu Chun spoke naturally. Will you be leaving again? Lu Tianlong continued the performance. No, I'll stay home with my wife and child from now on. I've been away doing business for so many years and I feel I've owed them too much. Good, it's good that you're staying. Take good care of Ruoxin and Xiao Ying. Money can never be fully earned, but life is short. Spending time with your child and wife is what truly matters. Yes, I understand, Dad. Gu Chun nodded. All right, don't just stand there. Come sit down. At Lu Tianlong's command, everyone moved to the sofa and sat down. Although it was a family dinner, there was no need to cook themselves. Everything was prepared by the nanny and chef. Gu Chun and the others chatted on the sofa, their conversation filled with trivial family matters. Soon a lavish feast was brought to the table. Everyone moved to the dining room, with Lu Tianlong taking the seat of honor. Mother Lu sat beside him, and on the other side was Gu Chun and his family of 3. Come, Xiao Chun, try these dishes. You haven't had hometown cuisine in a long time, have you? Lu Tianlong invited. Gu Chun nodded in acknowledgement, and the 5 of them began to eat in a harmonious atmosphere. In truth, the harmony during their interactions required no acting, for they were genuinely familiar with one another. After their previous meal at Wangjiang Pavilion, the family was no stranger to each other. They only needed to be careful not to say the wrong thing. Gu Chun had brought many fine wines this time. Several cases of Matai, and that bottle of Lijiu was directly collected by Lu Tianlong. I must keep this bottle safe. It's a rare find, extremely hard to come by on the market. Seeing Lu Tianlong treasure it like a gem, Gu Chun smiled. Dad, if you like it, I'll find someone to get more. As long as it's still available on the market, it's not a problem. Lu Tianlong said, don't spend too much. Having one to admire and show off to old friends is enough. This wine is so expensive. Why waste the money? Gu Chun replied, I earn money for the family to spend right. It's fine, Dad. When I get the chance, I'll get you a few more bottles. All right, Xiao Chun, it's good that you have such filial intentions. From now on, focus your business on the domestic front. If you encounter any difficulties, just let the family know. Although I've retired, I still have some connections to help you solve minor problems. Since everyone present was family, Lu Tianlong didn't have to be too cautious with his words. Out in public, given his status, he would have to be careful not to give anyone leverage. But with his own family, he didn't need to tread lightly. The meal lasted nearly 3 hours, during which Gu Chun and Lu Tianlong drank for an indeterminate amount of time. At the Wangjiang Pavilion, last time they had been somewhat restrained. Now at home, they could drink without reservation. After all, the house was spacious, and if they drank too much, they could simply go to their rooms to rest. Dad, you're quite a drinker. I've rarely encountered opponents in all these years. Gu Chun was also a bit tipsy. Although he could hold his liquor, he was still an ordinary man, and his words were beginning to slur. Lu Tianlong wasn't much better off, speaking indistinctly. You're not bad either. Since you've just returned today, let's not drink too much, father and son. You should head to bed early. With the help of Zhao Wei and others, Lu Tianlong and Gu Chun were escorted to their rooms. The moment they lay down, the room began to spin. Then with a pale face, they turned over and leaned over the bedside, vomiting into the trash can. Lu Ruoxin, who walked in, saw this scene and rolled her eyes in exasperation. She never touched alcohol, partly because of her profession's habits and partly because she simply didn't like it. But despite her annoyance at Gu Chun's excessive drinking, she still took care of him. First, she fetched a bottle of mineral water for him to rinse his mouth. Then she cleaned up the mess and finally used a towel to wipe the sweat from Gu Chun's forehead and the corners of his mouth. Although Gu Chun was drunk, his consciousness remained intact. It's often said that alcohol causes blackouts, but in reality, blackouts are rare. As long as one doesn't fall asleep immediately upon drinking, they generally remember what they did. Many people claim they blacked out and don't recall their actions, but that's just an excuse. They simply don't want to admit it. Gu Chun, however, was fully aware. Despite the intense dizziness, he didn't forget to take advantage of Lu Ruoxin. Pretending to be unconscious, he suddenly pulled Lu Ruoxin into his arms. The sudden move startled Lu Ruoxin. Seeing that Gu Chun seemed to be acting out of drunken instinct, she didn't blame him and tried to struggle free. But Gu Chun wasn't about to let the opportunity slip. With her favorability reaching 80 points according to the system's explanation, this situation was suitable for some friendly physical activity. Although he couldn't do whatever he wanted or make Lu Ruoxin assume various poses, as long as she didn't resist, he could take advantage. After pulling her into his arms, Gu Chun's hands began to roam freely. If Lu Ruoxin wanted to resist, given her skills, it would have been easy. Although she was a woman and had a significant strength disadvantage against men, she knew self-defense. Especially since Gu Chun was drunk and unarmed, she could have handled him effortlessly. Yet she didn't resist. An indescribable emotion arose within her. After 6 years, over 2,000 days, of sleeping alone, even her iron will began to falter at this moment. Moreover, Guchun was someone she had feelings for. As the thought surfaced, it became unstoppable. Soon she collapsed weakly into Guchun's arms. Promising, Guchun noticed the change in Lu Ruoxin and felt a surge of joy. Ding, target Lu Ruoxin's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 88 points. Almost reaching 90 points. 90 points of favorability was entirely different from 80. 80 points allowed only simple manipulations, while 90 points essentially meant she could be shaped into what he desired. As his large hand covered her full round softness, Lu Ruoxin instantly lost all remaining strength. As the two hearts grew closer, Lu Ruoxin's affection points were also rapidly increasing. Current Lu Ruoxin's affection points, 95. Current Lu Ruoxin's affection points, 96. Current Lu Ruoxin's affection points, 97. Current. The subsequent system notifications were no longer heard by Guchun, as he had no mind to listen. Do you know what it means to be like an arrow on a bowstring forced to be released? Sometimes he wondered a man truly needs to have some special skills. Because without any special skills, what would a woman use to like you? Just based on feelings. Don't be ridiculous. In today's society, without any special skills, what woman would like you based solely on feelings? Although this isn't absolutely certain, there might be women who, driven by a lovesick mind, will like a man based on feelings. But the probability is too small. Even so-called love at first sight must be built on the man having enough attractive qualities. In short, over the course of one night, Guchun didn't even know how the time passed, and the affection points had reached 99. Thinking of this, Guchun felt somewhat speechless. He really just wanted to quietly earn some money and complete the system tasks to get rewards, but the women around him, except for Chun Xiaorong, all fell apart at a single touch, with their affection points rising faster than drinking cold water. When he woke up in the morning, he checked the system's notifications and fell into deep silence. Turning his head to look, Lu Ruoxin's brow no longer held any coldness or worry, leaving only an indelible spring passion. Name Lu Ruoxin. Age 29. Education Master of Public Security. Appearance score 93. Affection points 99. Purity 16. Seeing the changes in affection points and purity, Guchun recalled the madness of last night with Lu Ruoxin. It must be said, those who have trained are truly different. Lu Ruoxin's physical fitness was excellent. She was the first woman so far who could barely hold her own against him. Rubbing his still dizzy and heavy head, he propped himself up and sat up from the bed. After a moment to recover, he went straight to the bathroom for a shower, and only then did the discomfort ease a bit. Are you done showering? Lu Ruoxin's voice came from outside the bathroom. Yes, come in. Upon hearing her voice, Guchun replied. Then put on some clothes. Got it. Guchun continued to respond. The bathroom door opened and Lu Ruoxin, clad in a silk nightgown, walked in. But as soon as she stepped in, she regretted it. Guchun had not done as she asked at all. He stood there completely naked. You? Before Lu Ruoxin could say anything, she was pulled over by him. As the bathroom door slowly closed, the two worlds were completely isolated. Stop fooling around, I have to go to work soon. Lu Ruoxin pleaded. Take a leave. No, there's still a lot of work unfinished. Then if you win, I'll let you go to work. Lu Ruoxin. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Ruoxin discovered one thing: no matter how much effort she exerted, she couldn't gain the slightest advantage over Guchun. I surrender. In the end, with no other choice, Lu Ruoxin had to admit defeat. But Guchun had no intention of letting her off easily. Want to surrender? Fine, as long as you agree to one condition. What condition? Guchun whispered something in her ear. Lu Ruoxin's face instantly flushed crimson. No, absolutely not. You are utterly audacious, daring to ask me to do that. Do you believe I'll give you a piece of my mind? I don't believe it. I want to try. The 99 points of affection were no joke. In the end, through Guchun's persistent coaxing and Lu Ruoxin's desire to escape the torment sooner, the two parties reached an agreement. Of course, Lu Ruoxin's eventual submission was not due to any system influence. The affection points only served as a reference for the other's feelings. It allows you to know the other's affection. Without the system, this feeling would not change. The system's affection points merely provide a more intuitive perception. They got up at a little past 8. But by the time they left the room, it was already past 10. In the living room, only Lu's mother was present. Lu's father usually went out visiting at this time. This was a high-ranking official's compound. Although Father Lu held the highest rank among the residents, he was a person who couldn't stay idle. Having a military background, despite his advanced age, he still wanted to go out and exercise when he had nothing to do, feeling that staying at home all the time would make his body rust. Seeing Guchun and the other person emerge, Mother Lu wore a meaningful smile on her face. As a police officer with extremely keen perception, Lu Ruoxin immediately noticed the hidden meaning behind her mother's smile, and a blush appeared on her face. Mom, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat? Having expended too much energy from last night until now, not only was she hungry, but Guchun was also a bit hungry. Yes, I've prepared everything for you. As the food that was being kept warm in the pot was brought to the table, both Gu Chun and Lu Ruoxin wore strange expressions. These dishes were all nourishing tonics. Mother Lu said, "Xiao Chun Ruoxin, these are the supplements you brought when you came yesterday. Your father and I can't finish them all, so you might as well help eat some." "Thank you, Mom," Gu Chun said very naturally. Lu Ruoxin also nodded, "Thank you, Mom." After finishing the meal, Gu Chun drove Lu Ruoxin to work. Arriving at the entrance of her workplace, just as Lu Ruoxin was about to open the car door and leave, Gu Chun stopped her, leaving just like that. Lu Ruoxin turned around in confusion. "If not like this, then how?" Gu Chun pointed to his cheek. "What do you think?" "You don't want to? Fine, then don't blame me tonight." Thinking of Gu Chun's terrifying prowess, a trace of fear appeared on Lu Ruoxin's face. Then, gritting her teeth, she gave a light, quick kiss on Gu Chun's cheek like a dragonfly skimming the water. "All right, I'm leaving." After doing that, Lu Ruoxin hesitated no longer, opened the door, and got out of the car. Watching Lu Ruoxin's hurried retreating figure, Gu Chun smiled faintly. He then restarted the car and headed towards the Lujiazui Hotel. Upon arriving at the hotel, the place was already bustling with activity as work commenced. A group of employees he personally hired enthusiastically greeted him as they saw him. "Boss, you're here." "Hello, boss." "Boss, you seem to have become even more handsome." Facing a bevy of charming women, Gu Chun felt a bit overwhelmed. Although none of these women met the system's requirements, that didn't mean they weren't beautiful. They were merely slightly inferior to his top-tier girlfriends, but in the eyes of the general public, each and every one of them was at the level of a beauty. At that moment, a woman dressed in a professional suit, a pencil skirt, black stockings, and high heels walked over from a distance holding a folder. "Boss, please take a look. This is part of the renovation expenses." The woman who arrived was none other than Zhang Qian, a married woman with an appearance score of 79. Due to her outstanding abilities, Gu Chun directly placed her in the position of vice president. When Fang Yuqing didn't have time to come, all matters were handled by Zhang Qian. As for Fang's father, he had been dealing with business affairs these past 2 days. Because the hotel's reputation had spread, many clients came proactively every day seeking cooperation. Fang's father took full charge of business negotiations. A subtle whiff of perfume drifted through the air as Zhang Qian opened the folder in her hands, presenting a financial statement before Gu Chun. "You can handle these matters yourself," Gu Chun said. "There's no need to report everything to me. For any significant expenses, you may approve the funds first, and then bring me the receipts." This. At Gu Chun's words, Zhang Qian was left momentarily stunned. Since she began working here, many things had overturned her understanding. First and foremost was the extraordinarily high salary. Most bosses would hesitate to give even an extra cent, yet Gu Chun seemed afraid of paying too little. According to normal market rates, ordinary service staff at hotels earned between 5,000 and 10,000 yuan. Even with bonuses and year-end rewards, it would absolutely not exceed 15,000. But at Gu Chun's place, it started directly at 20,000, capped at 50,000. Though it was said to start at 20,000, the average salary for those working here exceeded 30,000, not counting monthly bonuses and year-end rewards. When including bonuses and other benefits, the annual salary absolutely surpassed 400,000. And that was only for ordinary service personnel. For executives like herself, the annual salary reached several million. This salary was absolutely top tier in the industry. Moreover, there was the 3-shift rotation system, and all major holidays were fully observed. Overall, the daily work hours did not exceed 5 hours. Less than 5 hours of work per day, with an annual salary exceeding 400,000. This directly compared to developed nations in Europe. Even top-tier foreign enterprises like Tesla in China couldn't match their benefits and treatment. By the way, did you ask the renovation company how long it would take to complete? Just as Zhang Qian was lost in thought, Gu Chun suddenly spoke. Coming back to her senses, Zhang Qian quickly replied, "Completion within 3 months. The renovation company has mobilized all their personnel. With all floors under construction simultaneously, they guarantee completion within 3 months." Gu Chun nodded. Make sure to use quality materials. Don't accept any defective products. They must be eco-friendly and non-toxic. This is a hotel, a place where we provide rest for guests. If the materials have problems, that would be irresponsible to our guests. Also have the regulatory department strictly supervise. If they discover the renovation company using defective materials to cut corners, don't be polite with them. Sue them directly. Understood, boss, I know what to do. Although Fang Yuqing was the legal representative of the hotel, Gu Chun, as the behind-the-scenes owner, was well known to everyone. This was all arranged by Fang Yuqing, who feared that some employees might not recognize him and accidentally offend him. Gu Chun did not refuse such arrangements. What he disliked most was playing the role of an underdog, so wherever he went, he always made a grand display, fearing that someone might not know their place and cause him trouble. Now, whenever he traveled, 10 bodyguards followed behind him. Wherever he went, it attracted considerable attention. Glancing down at his watch, Gu Chun spoke, "Announced that there's a gathering this afternoon. Everyone set aside your current work." Gathering. Zhang Qian was somewhat taken aback. They had only been working for a few days. and there was still plenty of work unfinished. Were they really having a gathering now? At the very least, shouldn't they wait until all the work was completed before gathering? Although Zhang Qian questioned this in her heart, she dared not voice it aloud. She understood the rules. Zhang Qian left directly and spread the news about the afternoon gathering. All the employees cheered with excitement. After parting with Zhang Qian, Gu Chun glanced at the system's spending balance. He was getting close to completing his system mission. With a little more effort, he should be able to complete the Level 2 system mission before the end of the month. Half an hour later, more than a dozen business vehicles were parked in front of the hotel. All these vehicles were purchased by Fang Yuqing under the company's name. Normally, besides receiving guests, they could also be used for internal activities. A group of elegant young women stood together at the main entrance, drawing the sideways glances of passers-by. Indeed, with the system's vetting, not a single one had poor looks. The lowest beauty score was at least 65 points. With slender figures, they stood there like contestants in a beauty pageant. A score of 60 or above was already considered passing. While they couldn't compare to top-tier beauties in the eyes of ordinary people, they were absolutely presentable. If placed online with some beauty filters and editing, each one could easily become a beautiful streamer with millions of fans. One shouldn't assume that those beautiful streamers online are all stunning in real life. In reality, remove the beauty filters and editing, and they would be just ordinary people walking on the street. Truly striking beauties in reality were extremely rare. That was why people online often said, "There are so many beautiful women online, why don't we see any in real life?" Except for those sitting in luxury car cockpits, the rest walking on the streets were just ordinary pedestrians. As Gu Chun finally walked out of the hotel, all those charming young women had stars in their eyes. Gu Chun was so handsome and rich too. This kind of man was absolutely a premium catch. Even though they were all married, it didn't stop them from admiring handsome guys. In truth, it was the same for both genders. Women liked handsome men, and men liked beautiful women. Married old men also watched beautiful women videos online every day. With a grand wave of his hand, Gu Chun shouted, "Let's go." All the women quickly got into the vehicles. The location for this gathering was not some high-end restaurant, but a professional outdoor camping and picnic site. Before arriving, Gu Chun had booked the entire venue. Then he called in various mobile chefs and barbecue masters. Lambs were unloaded from the vehicles, and the barbecue masters began butchering and cooking. Roast whole lambs, grilled skewers, and various delicacies were neatly arranged on the tables. Gu Chun sat in his chair, quietly savoring this leisurely moment. Watching the elegant women in the distance enjoying the food, he felt this kind of life was truly wonderful. "Boss, here's the meat I've cut for you. Try some." Zhang Qian walked over with a tray, placing a plate of grilled lamb before him. Gu Chun nodded. Let me see how it is." Casually extinguishing his cigarette in the ashtray, he speared a piece of lamb with a fork and placed it in his mouth. The first impression was crispy, followed by a fragrant sweetness. Indeed, these mobile roast lamb masters made quite delicious food. "Pretty good. Tell them we can establish a long-term cooperation. Whenever we need them, they can come on call." "All right, boss. I'll go talk to them right away. What are you standing there for? Sit down." Seeing Zhang Qian standing there all along, Gu Chun beckoned her to sit. "Have you eaten?" Gu Chun asked casually. Zhang Qian nodded. "I took a bite." "Why only a bite? Come, let's eat together." "Eat together?" Seeing how casual Gu Chun was without any airs whatsoever, curiosity rose in Zhang Qian's heart. This kind of boss was truly rare in today's society. Able to bond with employees while providing all kinds of benefits and treatment, such an enterprise was truly as rare as a phoenix's feather among companies in China. "What are you looking at? Didn't I tell you to eat with me? Here, open up." Gu Chun speared a piece of meat and brought it directly to Zhang Qian's lips. Seeing this gesture, Zhang Qian didn't know what to do. In private, she certainly wouldn't hesitate, but in this public setting, she was still a married woman. If someone saw, and it got out, it could have repercussions. Watching the lamb meat mere inches from her lips, a faint blush crept across Zhang Qian's face. She stole a glance toward the distance, and upon confirming no one was watching, she gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and accepted the bite Gu Chun offered. In truth, Gu Chun had not given much thought to feeding Zhang Qian. Whatever he did on a whim, never once considering the consequences. Or rather, he feared no consequences whatsoever. Blessed with a system and boundless wealth, if he cowered before every obstacle, what kind of protagonist would he be? Other system bearers would laugh until their teeth fell out at such timidity. What was a system for if not to let its wielder revel in life? To be cautious and hesitant with a system at one's side, that was truly despicable. After feeding Zhang Qian a bite, Gu Chun speared another piece of meat and brought it to his own mouth. Witnessing this, a strange feeling stirred within Zhang Qian's heart. Sharing the same utensil, it was almost like an indirect kiss. Gu Chun, unaware of Zhang Qian's inner thoughts, ate 2 more pieces before setting down his fork, stretching lazily and asking carelessly, "Director Zhang, what does your husband do?" Hearing this, Zhang Qian forcibly suppressed the odd sensation within her and replied slowly, "He's a seafarer." "A seafarer?" Hearing the profession, Gu Chun paused slightly. "Sailor?" Zhang Qian nodded. Yes, in simpler terms, something like that. With your substantial income, why would he choose to work at sea? Before joining her here, Zhang Qian had also held senior executive positions at companies. Though the salary might not match what she offered, the conditions should still be decent, right? When money wasn't a concern, how could he bear to leave his beautiful wife at home? Gu Chun was deeply puzzled. Had he been in that situation, he would never have done such a thing. He would absolutely find a job close to home, staying by her side every day to prevent any opportunity for others. Zhang Qian sighed. It's not like that, boss. Before coming to work for you, I had already been unemployed for quite a long time. Even when I was employed, the salary wasn't particularly high. It barely covered daily expenses and the mortgage. If he didn't find work that brought in money, we might not have any savings at all by year's end. So that's why he went to sea. Gu Chun still couldn't quite understand. There were plenty of other jobs available. Why insist on working at sea? I told him to go, Zhang Qian said without hiding anything, revealing the reason. You told him to go? Gu Chun's brow furrowed in surprise. He can't perform. It troubles me just watching. Can't perform. Those two words sent Gu Chun's imagination running wild. When a woman says a man cannot perform, there is basically only one explanation. What happened? Tell me the full story. Gu Chun's curiosity flared up instantly. Such curiosity existed in everyone regardless of gender. Zhang Qian seemed to have found someone she could confide in, and she completely opened up, recounting the entire sequence of events. Neither of them came from well-off families. After university graduation, Zhang Qian and her husband met through an arranged introduction by their families. Her husband was honest and dependable, leaving a quite favorable impression on her at the time. Before long, they married. But after the wedding, Zhang Qian discovered a problem. He suffered from impotence, and it was congenital. This discovery nearly shattered Zhang Qian. For countless days and nights, thoughts of divorce rose within her, but each time she forcibly suppressed them. Divorcing right after marriage would surely invite ridicule from relatives and friends, so she could only endure. But humans have physical needs, and with the passing of years, those desires only grew stronger. Every night, lying in the same bed as her husband, yet unable to satisfy her needs. Nothing was more torturous. Finally, making a firm decision, Zhang Qian arranged for him to take a seafaring job so he would stay out of her sight and ease the torment. Keeping him away should greatly relieve the suffering of living like a widow. Her husband, being straightforward and aware of his own fault, agreed without much argument. To the outside world, she claimed he took the seafaring job because the family needed money. In reality, it was simply to keep them from seeing each other often and ease their mutual suffering. Now confiding the truth to Gu Chun, she finally revealed the real reason. After listening, Gu Chun said, "Didn't you know before marriage?" Zhang Qian shook her head with a bitter smile. How could I possibly know without trying before marriage? And he never told me either. If I hadn't wanted to avoid making things ugly in a lawsuit, he would have had to compensate me. Gu Chun nodded. That is indeed the case. In a lawsuit like this, you would have a great chance of winning. Deliberately concealing a medical condition before marriage. Not only can you divorce smoothly, but he would also owe you compensation. Do you still keep in touch? Zhang Qian shook her head. It's been half a year since we last spoke. In the past, he would send me his wages. Over the past year, we've only spoken on the phone twice, and when I asked for money, he didn't give it to me. So after that final call 6 months ago, we haven't been in contact. Then it seems there is truly little affection between you two. You should think carefully. Divorce as soon as possible if you can. You're still so young, dragging this out won't solve anything. Don't let it ruin your life. Zhang Qian said, I will think it over. I'll divorce him when he comes back next time. Gu Chun said, they say it is better to dismantle a temple than to break apart a marriage. Honestly, I didn't want to meddle in this matter, but I feel a woman like you should not have to suffer like this. System check Zhang Qian's information. A prompt sounded in his mind. Reviewing Zhang Qian's data once more, aside from her slightly lower appearance score, everything else seemed acceptable. Although she did not meet the system's requirements, she could still be used for earning money, mainly due to her married woman status, which allowed access to the doting wife spending fund. At this thought, Gu Chun continued, Director Zhang, do you have any dreams? Dreams? Zhang Qian paused, then replied, dreams. Of course I do. What kind of dreams? Gu Chun asked further. Probably just wanting a better life. A mansion to live in, luxury cars to drive, and savings that never run out. Is that so? Then it's really quite simple. Simply. Hearing this, Zhang Qian let out a bitter smile. Boss, in the eyes of someone wealthy like you, it may seem simple, but to an ordinary person like me, it is as difficult as reaching the heavens. Owning a mansion in Shanghai alone requires at least tens of millions to start. As for endless wealth, I don't know what amount could never be spent, but I certainly know it requires a net worth in the hundreds of millions. Gu Chun said, you need not look down on yourself. Perhaps there is a chance. Our company's welfare benefits are not yet fully established. Especially for senior executives, housing and company cars should be provided as standard. Have you received these benefits? Zhang Qian shook her head. No, I'm taking taxis to and from work for now. Gu Chun hadn't expected that his hotel's deputy general manager would still be commuting by taxi. How can that be? Someone working for me, especially a senior manager I personally appointed taking taxis, people would laugh at me. Any car you like. Gu Chen took out his phone, opened the chat with the car dealer, and asked Zhang Qian. Boss, no need to bother. If you really want to provide a car, just use the company cars. Gu Chen shook his head. How can that do? Tell me what car you like, and I'll order one for you right now. Gu Chen wouldn't miss any chance to spend money. Using a company car would give him no opportunity to burn cash. Even though a single car wouldn't amount to much, every bit counted. His regular system spending limit was nearly exhausted, leaving only the married woman spending fund of about 5 or 6 billion. He had to keep pushing. Then I won't be polite, boss. Seeing Gu Chen's generous attitude, Zhang Qian was also infected and felt like being bold. No need to be polite, just say what car you want. Then, how about a Panamera? Alright, no problem. Gu Chen immediately ordered a top-of-the-line Panamera from the dealer. Nearly 3 million spent, and his rebate had already arrived. But he couldn't be bothered to check such a small amount. He turned to Zhang Qian and said, your car is ordered fully loaded. It's done. Zhang Qian, holding her ID card, was stunned. Was this the world of the rich? 3 million spent just like that without even blinking. And it was registered under her name. This wasn't a company car. It had become her personal vehicle. Boss, did you make a mistake? Why is it under my name? Gu Chen said, no mistake. It's for you to drive, so of course it's under your name. By the way, don't you also like luxury homes? I'll get you one too. The hotel is on Lujiazui Financial Street, so I'll buy you a place nearby. As soon as he thought of it, Gu Chen called the real estate agent Wang Hao. Mr. Gu. As soon as the call connected, the agent Wang Hao spoke respectfully. Actually, calling him an agent was no longer accurate. Wang Hao had opened his own shop and become a boss himself. You could even call him Boss Wang. But Gu Chen was used to the old address, so he didn't change. Of course, Wang Hao didn't mind how Gu Chen addressed him. Everything he had now was given by Gu Chen. Even if Gu Chen called him something else, he wouldn't care. Are there any good properties near the financial street? Yes, boss. Let me check for you. After speaking, the sound of rustling paper came through the phone. Soon Wang Hao's voice returned. Boss, I have 2 properties closest to the financial street. One is the penthouse of Thompson Riviera. An overseas Chinese tycoon originally planned to return for retirement, but his company had issues, so he didn't come back. He listed the house for sale. It's a duplex penthouse with about 1500 square meters in total, fully furnished, and never lived in, priced at 270 million. The other is in Zhongliang, Haijing, slightly smaller at about 100 square meters, priced at 120 million. Alright, I'll take both. One for myself and the other under someone else's name. I'll send you the ID information. After speaking, Gu Chen sent his own ID and Zhang Qian's ID. Handle everything for me. Just let me know when it's done. Sure, boss. I'll take care of it right away. After hanging up, Zhang Qian was completely stunned. She didn't know which of the 2 houses was hers, but she knew one was definitely for her. Both were luxury mansions, each worth over 100 million. She felt like she was dreaming. Had she just fulfilled her dream of a luxury car and a mansion? Ding, Zhang Qian's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 80. Hearing the system prompt, Gu Chen felt a bit speechless. Lately his luck seemed off. Every woman around him was gaining favorability too quickly. Couldn't they be like Qin Xiaorong, whose favorability didn't rise so fast, giving him more time to spend money? He was conflicted, but his money-spending mission couldn't stop. At worst, he could just find more women. Those corrupt officials in the past had over 100 mistresses. He didn't even have a fraction of that. If 100 wasn't enough, he'd go for 1,000. Whether he could manage them all didn't matter as long as he completed the system tasks. Ding, Qin Xiaorong's favorability has increased. Current favorability, 50. Just as he was feeling ambitious, the system prompt came again, and he nearly cursed. Damn it, I just praised her, and she fails. Qin Xiaorong, weren't you supposed to hate me? How did your favorability jump so much? At that moment in the International Finance Center, Qin Xiaorong was shopping, holding several luxury shopping bags. After being tormented twice by Gu Chen, Qin Xiaorong had finally understood. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well accept it. Wasn't he rich? Didn't he like to humiliate people with money? She would spend lavishly until Gu Chen felt the pain. So taking advantage of her day off, she went to the IFC for some revenge shopping. But after checking the balance on her shopping card, she fell silent. In her entire life, she had never seen so much money. A full 100 million yuan in shopping allowance. Even if she bought every luxury item available on the market, she probably couldn't spend it all. And then, thinking that Gu Chen had given her such a huge amount, she felt a touch of gratitude. No matter how that detestable man had treated her, he had at least compensated generously. A shopping card worth over 100 million. How many men could do that? Even the tycoons on the Forbes list couldn't go that far, could they? As her mindset shifted, her favorability quickly rose. That was the scene when Gu Chen received the system's favorability notification earlier. Meanwhile, Gu Chen decided to stop dwelling on these things. As he always said, once all the women around him reached full favorability, he would find more until he completed all the system tasks. While Gu Chen was lost in thought, Zhang Qian had picked up her fork again and brought a piece of meat to his lips. Seeing this, Gu Chen didn't refuse but smiled and ate it. Being served by a beauty really feels nice. Boss, am I a beauty? Hearing his compliment, Zhang Qian asked happily. Of course you are. If General Zhang isn't a beauty, then who is? Although Zhang Qian didn't score above 80, she was still goddess level in the eyes of ordinary people. She was more than qualified to be the class belle. While they were talking, Wang Hao's message arrived. Brother, everything is done. Here are all the transfer documents. I've left them in the house. You can pick them up when you come over. Seeing Wang Hao's message, Gu Chen replied briefly and said nothing more. He closed his phone and yawned. In fact, he hadn't slept well the night before. Lu Ruoxin's stamina was actually quite good. After all, she was a graduate of the Public Security University, where she not only studied various criminal investigation specialties, but also learned self-defense techniques and physical fitness training. Plus years of loneliness and emptiness. Once released, it was like a dam breaking at an anthill, becoming uncontrollable. He suspected that if he hadn't received the system's reward of supreme dual kidneys, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand Lu Ruoxin's relentless demands. Boss, are you tired? Seeing Gu Chen, Zhang Qian asked with concern. Gu Chen slowly replied, I'm okay, just a bit too bored. Gu Chen wasn't wrong. At first, leading a group of women out for team building and dinners was quite novel, but over time he started finding it boring. Among these women, only Zhang Qian's looks were still acceptable. The others were also good-looking, but for him whose tastes had been spoiled, they were just so. If it weren't for grinding money, he really wouldn't want to endure this. Women are nice, but just like delicacies, you get tired of them after too much. If it were back when he was still a poor nobody facing such a scene, he would have been very excited probably. Then boss, why don't you go back first? Leave this to me. Zhang Qian knew that at times like this, she needed to show her value as a subordinate. What were bosses hiring employees for if not to solve their problems? Now that she clearly knew the boss was a bit tired if she didn't make any gesture that would be too unreasonable. It's okay. There's nothing important today anyway. I don't know what to do when I get back. Then, as if he had thought of something, Gu Chen continued. How about I accompany you to go shopping? Shopping? Zhang Qian paused, then nodded after realizing. Okay, boss. Where do you want to go? I'll accompany you. Let's go to the mall and see if there's anything good to buy. Sitting here all the time is boring too. Okay, boss. All right, let's go. Gu Chen patted Zhang Qian's thigh, then stood up and walked toward outside the campsite. When Gu Chen's large hand covered her thigh, Zhang Qian couldn't help but tense up for a moment. But seeing that Gu Chen seemed not to intend it deliberately, she didn't say anything and quickly adjusted her mood. You all continue eating first. The bill is already paid. When you're done, you can go back on your own. Before leaving, Gu Chen said to the group of married female employees. Okay, boss. Take care. The women said in charming voices. After Gu Chen left, those women completely relaxed, no longer so reserved. They ate, drank, played, and fought in a group. When Gu Chen was around, they were a bit restrained. Now that Gu Chen was gone, they had no more reservations and directly showed their true selves. Naturally, Gu Chen had no idea about the situation of those married female employees. Sitting in the Mercedes G-Class car, he drove with Zhang Qian toward the Guojin Center. For the Guojin Center, Gu Chen was already very familiar. As soon as the two walked in, they headed straight for the brand specialty stores. Some sales assistants all recognized Gu Chen. Seeing the big customer visiting again, they enthusiastically welcomed him. Mr. Gu, take a look. This is the new stock we just received. Mr. Gu, how about this one? A group of sales assistants surrounded Gu Chen, recommending products. Gu Chen simply glanced at them and nodded, saying, all right, they're all not bad. Wrap them all up. Okay, Mr. Gu. The sales assistants ran off to issue invoices and pack their faces full of excitement. By the time they came out of the Hermes store, Zhao Wei and others were already carrying many shopping bags. Despite the large amount of items, it actually didn't cost much money, just a few million. But this amount meant nothing to Gu Chen, yet it made Zhang Qian, standing nearby, secretly gasp in amazement. Is this the world of the rich? Just casually shopping, spending several million. This amount was equal to her annual salary. Zhang Qian's current salary was not low. As the hotel's deputy general manager, her annual salary plus bonuses amounted to nearly 10 million. But Gu Chen casually spent her entire annual salary just shopping, which truly broadened her horizons. After finishing at the Hermes specialty store, Gu Chen didn't stop. Instead, he continued from one luxury store to another. By the time the two came out of the Guojin Center, the trunks of several cars were almost full. At this moment, Zhang Qian didn't even know how to describe it. Over 40 million spent like that. Let's go. I'll take you to see the house, check out your new employee dormitory. Tangshan Yiping Building, a Unit 8, top floor. The elevator door opened, and Gu Chen and Zhang Qian stepped out. Looking at the mansion in front of her, Zhang Qian was as curious about everything inside as Granny Lu visiting the Grandview Garden. Although Tangshan Yiping's community was a bit old, it was absolutely the most renowned. As long as one was wealthy, living in Tangshan Yiping was a source of pride. After all, a house costs from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. If this isn't considered a luxury residence, then what is? Inputting the password on the fingerprint lock, the armored door slowly opened. First was the grand entryway, then inside was a huge living room with exquisite decoration. In the distance was a spiral staircase, next to which was an internal elevator, all leading directly to the top floor. Outside the top floor was a huge, open terrace decorated into a sky garden. Watching the scenes before her, Zhang Qian's worldview was constantly being refreshed. How is the house? After looking around, Gu Chun asked with a smile. Zhang Qian swallowed her saliva somewhat trance-like and said, "Too luxurious. This is truly a luxury residence. All right, as long as you like it. Here are the house documents. Keep them safe. In the future, if you find living here uncomfortable, just tell me. At that time, I'll give you another one." Exchange. Zhang Qian was a bit speechless. This luxury residence was already top-notch. Was there still a better one to exchange for? Although Tangshan Yiping wasn't highly ranked among luxury residences in Shanghai, other luxury residences wouldn't be much better, right? Gu Chun then led Zhang Qian to the Smart Control Center. This is the central control panel for the entire house. Whatever functions you want, you can set them yourself. For example, before getting off work each day, you can have the bathtub automatically fill with bathwater. Also, the house's temperature balance adjustment, dehumidification, and so on can all be set here. Gu Chun taught Zhang Qian how to use the house's smart systems. Zhang Qian studied very seriously, fearing she might miss something and not be able to use it properly later. Well, did you learn everything? Zhang Qian nodded repeatedly. I've learned it, boss. Just learn it. Set it up yourself now, and come to me if anything is unclear. Okay, boss. After speaking, Gu Chun went to rest on the sofa. On the other hand, Zhang Qian first set up her living habits, and the entire house gave her a stronger sense of belonging. When she turned around, Gu Chun had fallen asleep on the sofa without her noticing. Boss. Zhang Qian approached the sofa and called softly. What's wrong? Gu Chun responded sleepily. Boss, don't sleep here, go to the bedroom. Zhang Qian worried that Gu Chun would be uncomfortable sleeping there and thought of asking him to sleep indoors. At this moment, Gu Chun was sleeping soundly, so of course, he didn't want to change places. He was afraid he wouldn't fall asleep after changing. When he turned over to continue sleeping, the limitations of the sofa made him somewhat uncomfortable, so he turned back, pulled Zhang Qian into his arms, placed one leg over her, and fell into a deep sleep. The sudden change caused Zhang Qian to let out an unintentional gasp, but she quickly covered her mouth. She feared that the loud sound would wake Gu Chun. As she nervously wondered what Gu Chun might do, she never expected that after a long while he would not make any further moves. Actually, Gu Chun really didn't intend to do anything, it was just that he had a habit when sleeping. He always wanted to straddle something. Previously, when living in a rented house, he would use blankets and pillows as substitutes. Later, after obtaining the system, he generally would straddle a woman. With no one else available at Zhang Qian's place, he had to pull her over to serve as a temporary pillow. Hearing Gu Chun's even breathing, her originally tense mood gradually calmed down, followed by drowsiness, and unconsciously, she fell asleep as well. Unsure how much time had passed, she only knew that the sky outside had already grown dark and the two on the sofa in the room were still asleep. Half asleep, Zhang Qian's brows furrowed slightly. This was not because she had a bad dream, but an instinctive reaction to feeling something uncomfortable. She wasn't mistaken, there was indeed a slight abnormality in. She saw that Gu Chun's hand had somehow become restless. This was also a bad habit of Gu Chun's. Usually when straddling pillows and blankets, there would be no issue. But whenever he was embracing someone, this kind of restless behavior would occur. Therefore, since childhood, he had been avoiding the habit of sleeping with others. If it were a woman, it would be fine, but if it were a man, it would indeed be too awkward. Later, when with women like Lu Ruyan, they wouldn't mind such actions. After all, they had already gone through all the procedures, how could they care about such minor things? But Zhang Qian was different, as she and Gu Chun had not yet experienced anything, so being suddenly attacked by him made her somewhat unaccustomed. In the dim room, Zhang Qian suddenly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Gu Chun's restless hand, she fell completely silent. Although she was already married, she was actually still a woman untouched by marital relations. After all, her husband was congenitally impotent, which made her detest any advances from her husband. Therefore, whenever her husband's hands and feet became restless, she would directly reject him. Even at night, when sleeping, she would cover herself with 2 quilts. Later, they even slept in separate rooms. After all, she was a normal woman, and especially as age increased, certain physiological needs would become more sensitive. When unable to do anything, every gesture was a torment to herself. But now lying beside her was not her husband, but Gu Chun, a vigorous normal man, which made her somewhat unable to endure it. At this moment, Gu Chun was still being restless, making her feel on the verge of collapse. Her beautiful legs under the tight skirt clad in black silk stockings twitched subconsciously, a flush spread across her face, she lightly bit her lip, and her eyes grew hazy. As Zhang Qian showed signs of distress, Gu Chun also experienced a change. His hand, which had been embracing Zhang Qian, actually moved downward. Zhang Qian thought Gu Chun was retracting his hand, but the next moment her eyes widened suddenly. Click! The sound of a lighter igniting rang out. Gu Chun leaned against the headboard and lit a cigarette. In the dim room, the ember of the cigarette flickered uncertainly. Beside him, Zhang Qian buried herself entirely in the quilt, not knowing how to face Gu Chun at that moment. What had she done? As Zhang Qian was lost in thought, Gu Chun, who was leaning against the headboard smoking, reached a hand in. Before Zhang Qian could figure out what he intended to do, a massive force struck her head. Ugh. After finishing the cigarette, Gu Chun didn't move. Instead, he played with his phone. As soon as he opened it, many messages flashed on the screen. Lu Rian Song Chinga, Fong Yuming Lu Ruoxin Shenyochu, and even that young miss from Kyoto Xiaorongyu. Gu Chun read them one by one. For others there was nothing particular. Some asked whether he would go to their place that night. Some poured out sweet nothings. Glancing at the time, it was already the late night hours, so Gu Chun did not reply. He guessed those women were all asleep. However, he didn't indulge Xiaorongyu. Instead, he directly sent her a message. Are you asleep? He had assumed that Xiaorongyu, a young miss with a regular routine, might have been asleep long ago. To his surprise, as soon as the message was sent, a reply came from her end. Not yet. What are you doing? Sending a message suddenly almost scared me to death. Seeing Xiaorongyu's reply, Gu Chun typed, still not asleep at this hour. Are you trying to cultivate immortality? I'm not cultivating anything, I'm eating spicy strips under the covers. Upon seeing this message, Gu Chun couldn't help but chuckle. Are you this bold now? Daring to eat spicy strips at home? It's because I'm craving them. It's all your fault, you big villain, for tricking me into eating spicy strips. Now I feel uneasy all over if I don't have them for a day. At the end of the message, Xiaorongyu also attached a crying emoji. Seeing Xiaorongyu's cute appearance, Gu Chun felt a mischievous urge to tease her. Then, since I ate your spicy strips, shouldn't you give some benefit? What do you mean, big villain? At this moment, Xiaorongyu curled up under the covers with twin tails, and her kawaii face, if Gu Chun were here, would definitely exclaim how pretty the loli is. Xiaorongyu, both in figure and face, was the purest loli type. Girls of this type have a tremendous appeal to men who prefer lolis. It could even provoke criminal desires in others. Fortunately, Xiaorongyu was born into a prominent family, otherwise in an ordinary family, she would likely have been tricked away by evil uncles long ago. Yes. Gu Chun saw Xiaorongyu's message and simply replied with a single character. What yes? Xiaorongyu failed to catch on and asked in confusion. Didn't you ask what I want to do? I said I want to. Gu Chun suppressed a laugh as he typed his reply. It had to be admitted Xiaorongyu was still too naive. Gu Chun had been so obvious, yet she still hadn't grasped the meaning. If she were an experienced woman, she would have known long ago that Gu Chun was taking advantage of her. What are you even thinking about? Just say it. How am I supposed to know if you won't tell me? Xiaorongyu was nearly beside herself with impatience. She was quite curious by nature, but had she not been raised with proper family breeding, she would surely have become the neighborhood gossip girl, always eager to catch every scandal. I want to do it. Gu Chun continued teasing. Xiaorongyu sat up in indignation, her face twisted with frustration. What was wrong with this man? He spoke so vaguely, beating around the bush. When asked what he actually wanted, he simply kept her guessing. Fine then, if you won't tell me, I'm going to sleep. Xiaorongyu leaned against the headboard, quickly typed out a message, then pouted and tossed her phone aside, pretending to be angry. In reality, how could Gu Chun on the other end of the screen possibly see what she was doing? Even if she died of frustration, he would never know. Though her phone lay beside her, Xiaorongyu kept stealing glances at the screen, waiting for Gu Chun's reply. As expected, his message came through quickly. I told you already. You asked what I wanted to do, and I said I wanted to. Seeing this maddening reply once again, Xiaorongyu was so frustrated, she nearly spat blood. Before she could ask further, Gu Chun continued. Last time you promised me. You said you would agree to anything. Now I want to see your nude photos. What? On the other end of the phone, Xiaorongyu's face went pale with shock. How dare Gu Chun be so bold as to ask for her nude photos? Keep dreaming, I'm not giving them to you. Xiaorongyu's cheeks flushed slightly. There was no way she would ever agree to that. Then forget it. You break your word, that is it. Don't come asking me for good food anymore. You agreed so readily last time, but now you're changing your mind. I don't associate with people who don't keep their promises. Gu Chun's message made Xiaorongyu swell with both shame and indignation. Just you wait. I am a woman of my word. Who the hell would break a promise? Fine. Then honor your commitment, and we will keep working together going forward. I want actual photos with faces, not some internet pictures to fool me. Gu Chun added one more line at the end. Alright, I understand. Xiaorongyu fought down her embarrassment and slowly pulled her pajamas up. Then she snapped a photo with her eyes closed and sent it directly to Gu Chun. The moment he saw the photo, Gu Chun erupted in excitement. Unfortunately, Zhang Qian got caught up in it too. More than 10 minutes later, Gu Chun lit a cigarette and leaned back against the headboard, enjoying the smoke curling from his lips. Zhang Qian emerged from the bathroom, looking rather pale, feeling nauseous from an upset stomach. Eating unclean food was truly an unpleasant experience. Looking at Zhang Qian's bitter expression, Gu Chun smiled faintly and transferred 10 million to her phone. This is your reward. You performed well, so keep up the good work. Upon seeing the 10 million that had been deposited, her earlier dissatisfaction vanished completely. Instead of going out to eat, they simply ordered a lavish delivery meal and had a quick dinner at home. The following day, as the sun climbed high into the sky, Gu Chun stirred awake on his vast bed. It had to be said Zhang Qian was remarkably professional. Even exhausted from the night, before she still rose early to head to the hotel. As deputy general manager, she was busy every day. Now that the hotel was in its early stages, she needed to oversee operations personally. Gu Chun was not in any hurry to get up, so he checked the system profile instead. The regular spending fund was nearly depleted, with only the substantial shortfall in the wife doting allocation remaining. While casually scrolling through his moments feed, a particular post caught his attention and his eyes brightened. The post was from a woman whose username read, "Never Loved," featuring her selfie with an emotional caption, typical of women's sentimental musings. He vaguely recognized her from his college days. She was the mother of a roommate. The reason he had her contact was because on the first day of school, he had helped his roommate move in by carrying his luggage. That first week of school, the roommate arrived with an abundance of belongings accompanied by his mother. As a gesture of gratitude, they exchanged contact information and shared a meal together that evening. His roommate's mother was not from Shanghai. She was from Hangzhou, and she returned home the day after dropping him off. Over the years, he had not paid much mind to her, but stumbling upon her post today reminded him that she was quite striking. Back then, he had not given it much thought, knowing a married woman like her would be completely out of reach. But things were different now. He had money, and there were no limits to what he could pursue. Without hesitation, he tapped her profile and opened a chat window to send a message. What has Zhang he been up to lately? He chose an easy conversational opener to build rapport. Who is this? The response came quickly. I'm Zhang, his college roommate. I helped you move in during orientation. You're Gu Chun. She recognized him immediately. Yes, auntie, it's Gu Chun. Oh, it's you, Gu Chun. Zhang he hasn't done a single thing since graduating. He just loafs around all day. I'm worried sick about him. Zhang he was such a good student. Hasn't he found work yet? No, not yet. I arranged several positions for him through my connections, but he quit before even finishing a single day, claiming the work wasn't suited to him. Now he just goes out drinking and dining with friends constantly. I really don't know when he'll grow up. I see. Auntie, I just saw your moments post. Did something happen at home? The typing indicator flickered on and off repeatedly above the chat window, suggesting she was struggling with how to respond. Gu Chun realized she was unsure how to answer. Auntie, if you'd rather not discuss it, we can talk about something else. Actually, it's not a major issue. Just some trouble with the family company. Is it serious? Gu Chun pressed on. It's moderate, serious in some ways, but not in others. Then tell me about it, auntie. I might be able to help out. On the other end of the phone, a strikingly beautiful woman felt no surge of hope at Gu Chun's offer. She did not believe he could assist her in any meaningful way. The company's cash flow had hit a snag and the bank had tightened credit. Obtaining a loan to bridge the gap was simply impossible. She understood the world well enough. When money was involved, it was difficult to find anyone willing to help. Whether it was a stranger like Gu Chun or even a relative, everyone would think twice. It was easy to celebrate success, but rare to find someone willing to assist in times of crisis.